Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare.
It was a sunny day in Konoha. The streets were filled with children and the usual cheerfulness that lightened the atmosphere when a certain blonde wasn't taking his walk. Weekly on the streets, it's always been like this. If someone walks through the streets, the joy disappears into thin air and anew. This type of feeling walks the streets with a demonic gaze that threatens to devour a person. A single person. The beginning hadn't been like this. The town had seen better days. The hatred, the unbearable hatred was born when the Kyuubi appeared in a cloud of smoke and then wreaked havoc within the village. He had been summoned by a mad Uchiha. His only thought was destruction, and destruction was what they dealt out. Biju, Konoha had never seen such a tragedy unfolding right in its front yard since its founding, but 7 years later, the worst happened. The spoiled child who had always had someone with him, large weapons and a large shield to protect him, he was finally struck by the only being that could not be killed. In its early years, Konoha always had the tastes of the Shota Yokuji, a revered god of shinobi, the Nidame, the god of water, and Sandame, the professor, the god of shinobi, the Yandame also, acclaimed as the Konoha's yellow flash. With their first beating, Konoha learned to hate, and they had maintained their hatred for years. And it didn't seem like they were going to let him hear it any time soon. The world had turned against the fourth Hokage's wishes. Instead of celebrating in joy with a hero, Konoha worked with hatred, preoccupied with thoughts of revenge. But they couldn't do anything. They probably weren't the type to care what a dead man thinks. The fourth Hokage. He's dead. He couldn't feel what he felt in his entire life. Naruto knew that Konoha hates him. Aside from the love his mother gave him, the other feeling he had learned to know was hatred. He saw it every day of his life. He saw it in his damned nightmares. He saw it in the eyes of the ignorant fools who they were dragged through the village streets every day. He didn't think or believe for a second that such a hateful village could. Learning to love, all he knew was hate. For the past 7 years, Naruto. He's been dodging bullets of death stares and fangs of curses that have been constantly hurled at him, every single time. When she took a stroll through the village, her presence only managed to attract the worst things that lurked behind the shadows to emerge into the daylight. If there were vampires in Konoha, they would walk the sunny streets only to. They would kill him with their stares if he chose to entertain them, parading by while he danced to the rhythm of hatred. Life has not. It hasn't been easy for him. He was forced to be an adult. He was forced to grow up, to understand things at a tender age. All because of a foolish decision. Minato had cursed himself and his mother's life by choosing. His mother always tells him about turning him into a Jinchuriki of Kubi and then dying. The story of his birthday, the story of the day he was born, the story of a nine-tailed mountain, which wreaked havoc on the town. It was a cursed fate that on the day he was born, that masked fool chose to tear out the Kubi was taken from his mother and forced to attack Konoha. Naturally, being the leader of Konoha, his stupid father decided to put the Bijulu in his stomach the day he was born. The worst part is that he died pathetically, letting it carry him away. He has to take care of his poor mother, the only person he truly loves. Nobody cared who he was related to. As long as he was Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Kushina and the Jinchuriki of the Kurugi, Konoha would always hate him. She would always curse her existence. Her mother was forced to watch it happen. She was forced to watch her only daughter learning to hate. She was forced to watch helplessly as the twisted hero turned villain stood before her. He was attacked and stoned to death. Naruto didn't care about his own pain, but his mother's pain was greater, because of his. Well, he had been forced to grow up. Because of his mother's pain, Naruto had learned to hate two things. It began by extracting the Kyuubi from its mother, and the ignorant monkeys who paraded through the village wearing human masks. There were so many days that Naruto stood at the Okuji monument just to look down at the village that reeked of hatred. Now, he could even curse from A to Z, no matter how many times he looked at this abandoned village and wondered if was his and his mother's pain worth saving those fools? The answer was always no. He could be used as a pawn for everything that mattered to him, but his mother, she was too precious to suffer the torment that the decision. Minato let him in. Itachi shone beside Naruto at the Okuji monument. The blonde was wearing pants, dark blue shorts, a red shirt with the Uzumaki swirl printed on the front in white. He also wore shinobi boots. Dark blue hair, along with bandages around her wrists. Her hair was all blonde, her blue eyes cerulean, and the mustache marks. The last piece was an impassive mask that Alukia was positive his mother had only seen on some occasions. Even though the mask was always present, the genius Yukiya removed his mask before looking towards the village. The last few years haven't been easy for the Uchiha and the Uzumaki. When Kushina confirmed that it was indeed an Uchiha who extracted the Kubi from her, their clan suffered a major blow. No one trusted them anymore. They were blamed. From the attack on the Uzumaki, Naruto held the Biju. Even worse when it became the public knew that Kushina had also retained the Biju. How much time had passed? He thought things would change over the years. But the waters don't seem likely to dry up anytime soon. The only thing that made him smile was the prime suspects, Uchiha and Uzumaki, have always been close, no matter what. Itachi looked at the boy. He'd been by his side for 7 years. He respected Sujui, but there was no one he respected more than this boy. Maybe the boys didn't like the obvious love for the villagers, but the blonde boy had the will of a shinobi. Hardened by war, Itachi has never seen the blonde man cry, never seen him weak and vulnerable. Even though every street in Konoha was a curse to him, the villagers could play ball with him. They could roast him under the starlight on October 10th can drag you through the very holes of hell. But Naruto always appeared without tears. He always appeared strong, wearing a mask of defiance and impassivity. He was only 7 years. He was a Jinchuriki of Kirby, the most hated person. Konoha has been insulted every day of his life. The alack, but Itachi has never seen him shed tears. My mother has cried. Enough, was the answer Itachi received from the blonde when he questioned. For Naruto, the tears of his mother was enough. There was no need for him to waste his tears too. His little brother. He was spoiled, a baby. He wasn't Naruto. The blonde hadn't killed yet, but Itachi had no doubt that he wouldn't. He would recoil if someone were murdered before his eyes. How he wished his foolish. If only my little brother was as strong as this boy. Perhaps it was because Sasuke was protected. He had everything he needed. He needed it. Naruto had to fight lions to get food. The blonde boy had nothing. But he fought for everything he had. Itachi respected that. He may have graduated from the academy at 7, but it wasn't Naruto. His younger brother was already at the academy, and the blonde boy hadn't even started yet. United, but he still wasn't Naruto. There was no one like him, he and Naruto. They shared something. They were willing to do everything possible and impossible to protect what they loved. What exactly? That's a story for another day. Did they let you out so soon? Today? My tasks are complete, Itachi said. The view is nice, isn't it? It depends on where you look. There were so many times Itachi asked the question and Naruto always gave the exact answer. He said it in the exact tone. He never missed a beat, almost as if he had just played a. The last time she asked the question, she went to a disco. Even so, as long as they remained friends, she wouldn't stop. Ask the question, but not until Naruto gave a different answer. It remains to be seen if Naruto's answer. It will change, just as it remains to be seen if Konoha will ever change its attitude toward the blonde. Itachi could only wait. Hope can be as thin as a needle, but it was something to that Itachi could hold on and continue with the march of life. You should come to the Amba headquarters. With me, I can simply say that you are my apprentice and wish to join ANBU. I was a captain and believed that Naruto could. I'd learn a few things. It's somewhat appealing, but no thanks, I have no interest in becoming an ANBU. Naruto knew exactly what ANBU meant and had no interest in Follow those lines. I didn't want to protect this village, not even in its worst. Nightmare, you don't have to join the ambulance. I haven't had time in the last few months to honor our meetings due to the heavy workload I have to do for both Sandaime and Danzo, Itachi said. I also have my responsibilities as a member of the Uchiha clan. Naruto turned to look at Itachi. Glanced at Uchiha. He offered no sympathy, then looked back at the village once more before. Open your mouth. Your love for Konoha truly knows no bounds, the blonde said. It's no wonder your family. Don't be envious. I'm a shinobi from this village. My loyalty was sworn to this village. It's only natural that I love it, yes. But there should be limits. Konoha didn't bring you into this world. Uchiha did, Naruto said. He didn't go any further than that. Matter, you can spend 2 weeks away from the village. I can't be away from my mother for that long. She needs it. My mother will be with her when we're not here. The Uchiha clan always. She'll protect her. Besides, just like my mother, your mother was a Hanin. She doesn't need a brat to protect her. Naruto still shook his head. The idea of leaving his mother for 2 weeks was no different from looking at the abyss. He couldn't leave his mother in your state. Currently, Naruto, if someone like me chose to attack your mother, what could you? What to do? You could defend her when you can't even help me. Naruto frowned, clenched his fists, and remained silent for a few moments. I'll talk to Mom about it. Finally, he said, Itachi. He nodded before standing up. Come on, let's eat something before we head to our training grounds. Then, if Itachi had he been with his beloved younger brother, he would have been carrying him on his shoulders, but with Naruto, it was a different story. No matter how tired the blonde man was, he always refused to be carried. If he was exhausted, he preferred to sit down and let his body rest before returning home. The rare moments when he carried the blonde boy when he was out of commission, Naruto preferred to push forward if he had the strength. No. He accepted no one's hand unless absolutely necessary. He didn't take things from anyone. He liked to win. Whatever they gave him, Itachi could say with certainty that the blonde had been forced to be that way because he didn't. He had nothing at the beginning, but he earned what he has. My attempts at the fireball are truly pathetic, he said. Naruto and the two walked towards Itachi's house in the Uchiha compound. Sasuke outperformed him in this area. Bothered him a lot. Your progress is nothing to complain about, Naruto. Unlike Sasuke, you need to learn to convert your chakra into fire-type chakra. Your natural affinity is wind, so learn wind-based jutsu. Fire will always be difficult, however, although the blonde didn't see it, his progress wasn't good. If fire were his natural affinity, he would have learned the jutsu faster than Sasuke. That's possible. That was it, but he hoped he was finished. He frowned for a few moments as he looked at his failure. I should get the third Hokage to teach me wind manipulation. You're more of a fire person, and I can't offer that. Nothing he considered useful. Itachi wasn't offended by those words. After all, he wasn't a wind user. Will he be able to do it? He has a lot to do, Naruto shrugged. It depends on how you ask, he said before falling silent. Itachi shook his head. Naruto really took advantage of the third Hokage's good nature whenever the opportunity arose. Well, the old man was always more than willing to help the blonde man. He felt guilty for failing to improve his life. Naruto and giving in to the blonde's wishes helped to calm his troubled soul a little. The two walked slowly but surely towards Itachi's house, where they were going to have dinner together with the others. Uzumaki, as they did every Friday for the past 3 years, Nilsen smiled at Sasuke, looking at his brother. I usually get home just in time for dinner. You're a little late today. Itachi smiled slightly at his beloved brother. I was a little busy, he said. At that moment, Naruto walked behind Lukia, causing Sasuke to frown. He glanced at his brother after noticing Naruto had some bruises on him. You were training with him again. Itachi nodded. Sasuke crossed his hands. She leaned over his chest, puffing out her cheeks slightly as she pouted. You never take me to training camp these days. Days, Nissan, you're always with him. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair, causing the young Uchiha to blush with embarrassment. He hated that his brother would do something like that in front of Naruto. I'll take you tomorrow, and it'll just be the two of us. Seriously, Sasuke almost shouted. His brother nodded slightly before walking past him. Sasuke stayed behind with his brother, who was stealing Naruto grunted. Sasuke. My mother's here. Naruto grunted. No, Sasuke said. Naruto didn't say anything in response. He simply turned and headed for the exit. Sasuke didn't need him to. They told him where the blonde boy would go. He already knew. Naruto would wait for his mother outside. After Naruto, he disappeared from sight, and Sasuke smiled. He hurried toward his brother's room for a while alone with him. Itachi, they didn't get enough of those moments these days, especially with Naruto around and Itachi working. For the Anbu, it didn't start that way. Things were good for him, but they began to. Things changed when his father allowed Naruto's mother to move into their compound after some villagers. They had harassed him, constantly breaking the windows of his house since then. The two Uzumaki spent most of their night in this house, Sasuke called. Mikoto, watching her youngest son hurry past the kitchen. Naruto is waiting for his mother outside, Sasuke. He nodded. What did I tell you? Sasuke frowned, but didn't repeat what his mother had said. I had told you about Naruto's behavior, but Kazan needs in his home, and I want to spend some time with him, Mikoto. He raised his index finger. No, but Sasuke-chan, go wait with him, you'll have your time with Itachi after dinner. Sasuke looked at his mother, who looked back at him. Well, she said. There's no need to force yourself, Naruto said, stepping into view with his mother, while holding her right hand. Sasuke stared directly at the blonde boy for a few moments before looking at his mother. Can I go now? Naruto always. It drained the energy from his system when he looked into his eyes. Mikoto nodded. No. You're taking too long. Tell your brother to hurry up too. Sasuke was already going up the stairs. The former Joing looked. She smiled at her friend and her son. Ah, that boy really loves his brother, almost like someone I know. She adores her mother, Kushina said, walking toward Mikoto. At least you don't have your. My son follows you everywhere you go whenever he gets the chance. Mikoto smiled, looking down at the little Naruto. He's changed, you know. 2 years ago he couldn't be. She stayed out of their sight for an hour without getting hysterical. It didn't matter that the blonde guy was there with them, Kushina. She laughed at the thought of those memories. Remind me to give Itachi a sword as thanks for the change he showed me. He brought my son. The next day, Ichiraku ramen. Kakashi's eyes subtly glanced at the blonde boy. On the right, he sat on a stool while eating his second bowl of miso ramen. Although the look was a robbery, the Jonin knew Naruto would notice his eyes. There was hardly an eye that could look at him without noticing. It counts the spoils of being the most hated person in Konoha. The blonde had to. He looked over his shoulder every time he walked through the village, just in case some fool tried anything. However, it was unlikely that a civilian would get one over the blonde guy. It's possible that Naruto wouldn't be able to defend himself against one. He was a shinobi, but he wouldn't let himself be defeated by a civilian. If that happened, it was his pride. Beaten, he saw the blonde man dodge blows from civilians after insulting them for their ignorance and nonsense. Nobody in the village has laid a hand on the blonde boy. Nobody would dare be with his mother, Kushina. She wasn't afraid to rip out the intestines of anyone who looked at her son. Worse still, it had to be. She was detained if anyone insulted her son or called him a demon in her presence. The former Jouning had killed someone with their chakra chains for insulting her and Naruto, and what was worse, spitting on the blonde boy. You insulted Kushina Uzumaki, but you never went after her son. There was a line there, and anyone who crossed it suffered the consequences. When are you going to join the academy? Kakashi asked before. At the others in your age group, they're already part of the academy. Sasuke started last year. Naruto shrank. I shrugged indifferently. I don't want to and I won't join the academy. It's not a necessity for me to join when I don't. It offers nothing that complements my way of life. You can't become a shinobi without going through the academy. Naruto, everyone attended the academy, even the third Hokage went once. A student at the academy, even he went to the academy. The 3 legendary Sannin went to the academy. I don't have. Being a shinobi meant protecting my mother, Naruto said simply. Being a shinobi also meant that he had that providing services to Konoha, and he didn't want any of that. Perhaps if he were forced to supply him so much like her mother, she would then consider the path of a shinobi. But as things stand, being a shinobi wasn't in her plans. plans. If he received the proper training, he would eventually be strong enough to protect his mother and ensure her safety at all times, if there was anything. He hated it. Fighting for the protection of this rotten village was now only good to him because it offered him something. Protection for him and his mother. However, this protection came at a cost, but it was better than living on the run. As long as he had his mother and she had him, they couldn't be miserable with their lives. Kakashi sighed. Even in his current form, Naruto would stand before something as fearsome as the Kubi, if the cause was to protect his mother. The boy may be intelligent, but when it comes to protecting his mother, Naruto loses his sense of reason and rationality. Well, Sasuke will rise to all the glory at the academy, don't you know? He's already seen as the genius of his class. Sasuke's efforts were good for his clan. Itachi was seen as the only light in the Uchiha clan, but if Sasuke grew up well, he would lift the shadows over the clan with the help of his beloved brother. Kakashi didn't believe for a second that Sasuke would do better than Naruto if the blonde were in the same situation. Space that Naruto's forced maturity made him think more broadly than Sasuke. Once again, Naruto. He shrugged. He can take all the glory, it's good for the Uchiha, not that he cared that much anyway. The glory of the academy doesn't help protect my mother, but being strong enough to resisting all enemies protects her, the only person who was going to make the blonde boy go to the academy. It was Kushina. Naruto's mother has spoken to him about it, but she's never gone any further than making him go to. Despite his reluctance, Kakashi also knew that Naruto didn't want to go to the academy because it would steal time from him. He could go with his mother. Kakashi began. Naruto, his calm tone, this automatically alerted Itachi realized that the blonde man wanted to know his opinion on a matter he was dealing with. He wished that he continue in ANBU. Kakashi frowned. And ANBU's life was full of secrets, and it wasn't something I would wish on anyone. However, Naruto was a matter different. Granted, he's already been through hell. The world of Anbu suits him better than being in the academy. It would also give him the strength he needed to protect what was valuable to him. To be honest, the academy offered nothing in terms of building a strong shinobi. Still, what would Minato-sensei say about it? This? Minato wanted his son to live his childhood to the fullest. Oh, who? Was he deceiving? With the choice the fourth Hokage made, Naruto wouldn't be able to enjoy a normal life under the circumstances surrounding him. Besides, it wasn't what his sensei thought Naruto cared about anyway. What do you think? Kakashi asked, feeling it was best to hear the blonde's opinion before giving his own answer. Me? It will help mentally. Let's be honest, my life will only get more chaotic. When I grow up, I'll need to have the physical and mental strength to handle everything, working behind the scenes with Anbu. It will develop me in every way. Kakashi nodded, but I don't want to be a Anbu. Itachi says I don't have to be one, but do this with him to learn a few things. Secondly, me? It will take away my time with my mother. I despair at the thought of leaving her in this hell for too long. I'm hurt that you don't trust me enough to protect your mother, Naruto. Kakashi joked. Seriously, Naruto knew that he had been the one protecting his mother during the time she carried him, so I should have a little faith in him. Naruto gave a simple answer. My mother is all I have. Kakashi. He understood perfectly. If anything happened to his mother, Naruto wouldn't hesitate to unleash the Kurubi and see how. This village was burning to the ground. Kushina was the only family Naruto had and the only person Naruto. He was truly emotionally attached. Once again, Kakashi sighed. Things have changed a bit, but before Itachi, Naruto was always by his mother's side and never looked down on her. He wouldn't give anyone a threatening look for coming between him and his beloved mother. The world of Naruto was made of Kushina, Uzumaki, and Kushina only. Naruto himself no longer lived in that world. The blonde was ready to. She would throw herself into anything, as long as it meant protecting her beloved mother. It was a worry for her. Konoha, that Naruto didn't love the village. Somewhere in the offices of the ANBU headquarters, Naruto was marked as a S-rank flight risk. It was a fact no one could deny, not even the third Hokage, no matter how much he loved the blonde. The only reason the blonde boy was in Konoha was because his mother didn't want to leave the village where her husband died protecting her. Even if she's gone, Naruto was smart enough to realize that which would only endanger his mother's life, since they would be marked as missing. There was something Naruto didn't. He was willing to risk his mother's life. They were safe in Konoha, regardless of the deal they would receive. If someone risked their life, then they would see the devil beneath that mask of indifference. There was a line was drawn around Kushina, and no one was supposed to cross it, not even Naruto. Have you spoken to her about it? Regarding? Kakashi finally asked. Naruto shook his head slightly. No. You should, Kakashi said. All things considered, it shouldn't be bad for you, and it should be enough to get rid of the elderly will think you're on a path to serving the people. It should also help you grow, he said. Junin, are you saying my life is already ruined? That there's nothing I can do but try to make things a little better? He said. Naruto looked at the lazy Nin. Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly. I don't have to. To tell you the truth, even your mother already knows, although it took her some time to accept that Naruto lost his childhood some time ago, nor he didn't even have a friend his own age. You have a bleak view of your life, Naruto, 14-year-old Aim said, smiling. Sadly, as she walked to the counter, holding another bowl of ramen for Naruto, she said, I'm just being realistic. Naruto said. Ace shook her head slightly. It was really. It's sad just looking at him, a 7-year-old boy who was with men old enough to be his father, if he wasn't eating with the third Hokage. It was Kakashi Itachi for. He did it several times a week with his mother, and in those rare moments Jiraiya could be seen sitting next to the blonde boy. Although it was always an awkward silence, I told you to let me change things for you, but you refuse. Continuously, if you had accepted my help a long time ago, you'd have a big smile on your face now, he said. Aim, with a wide smile, her fists raised as if she could clearly see her favorite blonde smiling back at her. I doubt it. Naruto replied before finishing his third and final bowl of ramen. Aim simply sighed before. My beloved son must be abandoning the love he once had for his mother. Kushina's voice sounded, making Naruto and Kakashi smile. You don't love your Kachan anymore, Naruchan, no. You refused to eat without your poor mother for a long time, when the red-haired Uzumaki woman. He settled down next to his son, and Naruto responded with an expression that would surprise him more than anything else, a somewhat happy look, which was complemented by the smile on her lips. Don't say that, Kanon, you know that. I will always love you. Kakashi sighed. Kushina was joking, but the seriousness in Naruto's tone made. Obviously he didn't know. Well, it shouldn't be unexpected given that he never jokes about loving his mother. Sometimes I wonder if she's really intelligent, since she's proven to be a fool, she just chuckled, lifting Naruto's hair, causing the always stoic blonde to blush with embarrassment. Mother. Not in front of Kakashi. Why don't you like your mother's affection anymore? Kushina. He grimaced in pain, which Naruto ridiculously didn't notice. The blonde. She raised her hands defensively in front of her mother. That's not it. That's all I want to say. Kushina placed her index finger on Naruto's lips, sealing them shut. I'm just kidding, she said, with a warm smile. Now that's finished, we can buy you something new to wear. Naruto nodded. Kakashi. She smiled, watching Naruto act like a normal brat in front of his mother. It was refreshing to see that blonde smile. However, his smile only widened in front of his mother, but the fact that it was real made him happy. Well, let me leave you two alone, Kakashi said before disappearing in a puff of smoke, but not before giving Aim the. He counts for his food. I'm so jealous of you, he told Muzina. You can do. I can make Naruto show all kinds of emotions, but I can't even make him smile. Naruto came every day and Aim has never seen him display more than one emotion, if any, to another person. Except for his mother, the third Hokage rarely receives even a small smile on those rare occasions, along with Kakashi and his my friend Yukiya. They were both depressing. I hadn't seen them smile since they started coming to the ramen place together. Kushina smiled. Well, I'm his mother. A mother knows her child best, she said, looking at her beloved Naruto-chan. She knew it wasn't easy for him either. It was easy for her. He might be indifferent to most things, but Kushina was happy to know that her Naruto could smile and blush with embarrassment when she was near. At least she offered him happiness. She wanted that he would have more, But that seemed unlikely. Despite that, she was happy to be alive to raise her son. 7 years ago, he saw Minato seal the kubi in his son, while in his weakened state he held the Bijulu with his chakra chains. The seal that devours dead demons cost him dearly. Minato's life, he regretted teaching him that seal. His family had other ways of sealing Bijulu, without the. Instead of needing to sacrifice her soul to the Shinigami, she should have looked more intently and shown him a better seal. But that was it. This was the reality, a reality she has learned to embrace. For the good of her son and her own well-being. Minutes later. "Mother, I don't want these pants," said Naruto. He stared intently at the red shorts his mother was trying to make him wear. He realized that if he didn't start saying no, his mother was going to force him to wear a dress one day just for embarrass him. "But Naruto-chan, will they look good on you? Don't you want to combine the... Do your pants match your mother's hair?" Kushina said, holding up a pair of red shorts. She really thought they would look good with him, but her son didn't share her feelings. "Your hair is beautiful. Mother, I would have even preferred it if I were born with red hair like yours, but I'm not going to wear those pants." Kushina sighed. "Fine, but you know they don't have your size at Isaragi's," she said, regaining his composure. "Naruto?" "She said we can always order," she said. Ordering clothes would cost more, but it was. "We'll do anything for her son. I have something for you," Kushina said, pulling out a red handkerchief. "Do you like it?" Naruto smiled. "Yes, mother," he said. He took the crimson cloth and washed his face before of speaking. "Once again, it's not as soft as your hair, but it's still wonderful." Then she took her mother's hand, dragging her toward the counter so she could pay. "Wait, Naruto-chan," Kushina said. "Don't you want anything more?" The blonde man shook his head. "He doesn't seem happy today." Takeda, the owner of the shop, looking at the smiling blonde man. "He should be. His mother, she just got him something good," Kushina said, handing over the money for the piece of fabric. This was just one of the 2 clothing stores where the 2 of them could to buy clothes without spending too much or receiving a disapproving look from the shop owner. This man, Takeda, was very kind to them. Perhaps it was because she's known Kushina for a long time, since she's been buying there. She's been buying her clothes at this store since she was young. This was one of the stores Uzumaki sold. "Come back anytime." Something, Takeda said as mother and son walked away from the counter, having purchased their item. Lost in thought, Naruto bumped into someone in the doorway, making him stumble backward. The man he had. The beaten-up, middle-aged man, with short black hair, fair skin, and wearing civilian clothes, looked at the blonde man. "Look where you're going, vermin," he growled. When the blonde man stood up, the temperature dropped drastically. "Excuse me," Kushina began. A murderous aura surrounded her. "What did you just call my son? I dare you to repeat it." The woman seemed more like the demon that a beautiful and sweet Uzumaki woman was to blame. He smiled. She felt nervous, her heart racing. She was certain that if she answered incorrectly, she would never see the light. Honestly, between the blonde guy and the woman, the mother was the real demon. He was saved when Naruto. He grabbed his mother's right hand. "Mother, leave him alone. This filth won't." "Your anger wasn't worth it," Naruto said. "Cheerful behavior is anything but a memory. Besides, you shouldn't get yourself dirty. Hands touching such a despicable monkey." The fear of being quickly replaced by anger in man. When he heard Naruto speak, "What did you just say, Naruto?" He turned his face. He gave the man a very, very look. It was unpleasant enough to make him stumble as he unconsciously backed away, once again. Smiling, Naruto turned to his mother to calm her down. "Come here, Mom, I want to show you the progress I've made with it. The seal you taught me." Naruto didn't give his mother the chance to throw one last threatening look because he began to drag her away. "Slow down, Naruto," Kushina said. "I'm sorry." Naruto apologized. Kushina shrugged. "I'm surprised that you're making good progress with your Fuinjutsu. Well, this confirms a thing. You really are my son." Naruto smiled. How comforting it was just hearing his mother say those words. Fuinjutsu was an art his mother mastered better than anyone else in the village. Minato. He may have been hailed as a master, but many of the seals he knew had been taught to him by Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto wanted nothing more than to make his mother proud, excelling in what she taught. He even swore to do better than that man. 2 days later, this was the house she once shared with Minato, her beloved Yellow Flash. But now he was gone, he disappeared along with her. The cold breeze that gripped Konoha 7 years ago, it doesn't matter that this was his and Naruto's house, his house. Just the two of them, the Ukiya complex offered them some security and comfort, and it was fun going out with the main family. Fugaku's family, well, it was fun for her at least. She always had Mikoto to cheer her up. They were both retired joinks who now took care of their families, however. It was a different matter for Naruto. His son got along well with Itachi and Mikoto, but when it came to Sasuke, it was another matter, and she hadn't deciphered his relationship with the Uchiha clan leader. Kushina smiled, looking at her. Son, they were sitting at the dining room table having their family dinner. This was their home. This was everything Minato had left them. The burden was outside. Sometimes it's unbearable, sometimes it has an instinct. The bloody experience of killing people is completely offset by a quiet family moment with his son, watching. Much more than her beautiful smile. Is something wrong, Mom? Naruto asked when he saw. Kushina noticed the look her mother was giving her. Instead of stuffing herself with her food, she shook her head before. They returned to their food. Silence settled as mother and son ate, both deep in their thoughts. Naruto broke the silence. Itachi wants to take me on as his apprentice, since that would allow me to remain in the ANBU, Kushina. He frowned slightly. Do you want you to join ANBU? Naruto nodded, but I declined. He indicated that following him would be a good learning opportunity. I don't need to join. Not necessarily to ANBU. I'd prefer you join the academy, Kushina said. Naruto? She simply nodded, and that meant one thing. She was going to tell Itachi she couldn't do it, but she didn't feel like it either. Of joining the academy, he had seen Kakashi fail pathetically against many academy graduates, and knew that he wouldn't. They graduated not as true shinobi, but as mere aspirants, once they finished. After dinner, Kushina took his plates and went to the sink to wash up, with Naruto following him. Meanwhile, his mother. After washing up, the son placed the dishes in the cupboard. Have you considered making friends your own age, Naruto? Naruto shook his head. His answer didn't take a second to follow. He didn't say, the only friend. What I need is you. Not that it wasn't nice to hear her son say that. Kushina still shook her head. You need to make friends, Naruto, friends your own age. I thought you got along well with Sasuke, but he went down the drain. When he got jealous of your relationship with Itachi, Naruto looked at his mother curiously. Why is making friends so important? I have you, and that's what matters. Kushina didn't want to force Naruto to do anything he didn't want, but in some things she would have to do it for her own good. Even I had friends, Naruto, and now I have a friend. A friend is someone you laugh with, someone you can trust. Someone like Sasuke's mother, but I'm doing it with you, Naruto pointed out, making it. Kushina sighed. She would have to do this another day. It had been a long day and she needed to rest. Once they finished washing the dishes, they headed towards the living room, but they didn't stay there for 2 long hours. Do you want me to read you a story before bed? I'm too old for that, he said. Naruto, you're just my baby, Naruto-chan, Kushina said, knowing that would only make Naruto frown. While he liked his mother's affection, he also liked that she saw him as an adult, despite being only 7 years old. Today's children, let's go. Take you to bed, okay? Naruto nodded with a small smile, allowing his mother to take him to his room. It was a tidy room that had a small bed pushed against the wall opposite the door, a drawer on the left side of the bed. Kushina watched silently as Naruto got into bed. Once she settled in, sat on the edge, and clasped her hands between her thighs. She liked to show Naruto a sad smile, but this place always brought it out. I imagined that you, father, would be here with me when I put you to bed, Kushina said softly. While I was still carrying you, I thought that we were going to have the perfect family, just you, me, and Minato Vaka. More reasons to hate that damned Uchiha who drew the Kubi from his mother, forcing it to attack Konoha. If it hadn't been for that masked man, none of this would have happened. His mother would have been smiling, Konoha wouldn't be. Tormenting, perhaps he would have been given the chance to see that idiotic smile that Kushina had said Minato had. It would happen in some cases, but a man had changed fate, had changed things for him. No, rather. I ruined it, and for that reason, Naruto would be more than happy to mutilate the evil bastard who caused his pain. Mother, I told Minato that you also needed a father, that I couldn't do it alone, but he said I could. He had offered to reseal the kubi inside me, but I was thinking about the future, 2 things Minato did, and he thought it best to seal the kubi within him instead of his mother, and say that he could raise it properly. He didn't care if he could use it as a sacrifice or to become a guinea pig, as long as his mother didn't mind. Naruto Uzumaki always knew how to smile. His mother had raised him well too, much better than he had. No. Don't complain, but be grateful every day for having been born. You haven't failed. As a mother, you've raised me well and taken great care of me. If they gave awards for the best mothers, I'd give you a crown. Golden every morning for being the best mom. Naruto said with a smile. You're the best, and I couldn't have asked for a better one. A better mother than you, you're all I need. Kushina turned to her son, offered him a warm smile, and didn't. I could have asked for a better son than you. A sad smile replaced the warmth in her. I'm sorry you left. Forced to grow up so fast, Naruto-chan. I wish you had lots of friends, that you played with other children in the park. Naruto closed his eyes. He may have grown up so fast, but his mind still needed all the rest she deserved. You make up for everything, Mom. Your smile is worth a lot of friends. Smiling once more, Kushina stood up. Thank you, Naruto, she said, bowing down before giving him a soft kiss on the forehead. Good night, Sochi. Sleep well, Okasan. Midnight, as always in situations like this, more precisely when his instinct felt that the spiritual waves were sending him a message of that something was wrong with his mother. Naruto had always woken up without a second pause to confirm if the instinct was either right or wrong. When it came to his mother, Naruto didn't need confirmation. All he knew was that his instincts were right. All he needed was to be a good son to his mother, and nothing more. The nighttime sounds didn't bother him. Naruto paused for a moment as he walked through the unlit hallways of the house he shared with his mother. The world could become a lake of lava, but he wouldn't even glance at it while his stomach grumbled something about his. Naruto reached his mother's room and gently opened the door. The room was dark, but her eyes could make the image of her mother perfectly clear, the soft but sad sound of her voice. The melodious sound of crying reached his ears, and Naruto only knew one thing: to comfort her. Her mother. Situations like this have occurred in the past and happened over approximately 2 or 3 nights in a year. She knew it since she was 4 years old, and that's when she stopped crying. Her mother. She was crying. I didn't need to add anything more. Her tears were more than enough for the 2 of them. Ever since he made a promise never to cry again, and Naruto has never shed a single tear. Naruto walked towards the bed of his mother. Had a picture of her and Minato smiling like a couple of idiots pressed against her chest. There were so many instances where Naruto considered burning all of Minato's memories in this house, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Even so, the fact that his mother cried because a man had died caused him the worst feelings and made him remember a negative feeling he had for the first time. Before Naruto hated Konoha, he hated Minato for abandoning his mother. Kushina Uzumaki wouldn't be crying if that man were still alive, but she was crying because he had chosen to die to save thousands of ungrateful monkeys, the person he hated so much he had sworn to. The masked man who extracted the 9 tails from his beloved mother is the one who killed him. If it hadn't been him, Minato would have been dead here, and his mother wouldn't be crying. Naruto cleared his thoughts before taking his mother's frame. Once having done this, he carelessly threw it away. He couldn't replace Minato. He couldn't, even so. It could offer something a dead person couldn't: comfort. Nothing was said when Naruto got into bed. He let his mother hold him like a pillow, even though her grip was. He was pressed, but he didn't complain or make a sound. Everything in the name of making Kushina happy was accepted. He was willing to. He lost his fingers for his mother. As long as she could sleep better, he would always smile. The next morning, Naruto. She said goodbye to her mother before leaving. Kushina spent her day at the Yamanaka flower shop, while sometimes He only spent time with him in the park or with Mikoto. Moments with his mother were precious to Naruto, without a doubt. He would go to a massacre if anyone tried to disturb those memories. Since he didn't go to the academy, he had plenty of time to gain new experiences with his mother. As soon as Naruto left, passing by the back of the house, since it was the shortcut to the Ukiya complex, he was greeted by a solitary man, happily harvesting in the garden she had worked so hard on with her mother. A more twisted look appeared on her face, complemented by a deep frown. Your people really are baboons. I hope to see such a thing. The behavior of uncivilized monkeys, not people. You're really going too far to prove it. I'm right, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes with deadly intent. It was better to deal with this than to allow his mother to get his hands dirty once again. The man, who appeared to be in his early 30s, years old, with long black hair and black eyes, she looked at Naruto. She didn't move away from the plastic bag she was carrying. Vegetables he was stealing. What did you call me? Naruto ignored those words instead. She chose to focus on her own dialogue. I'd better deal with this before Mom comes out, she said, pulling out a kunai from his pocket as he walked toward the man. You're ignoring me, vermin. That audacity of the trash to ignore him while he was speaking. Before anything could be said, an Ambu appeared in a. Instantly, he landed the intruder before looking at Naruto. I'll take him to Anko, he said, monotonously. I don't like being tempted like this, Naruto said simply, knowing full well that the Anbu he had seen for the first time what she would do before proceeding to report the situation. The Ambu simply nodded before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. With the obstacle gone, Naruto took one last look at the house and put away the kunai he always carried before heading to his destination, Ukiya compound. The walk within the Uchiha compound was always pleasant. Naruto didn't feel at all out of place. As they walked through the place, their mutual feeling for Konoha helped them understand each other and made things better. As he walked through the complex, there was no fear that someone would jump him to try something stupid. There was no hateful glares that tried to peer into his mind. Naruto-kun, Mikoto said, smiling at the blonde woman outside her house, please come in. Despite because he was so familiar with this house, he always knocked whenever he came alone. Thank you, Naruto said. Surprise me, Mikoto said, her hands crossed over her chest. Naruto smiled. Barely visible, Mikoto was able to catch it. She shook her head. It doesn't surprise Mikoto, she said. Perhaps one of these days might surprise you, but not today. It's best if I come soon. I'm losing money with Itachi, Mikoto said. Your mother is still at home. She should be, Naruto said. Mikoto smiled. Itachi will be down in a few minutes. Moments, he's still receiving Sasuke-kun for the academy, he said. The Exuning disappeared into another room. Not a second after she disappeared, he glanced around the door from the living room. Go up to Itachi's room if you don't want to wait. Minutes later, in the moment Sasuke saw Naruto, he had asked Itachi to accompany him to the academy, judging by how he looked. Mikoto. It was obvious she had said she would walk it. Along the way, the younger Uchiha had walked in all the. Itachi stayed close to his side just to make sure Naruto wasn't around. Obviously, he wanted to monopolize his affections. Brothers, it's a shame Naruto didn't seem interested in joining the competition after Sasuke. As he entered the academy, Itachi and Naruto disappeared into the Okaji monument. I can't stand it anymore, Itachi, no. I can't keep watching her like this. I know it only happens sometimes, but it doesn't make me happy. The worst part is that I can't. I don't know how to stop him. My mother doesn't know, right? Naruto shook his head. No, tell her. Only she can help in this situation. I'll talk to. She said Naruto first. Meanwhile, let's step up my training. I don't care if I have to come home unconscious every day. How far was I willing to go to protect the things he loved? For Naruto, it seemed there was no limit to what he would do or sacrifice to protect the things he loved. To protect his mother, Itachi also has something he wants to protect, but he was willing to bear the burden. Naruto would undoubtedly do it. As he would be forced to test his limits. How far are you going? Willing to protect your mother, Naruto? She already knew the answer, but she wanted Naruto to tell her one more time. Conviction: there are no limits, no place too far, no abyss I won't plunge into. I'll grow wings if that's what it takes. It means protecting the mother. A couple of days later, Kushina's house. It was just after noon. Kushina had returned from the flower shop, where she usually met to kill something. Of time, Naruto was no longer the little brat who needed eyes to be drawn to his figure in every way. Corners. He was no longer the nervous boy he had been when he still had to pronounce a single word. Significant, as she let the cool breeze caress her crimson hair in the Tuesday light. She was relaxing behind her house in her garden. The wind changed direction, blowing north. Her eyes traveled at the speed of light, heading straight for the back entrance of Jiraiya's house. Not a word came out of him. His lips parted as he looked directly at the perverted white-haired Sannin. "Hello, Kushina," Jiraiya greeted, his tone. His face was a mix of emotions: Jiraiya, the tense silence. He settled in after Kushina's response. She was neither hostile nor friendly towards him, just neutral. Jiraiya coughed, a wry smile playing on his lips. "You're never going to make this easy for me, are you?" "I'm not trying to. I'm not making things difficult for you, Jiraiya. I'm calm because I'm giving you the opportunity to make your own history." Jiraiya suppressed a strong urge to frown. He had no story to tell. He had already told all his stories in recent years. He was about to beg now, crying while on his knees just so the woman would accept him. "In Naruto's life, please, Kushina, we can't go on like this. I'm so sorry. If I could go back in time and take a different path, I would." "Do you know what Naruto would say about that?" "Well, perhaps you should try to make the impossible possible," Kushina said with a slight smile on her lips. The reason I'm even talking to you is because you were there when we needed you most. If you hadn't been there that day, I wouldn't even speak to you." How could Jiraiya remember that fateful day? It was etched in his memory forever. Within his spirit and mind, the day the third Hokage announced Naruto Uzumaki as the Kirby's Jinchuriki, that had. It's been hell. I've never been so disgusted with the people of Konoha, never. He had questioned his loyalty to the village, but that day he questioned himself, when the third one announced. Naruto, like the hero the fourth Hokage had made him, had caused Konoha to mutiny. They had acted like a pack of wolves. They were starving and nearly burned the village down. It was on that day that Konoha stopped. Konoha wanted nothing more than to burn Naruto alive. Kushina was in the hospital unconscious due to energy loss induced by the extraction of the Kubi. Jiraiya had never seen his sensei completely angry. But that one day I had seen Sarutobi wearing the mask of a god, walking through the village with Naruto in his hands, an aura. Death hovered around him. He had dared anyone to attempt anything. He dared anyone to touch Naruto. Of course, he didn't let his old sensei overshadow him. He had put on the dress of a Sannin, was walking alongside his sensei. A couple of civilians were executed after they were found trying to break into the house in the following days. After the trouble subsided, Kushina threw herself at the fire. Jiraiya had already disappeared once again. Kushina stood up and offered Jiraiya a weak smile. "I think you'd be a good influence on my Naruto. That's why I didn't refuse when you made him sign it. The contract with the Toads, however, that will depend on Naruto. If he doesn't, he wants it, I won't force him." Meanwhile, back and forth, he comes and goes, the wind. The cool breeze continued to blow across his face as the blows sent him back and forth. For Naruto, it wasn't. There was no fun to be had about the swing, no joy at all. The fact that it was swinging by itself was. It's just a symbol of how pathetic her life was when her mother wasn't around. If she had been there, she would have. He had been behind him, pushing him. A completely new world seemed to envelop the depths of his soul. When he was separated from his mother, but Naruto didn't care at all, the only person who deserved to see him. The true source of his smile and happiness was his mother. Boring? No, he wasn't bored, no. Less importantly, as the solitary swing made its rounds, in his right hand was a book of Fuinjutsu that she was reading. The art of sealing was part of her very being. It was her mother's pride and joy, and therefore, it would be hers. Since she doesn't go to the academy, she had to learn to study on her own. Often her mother. She helped when they were at home, and she was the one who taught him Fuinjutsu, and she was still teaching it, just like he was. She liked to call her affectionately. She was Fuinjutsu's assistant. She didn't miss anything about the things they taught at the academy because all the books were available to him, thanks to one of the few things Minato didn't leave them bankrupt and without treasure. The man had left behind a library that it was worthy of a box, and Naruto wasn't afraid to make full use of it. He could even proudly say that only the library taught him more than enough, and much more valuable, than the weak things they taught in the useless Ninja Academy. The idea of that really made me frown. It wasn't done right there. Nothing at all. The only children who left the academy ready to be ninjas were clan children, the clans. They had sufficient resources and power to hire tutors to teach their children in their complexes, from the clan techniques and everything they needed to know about the shinobi world. The academy didn't even. He taught the students about the shinobi world. It was truly unfortunate that they had to blindfold them. The children, oh well, he wasn't worried, he shouldn't be, he was happy with. He buried himself in his father's library and obtained all the knowledge he could while Itachi, Kakashi, and the third Hokage. They gave private lessons, from one side to the other. Naruto turned a page in his book. He was trying to ignore everything. What was around him? A group of children making noise around the park. He hadn't come because he wanted to. His mother had made him come with that devilish blonde girl. You can't let a girl go alone too. In that place, Naruto-chan, who will protect you from the bullies? Her mother said with a big smile. She was definitely playing a trick on him, but it worked, not because he had any interest in protecting the girl, but because her mother had said so. Speaking of the blonde, oh, there she was again. Worry again, hey, leave her alone and choose someone your own size, Ino yelled, looking at the three thugs who were busy bullying a pink-haired girl because of her rather prominent forehead. Big, who is our size? You, said one of the children, smiling at a wonderful heir to Yamanaka. Well, no, but leave her alone. And she wasn't firm. She didn't want to see another girl being bullied by a useless group of thugs who only harassed her. The girls instead of fighting with other boys. Oh, look at that, she wants to join in the fun, said another of the boys turned their attention back to the Yamanaka. Naruto sighed. Picking up trouble, he ignored the whole thing as if it wasn't happening. He stared intently at his book. Fuinjutsu was. It was truly a complex art that required time and energy. You also needed a mind capable of to think automatically, a little crazy in order to think explosive things. But ever since his mother taught him to read and write, he had been looking at Fuinjutsu. He could understand it well and she knew she would surpass her mother someday. Art was ingrained in her mind more than anything else. Naruto, Ino called out, her voice a little fear audible, her blonde companion. He ignored it, however. Naruto, a little help here, once again, Naruto. He ignored it. That loser can't help you, look at him, he's freezing and can't stand it, one of the boys said. With a smile, he looked at the cornered Yamanaka girl. Ino tried to ignore the boy, breathing heavily on her. She craned her neck and glanced to Naruto's side. That bastard! She thought angrily. Naruto Uzumaki. If you don't come here and help, I'll say you just saw a girl being bullied. That seemed to get the attention. Naruto's attention was drawn to her. He closed his book, put it in his pocket, and looked in the direction the girl was heading, but she still hadn't appeared. She stood up. What? Her tone was low, but it was enough for Ino to understand what she had said. You'll see, simply. 2 girls being bullied by these brutes. Ino shouted again. Hey, who are you calling a brute? Yeah. Naruto said simply. He was serious and. I didn't know that. If you don't come here, I'll tell your mother, and you know how disappointed she'll be when she finds out what you did. It didn't take Naruto a second to be by Ino's side. He ignored the boys and stayed with them. That they had cornered her, while the other 2 were right behind him along with the pink-haired girl. I thought we had an agreement, yes, but I asked you nicely and you didn't help. What other choice did I have? I had asked? By refusing to help when she had asked politely. If he wanted to do things the hard way, then no. He had trouble following her example. The boy in front of Ino placed his right hand over Ino's mouth, stopping him from speaking, and then turning to Naruto, take out the trash, you'll be even less inclined to join in the fun. Despite her predicament, Ino wasn't afraid, not when her Dark Knight was standing still. In front of her, Naruto would do things right. He'd scare them off, he always did. For this reason, I had no reason to fear, no reason to fight. Why? Why was he called into a situation like this? Normally, he would have preferred to mind his own business, and no. She could be intimidated by everything she cared about. She was the one sticking her nose into things that weren't her business. They were worried. Who played the hero when they didn't have the power? You certainly didn't enter the burrow of a snake when you had no plans to counter its venom. He didn't like playing the hero, not when his mother didn't. He was worried. Another boy placed his right hand on Naruto's shoulder. Are you still alive? He mocked. Seeing that Naruto still hadn't said a word, he naturally assumed the blonde boy was frozen with fear. Naruto's neck nearly snapped when he turned his head to look at the boy. The expression on his face was anything but pleasant and indifferent. A ruthlessly cold look in his eyes had his fangs in the boy's throat. Its poisonous venom sent shivers down his spine. He quickly pulled his hand away from Naruto and didn't want to. He did nothing more than run away with his mother and say, "Kaizen, you were right, he's a demon." But he didn't, he only gave. "Take a step back, come on guys, let's go here." The boy didn't give a reason why. What? He just left without even looking back. The other two quickly followed him. But not before giving one last. Shoving her victims, Ino quickly recovered from the whole ordeal and headed towards Sakura, who was still on the ground. Was that difficult? No, but I'd prefer you didn't do something like that again, Naruto said. That was already walking away. Thank you, Sakura wanted to say, but she had done the distance. Ino smiled at the girl. Don't worry, that's just how he is. Ignore it for now, come on, let's play. Sakura's lips twitched. She smiled faintly before nodding gently. She went upstairs and followed her new companion. Friend, Naruto walked toward a tree in the park. He sat down, leaning against its trunk. Weak girls, he thought. Kushina, Uzumaki had fought with his thugs, whether they were children, kids, or ninjas. He had beaten up anyone who tried to intimidate her. Her mother was strong. She didn't depend on anyone to fight for her, but these girls trusted in another person to protect them. With his strong personality, why couldn't Vino fight off his bullies like he did? What did her mother do? Yes, she could fight other girls, or at least make fun of them. But when it came to stubborn fools, she always trusted him. The first time he was forced to play the hero was 2 years ago. A certain Yuga was close to having his eyes. They were open simply because they looked strange. Naruto would have simply ignored it and taken care of his own business. His own affairs. Why would he help when the girl had no connection to him? But the girl's cry for help. The girl's behavior had been so pathetic that even he felt sorry for her. Strange, he hadn't shown compassion for anyone since. That was something unique. Even so, her mother had been proud of. She was very happy. Clearing those thoughts, Naruto chose. He lay back, his Fuinjutsu book resting on his face. No one would dare come here to annoy him, and he would kill anyone who took the book his beloved mother gave him. With that in mind, Naruto. He decided to take a nap while Sino wore himself out with his new friend Bo. Kushina said, shaking her son furiously. Unfortunately for her, Naruto wasn't scared. Mother, he said, taking the book away from his face. Never. He could mistake his mother's presence or her touch. There was no one who touched him like she did, even if his sense. Even without touching him, he would still recognize his mother. You're not funny anymore, Kushina said. Well, look at that. Mama's boy smiles at the sight of his beloved mother, Ino said, a smile that spoke volumes about the thoughts going through her head. Naruto looked at the girl, frowned, then looked at her mother. Why, Mom? Kushina simply smiled. I don't know, Naruchan, she said, but I know your mother loves you. For Ino, this was pure gold, the nickname. Naruto's face flushed with a blush that threatened to paint his cheeks. Ino, Naruto coughed. You're straightening up a bit. One word to someone about this and I'll make you regret it. Play well, Naruto, Kushina said as the boy grabbed her right hand and started pulling her away. Come on, Ino, he called. To the blonde girl who was being left behind, Konoha composed, Sarutobi, Naruto-kun, why do you wish learning wind jutsu at such a young age? Asked the third Hokage, looking directly at the blonde boy lying there on the ground in the training area within his clan's compound. He usually took some time to She taught the boy things whenever she could. She was surprised when Naruto suddenly asked to be trained to use wind jutsu. I hadn't expected the blonde guy to demand to arm himself with everything he could carry at this stage, yes. He understood that the blonde man's desire to protect his mother was greater than anything else, but at this stage, he wished that Naruto could live a more normal life, despite the circumstances surrounding him. He believed it wasn't impossible for Naruto to make friends and live a happy childhood. It was possible, Naruto simply hadn't. He was sold on the idea of exploring the possibilities. Perhaps he should have prevented young Itachi from showing him Naruto's chakra nature. He had allowed it to happen because he believed it would calm the blonde boy down a little. But it turned out to have the opposite effect. The blonde man's chakra coils had developed long before most of the children. Perhaps it had to do with his Jinchuriki status, and since the blonde boy was willing to train, no. It was wrong to teach him about chakra. I want to be strong, Gigi, Naruto said, looking up at the clear sky he had. He had to be strong for his mother, Irusen sighed, looking at Naruto. Sometimes the blonde man exhausted him. Yes, I know, manipulating the wind isn't the easiest thing you can do at your age. Naruto, learning to control wind chakra requires years of training and hard work. He remembered his own days staring at a waterfall while trying to cut it. It didn't really take years to learn. Manipulation of the wind chakra, it depended on the practitioner's mental capacity to learn and control. Pure wind was the most difficult, so isn't it fair that I start now? If it takes so many years to learn? If I start now, when I reach a more mature age, I'll be able to manipulate the element. Naruto reasoned with the third Hokage. He shouldn't have said that, but he knew how. Handling this child, yes, that would be the most reasonable option, he said inadvertently. Denying a direct fact, however, that's the kind of thing Root learns to do. His age, and I don't want to treat him the same way. I don't want you to have the same mentality as Rotenbu and endure the same rigorous training that Danzo gives them. I really appreciate it, Gigi said. Naruto said softly, you've really treated me well over the years, no? I think I can even imagine you teaching me to become an emotionless robot like Danzo does with his Root. A small smile appeared on his face as those words left his mouth. He could always count on the only one to treat him well besides his mother. This is what it means to be the son of a former Okage. He was privileged to know more about the inner workings of the village. Minato had many things inside her office, secrets and everything, all of which her mother didn't hide. She didn't seem to mind that he would settle into his father's study, even when he knew he was reading some things he shouldn't. She simply wouldn't let him near those kinds of S-rank secrets, what Danzo was and what he did. It wasn't something that could be classified at that level. The third one chuckled slightly. Well, I wouldn't be living with the will of fire within me if I pushed it to the extreme. Besides, Kushina-chan would kill me. Naruto smiled. Yeah, he would, he said. Sometimes a mother can be overprotective. Not that he was complaining about it, he didn't. I would do it differently. Aren't you like her in that respect, Naruto-kun? He asked. The Okage, slightly amused by the idea that both mother and son were overprotective of each other. Even so, the fact that Naruto never seemed to notice that he was overly protective of his mother, well, still. She was only 7 years old, regardless of how intelligent she was. Maybe. Naruto shrugged. He would never admit it openly, nor would his mother. For him, it was right that he should be thinking about his mother's safety at all times. Returning to the matter at hand, I believe it is necessary that I learn everything I can by observing my surroundings. I don't disagree with your assessment, but you also have to consider your age. Other children your age aren't worried about their mothers in the way you are. That you do, that doesn't mean they don't care. It just means they know their role is to be children and allow that. May their parents protect them. Naruto got up from the ground. He had recovered enough energy from the taijutsu training that the third Hokage was teaching him. He couldn't learn taijutsu from Itachi because the Ambu captain's style was linked to his Sharingan. He didn't have those eyes, so the style wouldn't suit him. The blond man sat down carefully with his legs crossed and looked at the third man who was sitting right next to him. I feel like you're saying I'm acting like an adult instead of a child, but you forget that the father. It's always the head. I don't have that. Deter shook his head slightly. I can never forget that you don't have that Naruto-kun. But your mother isn't a civilian, she's a retired jonin, not always. You boast about your superior knowledge with stamps every chance you get, even the saying of Simone. It was enough to make him smile. Even so, I do what I must for my mother. All I could say was, if Dad were here, then the story would be different, I admit it, the third Hokage acknowledged. A sad frown. It's unfortunate that Minato passed away at such a young age. He could have been doing a better job than me, maybe not. Naruto said. The possibilities are always there. You have your experience to share, your skill. Her physical health may be deteriorating, but her mind is not, therefore she is still debatable. However, it is cruel that he died pathetically. He did not die pathetically. Naruto, the third Hokage said firmly. It didn't matter how many times he had to repeat it for Naruto to understand. The third Hokage would always have the strength to say it. Minato-kun died like a nobleman, as I always say, in your perspective and that of the villagers. That answer was etched once more, but the third Hokage wasn't worried. He knew Naruto's weakness and would eventually expose it. Have you ever wondered what you would do in his position? I know that if someone threatened your mother, you would do everything possible to save her. Minato did what he believed was right. It was better to save his family and the people he had sworn to protect, no matter the cost, no matter the pain. There are ways I could have done that and still be alive. Giving him life wasn't a necessity. The fact that Naruto didn't actually hate his father for sealing the Kurubi inside him was a relief to Irusen, and the fact that part of him understood that he had to protect his village. What Naruto resented about Minato was that he died. No. There was nothing that bothered Naruto more about his father. The fact that he died instead of living hurt the blonde boy more than what he was willing to admit. Naruto wanted his father to be there to protect him and his mother. He wanted his father to defend his family. What made matters worse was that the same people Minato had. He died protecting him. They hated him, his father's son. People hastened to ignore Minato's wishes in favor of his hatred. Naruto hated that. It annoyed his father for being too trusting. If people had accepted him as a hero and not made him and his mother suffer, there wouldn't have been no resentment from Naruto's side, none at all. Your mother told you. No, the seal Minato-kun used allows you to use Kyuubi's chakra, the seals that contain the Bijulu in your mother and Mito-sama intended to contain them. What if your father believed that Alukia would return to Konoha once more? The fact that Alukia is still alive means that your father didn't kill him. And if he thought the best way to protect his family and Konoha was to give them the power of the Kurobi, that's not right. That would explain why he chose you and that specific label, despite your mother's arguments. Naruto clenched his fists. I've considered that possibility, he said. Obviously, he didn't like the answer, given the clenched fists, but nothing can take away what I've been forced to experience. Because of his decision, the third one smiled sadly. Minato's only flaw. It was that he trusted the villagers would see you as a hero. Part of me thought they would, that's why I honored his wish to tell people about his condition, he said. However, I still believe that your father trusted you in his own son to protect his wife and this village against an enemy he knew he could not defeat. Hopes may have been crushed, but I sincerely believe he gave you that power to protect what he cherished. That's why he chose to die while you live. That's why I give my time to teach you so that the other desire of Minato's wish came true. Naruto's response was to frown as his mother's complex struggled with the reason. The third one knew it. That's why, even though Swambo had scored. Although she saw Naruto as a runaway risk, she still believed Naruto would change. Her mother complex prevented her from adhering to any reasonable conclusion he could come up with. If the complex was crushed, Naruto would understand things, but for now he could wait. No matter how smart he is, he was still a 7-year-old. Your mother must think that you father also trusted you to fulfill his wish, and his mother shattered all the arguments. One would think that she was manipulating the child by using his mother, but this was the truth, and he wanted it. He didn't need Naruto to. I understood clearly. I think this is why he still lives in this town and possibly told you about the seal, so you can understand it. Tell me, Naruto-kun, do you think your mother resents him? He didn't growl. Naruto, in any case, she missed him, perhaps that was another part of the reason. That's why his father disliked him. I will still train you regardless, the third Hokage said. However, if you are going to learn wind manipulation, you will have to allow your chakra coils to grow up and learn to control your chakra. My reserves are nothing compared to when I was in my. It was my best moment, but I made up for it by using the minimum chakra required for a jutsu. All of this is thanks to me. Excellent chakra control. Kakashi has said that despite my age, I possess vast amounts of chakra. To this age can be controlled. However, if he continues to grow as he has been, it will be difficult for me to control him as I would like. You do with yours, you may be right, but if you learn extensive chakra control at this age, you should be able to control it well as it grows. The problem arises when you try to control the chakra that it's out of control, said the third Hokage. Naruto nodded. I figured I could. That's how it is, said the third one. One more thing you'll have to do to continue receiving training from me. Naruto had a feeling he knew what the third Hokage was going to say. He even dreaded the answer when he asked what. Go to the academy, I'll take care of all your paperwork. Yep, this is what I definitely suspected. I don't want to, she complained like the 7-year-old she was. Have you? Did your mother talk about the academy? If she has, and what did she say? She said? Naruto said he wanted me to join the academy and make friends, the third Hokage. He smiled. Do you want to make your mother happy, Naruto-kun? Of course you have to. Asked. The answer came from the blond man's mouth without even a moment's pause, and with a certain firmness. There was no doubt that she wanted to make Uzumaki Kushina a happy mother. Join the academy and make friends, Naruto-kun. The response of Naruto frowned. You saw it, right? When Sasuke-kun. He comes back from the academy and tells his mother how well he did. She always smiles at him. Sometimes she even takes him. There, if you think I'm taking one away from you, go and ask your mother, the third one added. I know you're not. I'm optimistic about making friends, but don't lose hope in younger people too. The frown of Naruto deepened his thoughts. I'll talk to her, he said. Okay, the third Hokage said. Well, today she did a lot of fieldwork. This was worthy of a gift at the ramen stand. But first things first, Naruto-kun, we'll have to go to Suna in 2 days. No. It wasn't something the third guy hadn't expected from the blonde guy. Come on, kid, don't you want to see Timar-chan? Once again, Naruto just frowned. A year ago, when his mother. He said there was some kind of agreement signed between Konoha and Suna, and his mother had also been involved in it. The agreement was that he would marry Yandere Keisukeji's daughter when she turned 18. The agreement had been reached when the third Hokage was considering allowing him and his mother to take refuge in Suna until things calmed down in the village. He was not yet a year old when his mother and the third Hokage found him betrothed. The reasons for the third Hokage's mission was to strengthen Suna's ties with Konoha. The village doesn't have many allies, although the village is the strongest in the elemental nations. His mother also feared that because he was hated, it was likely that she grew up without a girlfriend. Then she found the perfect girl, a girl who has a Jinchuriki to be a brother, a possible friend, possibly the last time you went without complaints. Mother was going, Naruto said. Shrugs. Well, I didn't say I wasn't going this time, did I? Oh. The third lieutenant chuckled. He did it on purpose, I'm sure of it. Come on, let's go. Time to eat ramen before my clone runs out of chakra. XXX. The third Hokage couldn't be more ashamed of the village he led. He walked through the streets of Konoha with his beloved grandson. The looks, the things they were giving the boy weren't pleasant at all. He simply disliked them. Minato would be ashamed if he saw how these people treated their own son. The __ even crept into his thoughts, asking questions. As if Minato could be given a second chance, he would follow the same path, even knowing that Konoha. He would try to save his son again. There were so many times he wished Minato had let him be the one to sacrifice his soul to the Shinigami for the sealing of the Kyuubi. He had lost his wife that night, and his children had all grown up. No one needed him, not anymore. As long as Minato had been here, everything would have been fine. He had been a mentor to the young Hokage, was mature enough when he first took office, so he could have handled things well. After all, perhaps that sacrifice would have made up for all the mistakes he made in his long life. Even so, I was here, and a young man with a bright future was dead, gone with the eerie wind of October 10th. 7 years ago, how could these people smile at him and greet him respectfully, while simultaneously giving the poor boy murderous glares? At least not all of them were that bad, even among the civilians, but most were bad, anyway, their ways weren't. They could let him lose hope that these people would ever change. He believed they would eventually change. Naruto only had to do one good thing to show them they'd been wrong about him. However, the past doesn't. It will be erased even if they change. Still, there was a big question about whether they would change or not. This is quite unpleasant, isn't it? The third one admitted rather bitterly as he watched the blonde man walking on his right side. Unpleasant, Naruto seemed to ponder that for a few moments before shrugging. Unpleasant is, for lack of a better word, however, I've gotten used to it, the first few years. They were difficult, but like the heat in Suna, once you live there long enough, you get used to it, and it becomes natural, not to mention that this feels natural in any way. I understand what you're saying, Sarutobi said, keeping the smooth taste on his tongue. Do you think they'll ever change, Naruto-kun? I stopped asking myself that question when I was 5 years old, said Naruto. The teacher let out a bitter laugh. Before answering, those years were really bad. At least things have improved a bit in recent years. He added, do you think it would have been much easier for you if the deal that made you live in Nagakure with your mother hadn't been the same? Would it have succeeded? That mindset would only be temporary, Maybe not. Logic dictates that it would have been nice, since those people don't know my condition. Jinchuriki. But that's how it is, and that's reality. Dwelling on what could have been doesn't help at all. Such thoughts flooded my mind. What would things be like if my father were alive? Would they hate me? Was she running through the village with a smile? Those kinds of thoughts only spread the misery. A large bowl. The reality is that my father is dead, and it bothers me. Konoha hates me, and I must learn to live with all of that. A frown threatened to break loose on the third Hokage's face, but he suppressed it. We can only wait, that's for you. I have nothing to wait for, said Naruto. When are you going to retire? Anyway, you're going to be a real grandfather soon, don't remind me, he said. Third, I will not retire until you are old enough to say that you are strong enough. The third Hokage added, affectionately ruffling the children's hair. Naruto let out a small smile. Small as she was. She was there. The third one noticed it very carefully. She wouldn't have it any other way. Then the third age of evil has always been a pervert. Always. Even when Jiraiya was just a kid, he had been a pervert. However, he has always hidden his perversion from other people because it would be embarrassing, if not. Even if it meant avoiding the repercussions of waiting, he might even allow himself to secretly glance at his former student. Well, he had his crystal ball, that was his secret. However, what would people say if they heard that? The professor, god of shinobi, the third Hokage, and the cage of Konoha who once served, he was a shameless, perverted man who. She giggled in the confines of her office as she watched the girls splashing water among themselves in the water. Thermal waters through her magic ball. When this woman entered the office, with a warm smile on her face, blue-colored lips, and long red hair that reached her waist. The third Hokage couldn't help but look at her. Dignity be damned, the beauty of this woman pleaded for her. A perverse side that would look at her with astonishment, and in every indecent way it could imagine. Jiraiya cleared his throat. Before his sensei started drooling, it was enough that he'd hit the woman earlier. Now that if he were to go over her, it would be embarrassing. However, it would confirm something. The woman was a beauty. If his sensei could see it, so he hadn't been wrong. Sensei, not in front of you. My own student, you're embarrassing me, said the wise toad with a smile on his face. What was happening with these men? He thought, looking at the third one, his former student, the toad. The wise man was already famous with some women because of his books, but she had no problem with them. It was assumed. The third was a peaceable old man with an image to defend, but upon entering his office he had collapsed. And now he was trying to pick up the pieces. The third Kage looked at Jiraiya. With a slight glance, don't act like a child, Jiraiya-kun, he stated before looking at Mei with a small smile. Please sit down, thank you, Okajizuma, Mei said, and thank you for taking your time to see me. I wasn't sure you were willing to talk to me. Don't worry about it, he said. The third one smiling, Termamai, leader of the rebel faction in the Kiri Civil War. That's fine, Jiraiya-kun, the intel Sanin was always reliable. I was just asking for the sake of that. Yes, Jiraiya said, nodding. Mio was surprised. Kiri might be locked up because of the war, but some shinobi were truly capable of making the impossible possible. Forgive me, but I'm going to be. Frankly, since you already know who I am, I can safely say you know why I came here. The Sonda nodded at me. No? You mind if I smoke, right? He was already lighting his pipe when he asked, May. He was tempted to say it bothered him, but he held back. Konoha's assistance is needed in the Civil War, which has paralyzed Kiri's resources. He nodded. Why Konoha exactly? Jiraiya asked. The fourth Reikage wouldn't accept it without making some outrageous demands. SUA isn't in position to help, and well, Yugakure would prefer to colonize Kiri than help us. With Ogakure, count on the best shinobi and the strongest of the Great Five. Besides that, the third Hokage has long been a preacher of peace, so how do I preach peace? I think I'm the easiest to recruit, so that he can help me, and I won't even file an outrageous lawsuit like other nations, Sandame said. Smoking a little smoke, it sounded a bit off when he put it that way. I don't mean exactly, he tried to explain. The third Hokage simply chuckled, indicating her, I understand. What do you mean? He said before putting away his pipe. His expression turned serious as he leaned back in his chair. Speak, he said. I knew what the old man was saying, and this was the most important part. Difficult, honestly, I have nothing to offer. As it is written, we have been advancing against the forces of Yugura, but our enemy is still the Mizukuji, which means he controlled most things. However, I believe we will win the war. We just need reinforcements for the final battle. When we win, we'll take Kiri and start rebuilding it, then we can compensate him. You'll also gain an ally. That he will never betray you. Basically, you have nothing but promises with no evidence that he ever did. It was never fulfilled. This is the shinobi world. Signed treaties are nothing more than mere pieces of paper. What value? Do simple words matter? If one can even deny having ever said them, the third Hokage asked. I frowned. She frowned. She hadn't expected the old man to take the opportunity to help her, but she thought he would. It's a little easier given his reputation, I know, but I'm willing to fulfill I swore a blood oath to prove I will keep my promise. The third Hokage merely looked at Mio's. The woman couldn't even begin to guess what was going on inside her head. The mask was illegible. How desperate are you? Excuse me, you came here with only words, yet you still expect me to risk my shinobi's lives to help you. I simply believe that there are still some good people in this world. It may be corrupt to the core, but a part of me. He believes that not everyone is bad. Do you think I'm wrong to have those hopes? Okujizuma, that third Hokage smiled as he spoke, his expression nonsensical. His mask remained serious. He's back. Tell me about the current Mizukuji. What's wrong with him? I know this. It may sound like an accusation against the Uchiha clan, but we believe without a doubt that Yugura is being manipulated by a powerful genjutsu, one that can only be cast by the Sharingan. Mei said. I see. The third one said. It might not seem like it, but this information was really important to him. How did they get to that? So, what's the conclusion? I'm afraid I can't tell you. I couldn't tell them that one of his men possessed one of Konoha's coveted dojutsu. I can't, or I won't. This man doesn't. He was making it easy for her. Well, they didn't call him professor for nothing. He's a secret we have within our ranks. I'm sure you have things within your own rank that you'd like to keep secret. Hidden, yes, but when I try to get someone to help me when I have nothing to offer, I divulge everything I can, he said. Third Hokage, Jiraiya was content to just watch his sensei work. The old man was really good with this guy. Of things, it seems I was wrong to come here. With what's going on, it doesn't seem. Go get some help, because I have nothing to offer. Who was I fooling? Nobody gives anything away for free. No, in this cruel world of shinobi, there were always conditions attached to every deal. Nothing was free, that's how it is. It seems so, said the third-ranking official. Mei nodded. Thank you for your time, she said. Ready to Leave, but not like this, the third one said before adding, I never said I didn't. My assistant would offer, therefore, to settle down. Tell me, what do you think? What would happen? Let's say, Shinoki hears that I'm helping you in the war and sends his own shinobi to help Yugura. He frowned at me. Konoha and I will end up fighting. It will probably reopen old war wounds. No. I need to tell you how badly it will affect us if we end up being dragged into war. We've only just recovered from the upheaval of the Kubi 7 years ago. May frowned. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to help. In the subsequent war, I understand, he said. He was saying that really? She wanted to help, but the risks were too great. Each leader had to think for their own people. The third Hokage's responsibility wasn't to his own people, but to Konoha. I'm glad. So you understand, the third Hokage said, smiling. How long do you think this final battle will last? I was stunned. A week or two. Do you think you're ready for the challenge? Jiraiya-kun? The wise toad nodded with a smile. I have no complaints as long as I can see your fascinating beauty. The third one chuckled softly. Good, he said. Yourself, you have my help. Mean? May was still stunned. Not only was she going to offer her help, she would send to his strongest shinobi. She would have been grateful if he had given her a marginal shinobi, but a Sannin, this. It was nothing short of a miracle. She couldn't help but smile and praise her gut for telling her to come to this town. Thank you, Sannin-sama. I wasn't expecting this. Don't thank me yet, he said. Sarutobi, return to Konoha once you've ended Yugura's bloody reign. That will be the first thing I do. I hope so, said the third. Would you prefer to rest, or do you wish to leave now? My men can search for the two he left outside the village. He showed no physical reaction to this revelation. The two he left were supposed to be. They were hiding, but apparently the third Hokage has amazing eyes. I have to go back to the camp immediately. It will be dangerous if Yugura notices my absence. Understandable, said the third Hokage. Jiraiya and the others will catch up with you before you reach the sea. May nodded and gave him the thank you again before leaving. The third class did not escort her, as it would raise suspicions, and he wanted to avoid doing so. Without making too much of a fuss about it, once May left, Jiraiya looked at his sensei. You're not thinking of doing that, are you? Right, sensei? The third one simply smiled. Do you think this could be the same Uchiha responsible for the Kurubi's attack? We still don't know if it's really the Sharingan manipulating Yugura. Yes, it would be better if Itachi-kun identifies himself. His magical Sharingan should be enough to discern that, if he achieves something good. Then we can take another step toward unmasking this Uchiha. Jiraiya nodded. There were a few. A moment of silence passed before the Toad sage spoke once more. Sensei. His tone was low. You get along well with it. Gaki hates me, the third one sighed. You're going to have to talk to him eventually. If you're not going to break the ice, Naruto won't bother. He believed you when you were just a kid. Jiraiya, you've grown up. Now you raised Minato well. This is something I can help you with. Without. However, I can tell you this while you're on this secret mission. Talk to Itachi-kun. He understands Naruto-kun. 2 hours later, Danzo entered Sandame's office with a frown. He clearly didn't like that. Iruin ordered him. Why did you call me Irusen? Now Danzo, there's no need to. Such animosity. I allowed you to live after you tried to kill me, Deterred said. Before we go into business, I have a mission for your roots. What? He asked. I danced with squinting eyes. The Kiri Civil War. You must send your Robu to fight the rebels against Yugura's forces. Send them tomorrow morning. I think you already know the. I've been keeping an eye on things, haven't I? The next day, just beside her favorite tree in the park, Ino sat, her legs drawn up to her chest, when this. The image registered in his mind, and Naruto did nothing but frown as he walked toward her. He didn't want to be here in the first place. He was only there because his mother had asked him to go and get the girl because she. It was getting late and she wanted to close the flower shop and go home. She would have said no, but her mother. He had been there giving her that look that clearly told her to do what was asked or else he would have consequences. The girl seemed sad, and that was something he didn't want to deal with. He had his own problems. Sighing, Naruto sat down next to his blonde companion. Just so you know, I don't care, he said before adding. I'm going to ask because if I don't listen to you, my mother will find out, and she won't be happy, or you can use it against me. Always treat a little girl well. Naruchan always tells her. She knew she wouldn't smile at her and say that. You did the right thing if you just ignored a friend's child in this kind of situation, especially a girl. He didn't. She understood, but sometimes her mother simply says she doesn't have to understand, but she does what she's told anyway. He would eventually understand when he grew up. He was quite the adult at this stage. What was there to understand when he was? Old age? Are you cold? Ino said gently, but then again, sometimes She appreciated his honesty. He never lied to her. He was always truthful, even though he was only forced by compulsion. His mother was still doing it. And she thanked him for it, Naruto. She shrugged indifferently. What's wrong, Sakura? That pink-haired girl you saved a few weeks ago registered. She was at the academy, and now she's in my class. Her father seems to have pulled some strings to get her in, however, that's not the problem. We both like Sasuke-kun and decided to end our friendship to pursue him, and this. What was the right word? Sad again, Ino nodded. Yes, I liked it. Our friendship has ended, but now we've become rivals, always hurling insults at each other. Sakura has also. He's made new friends, Naruto sighed. His mother must really hate him to have made him. Make him go through those things. What are 7-year-olds doing chasing Sasuke? What do you mean by you? Likes? You know how a boy likes a girl, Ino tried to explain. No. I know, Naruto said. Ino sighed. Yeah, you wouldn't. The only person who likes Naruto is his mother, he said. So, you really like Sasuke and this Sakura? He does too. You two are fighting for his affection. I would really kill someone if I had to. Competing with them for their mother's affection, this has something to do with what adults call love, but it has. Only 7 years old, you shouldn't be too worried about those things, hardly. You could call it love between the ages of 7, but I wasn't going to point that out, the guy says. He already has a girlfriend. You're not supposed to talk about those things, she said. Naruto, how the girl had managed to achieve it was beyond him. He didn't. She would tell him those things, and neither would her mother. Perhaps she had walked over to their mothers while they were talking about it. I'm sorry, Sasuke, share this crush of yours. H frowned slightly, but that was all the answer Naruto needed. My thoughts. Get over your stupid crush or destroy your friendship with that girl. What if, by some great miracle, Itachi forces Sasuke to tell Sakura that he likes her more? Frown. Ino's frown deepened. It would take a miracle for Sasuke-kun to like it. Naruto wanted to say that, but the girl would probably tell her mother that he was cruel to her. Come on, let's go. He lifted her up and helped her to her feet. It didn't matter whether a solution was reached or not. Sunigakure, as soon as the third Hokage, Kushina, and Naruto arrived at the gates of Sunigakure, they were greeted by a ambu squad. The third one had its own ambu as its guards, simply hidden somewhere that Naruto couldn't begin to feel. The journey to the village had been quite short, since Iruin wanted. He wanted to return to Konoha as quickly as possible. In his mind, he couldn't leave the village for too long, especially after having. He had become an enemy of that serpent. Danzo, the Warhawk, would likely choose to dethrone him in his absence. It was unlikely since he had ensured that the route commander sent his route to Kiri, but it was still one possibility. Okajizuma, said the Umbu squad leader, walking towards the third Hokage. Please allow us to take him directly to the Keisukeji Tower. The fourth Hokage has instructed us. Let's do it. The third one smiled. It would be a problem if we walked. I want to breathe a bit of fresh air before my meeting with the Keisuji. The journey has been rather long. I'm sure that Naruto-kun would like to see a change in the scene. Once again, the ANBU didn't need to think about the matter to offer his answer. He simply nodded. We'll escort you then. The professor nodded. It would be fine if Neo took a friendly tour of the village. As long as they keep it friendly, there shouldn't be any problems. Problem? Okage-sama. The third Okage looked to his right at Naruto being held by his mother with her right hand. Let's go. You too, he said. Is it just me? The weather's different from when we were in the desert? Kushina asked as they walked slowly through the streets of Suna, heading towards the Keisukeji Tower with the ambu behind them. It's different, Saratobi said. The heat isn't as bad as people make it out to be. The journey through the desert isn't so bad in itself, it's only bad during the windy seasons. Kushina nodded. No? She needed to be told that. She already knew that crossing the desert during the windy season was nothing more than mocking death. He looked at his son. I'm so proud of you. You were able to reach the village without having to be carried through the desert. Your training is really paying off, Naruto. She smiled at her mother. Thank you, she said. There was the fact that the last time she had come to this village had been the first. Even though they told her to prepare for what was to come, she didn't think it would be so bad, but now it was. He was able to move around on his own and knew what to expect. Anything less would have been disappointing, he said. The third Hokage joined the conversation. Naruto did not receive training from 4 people. Different, including their mother. Well, the children of cages always received the best training they could get from their villages. Minato may be dead, but he was Naruto's father and nothing would change that. Kushina nodded before smiling. Better when we get back to home because he'll be starting the academy, she said. Just the thought of her son, strong enough to protect herself from bullies, having a few of her own friends really made her happy. Perhaps then her son could. He wanted the childhood he so deserved. It wasn't too late for him. He was only 7 years old, after all. Naruto. She wanted to frown, but she couldn't, not when her mother seemed happy. It was one of those moments when she had to suppress a sarcastic comment about her situation. Her mother was happy to go to the academy and possibly do friends. He should be there too. He could remember how his mother had picked up, grinning like an idiot when he told her about the academy. He had never seen her so happy and relieved. It was one of those days when she would be willing to let him spend all night watching television if he did that kind of thing. It really meant a lot to her, so he had to move on for her happiness. Don't worry. That's too much, Naruto-kun, said the third Hokage. I'll see to it that you're placed in a class with the heirs of the clan. They're intelligent. Ino-chan is an example. Who knows? Maybe she might even getting along with Sasuke-kun while competing for academy honors? Naruto asked. I doubt it, he added. If I'm competing, Sasuke will probably see me as a threat. Kushina patted Naruto on the back. Where is your optimism? Naru-chan asked a little loudly. What are you? Did I say? Never say never. Naruto recited those words his mother had told him. Stuck until he could dream them. That's the spirit, Kushina said, nodding her head. It seems we have finally reached the tower, said the third Hokage, looking at the Keisukeji Tower. The walk was pleasant and a good way to kill time. The Sunamba leader cleared his throat to get their attention. Lookage and those who were with him. Is he going to sit down too? He asked, referring to Naruto. The third shook his head. He shook his head. No, he said this time. I'll take him to the Keisukeji's house then, said one of the Ambu, to which Irusen nodded. Kushina looked at her son still. Do you remember what I told you? Naruto nodded. And what did I say again? He smiled. Naruto said, giving his mother a warm smile. Good, now go be a good boy and don't do anything that might cause a heart attack, Kushina said. Mother, what would I do to give you a heart attack? Kushina shriveled. He shrugged. Well, you spend time with him, he said, his left shoulder pointing toward the third Hokage. He's like Jiraiya, but he does it in a closet. Who knows if he's read you? The redhead shot the third Hokage a threatening look, warning him. Now, Kushina-chan, I am a responsible adult and I do not expect to dilute Naruto-kun's mind. Keep it like that, Kushina said. After Naruto was taken away, she returned to normal. Come on, let's finish this. Anyway, I hate formal meetings. Keisukeji residence. Naruto had the decency to. She raised an eyebrow when she saw Timar wearing a black kimono that fit her perfectly. No lipstick, just her pure face. The last time I'd been here I'd seemed normal. This time, he looked as if he were preparing for a ceremonial feast. Good impression. Perhaps Naruto smiled because 2 reasons. 1, his mother. 2, both she and he were in a situation no one chose, and he could share it. He felt some sympathy for her, as he did for Itachi. Both he and the Uchiha shared a mindset of protecting what That is important to their hearts regardless of the cost. The only difference was that the precious things in there. Their hearts were different, but both worked tirelessly for love, and so they had something in common, Naruto. Temari greeted the blonde boy with a somewhat forced smile. Temari, Naruto said. Do you look all right? He added as the girl accompanied him toward the living room. His mother has always told him. Always congratulate a girl if you want to get your good books, thank you, said Temari. I wanted to be polite and return the favor, but the blonde man didn't bother to be formal, he just seemed normal, but new. Even his mother was wearing casual clothes the last time she was here. As a mother, as a son, that's how it seems, eh? A thought clicked in her mind, forcing her to change direction. You must be hungry from your journey, the food. She's prepared, how could she have forgotten that? Perhaps this situation made her uncomfortable. Naruto frowned. I frowned slightly. He had no choice but to accept. Of course, he said. The dining room was. It was spacious, but there was nothing inside except a large table and chairs. The food was prepared as she had said. After settling in, Naruto looked at Temari. Did they make you wear that kimono? It wasn't a question, but a statement. Yes, Temari said. Her father had insisted that she look good for Naruto. Obviously, her father liked it. He was more concerned about the kind of benefit this relationship would bring to his Nagakure. His father always thought of the village and its future. With this contract, he had secured Suna's future and wasn't going to do anything to jeopardize it. Not a. Unless something more valuable comes along. Temari knew that Naruto was the only child of the yellow flash of Konoha. As for she respected this. Only she, her father, and her trusted advisor Baki knew this secret, not even the council. He knew about the contract. He knew it was only a matter of time before they figured it out. Next time, don't use it. If anyone says otherwise, tell them that Uzumaki Naruto says. I look good just the way I am, Naruto said with a. Temerino forced a small smile, this time giving Naruto one. A genuine, warm smile. Thank you. She really appreciated the gesture. She didn't. She hated Naruto, that's why he was kind to her, and the last time he'd been truly honest with her, what a relief that was. Had she? She was expecting someone older to try to deceive her, but she was surprised to see someone else. Young man, Itadakima's. The two said as they prepared to eat their meal. How do you feel at ease with all this? Temari asked. Even last time he seemed so calm and he seemed relaxed, despite it being their first meeting. My mother was thinking of my well-being when she agreed to do it, she said. Naruto, I can't say the same about my father, Temari said bitterly. We are. In this situation, we either learn to live with it or we remain bitter about it. I would prefer to choose the former. However, I'm still only 7 years old, there's still plenty of time to grow up. Regarding the topic, don't you think? Temari didn't need to think about it to feel. Even so, despite saying those words, Kakashi had told Naruto that there was a good chance that it will end without him being with Temari. The agreement between Suna and Konoha was between the current Kage, if another Kage. If the Kage took charge before marriage, he had the right to declare it null and void. Since the agreement wasn't public, it was easy for him to. Either nation may withdraw without fear of a violent reaction. Furthermore, the only reason the adults wanted them to meet now was so they could develop a bond, since their mother had forced another small print that clearly stated, should Uzumaki Naruto not want to or not have developed no feelings for Sabaku no Temari? He has the power to say no to marriage. Even so, he would have to pay a hefty fee in offering some sealing tape to get out of the marriage. Temari wasn't informed of this, and his mother had told him to give it his all for his own sanity and his crumbling hope in humans. I tried again 2 days later. Moments like these are truly special. I feared it. The third Hokage has tried by all means to make things comfortable for the Uchiha clan, just as he has. He tried with Naruto, but it seems all his efforts have been without reward. It hasn't been completely useless as the third cavalryman of Konoha, not at all, but there were things happening around Konoha that they seemed beyond her reach and control. She truly wished Minato were present at this moment. Between the two of them, they could work things out. He was old. He no longer possessed the influence he once had when he was still physically strong. The Uchiha knew this, from an indecisive Okage. He learned to decide for himself. he learned to make decisions he wouldn't normally make. This had. Forced by Minato's death and the aftermath, Aigakure had attempted to send spies to test the power of the people to see if he could attempt anything, but Danzo had intervened and dealt with the threats. He was grateful for the War Falcon, one reason why he still kept it, even though the man had once attempted suicide by trying to poison Kakashi against him. Naruto was another problem, which forced him to intensify. He couldn't allow things to get out of control for fear that he would want to live with remorse for the rest of his life. The blonde man was a hero in his eyes and he treated him as such. He couldn't force. He encouraged the villagers to offer the same thoughts, but he had made sure that none of them would take away his frustrations. To the boy, this is a case in which he had constantly reminded the villagers that he was not called the god of the shinobi for nothing. The third Gotage leaned back in his chair. He tried. By all means appear strong in front of Ukiya Fugaku, the head of the Ukiya clan and the police force. Konoha military, there were problems between Konoha as a whole and the Uchiha clan. Problems that could spell disaster if not handled carefully. I hope you kept I tidied things up in the village while I was away. The third Hokage began calmly. Naturally, he said simply. Ukiya Fugaku. My son has been out of town for several days. I don't usually question missions of Ambu, but I feel they took him away hastily because he had told me he had no future missions and his squad mates remain in the village. Itachikan has gone on a secret mission with Jiraiya, said the third calmly. You know, I don't believe for a second that your clan had nothing to do with the Kobe attack. Right? She had already told the man what she thought, but that didn't stop her from saying it every time she had the opportunity. Fugaku nodded subtly. Unfortunately, it can't be said. The same as the villagers and clan leaders, his tone was cold. There was no hatred, only coldness. Silent, that's unfortunate, said the third Hokage, even though many assured the villagers that your clan didn't. He had nothing to do with it. They won't believe otherwise. They're determined to blame someone in the same way they deny everything. To accept Naruto-kun, I just wonder what they'll do if they discover that Anukiya, or at least the Sharingan, had manipulated the Kyuubi. Where is this going, Okujizuma? They've been through this before, and I'd prefer. Dealing with clan matters means going through this again. Your son has gone on a mission to Kirigor. We're told that the fourth Mizukage is being controlled by a powerful genjutsu. Fugaku took a few moments to process this. Those words, so, do you think that if this is true, then it could be Uchiha himself who manipulated the Kyuubi? Yes. Sarutobi said, if this turns out to be true, Itachi can discover this person's identity. With that, we can hunt down the culprit and bring him to justice. Perhaps then we can stop the madness surrounding the town. That wouldn't solve Yukiya's problems. Her problems were much more beyond the borders of the villagers' distrust. They were pushed away from the village. They no longer had any power. A politician, despite operating the police force, that was an issue that needed to be resolved. Fugaku doubted that anything would be done. It wouldn't be resolved unless they took action. Things with the villagers have already crossed the line, that's all. The third one nodded. They can organize a meeting among the elders of their clan so we can sit down together again. Time again and think of a way to address the issue. Intelligent. I'll see if they're there. They were ready, no guarantees were given, and the Ukiya clan leader disappeared from the office. This doesn't look good at all. The third one said. He could only hope that Itachi would bring good news home. He could only wait. Later that day, Kakashi smiled, looking. He affectionately looked at Kushina through the window from outside, where he sat next to one of Naruto's students. It reminds me of the time Minato-sensei made me take care of your mother when she was still carrying you. I used to watch her all day, then Mom tells me, Naruto replied, glancing at a page of the book he was reading. Kakashi sighed. How was his visit to Nagakure? Surprisingly nice, Naruto said. Kakashi gave the blonde a creepy-eyed grin. Oh, you and Temari and Naruto got to know each other well enough. The tone the Jonin used was enough to make Naruto leave his book and admire it. The Jonin was suggesting something he couldn't understand. Before he could say anything, his mother's voice rang out through the open kitchen window. Kakashi, what are you saying to my son? She shouted. Kakashi smiled nervously. Well, he laughed nervously. The woman could climb out the window and give him a persecution if I gave the wrong answer. How had he known what I was thinking? It was a mystery that they could never solve it together. He was only asking how things were in his Nagakure. Kushina directed him to the man. He gave her a long look. "You'd better," he said. "Because I swear on Kakashi, if you film my son with obscene things, I'll rip you out. Take that mask, burn your book collection, and make you wear Gay's jumpsuit for a month. Do you understand, Kakashi?" "Yes, Mom." Kakashi gave a hearty nod. He was even forbidden from reading to his beautiful Chan in front of Naruto. Not even the third Hokage could pull out his copy when Naruto was present. Kushina. She smiled kindly. Good. She closed the door and went back to cooking. It's not from. It was strange that Minato-sensei always dreaded going home when he knew he'd done something Minato wouldn't like, he told himself. Kakashi looked back at Naruto. "You met his brothers, no?" Naruto said. Shaking her head, "I met them last time. It was just me and Temari this time. Also, we didn't say anything for a long time, since Ijai said it wasn't safe to leave the village for too long." Kakashi nodded. "When are you going to see her again?" He wanted to be there, so I could spy on them. I was really interested in how Naruto was handling things. Yeah, they were just children, but he fell when he realized that Kushina could jump through the window. "I don't know," Naruto said, closing his book. He sighed. He remained silent for a few moments. "It seems I'll be joining the academy. That's wonderful, Naruto," Kakashi said with a smile. "I wish I could be with you on your first day, but I'll be leaving early tomorrow morning." "For a mission, okay," said Naruto. "Still, Itachi isn't here, you're going to." "I'll be at the academy. I feel like my training will be hindered, don't worry about it," Kakashi said. He pulled a scroll from his vest and threw it to Naruto, who caught it. "The third Hokage told me that you. He said you had to do chakra control exercises. He had given me that scroll about methods I should. I can teach you, but I have this mission, so read it, and when I get back, we'll pick up from there." "Thank you," Naruto said. Don't worry about it," Kakashi said with another smile. The next day, notebook. Check. Lunch. Check. Kushina made her checklist while looking at through Naruto's backpack. "Do you need chips or should I bring you ramen for lunch?" Naruto sighed. My mother was very out of touch with reality because of this situation. I doubted she even slept at night because of the excitement coursed through her veins. It was as if she were the one going to the academy. No, he was. It's all there. "Mom, I don't want you to miss anything on your first day. You have to impress the other children nowadays," Kushina said. "You asked Ino-chan if there was homework." "Mom, it's my first day." "No. I have to write the homework. Io doesn't know I'm joining her class today," Naruto said, grabbing his backpack. From her mother, the crimson scarf she had bought her the other day she placed securely around her neck. "Kushina-chan," Mikoto called out from outside her house. "Oh, Sasa-chan's mother is here." "Come on, darling, come on," Kushina said, practically dragging her son along. Naruto didn't care. She was his mother. After all, hello, Mikoto-chan. Sasu-chan, the red-haired Uzumaki greeted the two. "Yukiya, you look brilliant as always, Sasu," he added, pinching the boy on cheek. Sasuke blushed slightly as he smiled at Kushina. You look as full of life as ever," the boy said. Mikoto looked at Naruto and offered him a smile. "Well, this is my surprise," he said. "I don't consider it as such," Naruto said. "When the surprise, you'll be surprised. I can't wait," said retired Jonin, looking at Kushina. "Let's go, we don't want to be late," Sasuke growled, Naruto taking the lead. With the Uchiha while the mothers walked behind, engaging in conversations with their own mothers. Naruto. Sasuke grunted in response. What changed? Oh, he was happy with the situation, with the blonde guy at the academy. He won't have to worry about spending valuable time with Itachi when his brother isn't doing anything. Mission, nothing more, Naruto replied, shrugging. You look excited. I can finally get one on you. We're currently tied. 1. You beat me with throwing shuriken, while I did better with fire vise jutsu. I always did better. It was the... He's better at the academy. Naruto couldn't take him down, not when he could have done something about it. Are you keeping score? Naruto glanced at Lukia out of the corner of his eye. He wanted to remind Lukia that she had humiliated him the last time they faced each other in taijutsu, but if Lukia suffered from selective memory loss, then he wasn't going to remember. Sasuke didn't say that, no. He said nothing more as they silently walked toward the academy, when they finally reached the gates. From the academy, Kushina knelt and placed her hands on Naruto's shoulders. Now go and make your mother be proud, okay? I want you to get good grades and not sleep in class, if anyone tries. If anyone, whether student or teacher, calls me and I'll be there to straighten them out, okay? Yes, Mom. Good, Kushina said, placing a tender kiss on the blonde boy's forehead. She looked at Sasuke. Show him around, okay? Sasuke nodded. Let's go, he said. Uchiha to Naruto, who stared at his mother for a full minute, motionless before finally giving in and following Sasuke. As the boys left, Kushina spoke. I say my son is the best and he'll graduate top of his class. Mikoto shook her head. I agree that Naruto is intelligent, but Misasukun is a genius he takes. After her older brother, are you willing to bet on the academy? Oh no, she moaned, staring at the classroom entrance. Naruto had just walked in with Sasuke. This wasn't happening, not to her. How was he going to handle this mess? He definitely had to choose between the two. Naruto wouldn't like the fanatics would stay close to Sasuke and he wouldn't be able to do anything to stop them from insulting his dark knight. His mother would expect him to keep the blonde boy company. He'd rescued her a few times. It didn't matter that he did it carelessly. Effort was what mattered. Besides, he knew that she cared a little. She just wouldn't admit it, as it would be like betraying her mother. Ino just looked at the two of them. Guys, Sasuke chose to sit in the front row, but Naruto wasn't going to do anything like that. He just stared at Hino, who was. She was watching, surprise, without emotion in her voice. Are you lost? Ino asked. Irika didn't tell them they'd have a new student today. He had to be lost. She couldn't have him here. It would ruin everything. Things for her, since he would have to offer her some of his time. After all, he couldn't leave her alone in the darkness. It's this kind of Minoru. Yes, then no, I'm not lost, Naruto said. Why? Why are you trying to ruin my life? Perfect at the academy? Naruto blinked a few times before sighing. No. You're obligated to spend time with me, Ino. Of course it's me. Naruto just shook his head. She nodded and went to the back of the class. She sat in the top left corner and ignored everyone else. They were looking at him. The looks weren't hateful, just curious, understandable. Since he was joining a class that had already covered more ground, he should be in a lower class, but the Sandaime thought this was the best thing for him, as he had done with his companions. Once the Chunin master entered the classroom, the question arose. Aoka-sensei, who is the blonde one? He asked. The boy pointed at Naruto, who seemed to be in a distant world. Irika looked at Naruto, stared for a few moments before. Answer, that's Uzumaki Naruto. He'll be joining us starting today. Isn't that unfair? Another child asked. He was recommended by the third knight, he said. Irika simply stated this without bothering to elaborate. Saying he was recommended by the third Hokage would stop any question, but at the same time it would give the impression that Naruto was receiving special treatment. Okuji, oh well, it didn't matter since he didn't care. Today we'll focus on. After 3 hours of completely wasted valuable time, Naruto had been justified in his reservations about the uselessness of the academy. Mother must really hate me for making me go through this, the blonde boy told himself. I'm listening, said a somewhat tired voice right in front of Naruto. The boy who had spoken turned slightly to looking at Naruto. If I give up, my mother will drag me here by force, Naruto. She nodded. Her mother would do something like that. I can see that happening, a less troublesome way. The only way to overcome this is to sleep during class, the boy said, turning around once more. He went to sleep again. Irika cut an irritated figure, with some frustrations emanating from its ears in a puff of smoke. Its eyes were fixed in the threat that existed in his class, a threat he was forced to teach about throughout his entire life at the academy. It wasn't as if the boy had paid any attention when he spoke. He had thought he would be relieved if the boy wasn't interested in his classes, but it bothered him every time the blonde boy saw that look of pure Indifference. There was even a day when she was tempted to run up to the boy and pull him out of her class because of his hair. The idea was instantly crushed when she thought about who had given birth to the child. The mother would undoubtedly kill him. There's literally no doubt about it. Uzumaki, Naruto Yuka, couldn't even. He began to recall the day the blonde boy had paid attention in class. From the second day onward, the blonde boy. He had always been indifferent, never taking part in anything, no matter how much Iruka wanted to kick the blonde boy out of the. He couldn't do that class, not without a good reason. It would get him into trouble. With the third-ranking official, he didn't mention that woman who would break his neck in maternal fury. Iruka could remember the day he'd given a surprise test only to fail the blonde boy. Imagine his surprise. When the little irritant who hadn't paid attention in class managed to pass her test, although half the class. It failed because the test was a difficult pop quiz that not everyone passed, although I hate to admit that. Naruto wasn't stupid, he was intelligent. It had annoyed him greatly when the blonde boy had offered so much. He playfully set a test for him to make it a little difficult. That wasn't all. There was a day when he caught the blonde guy looking out the window. Not listening to him, she had smiled inwardly at the thought that came to her mind. Imagine, to his complete dismay, when the dullard didn't even stutter or even look vain upon being caught looking out of the classroom, the blonde boy had simply said, "I can't repeat what you said because I wasn't there." Listening. Iruka was stunned by the response. Normally a student would try to. He tried to initiate something he hadn't said or make an excuse, but the blonde man didn't attempt anything, he simply stated the situation. Just as he was, without trying to hide the truth, the blonde man had left her. Of course he was only in the academy because his mother had forced him and the third Hokage was blackmailing him into it. He did it, to show how useless the academy was to him. The blonde boy had gone so far as to say he could to take the postgraduate exam as it was, despite only being at the academy for 2 weeks, if Iruka got away with it. Hers, with everything, would have given the blonde guy the damn exam just so she could get away. Some teachers. They could simply ignore him, and the blonde boy would indifferently return the favor, but that was something Iruka couldn't do. To do, no matter how hard he tried, the other teachers have tried everything. Tricks to keep the blonde boy in his studies, but that was useless, since he already knew what they taught. When it came to knowledge, the blonde man had it in abundance, he even found it. It was bitterly funny when one of the teachers returned to the staff room, complaining after having. He discussed the history of Konohagakure with Naruto. It turned out the blonde boy knew more about it than the master. Iruka sighed and sat on the edge of his desk, looking at his students. No one was absent today, which was. Well, he didn't feel like teaching anything. Well, since they haven't been in the training grounds for a taijutsu demonstration, he decided it was best to take them there. Class, well, it. Calm down, Iruka said, a little loudly. No one heard the chunin, or perhaps they chose to ignore it in favor of continuing the conversation. If Iruka hadn't grown accustomed to this familiar occurrence, a vein would have been throbbing on the side of his forehead just now. Shut up, that hit the right spot. No. No matter how many times his energetic voice did the trick, Iruka couldn't help but smile as he assessed that his children. They silenced the jutsu. He always felt satisfied and smiled happily when the jutsu worked its magic to calm the little ones. Although it was a shame for Mizuki, the chunin wouldn't be able to do. He did a better job than him. Besides, Mizuki was only his assistant. Naturally, he should be the one doing the work. Things are moving quickly. We're going to the training ground today for an exhibition. About the academy that Taijutsu Mizuki taught you, Chunin said, his announcement. He was greeted with smiles by the students who would finally have something more than their so-called boring classes. Yes. Of course, Iruka knew they loved him despite him calling his classes boring. They simply liked going out because it was a place where they could talk as they pleased and also watch their beloved Uchiha beat someone up. Iruka. He failed miserably to suppress the urge to frown when he met Naruto's eyes. Forehead. After his announcement, his gaze was still indifferent, his eyes still devoid of any emotion. Like most of the times, it really frustrated Chunin that he could never read the blonde because he always hid everything behind that an untouchable mask of indifference. You're in trouble, Shikamaru murmured to Naruto, seeing the. He noticed the look his sensei was giving the blonde boy. While he didn't seem interested, he knew very well that Naruto and Iruka and his sensei had a rather unstable relationship, if their interactions could even be considered a relationship, Iruka maintained. Something against the blonde boy, he was sure of it, but Naruto didn't seem to care. No, he just didn't. It mattered. Besides, he wasn't paying attention to what Iruka had to say and was willing to go so far as to reject the Chunin. Naturally, this enraged the Chunin. The blonde one. Looks like it, said Naruto. I wonder what kind of trick he's planned. For me this time, I'll probably match you up with the best in taijutsu, Shikamaru said. If Naruto could be, hitting him would embarrass him and force him to pay attention to the class a little. At least that's what he thought Iruka had in mind. It would also be a good reward for the many times that Naruto had the class laughing at the Chunin. Iruka had it better, however, the other teachers. Shikamaru. He shook his head. How he pitied them. Naruto was frankly direct. In his assessment of the academy and his education, he made no attempt to hide his disdain for the plan of studies offered. The fact that they taught simple taijutsu and did not offer real training on the expectations of the shinobi world weren't any better. Shikamaru might agree with the blonde on that note. His father told him a little about the shinobi world, and he knew that the academy's teachings didn't offer him much comfort that existed in nature. Those who suffered the most were the children who did not belong to the clan and those who did not. They belonged to such shinobi families. Shikamaru didn't have to suffer because his father made him train his mind at home. He was learning clan techniques, just like other clan children. The others didn't receive any kind of training and continued looking towards the day they would become shinobi with false expectations and blind hopes. Just thinking about it made the heir of Naruto, feel like he was coming. He snorted at Shikamaru's response. Like hell, anyone at the academy could embarrass him. From what he had gathered so far, Sasuke was the best dog in the field. He knew Uchiha better than anyone. Sasuke. He might be better than him at executing that damn fire jutsu. The Uchiha has never defeated him in taijutsu, not even when he takes it easy with the boy, just so as not to hurt his pride too much, which will earn him a Sharingan enemy. No. I have no interest in participating in anything, but I guess I won't have another option if I'm forced to, Naruto said. Her eyes narrowed on the Nara heir, an idiot, no less important. Nara was intelligent, even more so than Sasuke. Naruto doubted he could beat Nara in a battle of wits. The only problem was that Nara didn't make any effort. He didn't put any effort into anything at all. Naruto. I believe the only time Nara would get serious was in life-threatening situations. She'll force you, she said. Shikamaru. At this stage, Chuji decided to join the conversation. You should try to get along with Iruka-sensei. That will make your life much easier. You won't have to worry about that he tries to trip you up. At least we don't have to worry about the teachers, because we won't see them much next year. You just have to survive this year. I doubt we'll ever hug and kiss, Naruto said. If I survive this year without suffocating in this environment, I'll consider it an achievement. He suppressed the urge to frown upon learning that there was still some left. Months before the year ended. Naruto isn't so bad, Chuji said with a smile. You just have to relax a little and you'll enjoy it as much as I do. With that, Chuji felt a sudden urge to fill his tears with some wood chips. Are you going to sit there? Or are we going to follow the others? Kiba's voice rang out, breaking the three of them out of their little ice. You seem a little happy. Feeling lucky against Sasuke today? Chuji asked, looking at the Inuzuka heir as he stood up along with Naruto and Shikamaru. Yes, I've been training very hard since my last fight with that bastard, Kiba replied. With all the confidence he could muster, Chuji doubted it would make any difference, and Sasuke was nothing more than a bastard. The term simply came to mind because Kiba was just an idiot in Sasuke's eyes. He couldn't blame him. Lucia for having such thoughts. It was unlikely the Inuzuka would do anything brilliant in front of Yukiya, not when he lost what little rationality he had left when he was one-on-one with the Uchiha. I hope you do well, if Iruka choose, he told Chuji. Kiba just smiled. He knew he was going to do well and that all the girls would follow him instead of that arrogant idiot. He could almost see himself happily suffocated by the Shikamaru wanted to keep his mouth shut. as opening it would only provoke warm hugs and kisses from the girls. A problematic dialogue with the Inuzuka, but he couldn't avoid it. "Don't dream too much," he said lightly, noticing the Kiba's dreamy gaze. Kiba got drunk. Shikamaru was incapable of doing what he could. Who was he to tell her anything? He glanced at Naruto out of the corner of his left eye instead of answering. Shikamaru gave a slight warning, although Naruto could feel the gaze of the impetuous and arrogant heir. Inuzuka didn't bother to react. Back in his academy days, there were some people he preferred not to befriend, especially stupid people. His mother may not be okay with it. I agree, but what Kushina didn't know wouldn't hurt her. It might hurt him a little, but all the reasons pointed to that. He was justified in his decision, and that made him feel good. Shikamaru and Chuji, they were fine. They didn't bother me with stupid questions. In fact, I could relax with the first one while I read his book in the Nara air, lost in the mystery of the clouds above him. That was the perfect friendship. The conversations had some weight, and were much more valuable than arguing about which girl was the most popular in their class. Kiba and other idiots at the academy, although Kiba has been tempted to call Naruto an idiot a couple of times. Sometimes he knew better. The blonde guy gave the genius in his class a run for his money. Still, that didn't make it. The blonde guy carried him above the others, almost as if he were his superior or something. Well, at least he had some. What to make fun of the blonde guy for? He wasn't going to start now. The four of them arrived at the training fields at the academy with the others already waiting. It is not necessary to be on the front lines to. They listened to what Iruka had to say. The four chose to stay in the back. They wondered about their. They were busy with their own business when Iruka began his short speech. Ready? Okay, guys, today we're going to do a demonstration. I want to see if you've grasped the poses you've been taught. You're going to have to perform the poses in a demonstration. Fight, Iruka said. First, I want 2 girls to volunteer. The lively Ino Yamanaka. She quickly became the center of attention. Another girl did the same. She had the class form a circle around the 2 girls so everyone could see clearly. Remember, this is just a friendly discussion. There's no need for anything harmful, Iruka said. He made them make the sign of friendship before getting them engaged. To begin, Naruto's indifferent gaze twisted into a look of disdain when her eyes were brutally forced to witness this chaotic chicken fight between the 2 girls. Really, her eyes were just screaming at her hands to tear them out, to save them from the horrors. How could the academy children fight so pathetically? It made watching the turtles doing an 80-meter sprint was great fun. Even their teacher, he had the nerve to show his displeasure during the scuffle. It wasn't considered a fight. It's no coincidence that 100-year-old grandmothers could fight better, and don't go on. Greetings to its fans. If it were a comedy show, Naruto wouldn't have been blamed if it had. He unexpectedly threw tomatoes at the 2 girls while yelling, "You stink!" It was simply horrible, and he felt relieved when they stopped what they were doing. It was even It's shameful to think that Ino was associated with him and was an heir to the clan. What were these parents teaching their children? Children? Ino walked towards Naruto as Iruka began to speak once again, calling 2 more girls to. They demonstrated the proper taijutsu academy. That was pathetic. If I were the one who taught you, would like to see you executed, Naruto said bluntly to the blonde girl. Ino snorted as if. You could do better, he said. Seeing the look Naruto gave him, he snorted once more, his breath tinged with pink cheeks. Naruto was a better fighter. She had seen him beat tougher thugs older than him. He took his mother. I haven't trained that much. It's okay, me. It would be surprising if you said you trained at all. I think even a child who started walking a day ago can do better than that, Naruto said bluntly once again. Ino looked at Naruto. Because of his answers, she was used to it, but that didn't mean it made her smile when he did. She knew. She was tempted to even curse him, but it wouldn't do any good. He was her dark knight. After all, if you think I suck so much, why don't you help me out? Yeah, like you want to. Training instead of going out with your friends, Chuji said, earning a glare from Hino, but it was the truth. Therefore, the boy just shrugged, glancing back at the ring. Iruka already had Sasuke in his sights. Corner, his eyes hovered over Naruto. Naruto, why don't you come here and train with Sasuke? Naruto shrank back. I'd rather not, the blonde boy said. I insist, Irika said with considerable force. Strength, Naruto stopped. Kiba took the opportunity to mock the blonde. What? You can't fight without your mother cheering you on, Mama's boy. Naruto didn't look at Kiba, but he still replied. Kiba, no matter what you eat or whatever possesses you, don't speak of me. So Naruto faced Sasuke, who was smiling. How did he wish? Can you wipe that smile off your face in a second and go home and do something useful? I thought you were going to annoy me, he said. Sasuke smiled. Naruto wanted to frown. He wasn't happy about it. He could exchange cheeky comments with anyone, he could express his observations as they were, without embellishing anything, but having that kind of conversation wasn't what she'd come here to do. It's no wonder she didn't like the Kiba's company. Even so, he resisted the urge to frown and put on his indifferent mask. He looked at the young man. Yukiya paused for a few moments before turning her gaze to the Chunin professor on her right. We can finish this now. Naruto wasn't the only one who resisted the urge to frown. Irika did too. Ironically, it was because of the words that Naruto had told him. Professor Chunning sighed before looking at the two boys. He knew they weren't hostile towards each other. Yes, and most of them came to school together. Sometimes it was Sasuke's mother or Naruto's mother would come home after school. Sometimes the two boys would walk home together. Even so, they weren't exactly friends. Irika knew that Sasuke didn't want to lose this sparring session. There was no one else around. Sasuke was serious about his academy studies. The Chunin thought that perhaps it was because the boy was overwhelmed with high expectations. He was the brother of a prodigy and cast in his brother's shadow. Naturally, he has to. He needed to work harder to escape that shadow. It was a line of thought that gave Irika confidence. Sasuke wouldn't play around with Naruto, but he would do a very good job of meeting his expectations. The blonde had stolen Yukiya's place as the best dog in the last royal trial prompted them to write a few days ago. This was an opportunity to redeem himself. Irika crossed her fingers, praying that Sasuke would succeed in his. In anticipation, Irika decided to forego all his own traditions before a friendly match. Let it begin. He simply screamed. Sasuke lost his smile. He matched Naruto's mask of indifference as he was preparing for the assault. His brother had always told him to hide his emotions during a battle because it will make it difficult to read. I could never read Naruto unless I decided to give that up. A look of utter boredom when the situation called for it. The young Uchiha lunged directly at Naruto. It was impressive speed for an academy student. As soon as Sasuke reached Naruto, he jumped slightly. Before spinning in the air, his right foot was sent flying straight into Naruto's head. The blonde jumped slightly toward. He stepped back to avoid the kick that would have sent him flying. As soon as Sasuke landed on the ground, he attacked. Naruto once again showed a left hook that was blocked and then another one that was blocked. He also attempted a right hook landed squarely on Naruto's face. The blonde caught the blow, firmly gripping Sasuke's fist. Before his right foot stamped on Lukia's left, then he pulled Sasuke towards him and grabbed Lukia by the collar of his shirt. I've been training longer than you have. Itachi can teach you taijutsu, but my master is better than him in that respect. I've beaten you before. While I'm holding you back, do you think you can miraculously do better than me, Sasuke? Naruto asked in a low whisper, just so Lukia could listen to him. Sasuke gritted his teeth and tried to punch Naruto, but Naruto used his grip on Uchiha to push him back. He stepped backward while learning a bit. The fact that his foot was still on the Uchiha caused him to lose his balance. Due to his push, Naruto removed his foot from Sasuke, allowing the Uchiha to. It would balance. The blonde man looked up for a moment. We finished it. We'll have dinner tonight at your house. Sasuke shuddered at the thought. Their mothers would certainly come if one of them won. They did. It didn't matter who won. Both he and Naruto would suffer for their exchange. Sasuke had seen it. When Naruto got better grades on the first real test, those women had made some kind of bet, and it was. Frankly, it was annoying when it all turned into a heated debate about who was better. Surprisingly, everyone around, Sasuke nodded. He smiled, though it looked a little forced. Do you owe me the next time we train with Itachi? He said before looking at Irika. I guess you can call it a draw. he said before. To walk away, Irika frowned. He said nothing for a few moments, allowing. He repeated the words Sasuke had said to him over and over. He didn't get what he wanted, frustrating. Mizuki would get his way. If Irika's hearing test worked perfectly, he was sure he would have. I overheard the Chunin saying that I would take the blonde boy to the training grounds and accidentally. He would hit him hard while teaching him something. Sighing, Irika looked at his students before speaking. Take an hour break and return to class, after which he said somewhat humbly. And he walked away. Wow, I've never seen Irika-sensei so down before, Chui said. Watching his Chunin master's retreating form, he added. You really pulled a fast one on him this time, huh? Naruto, the blonde, just sighed. Walking towards his favorite tree to do something useful, Shikamaru decided. He returned to class quickly to get the necessary sleep while Choi followed him because his backpack was in class. His possessions were there too, as he settled down beside. From the tree, Naruto didn't pull out his book as he would have liked. He was confronted by a crowd of girls. He looked at them. What? His tone was high-pitched. Stay away from Sasuke-kun and stop trying to compete with him. You can never be like him, or even better than him. You're a gift, nobody. What? It's boring to think they made him come all the way here just to listen to this nonsense. The worst part is that she was swayed by the fact that Ino had hanged herself in such company. The girl was intelligent. How could she possibly bow down to this crowd and follow the usual chants and parades? Naruto. He was sure that another reason Shikamaru didn't like eating lunch with him was because he was afraid. These fools, apparently, they were all afraid of the fanatics, since they could do anything, even the. He'd seen Irika give her a few death glares. Naruto wouldn't even be surprised if the girls were planning something. He would kill anyone who made his precious Uchiha look bad. Naruto wasn't afraid of them. They were pathetic girls. Those he could hit with his eyes closed if they tuned into the volume of violence. He has been in a kind of one-sided ill will towards them due to their perceived closeness to their Uchiha, their assertion of the fact that they were going to have dinner at Sasuke's house must have been the breaking point. The blonde boy was seen right behind the girls. And she wasn't standing there, looking conflicted. Naruto just sighed. He ignored the fanatical girls when they turned their attention to him. He knew it bothered the girl who didn't. She could do nothing. Well, she could. The consequences were not good for she. Naruto took out his book, turned it over, and opened it to a page before answering. You. I heard you last, she said. Would you please leave me alone? I can't read in peace while you're around. Standing there, they're firing us like this, someone shouted. Naruto suppressed a grimace. Upon hearing the volume of the voice, his eyes fixed on the girls, it was a rather stern look, not clearly. I told them I'd be sorry otherwise. They might be idiots with images of Sasuke in their heads, but they knew. The danger dawned on them. With their heads held high, the girls walked away. Oh, he took the time to crawl beside his black knight. Once again, he curled up against the tree on his knees, pressed against his chest. I'm sorry, if Naruto thought he had no emotions or didn't care about the blonde, then I had to crush this idea immediately. It wasn't the first time the girl had sat so pathetically. She was sad when bad things happened to her. It bothered her a lot. She wanted to pull her hair because she didn't understand why it bothered her so much to see her so miserable. I'm sorry, she repeated again with the eyes closed on the floor. You've always been there for me, always, every single time I call for your help, you always help me, though, but when you need me, I can't do anything, I just watch. She whispered sadly, that miserable tone, he hated it, she never did. He used it before the academy. You shouldn't bother with that, I can handle it. I handled it. He tried to be dismissive about it. I know you can handle them, he said. But you already drink a lot outside the academy, she frowned, and here they still call you useless, a nobody, a loser, and other nasty names. No. You're useless. He hates that I can admit it. You're better than Sasuke. You're not trying to be like him or anything. You don't deserve it. Above all, he was her dark knight. There are many things we deserve, but never get. I know, but I'm in a position to prevent you from being called unpleasant names that people hear outside. I'm your friend, but I'm afraid to do anything because I might lose your friendship. I can stop him, but I'm afraid, and I find comfort in coming here. It even bothers me to know that you can handle them, but you can't stop them. Say what you want, Naruto frowned. He wasn't going to read her book, but that wasn't the problem. This kind of conversation I was having with Ino was the problem. Honestly, I hated it. Being put in this kind of position, Ino was annoyed and worried because she was. He was worried about him, just like the third Hokage and Kakashi. Strengthening his mask, Naruto opened his mouth to talk. I can't tell you what to do, but I don't need you to fight my battles. I can do that. On another note, what do you see anyway? You're smart, aren't you? They are, you wouldn't understand, Ino said. I disagree there. Naruto sighed. I just don't. Don't worry about me, I can manage on my own. What they say doesn't bother me. Compared to what he's taken from the villagers, a bunch of idiotic fanatics couldn't even scratch him. He didn't. He forgave a thought. They weren't worth it. It's not about whether it bothers you or not, Ino said. Why couldn't he achieve it? Your inability to do something to preventing the situation from happening is the problem, Naruto said, glancing briefly at the blonde before looking towards the empty space in front of him. It finally bothered him. That's why Naruto. He had always helped her. She felt some guilt because she couldn't help him, especially since this was where his friends were bullying him. She should stop them, but she was caught in the middle. Two things and I didn't know what to do. If you don't want it to bother you so much, do something about it. Maybe then you'll feel better and won't be forced to go through another conversation like this. I'm not like you've always been strong and you keep going. Was it all just a mask? Of course not. Ino raised her voice slightly. Her expression shifted slightly as she carefully arranged her next words. How about I buy you ramen later today? I know that you love him, just don't tell anyone. That's great, but really, do you think I'll tell Sasuke? He's not even interested in you, he doesn't even think about you, Naruto said, earning Ino's gaze. Believe me, she trained with him sometimes. She used to live at his house, don't you think? What should I know better? Think of something better to do, besides flattering Sasuke because he sees you as girls. Annoying, he won't see you. Ino looked at Naruto. He just killed her status. Cheer up, but she knew he should get to know Sasuke better, talk to him more like that, and you'll have that ramen on your own. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I wouldn't complain. No way, however, I do enjoy the food when someone is shopping. Then I'll keep it down. The blonde man looked at Ino for a moment, his expression a little serious. A word of advice: things, they start small and eventually grow. Don't let your crush grow, Ino. You'll be an annoying girl and it's a failure for a kunoichi if you grow up like that. Look at him, Naruto warned Ino. He simply dismissed her warning with a wave of his hand. I'm not finished, he said. Ino, you're smart. Don't let Fangel's attitude consume all your thoughts. Sasuke is nothing special. You're something more. You shouldn't throwing yourself at me like that. You're not cheap. If I had any interest, I wouldn't let you chase after me, but rather, I'd run after you. With that, Naruto went back to his book. Ino slapped his. She blushed and looked away from Naruto. A few minutes later, class started again. What Naruto would give alone. Because he's been locked up in this hellish academy, he's managed, or even learned, that it's worth it to be. More precisely, what has this academy taught him that will help him keep his mother and his own life safe? The response was as quick as a flash of lightning. Nothing. I had told this to the. He repeats this over and over. But the old man and his mother keep telling him that even though he doesn't learn anything academically, the academy was still good for him. He needed to make friends his own age, they argued. Even so, Naruto saw the dazzling holes that this time the academy was wasting and that they were putting in their usual training adventures. Oh well, he was here, there was no point in pondering. I talked about it over and over again. The situation wasn't going to change. I wasn't going to go against it. Of her mother's wishes, at least in something like this, somehow she gave. I hoped I could have a normal childhood. I was still young and could still grow up with good friends. Naruto hadn't thought about that. The only perfect world he'd imagined was one with just him and his mother. A little bitterly, she used to wish for one with both parents. Make the most of the. She's trying to adapt to the situation and grow around it. She had told Tamari, but here she was trying to escape from a situation his mother had brought upon him. Why couldn't he live by the very words he preached? Not Naruto. He liked to believe he was a hypocrite, far from it. The application in this situation was only slightly difficult, but he understood that dwelling on it would only make him miserable, and that would hurt his mother. Kushina wanted to see him smile and play with other children. His priorities were ensuring his mother's safety and happiness. If he resisted, she just frowned. Naruto sighed, looking at her back. Ino sitting in the front row. There's time, that girl thought. Problematic, however, thinking about it caused him to frown slightly. Then Naruto walked away from her. He hadn't had the chance to look away from her without warning. Shikamaru smoked, causing Naruto to turn his eyes toward the air. Nara, you seem to be thinking deeply, he said. Shikamaru, who was sitting on Naruto's right hand in the back row. Her gaze flickered toward Naruto's object of interest for a moment before lazily looking back at Naruto once. Besides, you haven't told me? How did you come to know Hino? She doesn't seem like your type, Naruto shrugged. He shrugged evasively. You didn't ask, he said. Fine, Shikamaru said. He realized he really didn't want to know how the two of them met. Shikamaru looked at the blonde with a slightly knowing expression. Curious, Naruto noticed, but chose not to comment. The Nara weighed on his thoughts for a couple of seconds. Before letting out a sigh, Nara said, My father wants me to befriend you. It was easier this way. Then to be sneakily aware of it, Naruto was too clever to remain oblivious to that, and it would be too much. It was problematic to be caught in that situation and forced to explain oneself. Saying it now meant that I had no choice. He had nothing to worry about in the near future. If Naruto was surprised he didn't show up, his response wasn't even. It reached a precise point, simply keeping one guessing. I see, the answer came with quite ease. You're not surprised, Shikamaru said. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Shoy added, at my house? After the academy. Are you ready for that? Why couldn't I do something to sharpen my mind while killing some time? Naruto said. 3 hours later, Okage's office. The third king smiled warmly as his favorite blonde entered the office he had claimed for longer than any of his predecessors, as well as his short-lived successor. Is the academy over? Irusen asked, despite his. She asked, knowing very well that Naruto couldn't get rid of the academy because his mother wouldn't be happy if he did. Naruto responded by giving the third Hokage a slight nod as he settled into the chair in front of him. To the third Hokage's desk, he was quite pleased to see that Jiraiya wasn't present. The man was. He was quite persistent in his search for some involvement in her life. Naruto reasoned that it was best to let the Sannin. He would suffer the cold winds for some time. He was smart enough to know that Jiraiya. It had its applications. If the man was willing to offer his help, who was he to refuse? The man. He was a powerful shinobi, one trained by the professor. Stupidity and ignorance would be the only substances that. This leads him to miss the opportunity to learn something from the man. Naruto looked at the third age with a curious expression. A brief flash of memories played before their lips parted. I had quite a conversation. Interesting was Shikakuin. There was no obvious surprise in the aged face of third Hokage, but his curiosity was barely concealed. Naruto learned again how to. He sat down. He looked into the third Hokage's eyes, trying to gather his thoughts. Yes, he said, pausing. To think about it again, I appreciated his honesty when I asked him if he had sent it so that I could. He would talk. Shik is a good person. I know him well enough to know that he wouldn't. He would lie. Besides, lying would have been problematic for the man, as he would say. If he believed that telling the truth was the best option, then he would do it. The third Hokage had to keep his mask firmly closed when the gaze. Naruto's curiosity fell upon him once more as the blonde boy studied him intently. He reminded himself that the blonde man learned to read people. His mental defenses were always under control when he was near those eyes. Curious, it bothered him a little that Naruto was never subtle when he was studying you. You've really been doing everything you can to change me and keep me happy, Naruto said very calmly. What do you think is so special about me that you're willing to do almost anything to make sure everything is okay? I know you well enough to conclude that you're only thinking about the figure. Naruto paused again. He narrowed his eyes even more as the third Hokage's mask lifted. Is this perhaps something you fear? I imagine that. That would be the case. The third one let out a long sigh before relaxing. What? It's annoying that I have to be on guard against a 7-year-old. Why do you think there's something I'm afraid of, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked. His tone lacked curiosity. That's why Naruto assumed that. She might have been right, that perhaps I could leave this town with my mother if I think it's good for both of us. The chances of that happening are very high, at least when I become strong enough to protect her. There's another problem with Danzo. Are you afraid I might be tempted to join his brutal crusade in a power-seeking quest if he offers it to me? Sarutobi frowned. Naruto was dead. He really should have had Kushina restricting Naruto's entry to Minato's study, on the other hand. Besides, Kushina would have told him about Danzo anyway. You might be right, said the third, not wanting to openly admit that the blonde man was right. I just want to create a better and safer future for you in this. People. Naturally, I want you to get strong and show Konoha that you really are a hero, perhaps. Then accept you. I know this treatment you received has created quite a negative image, not only in Konoha, but in humanity. That would be because Naruto knew that the Jinchuriki, they were frowned upon in all lands. It wasn't just Konoha, but any other village. Konoha may be the one that did it. Tormented, Naruto looked far beyond Konoha. Perhaps it was because he had considered abandoning it. This village, image repeated by Naruto, seeking to be in thought. I've asked myself this question, and if everyone else who hates me disappears, I would be free then. I could live in a world free of hate and walk down every street without a hot-eyed stare trying to kill me. Do you know what answer my rational mind gave me, old man? Iruin just frowned. The answer was obvious, an ideal world. No one could blame me for wanting to be happy, a while ago. If someone had offered to grant that wish, I would have jumped at the chance, Naruto said. In an honest statement, this was the reason why the third Hokage did everything in his power to do. Naruto was happy because his mother pressured him to make friends. Perhaps he would grow up peacefully with his generation and they would accept him. I wanted the blonde boy to see that there were nice people and that not everyone was bad. Itachi opened up a lot, and my mother always tells me to be optimistic and never lose hope, because once you lose hope, Naruto. She let the word stop. The watermelon might reveal the rest. I have hope. Maybe it's the only thing that makes me feel good. Maybe not. More like the love for and from my mother. It's the fact that you still expect me to try to create a better future for you. The third one smiled sadly. I'm afraid not. I can live long enough to see you laughing happily, but I still want to do something. I don't want to end a mandate without the guarantee that I've done everything I could. Silence settled for a few moments, but it was broken when Jiraiya crashed through the office window. The Sannin seemed to realize that Naruto was inside office because he didn't say anything before putting on a nervous smile and speaking. Naruto, the Sand Ninja, was sure if he greeted. Naruto looked at the Sannin for a moment. Jiraiya. His eyes returned to the blonde or simply called him by his name. Third Hokage stood up. I'd better go. When Naruto turned around to before leaving, Jiraiya gathered his courage and spoke. Wait, may I? I'm talking to you, Naruto. His tone was almost pleading. Some other time, Naruto said. The remaining time. If the day is reserved for my mother before going to the Uchiha, you can talk to me when she's available, that's it. Unless you suddenly disappear, Jiraiya would have shuddered, but Naruto clearly had no malice or hatred in him. His tone, it was just light, and he felt as if he were simply stating a fact. For this reason, Jiraiya merely frowned, but nodded. However, I will be close, he proclaimed forcefully. Naruto stopped for a moment, turned to facing the Sannin. Jiraiya reasoned that it was the firmness of his tone that caused this reaction from Naruto. The blonde looked at Jiraiya. With inventiveness, the Sannin noticed that it was possibly the first time Naruto had truly looked him in the eyes. The blonde man said nothing, however. He turned around and silently felt the office. Jiraiya looked at his sensei. That's a good sign, isn't it? That depends, the third Hokage replied. Are they planning to disappear or will they remain punished and face the consequences? Yuki at dinner. With the Yukiya for Kushina. This was a pleasant moment for her, and she knew enough for Mikoto to enjoy it too. There was an unwritten pact between the Uchiha and the Uzumaki. The main family and the Uzumaki were related. not in the same way. They may not be related by blood, but they were. They treated each other like family. It was for this reason that Kushina thoroughly enjoyed her time there. Occasionally, on one of those days, Fugaka had decided to join them, the head. Yukiya didn't usually join them for dinner, not because he simply didn't want to, but the man was always. He was busy with the police force and the council. In recent months he'd barely returned here. He was always locked up. In his office at the military headquarters, naturally Sasuke. He was sitting on Itachi's right side with his mother on the left, Fugaka sitting next to him. Sasuke, on the other side of the table, Naruto was sitting comfortably beside him as always, then Naruto. Fugaka began, looking at the blonde man, taking a temporary break from eating his food. Makoto tells me you've been doing very well at the academy. Naruto barely nodded. That's true, he said. His tone was devoid of any pride. It was obvious he wasn't pleased to hear he was doing well. He was significantly better than other students. Fugaka had expected nothing less from the blonde boy. He may be young, but he was an interesting child. He reasoned that he would lose a father on the day of his birth, obtain a sealed Bijal. Being hated by the village and then being hated by the people could change a person. Naruto aimed higher, and his head. Yukiya believed the blonde boy would achieve what he sought. He had the determination and the will to keep going. Fugaka no. I wanted to frown at the thought of comparing Minato's son to his youngest. Sasuke and Naruto were two of a kind. Different people, in his own right. Sasuke was a genius. Fugaka didn't deny it. This, despite the fact that the boy was rarely interested, she thought that appearing indifferent would force the child to. He had tried harder to surpass his brother. So far it seemed to be working, or so he thought. He liked to tell himself that, despite knowing he was only stating the obvious, and what everyone else already knew, Fugaku. He didn't stop to say it. It doesn't excite you. Well, almost everyone, of course it is. Delighted, Kushina came in a bit noisy, didn't she, Naruto-chan? Like. As expected, Naruto's response was to smile warmly at his mother. Of course, mother, he said. Itachi shook his head. Internally with his head, he assumed Naruto agreed with his mother on a different note, while the truth. It was obvious he wasn't proud of his academy achievements. Itachi could guess that the blonde was still happy to have proven it. The third Hokage and Kakashi were wrong. The academy couldn't teach him anything, and it would do well, even with eyes closed. At least its presence in the academy gives Sasuke someone he can compete against. Makoto added, sounding a little depressed. Of course not. I was happy that Naruto was doing better than Sasuke, not for the wrong reasons but because he was losing the bet with Kushina, and the woman rejoiced. Fugaku nodded. I agree, competing with Itachi isn't really fair to him, as much as he tries to be like his brother Sasuke. He'll never be able to produce another Itachi. Fugaku's words seemed to do nothing but crush the haired boy. Black man next to Itachi. Even though Chief Yukiya saw the deflated expression on his son's face, he didn't. He bothered to try to explain the meaning of his words to the child, noticing the child's desperation. Sasuke, Itachi gave his little brother a small heart, offering him a small, warm smile, what Dad wanted. What I mean is that you don't think like me, you don't have my determinations, experiences that led me to become what I am. They have become me. Because of this, I cannot be another me. However, my smile widened slightly. It doesn't mean you can't surpass me someday. I know that you will. That lifted Sasuke's spirits. Once again, the boy smiled radiantly, banishing the gloomy clouds that threatened to consume him in a cold depression. Makoto smiled at her son as well. I also believe you will overcome this. To your brother Sasuke-chan, he said warmly. I won't disappoint you, Okara-san, Sasuke said, enjoying the faith his mother and brother have in him. I know you won't, Makoto said. Sasuke looked at Naruto, giving the blonde a look that clearly said, hear that, my brother thinks that. I'll get over it someday, right? You do too, my mother. Naruto just. He shrugged in response, but that didn't dampen Sasuke's spirits. The boy continued to be happy. Naruto could have pointed out how things were now. He could graduate from the academy before the end of the year, but he knew he was certain the third Hokage wouldn't allow it. Even his mother would be devastated if he thought of leaving the academy. Kushina, Fugaku said, his tone slightly curious. I heard that your clan is going to be restored, or at least you'll try to do it. All eyes turned to the Uzumaki woman, who had a small smile appeared on her face. It was a kind of smile Naruto had never seen on her before. No, she only. He kept quiet when he thought fondly of his clan, at least he reasoned, however, it was. That's likely. Do you belong to a clan? Sasuke asked, raising an eyebrow. She stood looking between Naruto and his mother. The only special thing he knew about the two of them was that they were family. From the late Yondaime Okuji. I didn't know Kushina was from a clan. Kushina. She nodded. Her smile turned slightly sad. The Uzumaki clan. He simply said. Sasuke tilted his ear, clearly not satisfied with the answer. He's never heard of it. He reasoned that it might have something to do with it. It has to do with the fact that Naruto was a Jinchuriki and the fact that he was the son of the fourth Godage. They were a clan. Prestigious man who resided in his village called Village and Ninipal. They were blood relatives of the Senju clan and they had a healthy relationship with the clan. That relationship extended to Konoha. Shota and Okuji's wife was from the Whirlpools. A woman named Uzumaki Kusanagi once lived there before coming here. Makoto explained. You say. Makoto nodded, but didn't explain. Kushina did. He did. My clan was peace-loving. We never took part in the shinobi wars despite being allies of Konoha, which was always at the center of the wars. Despite this, my clan was known throughout. At the time, we possessed a strong chakra, a strong life force, and above all, we were masters of Fuinjutsu. Minato is known for its use in Fuinjutsu. In fact, I was the one who taught him a few things. Unfortunately, my clan. He grew too powerful, and the fact that we never participated in wars meant that our shinobi continued growing. During the Second Shinobi World War, a combined army of Kirikumo attacked us, the clan. He was annihilated. I only survived because I had already moved here to Konoha by then, so, the blonde guy not only. He was intelligent, a Jinchuriki, but he also belonged to a clan. If people had to combine their forces to fight against them, then they had to be powerful. Naturally, Sasuke didn't dare to think that the Uzumaki could be a rival for Alukia. Even so, to think that Naruto's clan was able to survive in their own village and become so powerful that other villages they felt threatened, that was another matter. She may not know much about the clan, but at this moment she decided that the Uzumaki were worthy of respect. So, you're not a clan? Sasuke remarked with a small smile, his eyes. They stared at the blonde boy. No, Naruto said. Do you feel threatened now? He asked. A blonde man raised an eyebrow. Sasuke sneered. For whom? It's just you guys. Too, you're far from threatening Lukia. Something clicked in Sasuke's mind. That's why you want him to. Will the clan be restored? Yes, Kushina said, nodding. I still think it could. There are survivors out there, hopefully. When Naruchan grows up, she'll find them, right, Naruchan? It was They had a conversation once, and he had promised to reunite the family. Naruto knew his mother had other ideas. Reasons for wanting the clan restored. He could make some guesses. But it didn't matter because I would do anything to make my mother happy, of course, mother. The Uzumaki clan will be restored to its former glory, Naruto said, looking directly at his mother, unusually. He had a rather serious expression. It was a little out of place because he always preferred to smile when he was. Kushina simply smiled at her son before looking at Fugaku, who? It continued from where it had left off. Do you know the political consequences of this? How will it affect things, young Naruto? Kushina nodded. The third Hokage explained everything to me. In fact, it was his idea, Fugaku noticed. Naruto hadn't smiled when Kushina said those words. Uchiha smiled inwardly. He truly wished the child were his son. He really needed to know Sandaine's reasons for proposing such an idea, Fugaku thought. Naruto had no attachment to Kono apart from his mother. If anything were to happen to the woman, the blonde man would leave the village. There is no. He doubted that. He reasoned that the third Hokage realized that the only way to bind the mother and son together was to give something that his mother wanted. Naturally, Naruto would follow his mother's trail and, judging by the blonde boy's expression, Fugaku could say it would work. What a cunning old man the third Hokage was, Kushina. He probably accepted because he believed it would create a family for Naruto. Give him a healthy environment, Fugaku no. For a second, he thought Kushina didn't know the third Hokage had other motives yet. Thus, Naruto read below the bottom part quite well for his age. Fugaku suppressed the urge to laugh. Because he knew that even Naruto could twist the third Hokage's arm, using his love to get what he wanted. They both obviously cared for each other, but they weren't above manipulating each other. It was a situation. Quite unique, I see, Fugaku said. If I find anything you need, let me know. Myth. He was an Uzumaki. Since no one is here to claim the Senju compound, I imagine you can be in a position to pose in order to inherit everything. Naturally, you will face opposition. Yukia's head lifted from her head. Itachi, come to police headquarters when you're finished, the man said and disappeared. Oh, father, the Uchiha prodigy said monotonously. Naruto glanced at him. Yukia but said nothing. The rest of the dinner passed in silence. Good. A week later, Kushina still enjoyed the sweet moments she spent with her son, especially when it was like this, enjoying a meal at home. Soon she'll be ex-house, The Yukias were liked, they were family. But this was a real family, the only one. Part of the family that was missing was Minato. He wasn't here with them. How I wish I could be here for them. To give them one of her stupid smiles. Generally, Kushina has allowed her loss to bring out the best in her. This same thing has allowed her to control her emotions and caused her to burst into tears. It shouldn't be like this. It was more worrying when she had to rely on Naruto for comfort. It bothered her that he had stopped crying. Just because he was strong to her, she hated his weakness. Naruto has always been strong. It reminded her of when she was younger. She was always strong, always dealing with her problems head on. She tackled any problem she faced like a pulp. But what had become of her? Mikoto was right. She wasn't like her old self. She should to be the one who comforts Naruto, not the other way around. Even so, Kushina was proud to have such a mentally strong son. He didn't let anyone push him around. Kushina smiled sadly, looking over the table where Naruto sat enjoying his dinner. He looked up when their eyes met. He gazed at her curiously. Their lips parted, as if she wanted to say something, but she closed them. Kushina assumed the curious glance was prompted by her sadness. Smile, such a sweet child, always worried about his mother. I'm sorry, Naruto, I haven't. I've been the best mother. It's a little embarrassing to think that I have to cuddle with my 7-year-old son in my moments of weakness. Kushina's sad smile turned nervous, and she complimented it with a nervous smile. If she wouldn't have been eating, she would have been scratching the back of her head. Naruto shook his head. She said firmly, You've been the best mother. I couldn't ask for more for what you've given me. Her response was so firm. Like the one on his head. Wouldn't you ask if there was anything you needed, Naruto? Kushina said, and smiled sadly. Again, Naruto didn't refute that. He knew that he was right. Thank you for talking to Mikoto and thank you for being such a good son. Wonderful. Naruto smiled at his mother. His eyes lit up slightly. His tone was filled with happiness. I'll do it. That I can, he said before adding. But it wasn't my idea to talk to Mikoto, it was Itachi. Kushina didn't find that surprising. No less importantly, I think I'll thank him as well. But it's your thoughts are what matter most, honestly. Sometimes you act like the adult. I should have been the one to tell you. She comforted you when you were crying. It's not a sign of weakness, mother. She always comforted me. You protected me from the villagers who tried to harm me. You have been a mother, my protector. The battle against the villagers are ones I couldn't win against, but you were strong for me when I couldn't do anything. Naruto said with a small smile. I don't know how it feels, but you lost someone who became your friend when you were still in the academy. You lost a part of yourself. I can't replace that, being there for you. The way you've been to me is what I can do. Our bond only strengthens when we trust each other. How far has her son grown? Kushina wished Minato were here, but that was just one wish. This was the reality. It was just the two of them. Despite that, whenever you feel like crying, no matter how old you are, come to me. As your mother, I will comfort you, Kushina said. In a maternal tone, Naruto nodded with a warm smile that was reserved only for his mother. I'll remember it. If you keep this up, you'll make a little girl happy someday, Kushina said. smiling like that. I wish you were like that with Ino-chan too. Naruto suppressed the urge to frown. He wasn't thinking about the girls. There was something in his warmer side there that he wasn't unwilling to do. He wasn't an emotionless zombie, he just. She felt that only her mother deserved her kindness. On the other hand, Ino has always been there, even now in the academy. That was the thought I wanted her to frown upon if her. His reasoning was that only his mother deserved his warmest smile, if not something else, he could. He was the one regularly rescuing her, but in her own way, she was always supportive, although he never admitted it, she was one of those people who helped him maintain his faith and hope that the humans being capable of doing the right thing, being able to change and do things without expecting anything in return, it compels me to. Talking more often than I like, Naruto said about Ino. Kushina actually smiled at this. That's more like Ino. She said she might even encourage her to drag you out for food like she did last time. You wouldn't do that, would you? Ino. She's a smart girl, but when it was just the two of us eating, I regretted agreeing to go with her. First of all, I don't want to go through that hell again, Kushina just laughed. She muttered under her breath and fired her son. At least she can force you to do what you don't want to do, despite everything she is. Good for you, and I'm really happy that you can go out with someone your own age and just talk about random things. I'm truly happy. Naruto had to restrain himself from frowning. He just nodded with a small smile. To avoid being a two-faced hypocrite, he had to try. He had told Tamari to work around her problem, to try to get used to it, that they were still young and would eventually become familiar with each other. Her mouth had. That he would have to repeat those words. A few nights later, he thought things would come to this. Itachi shook his head. It had to be done, he told himself. He had heard Naruto's thoughts clearly. The blonde was. He was prepared to do anything to protect what he loved most, anything. He had told himself not to. There was nothing wrong with that. Naruto had spoken with conviction, and Itachi had no doubt that the blonde would follow through. Conviction. She also knew that Naruto would understand her situation, for this reason. Itachi stood atop Naruto's house in the middle of the night with the blonde boy by his side, so nothing has changed. Problem solved, said Naruto, sitting with his legs folded and his head tilted to one side, without. He wasn't looking at anything in particular, just the empty space in front of him. Itachi shook his head. My mission here was to test if it was true that the Sharingan was manipulating 4th Hokage. That turned out to be true, and it was the masked one. Who did it? The Uchiha paused for a moment, studying the blonde man who was now looking at him with a mask on. Expressionless. I see, that was all Naruto said. The revelation was useless. For the elders, they believed the Uchiha were behind it, and in turn my clan. He decided to push through the coup earlier than planned. My father would have used you in the end, technically. The Kyuubi to gain more power in its fight, Itachi said. Danzo ordered me to get rid of the clan before they would begin their plan. If the coup were to happen, with the possibility that Kyuubi would be freed, that would make me. It's miserable and would probably put my mother in danger, Naruto said. I guess the 3rd Hokage isn't aware of this. Itachi shook his head. He still believes they can talk about things, he said. Then he approached Naruto and knelt before the blonde boy. His expression showed a range of emotions. I can't kill him. Sasuke, I can't do it. Please, Naruto, take care of him for me. I know this. He'll hit him hard on the head. I need you to take care of him. Itachi was pleading, almost begging, the request. It did nothing but make Naruto frown. I think I owe you so much, but if it becomes if he does anything to cause my mother trouble, I'll treat him with pain. If he does anything that puts her safety at risk, I'll kill him with my own hands. Hands? Itachi just nodded. That was the best he could get out of Naruto, but just to be sure, I'd talk to the 3rd Hokage after the mission. Why kill everyone? Danzo believes it's necessary, or else they will be revealed at a later stage. Naruto frowned. The frown? Itachi, your objective is to prevent a coup there. Innocent families and children who know nothing about the coup, are they going to kill them too? If so, just let me know when the coup happens so that I can leave this town with my mother and not get trapped. Itachi didn't leave. See their emotions. If I don't, Danzo will. I'd rather they die honorably by my sword, Naruto. He stood up. If you kill everyone, Sasuke will lose it, it will become uncontrollable, and I'll kill him before he can. The year is ending, you know how gullible he is, my mother will be affected too. Because of Mikoto's death, she can't afford to lose a true friend, she distanced herself from Lukia, my mother will be left broken. If that happens, I'll kill Sasuke and hunt you down for the rest of your life. No. I'm particularly worried about them, but Itachi, think carefully about what you're doing, you're worried. For Konoha and Sasuke, killing everyone will lead to Sasuke's death. Do you know I'll kill him if my mother is hurt? Me. I imagine that to prevent that you would have to kill me too, but my death will mean the release of the Kyuubi. Ultimately, that will cause Konoha to see another uproar. Itachi narrowed his eyes. What are you saying? I understand that. You want to protect Konoha. Killing only those who can harm Konoha is the best option for Konoha, Sasuke, and for me. Look at him. You dodge an attack blow and your mother rebuilds the clan while she's there for Sasuke. Make sure you don't go down the wrong path. I'm sure you can save your people from Danzo, if not. If you want that, we have a problem because I also have to protect what I love. Your options are simple, kill only those who threaten Konoha, and we'll get along, kill everyone else and leave Sasuke, which in turn, it will hurt my mother. In response, I will hurt you by killing Sasuke and hunting you down. To prevent that from happening, you would have to kill me too. However, I will not tolerate that happening. I will even go so far as to letting the Nine Tails out will protect me. Your mother will still be in danger if you do that. Itachi pointed out. Naruto shook his head. My mother can contain the Kyuubi, in its current difficult form that. Yes, she was once an ancient hostess and she is a seal master. Her clan developed techniques of sealing the Biju. Itachi frowned, knowing Naruto was right. The choice is yours, Itachi, Naruto said. He started to walk away. Even with my mother alive, what about Sasuke? Take him. Like your brother. Itachi called, considering his options. Not for a second did he doubt the words of Naruto. The blonde boy was willing to do anything, possible or impossible, to protect what he loved most. I was willing to do that too. Then he could understand. With your mother alive, my mother won't suffer. I can. Managing your silly brother, I owe you that, at least for everything you've done for me. The world was a funny place. Today, you were revered as a hero, and tomorrow the same people uttered your name as if it were a curse. The same people who sang praises to you in your dreams now wish the worst for you. Naruto was almost amused by the situation in Konoha. The beloved Uchiha Itachi, a prodigy, the light of the famous clan that had become an object of resentment in the minds of those who hated the villagers of Konoha, he became one of the traitorous villagers, or so their ignorance led them to call him, Uchiha Itachi. Now he spoke in the same way as the moral Orochimaru. When they sent curses to the serpent, they sent some to Itachi. He had betrayed them and turned him into a power-hungry, diabolical monster who would kill their own clan members. At least that's what Konoha believed. It was ironic that the so-called light would turn into the dark side. As the villagers believed, Itachi was supposed to be their savior. The Uchiha demons, some were even considering him for the mantle of Okage once he grew up. Enough, those dreams were crushed in a single night of bloodshed. How ridiculous that! Naruto's amusement was a reaction from the people of Konoha to the tragedy that had befallen the clan. Uchiha, they cried for Uchiha as if they had been laughing with them. Uchiha Itachi was hated. They despised him for murdering members of the Uchiha clan. They uttered so many curses about his name, and there were still 24 hours to go for the murders to occur. It was only afternoon, and the villagers had discovered the tragedy early in the morning. In the morning, Naruto had heard many people say so many things. It made him laugh. Inside, of course, the stones would make a throne for him if. Suddenly, he began to laugh at the situation. Several members of the Uchiha clan had been brutally murdered. Cold, there was nothing funny about it. Yes, in fact, there was nothing funny about it. Regarding that, Naruto might not care, but it wasn't funny, it was really sad. However, he didn't. I could sympathize with them. Secondly, the situation was very funny. No. It was the murders themselves that were fun. He still had to either lose his mind or cross the line into madness. To laugh at other people's deaths. Yes, maybe he doesn't care, maybe he hasn't offered any sympathy. But he was still a person. What amused Naruto was the villagers' reaction to him, the fools. Ignorant suspects had the Uchiha clan for the Kyuubi uproar. They had gone so far as to show a blatant distrust of the clan. They showed him no love. It wasn't hidden from them. Nobody, that was one reason why he could get along with the clan. They were both seen as reasons for the uproar over the Bijal sealed within him. The villagers had wept for the Uchiha. They acted as if they cared the whole time. Yes, they demanded that Itachi be prosecuted for murdering members of his most powerful clan. He cursed its name as he wept tears for the clan, tears of sorrow for. Shouting out loud, he was the only one who found it funny after everything Kono had put the clan through. It was as if he had suddenly died, and they began to cry for him. Not with happiness, but with sadness for having dead, sad that her beloved Uzumaki was dead, ridiculous she was more. Beyond the realm of possibility, however, something similar had occurred. Of course, Naruto didn't. He deceived them, not even believing they would cry for him if he died. Hell wouldn't laugh and rejoice from Monday to Friday. Hell, they'd even honor the day he dies as Freedom Day. Yeah, Naruto really could see that would happen. Naruto shook his head, sitting inside the office of Third. Maybe I was missing him. I really needed to get in touch. He had to reevaluate his thoughts a bit more if he wanted to appear sane. He had appeared mad an hour ago. That was the reason he was here in this office with the third Hokage looking at him with a look worried. The old man who was Jiraiya also seemed worried. Naruto didn't understand what they were so worried about. He saw nothing unnatural in their previous actions. It was perfectly normal for her to act the way she did. Once again, perhaps she was losing. What happened was that while the villagers cursed Itachi and comforted the remaining members from the Uchiha clan, they took their knives and looked at him. They blamed him. They blamed Itachi for his actions. They thought he was the one who had manipulated the Uchiha clan. He was a demon. After all, he had corrupted his prodigy. He had done it. Uzumaki Naruto, a 7-year-old boy, had manipulated a Sharingan user, an ANBU captain, and they were serious about it. Itachi had been his friend. They knew, since they didn't. They could understand it. Their logical conclusion was that the great old demon was manipulating Lukia. Otherwise, his Bill's nature had driven him mad. Yes, that explained why he would suddenly do something so scandalous. Hell, there was even a rumor that the demon had manipulated Itachi into doing it. He did it as revenge against the clan for manipulating him 7 years ago. That was insane. These people weren't not rational at all. What was Naruto's reaction when he was confronted with this? He laughed, not just any laugh. He was laughing uncontrollably. He'd rolled on the ground clutching his stomach, laughing. He even stopped losing. She shed a few tears while laughing. It had been a disturbing sight when she heard someone whispered. However, their laughter hadn't been happy. It wasn't laughter. Disturbing, it caused Orochimaru to wipe a tear from his left eye. Perhaps he truly was. He was losing, but he couldn't avoid it. His stupidity, blatant ignorance, and their nonsense had just reached a new level. How wrong could they be? He was to blame for everything. Then the rain didn't come, and they were going to blame him for it. The fools. He was the one who convinced Itachi to kill them all. If it hadn't been for him, there wouldn't be a single clan to speak of. But he'd done it again. Uzumaki Naruto had saved the day, but they still blamed him for the bad things. At least something good came out of all this. The Uchiha clan would be trusted once more. Yes, they would be, if Itachi had known from the beginning, the need to trust his clan again with such murders that would occur. What would have happened? Done? Probably nothing. Itachi's goal wasn't to save the clan, but to Konoha. In any case, he'd be smiling wherever he was. The thought made Naruto frown and want to yell, "Damn bastard!" Meanwhile, Itachi realized his dream and his clan was loving each other once again. His existence had suffered another blow to the ground. This had only served to put deep holes in their hopes. Filthy humans, it really was. Growing up so that he didn't like the creatures that crawled around inside this town. Maybe they weren't even humans to begin with. Yes, Naruto wouldn't deny that possibility if someone said it could be true. How? He wished there was someone who shared his thoughts. If things continued like this, he was going to lose him. What What about his mother? Just thinking of his beloved mother made Naruto dismiss all his disturbing thoughts. He couldn't. He didn't allow his mother to worry about him, she had to worry about herself. So lost in thought, Naruto hadn't even realized that the third Hokage was talking to him. By this point, the old man waved his right hand in front of his face, frowning, a look mirrored by Jiraiya. Naruto blinked 4 times. You said something, Naruto said to the third Hokage. The old man shrank back at the blonde's tone lacked emotion, it was much higher pitched than usual. That's not a good sign, maybe Naruto. He needed to be taken to Inoichi just to check his mental stability. That laugh hadn't been normal for him. Absolutely, if anything, the third Hokage had genuinely thought Naruto had lost him. Well, he couldn't blame him. To the boy, he'd been bottling things up for too long still. That reaction wasn't going to let him sleep well at night. He doubted he'd even be able to sleep. He had to take action or otherwise Naruto would go crazy soon enough. That laugh. He had just remembered Orochimaru, his beloved, traitorous student. Naruto had also been his student. He was intelligent and learned quickly. All he needed was for people to call him a genius. Sasuke called himself a genius, but he wasn't even close to the blonde guy when it came to intelligence. Why were you laughing at him? Naruto? Yuruin asked calmly, though with some emotion. Why? Really? Naruto said, tilting his head to the right. He rested it on her right palm. She knew the answer. She was just savoring her sweet moment. I think that I found the situation amusing. It wasn't amusing, said the third Hokage. Naruto. It was a bit more difficult than I intended. Fortunately, Naruto didn't seem to notice or simply ignored it. The third Hokage really couldn't say. Seriously, Naruto glanced at the old man, then added, They blame me for Minato's death. They said I killed him, but I only had a couple of hours of life, or even less when he died, and then they still call me a demon, me, the son of their beloved hero. Then they blame me for Itachi's actions, adult men and women staring at a 7-year-old boy accusing him of manipulating a prodigy, an Anbu captain. What's that like? Isn't that funny? Jiraiya swallowed. Naruto was too calm. The tone was calm and there was a certain nonchalance. It was wrong, nobody should be that upset. Indifferent to this issue in that way, no one, not even he. He would be calm, he could question the villagers' behavior and intelligence, but Naruto's reaction. It was madness. I could have understood it if the blonde man had insulted or harassed the villagers, even if he killed someone in the process. Jiraiya would have understood, and he was sure that even the third Hokage would have understood that. It was inevitable, but laughing like a madman, no one had expected it, not even the villagers were bewildered, some of them even turned around and left. The laughter sent shivers down the spine of anyone who could think. Logically, the barriers had been broken. Naruto's mental abilities. Finally, Jiraiya crushed that probability. No, the Minato's son, we have a serious disaster to deal with. When other villages find out about this, they'll be in trouble. Tempted to act, the third Kuji said to Jiraiya, ignoring Naruto's question. Do you agree with me? Jiraiya? When I say that, this is much more important to us, Jiraiya. He nodded. The Anbu can handle that, and their advisors, as well as the clan leaders, can restore calm to the villagers. We don't want them burning down Minato's house or getting any other funny ideas, though it will be difficult. The third Hokage sighed wearily and looked at Naruto carefully. Naruto paused there, staring at the blonde boy with attention. Are you really okay? I'm fine, Naruto said with a gesture of his left hand. Oh, you're asking me if I've lost it, the third Hokage breathed. She breathed slowly, then exhaled. Her eyes closed for a moment before she answered. Yes, she said. I'm still here. I'm sane and the QB hasn't contaminated me, Naruto said in a still high-pitched tone. However, I don't see any humans down there, just trash. I wonder if Minato. I would still sacrifice myself, even if I knew this would happen. Both Jiraiya and the third Hokage tensed. Naruto chuckled. It was a bitter laugh. Yes, he would do it again and again. And again, right up until there's no life left in me. What are we going to do, sensei? Jiraiya asked with a very serious expression. I'm willing to take them out of the village to keep them safe. He won't go to last if things continue like this. Naruto looked at Jiraiya. Oh, you saw Orochimaru losing his mind. Don't you want to see me fall into that trap too? How sweet, maybe my mother was right when he said that despite your blatant failures, you're a kind person, the blonde man said, but don't worry. Losing my mind would be the death of my mother. The fact that Naruto said those words was even more disturbing. The third Hokage opened his bottom left drawer behind his desk and took out a bottle. This was really necessary. He opened it and reduced its contents by half. Irusen looked at Naruto again. They needed to get away from this topic. I would consider the option of Jiraiya, if things didn't change. As much as he hated to admit it, things weren't going to change anytime soon, and he needed that. Naruto was safe. Naruto, did Itachi say anything to you? Did you talk to him? Yesterday? No, Naruto lied. That's simple. He knew the third Hokage wanted to know if he Uchiha had told him what he was going to do. The third Hokage knew what Itachi would tell him. The man knew it was similar to Uchiha somehow, but if the old man was going to act and pretend he wasn't sure, then Naruto would keep the mouth shut. Oh, said the third Hokage, Sasuke-kun is going to need a friend. I can trust you to be there for him. I don't know if his mother will be enough to stop him from falling, Naruto. He simply nodded. He closed his eyes for a moment. At least the Uchiha has. Their future is secure. Konoha will no longer distrust them, and in turn, the clan will develop those severed ties and it will unite the village. Once again, the dead can thank Uzumaki. Naruto, the third Hokage, ignited his. Jiraiya finished the third Hokage's good deed. That had been the bitter truth. Either Jiraiya nor the third Hokage. They were willing to say it, but it was the truth. How did Jiraiya get sick? Still, I can't believe they blame you, Jiraiya said. I mean, even if I were high, I wouldn't go that far there. Looking for something to blame, Itachi was a kind person to them. He was the only Uchiha who didn't act like one. He was their rising star. In just one night, everything changes, Naruto said. Jiraiya, without even looking at him, their damaged brains can't understand why Itachi would act that way. Deep down, they want to believe that someone had manipulated him. Even so, that doesn't give them the right to act as they did. It's not fair to you, Sandaime said, his tone tinged with disappointment. Life has never been fair to me, Naruto said, shrugging. Before anything more could be said, Kakashi appeared in the office in a flurry of leaves. The Jonin had left the village in the middle of the night with several ambu after the reality was discovered in the Ukiya clan compound. Following the books, the third Hokage sent an ambu to find Itachi. He had already spoken with Lukia by then and he knew the poor soul would be safe. Sending his ambulance was just a formality and just to avoid suspicion of foul play. It would be disastrous if it became known that Itachi was ordered to do it. That he did, the image of the town would be shattered by the revelation. Even though the Jonin was masked, the third Hokage could clearly see that Kakashi was truly exhausted. There must have been. He'd been running for hours. He thought for a moment. He felt bad for sending the man on a goose chase. He knew that they wouldn't catch Itachi, but it had to be done. You really look exhausted, Kakashi, said the third, judging by his appearance. I can say he didn't have success. Kakashi nodded. We covered most of the ground, but we couldn't find it. Even when we tried to break formation to move one by one to cover more ground, we couldn't find him. But I still believe he's in the land of fire. He was right there. Itachi was still in the land of fire, naturally. Everyone would suspect that Itachi had committed treason and fled far from the fire frontier. The Uchiha had. He anticipated that and didn't move far. The plan was to stay in a safe place and move when it was too late. Sure, that's what the teenager had told him when he'd offered to give him a head start. I'm sure that. You did your best, said Sandaime. Go rest. I'll leave this to the Untechnines. By the end of today, Itachi will be on our bingo books as an S-rank criminal. Kakashi nodded, but didn't leave. Even though he still had the jutsu to drain his last chakra, he still needed to know how. There was Naruto. He would even fall down smiling if his body gave out while he tried to ask the question. That's how much the blonde guy cared. How are you taking this, Naruto? Itachi was your friend, and also your teacher, Kakashi said wearily. the Uchiha. He had even trained Naruto more than he had trained him, despite the fact that the teenager was always busy with. The ANBU and the military police force were significant. How can I? Naruto simply asked. He was spared from explaining. Things got even worse when her mother literally broke down Sandame's door as she marched towards the office. The woman ran to her son and lifted him from the chair like a baby. She put him down while she stood up. Knees, she had heard what had happened, and the moment she did, he ran this way. Kushina wrapped Naruto in a tight, maternal hug. Naruto did what he could. He returned his mother's hug. Kushina had tears on her cheeks. She was crying. As he held him, Naruto could feel it. I'm glad you're okay, he said softly. Naruto didn't say anything. He closed his eyes. It was okay to put one sad smile. While she was on her mother's back, she wouldn't have to. He didn't worry about anything because he couldn't see it. In a strange moment, Naruto's mask slipped off in his embrace. Mother, I'm fine, mother, Naruto finally said in a calm tone. But without the usual excitement he had when his mother was involved, Kakashi approached Jiraiya. I lost something, he whispered. Jiraiya nodded and explained what had happened. Kakashi was disturbed, even angry. Libitai, we're just throwing words around. I was receiving enough of the villagers' tendencies. Their actions made him sick. If they take Naruto to the madness, Kami-sama might forgive him. He would end up following Itachi in the bingo book, taking one last look. To mother and son, Kakashi disappeared before his thoughts could become reality. The dream would do it in this moment. After a couple of moments, Kushina let go of Naruto and stood up. Although she didn't let him go, no. She still had her hands on his shoulders, holding him in front of her, her warm gaze falling on the third. Irusen, what are we going to do about it? The formalities must be stopped. My son can't take this anymore. I can't watch this continue to happen. Kushina's tone was much sharper. Unlike her usual menacing self-importance, she was calm, yet so sharp, it made the third one. She tensed up as she chose her words carefully. The woman was on edge, saying something that wouldn't make her happy, would probably make her attack him or the villagers. At this stage, the third Hokage thought that Naruto would also. I would unite, I know, Kushina, said the third one with an expression that showed his old age. Once Mikoto-chan recovers from the hospital and makes preparations for the memorial, she will go to Swagakure for 1 or 2 weeks, while I sort things out here. If by then your return is not welcome, you will leave the village. With Jiraiya, I can cover for you for a maximum of 4 years, but by then, you'll have to go back. Kushina nodded. Let's go home, Naruto. She didn't tell him. He didn't say a word to Jiraiya or anything to the third Hokage. He simply took his son and left. The third Hokage lay back in his chair. You have the chance to do things right, Jiraiya, don't waste it. This opportunity I won't, sensei, Jiraiya said with a firm nod. It will be good for Naruto. Why did you say they would only leave with me if things haven't changed after they return from your Nagakure? You know there won't be any change, as long as they're with you. They will not have the opportunity to visit Suna. They will have to remain hidden. Naruto is still Minato's son. Some people don't need proof to attack. One look and they're convinced. This time once established, it will allow Naruto and Kushina to become more familiar with the Sabaku family. I still believe there's a future there, the old professor said. Jiraiya nodded. He didn't disagree with. That's it, I'm going to get something to drink. If I stay here any longer, Danzo might. He'll appear. Knowing him, he'll say something about Naruto that will tempt me to kill him. That, he said. Jiraiya disappeared in a puff of smoke. Ah, he's talking about the Irusen. We need to talk, Danzo said as he entered the office with his 2 supporters, Koha and Omura. There's nothing to it. Speak, Irusen said sternly. I'm the one who heard about Naruto-kun and came here to demand that he be taken into your care. The answer remains no, Irusen. You and I know very well. It's true that the boy is unstable. That previous behavior clearly shows what Koha said. He needs to be trained to control their emotions. And if the Kyuubi had been lost and released, would you want to see this? A destroyed village? The third Hokage ignored Koha. Danzo, you plotted behind my back. For the last time, I've allowed you to do whatever you want for long enough. One more move and I'll make you Execute for treason. I know you two were in on it too, Itachi told me. He said he also told me that you ordered the entire clan to be wiped out. What were you thinking? Sandaime shouted. He slammed his hand on the table, forgetting something called secrecy. The third one calmed down. Naruto will leave Konoha for a while with Jiraiya. You have nothing to worry about now. Get out of my office. I want to do my job. You can't be serious, Irusen. The child needs Danzo, she shouted. Koha, you went behind my back when you ordered the massacre of Yukiya. Fortunately, Itachi chose to kill those who knew about the coup. We still have a clan now. The Sharingan is not. It will extinguish. The third Hokage said softly. You're not an Okuji, you have no power. Ordering my shinobi, if I ever hear you doing that again, I'll lock you in a cell for usurping my command. Authority, I assure you, Danzo, if you make a move toward Naruto, I will. I hope you regret it, said the third commander. Ambu, escort my advisors out of the Okuji Tower. You are not to set foot there until I say otherwise, and get me someone to fix my door. Konoha Hospital. Naruto wandered along the busy hospital with his mother constantly in her right hand. They were both heading to Mikoto's room. Not surprisingly, the nurse didn't want tell them where Mikoto was resting. Her mother had activated the threat to get what she wanted, while the mother threatened to destroy the woman. Naruto had simply seen it all with a glance. Carefree, after what had just happened today, she wouldn't care if her mother killed someone. In the past, he had been willing to stop her from killing the foolish villagers, but now he wasn't going to do any of that. He didn't. She hadn't stopped at that moment because she cared. No, she simply didn't like her mother getting her hands dirty, killing the filth, but now he could say that he wasn't worried about it. If she killed one of them, it would be a happy day for him. Konoha would be taken away. One more filth, he reasoned that letting them die was a service to Konoha. These people were vile creatures. They contaminated the town with a spirit of ignorance, hatred, and folly. The deaths would cleanse Konoha and make it a little more bearable for him and his mother. How could he complain about that? They're getting harder and harder to deal with, aren't they? Kushina said to Naruto. She was at her limit too. She wasn't preaching the gospel at that time. Things needed to be reevaluated before she could preach again. At this stage, she was more concerned about Naruto's mental health than anything else. Honestly, Kushina wasn't worried about the state of the village. She was worried about her son and her friend. Above all else, Naruto stood up. What would Minato do? What if he were here? Would things be like this if he were alive? Maybe not. Perhaps Naruto would still be hated while they hailed their fourth age, their greatest hero. Kushina frowned at the thought. If only Minato had listened to her when she said it was better to seal Kyuubi inside her, Naruto. She would have been living a normal life. She might be hated for everything she cared about, but as long as Naruto could. If she were to live a normal life, she would have every reason to smile. Now she wasn't. Her son was a threat to this town, or so the villagers believed. How did it enrage her? Even so, she wasn't about to give this town the middle finger. Mito had said that the only way to conquer hatred was through love. She was unwilling to open her heart to that. This town will stab everything in the back. No, she believed that as long as she continued to love her son and those close to her, she would be fine. Would rise above this hatred. They had survived so far and were actually doing well. Naruto had. He'd been doing that at the academy. He was finally settling in. He'd learned to ignore the villagers. While she was focusing on the positive aspects of life, and this had to happen to ruin everything. Yes, it is, Naruto said. According to his mother, but we survived the first wave, we'll continue to survive even this one. As long as we have each other, Kushina smiled and nodded. They were rounded off at one corner. It's disconcerting how things can change overnight. Everything changes. Overnight, that horrible night you were excited to give birth, but it turned out to be a nightmare, after. From birth, it had explosive marks all over it, and you had to go through the extraction of the Kyuubi that. It almost cost you your life. Naruto said softly, a little sadly. It was okay to show emotions, he was in the presence of. From her mother, despite all these things that happen, as long as I have you, I will always look forward to tomorrow. Once. Moreover, Kushina smiled warmly at her son. At least he was back to his usual self. That incident really. It had been a shock, but he was happy that Naruto was back to being Naruto again. No lasting damage was done. Naturally, if there had been harm done, he would have pursued those who caused it and torn his flesh with his chains. Chakra, as long as we have each other. Kushina murmured. But when you become a handsome man, you're going to leave your poor mother alone and on the run with a girl. Despite saying that, Kushina didn't see that happen. She wanted it to happen, but Naruto. He was too attached to her to leave. Maybe things will change when he grows up. He had to, for his own sake. Happiness? Why do you think your mother would leave you? Also, at this age, do you think that? Should I be hearing about running off with a girl? I don't even get that kind of love, Naruto said. Looking at her mother, Kushina shrugged. Although I hate to admit it, I don't. You talk like a 7-year-old, Naruto. You've all grown up while you're still here. Trapped in a small body. But I'm not saying you should start reading those perverted books your teachers. I swear if I catch you reading that stuff. Naruto swallowed hard. She nodded too quickly. She might not have intended to read those books, but if her mother said no, she was going to. He felt as if he had a plan to read them. The books he read were books on Fuinjutsu and some on elementary manipulation. He didn't have time for fools. I won't go that far. Mother, Naruto said as honestly as he could. I know you won't, Kushina said. With a smile, he was too focused on getting stronger to be drawn into other things that might corrupt him, and he was too clever to be tricked into reading those books. Nothing more was said when the two finally reached Mikoto's room. The black-haired woman lay on her back covered with white sheets. Wide awake, her broken son sat beside her, staring into space. With a dark look on his face, a look that shouldn't be on a 7-year-old boy. Naruto shouldn't be the one. Say, no, not after how he frightened the villagers. The atmosphere was grim. It was sad, truly. Sasuke was once a happy child, often at Kushina. It was funny when she used to see him pout when his older brother told him he couldn't train with her. He would feel embarrassed when his mother treated him like a small child in front of other people. What had happened to that happy Sasuke? He seemed emotionally dead. From what she had heard, he still hadn't said a word to anyone. He refused to speak to the ambush or anyone else. In that case, her mother hadn't been strong enough to say anything. They were both letting their dark thoughts consume them. In Sasuke's case, dark thoughts, very, very dark thoughts. If one were to enter the young Yukia's mind, they would flee swiftly, never to return. Despite this, Kushina smiled and she looked at her friend. She approached and hugged the older woman, smiling sadly. I'm so glad you're okay. I don't know what I would have done if you had died too, the Uzumaki woman said with all her heart. Honesty. Upon hearing this, Naruto patted himself on the back. Uzumaki. Naruto had saved the day once again. He had done the right thing by ensuring that other members of the Uchiha clan lived. His threat hadn't been a bluff. It had been very serious. And now he was pleased to know that his forcefulness had caused this result. Uzumaki Kushina was not lost. She still. I had a friend. The two women continued talking while Naruto remained silent. It was best to let it be. The adults would talk. Besides, Mikoto needed a friend right now. She needed someone to comfort her. Yes, he was so considerate, at least to Mikoto. Can you take Sasuke with you? I was told he hasn't eaten anything all day and can't stay here all night. He needs to rest, Mikoto told Kushina after Uzumaki said goodbye. Of course, Kushina said. Once you became. I'm in charge of my Naruto. Now it's my turn to take care of your Sasuke. She added, very happy. Sasuke-kun, Kushina called warmly to the boy, but was ignored. Sasuke-kun, Sasuke, Ilukia no. He answered. He didn't seem to have registered any of her words. He just froze, staring. The empty space with the dark gaze. Mikoto frowned, but said nothing, allowing Kushina to. She was too emotionally exhausted to be stressed. Now Kushina touched her right shoulder. Sasuke trying to get her attention. Sasuke-kun, she shuddered when he. The boy gave him a sharp look. It was as if he had just said that in words. You need to try these cold ones. Come with me. Naruto frowned. Anything else of this? And he would snap Lukia's fingers to make her behave properly when her mother was speaking. Before his mother could flinch again, Naruto approached the boy. He made a swift blow to the back of the head and the Yukia fell. He didn't even try to catch the child. He wasn't that considerate of the person who treated her mother that way. Kushina just shook her head at this, but said nothing. He picked up the unconscious child and placed him on his back before Naruto decided to drag him home. Feet. Oh, Kushina had no doubt that Naruto would go that far. Kushina, she began. Mikoto in a low voice, can I speak with Naruto for a moment? The Uzumaki. They looked at Naruto before nodding. Don't take too long, she said, leaving the room. Come closer, Naruto, she said. Mikoto, Naruto did as he was told and the woman extended her left hand. Naruto took it with his right hand. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto raised a curious eyebrow. In response to his gratitude, he assumed Itachi had told him the truth. But there was nothing to thank him for. He said what he said. For his own selfish reason. What did I do to deserve their thanks? Naruto. He kept asking the question despite his racing thoughts. You saved my life and my clan, Sasuke. She will still grow up with a mother thanks to you. I will always be grateful. If I had a daughter, I would give her to you. Mikoto chuckled, knowing Naruto wouldn't accept that offer. But neither would I. I can only say thank you if. Is there anything you want, anything at all, come to me. I owe you my life, so it's the least I can do. Naruto shook his head. With a nod, you know you don't need to thank me, Mikoto-san. I was cut down, my husband is dead. I'm a widower, call me my little one, she said sadly. I know why you did it, and I know things have gotten tough. Too bad for you, regardless of your reasons, I was saved by you, Fugaku was. I was really surprised when I heard it. He said that if there had been a ritual to make you a blood Yukia, she would order him to do so. Mikoto drew Naruto closer, placing her right hand on his chest as she gave him a warm smile. No matter what people call you, don't listen to them, you Uzumaki. Naruto, you're my hero. Naruto simply nodded, speechless. Those were the words that she never thought she would ever hear, that she had heard her correctly. She called him her hero. He was in her heart. He, Uzumaki Naruto, was her hero. He had been recognized. The words can come from the mouth of the familiar Yukia Mikoto, but those were the words that came from the heart. Those last two words reached a part of her heart she didn't know existed. The feeling she felt was so confusing that she left without another word. Kina's house, everything returned to normal again. Naruto was at home having dinner with his beloved mother. Well, it wasn't quite normal because there was someone else with them, someone who was as quiet as a mute. Kushina looked to Naruto. I never asked. Do you like the idea of traveling the elemental nations together with Jiraiya? You two don't know each other. They're doing well, so if you don't want to, we can go with Kakashi. Naruto shook his head. With a nod, Jiraiya is fine, said the Sannin. He would do it between him and Kakashi. The wise toad had more experience and was much more powerful. Besides that, Kakashi wasn't suitable for this task. Do you mean Jiraiya is more useful? Kushina said. That's how her words sounded. Sometimes I don't know if I should be proud or sadly, she murmured to herself. I mean that in a nice way, she said. Naruto, Jiraiya is a Sannin. His reputation surpasses that of Kakashi. With him nearby, we won't have many people bothering us, and since Jiraiya spends his time outside the village, he obviously knows the outside world better than Kakashi. That was quite reasonable. But Kushina knew there was more, and Jiraiya is the main source of intelligence. For Konoha, this leads me to the conclusion that they have some kind of spy network while we're away. We can use their resources to find other surviving Uzumaki, Naruto explained. Kushina smiled. I like it. That idea, she said happily. All that happiness died when her eyes turned toward Sasuke. He still hadn't touched his food. He was just looking at it. He frowned. This was going to be difficult to deal with. Kushina approached Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, eat. If you don't eat, you'll only worry your mother. Please eat your food, Kushina said in a warm, motherly tone. Sasuke ignored her. Kun, he ignored her again. I know you're suffering, Sasuke, I understand, but you have to eat. Kushina tried to get his attention by placing her hand on his shoulder, but Sasuke hit her and it broke down. You don't understand anything. You don't get it, don't pretend you know. That I'm feeling, he gave Kushina a grim look, his tone simply chilling, and don't tell me what to do. You're not my mother. Naruto's gaze twisted, and he stood up from his chair. He grabbed Sasuke by the. He turned up the collar of his shirt, smiling warmly at his mother. Kanka-Hasan said gently, "Please let me. I'm worried about him. It just ended, and whatever you hear, don't come." That said, Naruto literally dragged Sasuke towards the kitchen. "You ungrateful little brat." He threw Sasuke into the kitchen. The Uchiha grunted as he slammed his back into the unit. Naruto's right hand grabbed a frying pan and bam! The thing hit. Naruto punched Sasuke in the forehead, causing blood to seep out. "We've been through worse than you, Uchiha." Naruto punched. His right foot pressed into Yukia's chest, pushing him against the unit. "Who do you think you're talking to? Are you looking?" Naruto pressed, earning a dark glare from Yukia. But he threw it away. To one side, the frying pan was still in her right hand. "Talk to my mother like this. Not again, and I'll break your fingers one by one." To show he was serious, he took Sasuke's left hand and bent one of his fingers so hard it almost broke. Grr! It was the third time Sasuke. He let out a sound of pain. "If you give her that look again, I'll slap you with this," Naruto said, looking at her. "Yukia, you let the child go. Now clean that blood off your face and go apologize. With my mother, I'll be watching you, and eat your food or I'll shove it down your throat." Naruto walked away, returning to the dining room table, settled into his chair, and carried on as if nothing had happened. "Do you think Tsunade will try to take away the Senju possessions if she returns to Konoha?" Kushina gave Naruto a. She glanced at him, but before she could say anything, Sasuke crawled back to the table. "Sorry," he simply said and left. He sat down to eat his food, but not before Naruto glared at him. Kushina simply smiled. She thought, "At least he's eating." She knew very well that Naruto had beaten up the poor boy, looking back at her. "Son," Kushina answered your question, "legally, once we claim it. Tsunade will have no say. She left her village long ago. She has nothing to say." Kushina shrugged. Naruto nodded, "At least in the compound. In Senju we can have plenty of space and I won't have to breathe the same air as the villagers," he said, sounding somewhat satisfied. "With that, well, technically I know," said Naruto, "we'll also get a lot. Money. It's a shame we can't spend it the way we like in this town." The blonde man sighed. "Well, I see what. I can get it in Nagakure while we travel." Kushina nodded. She smiled. "I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know when was the last time I ventured outside the walls of this town. Freely, it'll be good to get some fresh air." "Yes," Naruto frowned. When she looked at Sasuke, Itachi had asked her to take care of him. She should have said no. The spoiled brat was going to give him trouble. "We may have to take him with us," Kushina added. She actually nodded in agreement. "She'll need the time away too. If that's clear, she'll have to take some time off." "Fresh air," she said, staring at Naruto without blinking. "Please be good." "Naruto-kun, Sasuke isn't like you." Naruto shrugged inwardly. At this stage, the words, "they don't work." Physical pain has to be inflicted for them to respond. Furthermore, do you think this world will wait for him to grow up? Sasuke only lost his father. However, he's acting as if everything is being taken from him. Yes, they were talking as if the saying Yukia didn't even apply. He wasn't even in the room with them. Itachi meant everything to him. Naruto Sasuke adored his brother. "After this, he has to be hurt," Kushina said, but Naruto wouldn't understand, so she didn't explain further. Seeing that they had both finished eating, Kushina spoke. "Go wash your hands, you two, I'll wash the dishes." "Naruto, do you know what to do?" The blonde nodded. "Let's go," he told Sasuke. The dark-haired boy simply followed him in silence. Once everything was done, Naruto said goodnight to his mother and made her. Sasuke followed him to his room. Everything was ready. They both took off their clothes. They removed what needed to be taken off and got under the red sheets. This is going to be a long night, Naruto thought. Seeing that Sasuke was staring at the ceiling with that dark look of his, he said, "Go back to sleep, Sasuke. Do you still have tomorrow to think? At this rate, you're going to paralyze your mind and be prone to more outbursts. Keep in mind that if those Outbursts happen in front of my mother. I'll break you. Naruto turned away, and you know I can, right? It took a few moments, but Sasuke closed his eyes when it came to his mother. Naruto wasn't joking, even in his state. Sasuke could understand that. The previous beating had been proof of that. The next day, composed of Senju, with the recent events, the academy had been closed. The Sandaime told me it would be closed for at least 2 weeks. Naruto had no complaints. In fact, he couldn't have any. Another way, if they suddenly decided that the academy wouldn't reopen until next year, I would gladly run. He walked through the town with a broad smile on his face, greeting everyone. Naturally, that was just an illusion. It would be a disaster for the academy to be closed for so long, and the third Hokage wouldn't make such a decision. Civilians and shinobi parents wouldn't like it either. Naruto could foresee a strike if such a decision were made. It was slow around the town, but within a week things would calm down a bit. The slowness didn't. This meant there was no buzz of activity within the village walls. The sluggishness was caused by There was an abundance of tasks that needed to be completed. Itachi had practically begged him to take care of Sasuke, and he would do it in the best way possible. He didn't care if he had to break Yukia's legs in the process. Itachi. He didn't define how he should take care of his little brother, and the older brother needs to know that between Sasuke and his mother, Naruto would always choose Uzumaki Kushina. Mikoto was only released this morning, and as far as he knew, she was overwhelmed with clan matters. Perhaps I should help her. There was bound to be some paperwork necessary to complete the funeral arrangements for deceased clan members, the memorial service for. It would all be celebrated over 2 days. It was an event that would surely have Konoha in full attendance. Naruto looked at Sasuke. His expression showed no emotion when Lukia's cold eyes fixed on him. They were in the countryside of training within the compound. He had decided that since Sasuke wanted to release some pent-up stress, it was better to go to the training camp. He wasn't very interested in dealing with the child's emotional problems. She just wanted him to relax so as not to upset the two mothers. Mikoto told him something no one had ever told him. Never. She told him he was her hero, her savior. In the Naruto book, the woman deserved some kind of special treatment, and that meant taking care of her. No. Use ninjutsu, Naruto said, explaining the instructions. You can use Kuna and Shuriken, but not Furby. Do you understand those simple words, Sasuke? That was the tempting response Naruto received from the young Uchiha. Naruto was tempted to walk towards Yukiya and hit him. It wasn't an answer. He wanted a clear answer, not a mere grunt, although he kept to himself. Physical punishment had its limits. There would come a time when a beating wouldn't be enough, so it was. It was better to just beat people up in a situation that was terrible. Naruto couldn't continue his thoughts as Sasuke lunged at him furiously. The blonde frowned. Sasuke wasn't there. Thinking clearly, he was only attacking head-on, and had no doubt that Lukia would kill someone by mistake if he was fighting someone weaker in this state of mind. When Sasuke threw punches, Naruto dodged them. He stepped back slightly. When the Uchiha turned to kick, he blocked them, keeping his gaze fixed on his eyes. From the hair, with each dodge and block, Sasuke was getting more frustrated. This was evidenced by the expression on his face, and his attacks were becoming ferocious, vicious by the second. Around this time, Hino Ino made an appearance, but she didn't say anything. She just settled into the part. From the back of the house, watching the two fight, her eyes fixed on Sasuke, even though she had come here for. Naruto, worried about him, saw Sasuke launch a high kick with his left foot. Aiming for Naruto's shoulder, the kick was caught by Naruto's right hand. Moving cunningly, He grabbed Sasuke by the throat and slammed him to the ground. His hands wanted to hit Lukia, his feet. They wanted to crush him, but it wasn't worth it. Not when it would only serve to further antagonize Lukia. Really, no. He wanted to deal with an Uchiha who was trying to trap him, and he certainly didn't want to turn Sasuke into an enemy. Your movements are slow and you're leaving gaps in your attacks. You can't hit anyone when I charge without. Think about it, Naruto said before punching Lukia in the forehead. Slightly, you. Your mind is clouded. If you want to train with me, clear your mind and don't let your guard down. Your intentions are so clear even a blind man could see through them. Now go home. Your mother is waiting for you, not a word. It came out of Sasuke's mouth as he stood up. It looked as if he was considering hitting Naruto for. She shrugged behind her and walked away. Ino smiled nervously when Ilukia approached her. Hello, Sasuke-kun, how are you? Sasuke just walked past, walking beside her, not even bothering to look at her. From what it seemed, Ilukia didn't seem to like her. She would have heard, but she didn't know better. Sasuke had heard her. He simply ignored her. She frowned. Welcome to the party, Naruto said. He walked alongside the blonde. Ino followed without saying a word. She was too lost in her thoughts to think of an answer. Her body had just moved automatically, Ino realized. When Naruto closed the door of his new house, he walked towards two trees that were in front of the house and climbed them. Ino didn't. She could, so she sat down, her back pressed against the tree trunk. Sasuke has cooled down, Ino said with sadness. I don't blame him, though. He's going through a lot. However, no. It gives her the right to ignore people. Naruto said, his eyes flicked across the blonde girl. Her treatment of you hasn't changed, whether happy or cold, he still ignores you. That must hurt. Ino frowned. It stung. Naruto didn't care. He was just saying what he thought. He didn't understand how she felt about Sasuke. She didn't even believe he knew if he'd been stung. Shaking her head, Ino forced her thoughts to focus. In the matter that brought her here, I overheard my father telling my mother about your episode. They said you lost the. Your head was spinning for a minute, and it was so serious that Sandaime thought about taking you for a psychological evaluation, Ino said. His tone revealed his concerns. So, you came to check if it was true that I lost the head or not? Naruto asked. Yes, Ino didn't deny it, but I also came because I was worried about you. The Naruto I knew would be gone. You always have control over your emotions. Then, when I heard you were rolling on the floor laughing, I thought maybe you'd broken down. I'm fine, Naruto. He emphasized the words. I just laughed because I thought it was funny. I don't know. He corrected himself by shaking his head. It was funny, and I couldn't help it. It wasn't funny, Naruto. Ino almost screamed. He calmed down and repeated his words in a low tone. It wasn't funny. From where? Standing around was funny, Naruto said, shrugging. Maybe I have a twisted sense of humor. No, don't do it, Ino said sternly. You laugh at nothing. I would have cried in that situation. Not laughing, I don't think anyone in his sane mind would laugh in that situation. So, are you saying no? Was it right on my head when I laughed? Are you suggesting I momentarily lost my mind? No, Ino said. With a nod. I'm not saying that, it's just that nobody. It behaves that way, so we have to consider the possibilities if there were. I'd know if I'd lost my mind, Naruto said, but then he smiled a little sickly. Maybe I lost my mind because of a. Wait a minute, if so, what happens then? Ino shifted uncomfortably. I just came to. I wanted to see if you were okay, he said. Who will protect me if you lose your mind? Dad, Naruto said. No matter how much you say I'm a mama's boy, you're just as attached to your father as I am to my mother, so you can always call him when you're in trouble. Ha ha ha, very funny, Naruto. Ino said. It's true you could leave. Yes, Naruto said, just for a couple of years. I'll be back before you even graduate. Oh, that was all. What Hino said before she fell silent, composed Yukiya, a sad face glued to Mikoto's face when Naruto entered his house. That usual look of indifference spread across his face. He was his usual self, as usual. Nothing bothered her anymore. She had thought the hostile situation within the village would affect her. But it was. It's good to know he's okay. Still, that indifferent look could just be a mask hiding the truth. Underlying problems that lie deep within the heart, Mikoto believed. Naruto was able to control his emotions. In many ways, he was like Itachi. He didn't need his parents to handle his emotional problems. He handles them on his own. Naruto was still young. He was just a cute kid, but he could take care of himself, maybe that little one. The incident was good for him, only to release some pent-up feelings. Hey, Mikoto! Naruto greeted with a wave of his right hand and a small smile. You're already at work, huh? I remembered. Mikoto thought with a smile. Glancing at the paperwork on the coffee table, Mikoto nodded. I have to sort everything out myself. There's no one available to help me. Where's your mother? In a meeting with the third Hokage, Naruto said before sitting down on a sofa just across the coffee table. She's finishing up clan business and making the necessary arrangements for the visit to Swagakure and our inevitable departure. Mikoto nodded, smiling sadly. It seems we'll all be. We were busy trying to rebuild our clans. Yukia's military power vanished overnight. I have to shut down the military police force because of this, she sighed wearily. In the end, Itachi spared no effort. I suppose that's to be expected, Naruto said. It's fascinating how the whole clan was able to rally around the idea of a rebellion. I mean, the remaining members had stayed away from shinobi affairs, so in the battles were useless. Most of them were in the military police. They hardly liked it like you did. No one really liked them. They didn't enjoy their time inside the streets of Konoha. If there were 50 of you sitting and discussing Konoha's revenge, wouldn't everyone be okay? Mikoto asked. Possibly, but there's never any such thing. As a perfect unit in the shinobi world, one may have a different idea, but only agrees with. The idea was because it was a goal for most people, Naruto said. He bowed his head, studying Mikoto's features. I suppose this was the same with you, Mikoto. He nodded with a sad smile. I never accepted the idea of the coup because I knew the consequences it would bring. The whole idea had so many aspects that consider, but I was only Fugaku's wife. My thoughts were not relevant. I simply had to accept the decisions made, he said. The same with Itachi. Mikoto frowned slightly. Itachi, never mind, he was her son. She wasn't angry with him. It's sad, Naruto said. There are so many things have happened around you, defining your life, but you've never had a choice in anything. I've had to take everything and just accept it, try to make the most of the situation. Mikoto laughed. He muttered through gritted teeth, a mixture of bitterness and sadness in his voice. Are you making me look like a weak person who just accepts everything? What comes to life? Naruto smiled, shaking his head. In your case, it's not about strength or weakness. We like to believe there's a choice in everything, but the truth is, this world isn't pretty. Freedom offers lessons. Free, without it, we are only forced to adapt to the things that life throws at us. Presents, but of course, we always try to change everything. Sometimes we succeed. Sometimes not. Naruto paused for a moment to let the words sink in. It might sound bad to say this, but now you have your freedom. Mikoto beckoned to Naruto. I know what you mean, she said. Leaning back on the sofa, she let out a resigned sigh before looking fondly at Naruto. You surprised me, she said. I guess so, Naruto said. I don't know when was the last time I had one. A conversation like this. I may have returned when I was still a shinobi, Mikoto said. When I got married, I had children. I never had the chance. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Mikoto's words. Not even with Itachi. Itachi spent more time with his father when he was younger. After the academy, it was her duty to Konoha and then to Anbu, Mikoto said. I only tried to be a mother to my children. Now you have responsibilities not only to Sasuke, but also to the clan, and you have me. What to talk about regarding this kind of thing? Naruto said with a small smile. Standing just behind the back door of at his home in the Senju compound, Naruto tilted his head to one side. He often did that when he was trying to figuring out what was in front of him, or a disconcerting thought that he was playing a shogi game with his mind. Before him stood Jiraiya. The man's appearance wasn't surprising, it shouldn't have been, but Naruto. He tried to figure out what he wanted. He wasn't needed or wanted at this moment. His time would come when they would have to leave the village for a time of peace. Naruto really didn't have nothing against Sannin. He didn't care about leaving him. The man didn't bother him. That's why I just saw Jiraiya as just another shinobi from Konoha, and the man who trained his father could have been made his godfather, but he lost that responsibility when he ran away to drown his sorrows with women of all kinds. The elemental nations she suffered with her mother while man embraced his perversity in its fullest expression, and he acted shamelessly. However, even so, Naruto didn't hold a grudge if they were related by blood, then I would see the Sannin as nothing more than trash, just like the bloodthirsty villagers who. They crawl through the streets, parading their sick chants of demon murder and violating positive energy. That Asalama had breathed in this village abandoned by God, but Jiraiya was not related to him by blood. He failed his father, he never relied on the man for anything, Jiraiya didn't owe him anything. Nothing, and Naruto wasn't going to force a smile just to make the man feel better, he wasn't going to comfort him. The man did what he did, and Naruto wasn't interested in apologizing. What do you want, Jiraiya? Naruto finally asked as politely as he could. Jiraiya. She shifted uncomfortably under the blond man's unblinking gaze. His stare was simply piercing, threatening. To break his mask, Jiraiya held on with both his heart and his mind, biting his tongue, just so that he wouldn't. He could crumble like a novice, he was a grown man, he was old enough to be Naruto's grandfather. Why did he have to flinch under the blonde's gaze? Hold on tight, Jiraiya, the sage of. A toad seethed inside. He truly felt like he was being interrogated every time he stood in front of the blonde man. Those eyes. Blues always had questions, and the tilt of their heads only strengthened that impression. At least there was no hatred in those eyes. No, Naruto didn't hate him. Jiraiya was sure of that. The thing. It was that Naruto simply didn't care. It only came to Naruto's mind when he needed to be used. The Sannin were sickened that someone so young could have such a thought, of course. Jiraiya was assuming this, it could all just be his imagination. However, there was a high possibility that he might be right. Jiraiya swallowed his thoughts. Naruto had blinked. The Sannin took it as a sign that the blonde was no longer there. Interested in finding out, it could also mean that he had lost patience waiting for her to reply. A simple question, at least from Naruto's perspective, for Jiraiya. Asking and answering it wasn't easy. When he was dealing with a child, Jiraiya closed his eyes for a moment. It took him too long because he was afraid that when he opened them he would be looking at Naruto's back. He felt relieved when Naruto was still there, still staring at him. I came to check on you, Jiraiya said. His tone was calm and a little innocent. I'm fine, as you can see for yourself. Naruto said he did. On purpose, he didn't like the man for his ring games. The man never wanted to come directly to him. He liked to come up behind him. Naruto didn't want anyone coming up behind him. There. That's where the backstabbers stab you. He was always cautious with his back and would force Jiraiya to the front, whether because being rude or silent, he didn't care too much about worrying about the emotions of the man. Is there anything else? Jiraiya shuddered. The tone was neither high nor disdainful. He was somewhat polite, but his words were like a sharp knife through her paralyzed heart, and, overwhelmed, the wise toad smiled sadly, with a hint of bitterness on his tongue. You're not going to do things for me. Easy, right? What do you think, Jiraiya? Naruto asked rhetorically. You're a grown man, I can't spell things out for you. Are you going to speak or just stand there with this indecisiveness? It's not funny. Neither of them. Jiraiya might agree with the latter. He hardened his resolve. And he opened his mouth as the words finally came out with some seriousness. What do you think of me, Naruto? He tilted his head to one side once more. His gaze became more intense. 21 questions. He shook his head. I think you know the answer to that question, Jiraiya, if you want me to explain it to you. I see you the same way my mother does, without any attachment, once again. Jiraiya shuddered. He'd need a bottle of sake from Mount Yaboku after that brutal conversation. I see, he said. I had a very good relationship with your father. He was like a son to me. Me? Jiraiya smiled as a few memories surfaced in his clouded mind. Naruto sighed. My mother. He'd kill me if I turned around now, she muttered before sitting down with her legs folded in such a way that she could. She rested her elbow, her hand supporting the side of her face. I'm aware of what your relationship was like with my father. There's no need to retell the story. He didn't have the. I don't have the stomach for that, anyway. I want that relationship with you too. I owe it to Minato. He can't pass. I am not my father. The only relationship I see happening that I am willing to tolerate is that of a student and teacher, but nothing more than that, Naruto said sincerely. You asked me what I thought of you. This is my answer. I see you as a strong and experienced shinobi. You are wise and knowledgeable about this world more than the most people. I'm even willing to admit there are many things I can learn from you. Naruto wasn't stupid to say Jiraiya was useless. Hell, if he pressed the right buttons, the man could. To build upon everything the third Hokage had taught him so far, the couple of years he would spend with the Sannin would make him. Fine, you're not thinking it through very much, Jiraiya said, clearly disappointed. But he was still glad that Naruto needed him. If he could train the boy, then that would be something. He could smile a little. There's not much to think about, Naruto said, shrugging, seeing that the Sannin was going to be annoyed and no longer wishing to continue the conversation. Naruto spoke once more, in the brightness of things. There's a chance you might change your mind. I'll spend a couple of years just with you and my mother. Only think about the possibilities. It was unlikely, but Naruto was willing to say something at this point, especially if that would motivate the Sanners to train seriously, Jiraiya thought. He liked the possibilities, so much so that he was ready to smile. Naruto didn't share his happiness. His expression remained the same, but Jiraiya wasn't deterred by that. She was happy and wasn't going to let anything take that happiness away from her. This was the furthest she'd gone with Naruto, and this was a good result, thank you, Jiraiya said, but Naruto just shrugged. Naruto, do you think? Will you ever forgive the villagers for everything? This was an important question, and it was time for Jiraiya to return. His gaze was intense. He was a little nervous when Naruto matched his intensity. The blonde didn't back down from the staring contest. Jiraiya was even confused when the blonde boy blushed. We're already thinking about the future of Konoha, aren't we? You guys annoy me sometimes. These people tried to kill me when I was just a few hours old, and ever since then they've hated my existence. No. I can smile for them, and yet, after everything I've been put through, you want me to be angry with them. They'll eventually change and realize I'm just like them. Why can't you forget about them for a moment? Jiraiya realized that smile hadn't been a happy one. It wasn't like that. Naruto, I care about you and your well-being. That's all. I think I've given enough time to express yourself, Jiraiya, said Naruto, standing up. Just to be clear, these people you're protecting are trash, and I will never, ever stop breathing for their sakes. Skins, I will become the Kubi's slave before I die for them like Minato. With that, Naruto turned away from the Sannin. When she turned around, Ino was standing there with a completely blank expression. She was hiding the fact that he had been spying. Jiraiya must have already known. He probably did nothing because he knew that she was connected to him. What are you doing here, Ino? His tone was a little rough. It was possible I was a little tempted. I'm sorry for being a good friend, Ino said a little loudly. She ignored his sharp tone. She knew he was going through some things. You're leaving me today, so I thought I'd come and I'd get you out before you left. Is that a problem? Leaving you? He asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Ino's cheeks flushed a little. Well, yes, she almost screamed. Let's go. She yanked Naruto by his right hand, dragging him away. Seeing this, Jiraiya smiled. That was a good thing. However, he had things with the last question. Why did he have to go so far? Hell, since that day, the third age hadn't even asked Naruto a question like that. He was more focused on himself. Naruto, how could he be so stupid? Konoha was the last thing on his mind. Naruto, that's if he ever thought about the village. Naruto's words left an impression. It wasn't something new. Susansai had said something like that. It had been difficult for him to. I had believed it, but now there was no doubt. Sarutobi wasn't thinking about Konoha when he decided Naruto should leave the village. I was thinking about Naruto's well-being and also his mother's. I shouldn't do the same, even for. Wait a minute, ramen and chiraku. When Hino said she wanted to go out and get something to eat, she didn't really mean ramen. She wanted something from a restaurant, something delicious, something expensive. She wanted to eat something more than those noodles. The damn ramen was forced upon her. It wasn't that she didn't like it, she'd grown up to enjoy it, but when outside she preferred something else. Her problem was that she was with Naruto. She couldn't take him somewhere else, not with the blazing eyes of the villagers who stared at him with murderous intent. Even Before the Uchiha incident, things wouldn't have been any different. They probably would have spat in their food. Naruto wouldn't have. Those eyes mattered. Hell, I could ignore them as if they weren't there. Ino couldn't. She hated those eyes, and they didn't make her feel like any kind of batter. But that was the reality of things. Just as Naruto learned to live with it, she had to live with it too. Go. Naruto. Ino slowly began looking at Naruto, who was sitting next to her. Right at the corner of his eyes. Did you really mean what you said? Did you say that to Jiraiya-sama? She had heard him say those things. She frowned. She frowned at the thought, but couldn't blame him. He'd endured enough. Yes, Naruto said, nodding. But that should have been obvious to you, right? Ino nodded. It's difficult. Hearing those words, I know you don't care, but I never thought you'd say something like that. I'm especially worried about what just happened. You mean especially after my mental breakdown? Naruto asked. If his eyes remained on his ramen, not glancing at Ino for even a second. Yes. Ino answered without even thinking. I still can't believe they're blaming you for the Yukiya thing. It's sad, yes, but no. You can be blamed for that. My relationship with Itachi wasn't a secret from anyone. Damn, I've made up with Furaku. They were forced to say things about me. After Itachi went berserk, not to say I understand her reactions. I don't understand, and I never will. He'll do it, Naruto explained. His tone was still indifferent, though still sharp. You're fine. This is what? Important, Ino said with a smile. At least you're leaving town. You'll get some much-needed peace. Far from the villagers' hateful stares, all that unpleasantness, hopefully, Naruto said. Have a little faith, will you? Ino said firmly. How long are you going to be like this? What would happen during your stay in Suavicure? I mean, it would depend on a couple of things. But he shouldn't stay too long in the village hidden in the sand. A couple of days would be enough. It was probably because they wanted to give him a chance to get to know Team R and a little more. They were hired to get married after all. Apart from that, the stay in Suna was pointless. 1 week at most, Naruto said. We probably won't be going back to Konoha. What could possibly mean we won't be going back to the town after we go to Sunagakure? Jiraiya will probably pick us up from Suna and we'll go for a couple. Years had passed. Now he could begin to dream the kind of life he would be living far away. Konoha was simply alluring. Naruto thought so, and every inch of his body believed it. All the possibilities. They were aiming for the good life. Finally walking without a mad eye piercing his back, he was getting hot thinking. In it, while he'd grown to ignore stares, walking without them was another matter, and you didn't bother to tell me beforehand, because how could he do that to her? She thought he would just leave. He would go to Suna for a week or a couple of weeks and then return to the village, but in reality he was leaving for good. Do you know you're leaving the village today? No. Naruto turned around to give the girl a blank stare. She looked back at him. He sighed. I didn't think it would be a big deal, no. It's just that we go out every day anyway. Is that how little you think of our friendship? Ino said she didn't. He shouted, his tone calm, with a hint of sadness in it. Naruto blinked. That wasn't the kind of person he was. The answer she was waiting for. It seemed as if she had said something wrong. She sighed once more, but said nothing. She thought she had something I didn't want to add to what she had said. I thought our relationship was good. I mean, I'm going to. I'll miss you when you leave. Who will protect me when you go? Who will be my dark knight when you're gone? Far away? Naruto hadn't considered that. Hell, to be honest, he had to. He said he never thought he'd miss Ino. Sure, they got along well, but he didn't think he'd really miss her. What would it take if he were with his mother? Knowing that Ino would probably attack him if he didn't give an answer? That's enough. Naruto chose his words carefully. It's not like I don't value your friendship. No, really, it's just I've been too busy dreaming about the days ahead outside of town to really think about anything else. I think I'll really miss you, liar. Ino replied softly, earning a. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I know you, Uzumaki Naruto. I know you won't think of me. Your mother is all you need, and with her by your side, no other thought will enter your mind. Naruto looked at Ino, tilted her head to one side for a few moments. She was still smiling. She had smiled when he called me a liar. Do you think I'm just telling you what you want to hear? Well, Naruto looked again at another fresh bowl that had been presented to him. He didn't respond immediately. A few thoughts crossed his mind before. Of talking, when I leave, who's going to bother me by blackmailing me into doing something? Who's going to bother me by asking? Will she be saved? I won't enjoy watching you chase after Sasuke. Ino didn't lose her. Then I suppose you'll miss me, she said, smiling. Later that day, as the sun set, it was time for Naruto to leave the village, and he did so along with his mother, Kakashi and Nambu. It was supposed to be just the four of them heading towards Nagakure. Naruto understood that the Umbu. He would be hiding in the shadows, looking for threats. Among other things, the third Hokage decided to accompany him further. Their company of two walked peacefully through the village, mother and son carrying large scrolls. Size on their backs, the rolls contained everything they would need. What was the use of the carrying bags? When could one carry a simple scroll? That was the advantage of knowing Fuinjutsu. At this stage, Naruto could use the art of sealing. He wasn't as good at it as Minato, but he understood it. The villagers looked at him inventively. It was obvious from their expressions that they felt happy, even relieved. It was such a funny sight, the way they watched silently, making way for him. It was almost as if they had rolled up a red carpet was laid out for them to walk on while they watched. They knew the truth. They knew they were leaving the town. It wasn't a secret they were leaving, even if it had been done in secret. Within an hour, those people would realize that Naruto and his mother were not inside the walls of the village. Mother, you don't have to worry about this, Naruto said. He knew I was thinking about the possible scenario that would unfold once they had left the village. Come on, you can enjoy it while it lasts. I hope you treasure it, because unless a miracle happens, that's all there is that they'll get from us. There's no need to be sad, Naruto, Kakashi said. The third Hokage denied it. He shook his head. It pained him to think that Naruto was excited to leave. If the blondie chose it that way, he'd rather not return to the village. The third king knew it. Without a single shadow of a doubt, if given the choice, Naruto would not return to Konoha. He would live in another place, perhaps in his Nagakure for his protection. I'm not sad, just facing to reality, Naruto said, shrugging. Besides, can't you say I'm actually happy? Kakashi blinked. The blond man looked his usual self. There was nothing in his expression that said he was happy. He just seemed. He was impassive, but the frown on Sanda's face told me everything. He was truly happy. The Jonin shook his head. How can Naruto be happy and yet seem the opposite? Is it necessary for you to accompany him, old man? Naruto asked, glancing at the third Hokage out of the corner of his eye. Why aren't you here? So tired of me that you want to get rid of me quickly? I thought seeing you was the least I could do. No? You'll come back here after Suna, right? Naruto nodded. If I have the choice. Then I won't return. No, I thought the same thing a couple of years ago, Sandame said. With a sigh, when they reached the gates, the third Kage smiled sadly at Naruto. I'll miss you, my kid. Keep in touch. He looked at Kushina. Take care. Naruto looked back at the Sandame, with a small, sad smile on his face, said politely, I'm going to miss you, Sandame-sama. He turned around, leaving him standing there. The third Hokage watched the boy leave with his mother. Naruto had shown her emotion. It wasn't much, but it was something that showed her the boy was still there, and that there really was a chance for him to be happy. The third Hokage wished nothing more than his happiness. Naruto, he wanted the boy to have the chance at a normal childhood, and this presented that opportunity. He allowed this to happen. Letting Naruto go free was the least he could do. Clan heads may not. While some may agree with his plan, others may oppose the idea. They may think Naruto will abandon the village. But the third Hokage had made his decision. This was a good one. If he had allowed Naruto to stay in a hostile environment, he would have been left with nothing but regrets. There was much more than one could have imagined. He took it and feared that Naruto was near his limit. There was a point of no return, and given that episode, Naruto. It was close to that point. Had it crossed that line, another disaster might have befallen this town, the Sandame. I had no doubt that Naruto would willingly allow the Kyuubi to roam freely within the village, destroying everything. If it meant his and his mother's happiness, Naruto was willing to do anything. For these reasons, the third Hokage was happy to have finally made the right decision. Jiraiya placed himself. He stood beside his former sensei and spoke. "You'll see him again, you know?" The Sannin said softly. He could see clearly. The third Hokage was sad because he wouldn't be able to see Naruto every day. "I know the third Hokage," he said, giving me the. I turned around to go back to his office. I've grown fond of him. I enjoyed the time I spent training him. Conversations with him were never boring. "I can imagine that," Jiraiya said. "Do you think it's safe to send Kakashi and you go?" "Of course not," said the third Hokage. "Danzo would take advantage of an opportunity to kidnap Naruto if that opportunity arises. Kushina can be dangerous when she's angry, but she would do anything if her son were captured, and Naruto would do anything. It was his mother who was captured. In his place, it would be a disaster," Jiraiya said with a nod. "Yes," Iruin said, nodding. "Wherever Naruto turns, Danzo will regret the day he crossed Naruto's path. When it comes to his mother, Naruto shows no mercy. This is one of the reasons why he dislikes Minato. Kushina was hurt by Minato's death," Jiraiya said, returning to the main course. "Are you going to send another one? An ambush squad to follow them?" "Yes." The Kasuga also agreed to send his. Sarutobi had no doubt that the Kasuga would send his best efforts to escort them. He made sure Naruto was safe and was certain the blonde boy would be treated well in Nagakure. Naruto was a key to the future of Suna. The man understood Naruto's importance to Konohagakure and the power he would wield. He was going to use this to safeguard Suna's future, take care of Naruto, and when the blonde boy grows up and powerful, he will remember your kindness. You have cooperated quite a bit in all of this, Jiraiya said. "I suppose this benefits him more in the long run. If Naruto and Temari get along, we'll see. A strong bond exists between Suna and Konoha. It's not just that, the third Hokage, if he decides to leave Konoha, he will go to Swagakure. His village will have gained a powerful ally. Of course, there will also be enemies, but between Naruto and Gaara, everything is justified either way. He'll benefit from this," he said. "Jiraiya, I didn't think he was so intelligent. For what they love, people. Think more deeply and you will take a compelling action to safeguard what you value," Dame explained. Raza. He thought deeply about Sua's future and made a decision. He wasn't exactly shrewd about it either. He told me straight up. "Right in front of you. I probably knew you'd work things out," Jiraiya said. "I'm going. I need to prepare a few things before I leave. I also don't want to leave Danzo without a clear opportunity to act." Sandaime nodded. Borders of fire of the country. It was in the middle of the night, and the group had camped at the borders at the suggestion of the Tsunambu. They said it was dangerous to travel through the desert. They had walked all night without rest. It was a surprise. For the Sambu, Naruto could have kept up without complaining of fatigue. When asked, he simply said that he could continue and that he would shrug off any combined concerns about. They were unjustified. He said, naturally, Kushina knew that although if he was tired he wouldn't say so unless she said something. Her beloved son was willing to endure the pain, just so she would be free from worries. It was a beautiful thing that he cared so much for her, but at the same time, Kushina felt sad. Naruto was still too young to be thinking about her that way. Anyway, there was no point in worrying about it anymore. He knew that part of Naruto didn't. It was going to be easy to remove. The group was sitting around a fire. Meals for the evening had already been ruled out. Yugao was also sitting with them. Her mask had already been discarded along with her ANBU equipment. Since there two squads of ANBU, Kakashi said it was fine for her to act as just a Jonin instead of an ANBU. "If you keep this up, you'll really become a resistance fanatic," Yugao told Naruto. He had walked the entire. He walked without looking tired. She knew he was really tired, but he had hidden it well and forced her. His body began to walk with remarkable success. That wouldn't be a bad thing, Naruto said. He looked thoughtful for a second. A high level of stamina ensures you last a long time in a fight. It's safe to say that a high level of stamina makes it possible for one to fight even stronger opponents. Strong, how did you come to that conclusion? Kakashi asked. He knew the answer, but he only wanted to hear the kind of answer Naruto would come up with. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a He raised an eyebrow and had a look that clearly expressed what Naruto thought of the question, but nevertheless. He replied, "A high level of resistance increases the level of resistance, in a fight, it's not always the strongest who wins. Many factors determine the outcome. Stamina can be a factor. Be one of those. You really listen when the third Hokage teaches you, huh?" he said. "Kakashi, but again, we must wait." Naruto really took to the training. "Seriously, what would be the point of the third-ranking student teaching me if I don't listen?" Naruto asked rhetorically. "What is Anu's life like?" Yuga was curious. For that life, Naruto had read a lot when Kakashi became an ANBU member under his mother. The Jonin had become. In a fully fledged robot, much more like an Ambu from the Foundation, those trained to be assassins don't show emotion. Danzo believed emotions were a hindrance and unnecessary. Naruto thought wrong, but who was he to argue with the Warhawk? In any case, he wanted to know if everyone becomes like him. Kakashi, when they join forces, ethical, Yugao said, in moments like this, it's when I rest, I have the opportunity to rest when there aren't many problems facing the people, of course. The idea that we have no emotions is wrong. We simply don't let our emotions cloud our judgment. Out with it. Andu, we all have lives. You spent time with Itachi, you should know this. Itachi is a different matter. He doesn't fit into the equation, Naruto said indifferently regarding the Uchiha clan. You were crazy when you became an ANBU. Kakashi shrugged. I was going through a bad time in my life. His sensei said. He had just died. He didn't. No one was left. They had left him alone. Obito, Rin, Minato, they had all left him. He had left, and he could have done something to save Rin. Obito. That was a part of his life that had been very dark and gloomy. Kakashi never wanted to go through that again. Never. Well, at least not this time. He acknowledges that he has friends, something like family, in Kushina and Naruto. Therefore, his attitude depends on a person's mindset. Naruto said. But that attitude of yours is what made you so successful as an ANBU, I guess that. Too much friendliness isn't appropriate for the job. Kushina got involved before. Could someone answer this question? Are you thinking of joining ANBU Naruto? She could understand why he wanted to join the ANBU. Yes, it made things much clearer, being in the ANBU. She would keep him away from the village streets and those who hated him. Naruto wanted to avoid them at all costs. She assumed that. As he grew older, it wouldn't be easy to stop himself from hitting someone for saying something stupid. Naruto shrank back. Shoulders, Itachi once asked me to join the ANBU and I refused, he said. Mother, that was the reason, without a doubt, Kakashi said. Kushina nodded. I forgot that, eh? We had this conversation once. What's the change of heart? The redhead shook her head. It was a question. Stupid, I'm not going to change my mind, I'm just curious. Naruto replied. Anyway, enough with the serious conversation, Kushina said firmly. Can you ask her anything? A little happier? He asked, looking at Yugao and Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent. He paused thoughtfully for a few moments. He had never had a casual conversation with Naruto. The blonde boy didn't dwell on it. Pointless conversations with adults. How are you dealing with the Itachi problem? Anyway, you're pretty close. From him, Yugao said. Naruto shrugged indifferently. Not really. There's nothing to deal with. He said. Kakashi, he sighed, but knew when not to push. No. We should have brought Sasuke. It would have been good for him to be away from the village. Also, it's not certain that Sasuke should leave the village after what just happened, and besides, his mother needs him. Mikoto-chan no longer has no one. They both need each other, and if there's anyone who can make Sasuke behave accordingly, they have to. Being their mother, Kushina said, gaining the approval of both Yugao and Kakashi. Naruto stifled a yawn. I'm going to sleep. I was really exhausted. Never. I hadn't done as much physical exercise as I did today. We also need to rest. We should get up early in the morning so we can reach Swagakure by noon. Kakashi suggested. Swagakure. Who could have thought Danzo would be willing to do something so predictable and stupid? Not Kakashi, nor Yugao had expected such an extreme measure from the Warhawk. Kakashi assumed that Danzo, allowing Naruto, roamed freely within the elemental nations, allowing a powerful weapon to sever its strings. Konoha, the man possibly feared that Naruto loved Swagakure more than Konoha. If it was a matter of love, this guy really should know that Naruto doesn't love Konoha. In fact, the only reason he was a person from Konoha, it was for his mother and his own safety. Perhaps that was the point. Danzo defeated the children from the Foundation and made them swear loyalty to him. Kakashi had never heard of anyone from the Foundation betraying the Warhawk. Perhaps he thought he could overcome loyalty to himself, not to Konoha, in Naruto by leading him down the path. Strength. Kakashi doubted it would be a success even if the man managed to capture Naruto, the only person Naruto was loyal to his mother, nothing more and nothing less. He hoped that with time things would change. He was obligated to change. Kakashi told himself. It happened right after they had transformed. The night after a long day, Kakashi's shinobi instincts had awakened him from his sleep when they had sensed something. By then, Yugao was already up, watching over them. In case something happened, there were battle clashes around their rest area, the two squadrons of A and B. They had become engaged to the Ninobi, dressed in vests and wajahonin. Kakashi could never mistake them for the Ninobi. The Foundation. Sometimes she had worked with the man during his darkest days. It was a shame the agents killed each other to avoid questioning. It was Danzo's best tactic. They've never. No one liked their secrets. In any case, the corpses were useless because they couldn't enter their minds because of the damned seal that destroyed the mind. Even if Danzo were to face the bodies, he would deny it, saying he didn't know them. A fool would think that somehow IWA had discovered Naruto's secret and was seeking him in return for what Minato had done during the war. Shinobi, but for the mind of a true shinobi, such a reason, however logical it sounded, was not the problem. Real, Danzo was what Danzo had been thinking about. The third Hokage had said that some of what was happening was very likely, and he was right. Danzo had ordered Naruto's capture. It was a wise move by the third Hokage to have two ENBU squads to protect Naruto and his mother, with him and Yugao on the line. One would think that would be enough, but they had simply been put there as bait. It didn't matter what powerful as he was, Kakashi hadn't been brought here to fight. He was only there for show and the company, nothing more. Fighting would be a last resort if the ambush failed. That in itself had a high probability of happening. But, considering there were two ambush squads, naturally, Kushina had been completely angry over this little incident. Oh, the Mother Superior was furious that someone would try to take her son away from her. Minato had been taken by the Shinigami, and now Naruto. There's no way in hell, she had threatened with. He knew he would break the bastard's chains when he returned to Konoha. Kakashi knew it. Kushina ultimately wouldn't do anything. Regarding this, the bodies would not formally be sufficient evidence to place Danzo at the scene. Knowing the third Hokage, he alone would give the War Hawks a stern warning. That's what he's been doing in recent years. When Danzo did something stupid, the third in command never had the guts to execute the Warhawk for treason. Kakashi would have done it long ago. There was compelling evidence to support the death chair. Kakashi had seen Naruto's twisted expression as his mother paced furiously. He had seen his eyes narrowed when he learned someone was trying to kidnap him. That alone was enough for Kakashi to know Danzo. He had made an enemy in Naruto, and the blonde guy would do something, maybe not next week or next year, but the day will come, and Danzo will pay. Kakashi was certain. He knew how Naruto thought. When it came to his mother, some actions against his mother were seen as blasphemy, and that couldn't be forgiven. Naruto could forgive someone for causing him pain, but he would never forgive anyone for stabbing him. His mother stabbed him in the back. The double problem for both mother and son could only be punished with the death. If the third Hokage can't get Danzo, Naruto will, besides calming. According to his mother, Naruto had been quiet on the way. His mind was probably occupied with formulating plans to make Danzo pay. Kakashi shook his head. What would Minato do in this? What was the situation? Would she try to pull the blonde man out of those thoughts or leave him engrossed in his devices? Minato wasn't here. The question was, what should I do? The third Hokage will be furious when he reads the report, Yugao said, then shook her head. With his head, no, by now he's already read it, and I bet Danzo was summoned to the office some time ago. Time, Kushina nodded with a frown. But he's just going to slap him. she said, disappointed. He's been leaving Danzo out in the cold many times. It annoyed him that he could let him do as he pleased. The third Hokage had to stand up and show the old fool who he was. It was the Okuji. I couldn't let him continue like this. A line had been crossed. And Kushina wasn't going to forget it, not until Danzo was held accountable for his actions. Naruto was her beloved son. Who would try to separate a mother and son? What enraged her most was that she knew exactly what Danzo had done with his puppets. It sickened her to think he would ever consider doing that to her son. No. He saw his beloved, he saw a weapon that needed to be trained to use its power for the good of Konoha. Yugao denied it. I doubt it, Kakashi said. He raised an eyebrow, looking at Yugao with a question. Do you think he'll do much more than that? He can't do much more than that, possibly because he understands the Danzo's courage. However, he may be willing to forgive Danzo for trying to kill him, but I don't think that. Please forgive Danzo for this, Yugao said before explaining. I've seen him do it with Naruto many times. I've seen him do it. How much he cares. I've never seen him bathe anyone with as much affection as he does with Naruto, trying to touch. Naruto will not be forgiven. Yugao looked at Naruto for a moment. I think the feeling is mutual. He simply won't. She'll show it, she said of Naruto. Yugao has seen the two interact outside of training. She has never. Given the third Hokage's actions, it's clear he was more concerned and kind to Naruto than to any of his family members. The relationship between the couple was special. It couldn't be broken, on the funny side. From this, they both knew how to manipulate each other into doing something. Yugao actually found it amusing, especially when each of them knew what was happening, and yet they allowed it. If there was someone Naruto could cry for besides his mother, the third Hokage, Kakashi nodded. He is, he said. I'm a little jealous of their relationship. He added, you shouldn't be if you try harder. Kushina interjected. Kakashi. He gave his usual response, an indifferent shrug. I doubt it would have made a difference. She glanced briefly at Naruto before turning her gaze toward the doors. You don't know anything about that, Kushina said. She looked at herself. She looked at her son for a moment. She nodded in agreement with his words. Kakashi didn't. He did that. You never knew unless you tried. Naruto's relationship with Itachi was proof of that. Naruto had been willing to talk to Itachi about anything. They had been close like brothers. Although the bond between Itachi and Sasuke could never be replaced, Naruto was there. He was also friendly with the third Hokage. If you really wanted to get close, you could. It wasn't a task. Impossible. I just needed someone willing to understand and be patient. Perhaps, Kakashi said. It seems the Keisuke himself is here to welcome us, Jonin said, looking at the group in the doorway. They're not there to welcome you, Yugao corrected. They're there to welcome the rejected prince of Konoha. With the right education and motivation, Naruto could become a political powerhouse, Kakashi sighed. And she was trying to make me feel important, she said. Mood running way. Yugao shrank back. I'm just telling the truth. Silence reigned as they finally reached the gates of the hidden village in the sand. The Keisuke was surrounded by two of his sons, another man, and the two guards of the door. Raza formed a small smile on her lips as she watched her guests arrive in one piece and look good. What had to be done for Suna's sake, this had to be done. There was value in treating these people with care, he couldn't deny that. The future excited him. He couldn't wait to see the look on his people's faces when they realized that he had once been. She housed the son of the Yellow Flash of Konoha in her home, and the boy was hired to marry her daughter. The idea was pleasing to his thoughts, even intoxicating for a moment. In a fit of madness, Raza even considered deliberately leaving the truth to the people. Something like that would cause a huge uproar. Debate, Konoha would be forced out of its shadows, and he would be right behind Naruto and his mother, the fourth Hokage. Keisuke maintained his smile as his eyes shifted to the blond young man. He held a book in his right hand, a blank expression on his face. Raza looked at the book carefully. Fuinjutsu realized, according to Kushina, Naruto. He was deeply interested in understanding the theory of Fuinjutsu. Naturally, this pleased Raza. I had thought about asking Kushina to teach one of her subordinates. Fuinjutsu also had a swagakure. A severe shortage of Fuinjutsu users. Hell, I couldn't say I had any more. Seal masters, those old men had left the village, and the remaining ones were good, but not good enough. Good, the Kekuchi was looking for a good level of Uzumaki, so I'd be happy, nothing less than that level was worth little, maybe Kushina. She could even fix the seal on Gaara, maybe she could, Naruto. He held the Kyuubi within him, and it was fast asleep inside him. Its powers could be accessed at his command. Time, I had no doubt about it, Gaara was a failure in his current form, he was worthless. But if Kushina were to change her seal, she could add some value to it, he could be trained properly without Shikaku. He whispered maddening thoughts in his head. Raza nodded to himself. He would seize this opportunity and use it well, it was presented to him, it would be foolish of him not to take advantage of it. With that plan in mind, Raza greeted the value people with a warm smile, although she wouldn't say it aloud. She had grown to like the Uzumaki family, they were good and valuable people, she liked that about them. Hello. Kushina Naruto, I'm glad you arrived safely in Swagakure, she said before addressing the secondary characters. Yes. I could call Kakashi's famous Sharingan secondary to Naruto. The Jonin may be powerful and famous, but for his Nagakure was not beneficial, using it would only mold Naruto into an excellent shinobi. Raza greeted the two. The guards stood with their guests before turning to watch Naruto interact with his daughter. The blonde man was smiling. It was small, but a smile, however, she could see that it was a real smile, from what she understood about the blonde. She didn't paint fake smiles on her face, it was that simple. Raza. He admired that trait, he admired Naruto in general, the blonde boy had a sharp mind. He was far smarter than any of his children, he was the kind of kid Kage would need. With Naruto, there had been so many possibilities, none of them had them with their children, at least if Gaara's problems are fixed, there will be more possibilities available, yes, so many, if that happened, he would make his son a suitable leader for Suna. Kankuro was not suited for that. Hi, Temari, Naruto said, smiling slightly. How could he forget that his mother had he ever told her to smile at a girl, especially Temari? He'd gotten used to it, even though he only did it once. A couple of times, Naruto, Temari said, smiling and giving a small bow. Naruto dismissed Temari's request. There's no need for that, he said. I understand that as Sekiji's daughter you are being taught discipline, good manners, proper etiquette, and how to act. The paper, but we're still children, we can be excused for forgetting some things. Besides, we're like family, if you want to be comfortable with me, you can maintain your dignity, but still pull a few bits of formality. Temari smiled, she doubted her father would. She allowed it, but she still allowed her mind to wander. Come on, she said. Naruto followed the girl. Kakashi didn't waste any time either, he followed Naruto. While Yugao stayed with Kushina, Raza watched with a smile. They get along well. Pretty good, he told Kushina, leading the Uzumaki family toward their home. Naturally, that was gold, Naruto. He would end up marrying Temari, Gaara would become friends with Naruto, and one day both children would become guardians of Konoha and Suavakure would become brothers. What Konoha has, Suna will have. Yes. Kushina said, smiling too, it's refreshing to see, if only we had a little more. I think they'd become friends in no time. Raza nodded. Temari may be the older one, but she's still. He has some issues and doesn't say what he thinks, however, Naruto doesn't have a problem with that, he takes his mother with him. Feliz, Kushina said, I hope she doesn't take everything from her mother. Raza said, smiling, there were certainly some characteristics of Kushina's personality that Raza didn't want Naruto to have as well. What is he supposed to be? Does that mean? Raza said goodbye to her hands. Nothing, she said. Family, she said. Regarding what Naruto said to Temari, technically, we're family, Naruto. He's legally engaged to Tamarin-chan, so that makes us family in a way, Kushina said. Raza. He nodded. I suppose so, he said. I'm sorry for what I'm hearing in Konoha after the Uchiha incident. It's truly unfortunate that you and your son are receiving that kind of treatment. Thank you, Kushina said, although it is. Unfortunately, it's something we must live with because we can't run from it. Konoha became my home. When I left my old village, it has been my home ever since, and it still is my home, despite everything. Raza didn't have nothing to say about that, Although he liked her loyalty, she was right, they were good people who wouldn't break their word. However, I hope you feel comfortable here. To think of it as your second home, Naruto said, we're family after all. With Naruto didn't know you knew how to talk to girls, Kakashi told the blonde boy. In general, he played his letters with Temari. The first step in making her feel comfortable had been executed perfectly, and now they were speaking peacefully. Naruto looked at the Jonin for a moment. What gave you that idea? Kakashi shrugged. Your interactions with the girls in Konoha, he offered. How do you interact with others? Girls? Temari asked, looking at Kakashi. She was curious, so she had seen the blonde boy. She would be surprised to learn that he was all smiles and laughter with other people, if he didn't. Ignore them, tell them they're upset, Kakashi said. Temari smiled. That sounds exactly like him, he said. I should feel honored that he doesn't do that to me. But it's not just about him. He's not trying to be civil, but rather trying to make her feel comfortable. He wanted to tell you, Mari, but he swallowed those words. I think Ino-chan will be depressed if she finds out about this, Kakashi said. Looking at Naruto, actually, sometimes he could be indifferent towards the Yamanaka girl. Ino-chan, just a girl, eh? Actually, friend, Naruto said before Kakashi could say anything. Where's your brother? Gaara. Naruto didn't. He responded, simply giving her a glance. Kankuro was here then. Which other brother did he think he was talking about? Kakashi sighed, looking at that. Well, Naruto will always be Naruto. I don't know, I haven't seen him since this morning, he said. Temari, there was something in her tone that made Naruto look at her curiously. He sensed as if she were worried about. He, though he made no comment, said, I see. Looking up at the sky. When are you leaving? Naruto asked Kakashi. I'll take the rest of the train tomorrow morning. I'll treat my free time like this and enjoy what Suna has to offer. You always have free time, Naruto said. Kakashi simply shrugged. Naruto didn't say anything about that. She turned back to Temari. They had planned something for us today. I knew something. It had been planned for them. Every time he was here, his time was exclusively spent with Temari. Yes, some things have cancelled all our plans, Naruto said. We can do a little later, maybe dinner. I just want to take a nap right now. Temari nodded. I will, she said with relief, though she could understand why he needed a nap. He'd come from Konoha and didn't seem like the type of person who would agree to be given a ride, the next one. One day, Kushina walked toward the kitchen inside the Kekiji residence with a small smile on her face. She felt something free, as if a burden had just been lifted from his shoulders. He could still be happy in that. Konoha. But I hadn't felt this light since Naruto became the third Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Perhaps it was because she didn't have to worry about someone trying anything with her and her son while they weren't looking. Another matter was the fact that Naruto seemed to get along well with Temari. Her son was actually treating her well. The girl, his treatment of Temari was almost like how he treated her. Kushina was delighted to see this. He would do that with Ino. Maybe it was because Ino knew him that way and he wouldn't be angry that she accepted that part of him from him, and if he acted anyway, it would probably scare her because he didn't use her. She understood that Naruto. She was doing it for her own sanity. She had to believe that not all humans were bad. There was hope, even for her happiness. It made her happy that he had listened to her advice and was making an effort with the way things were going. She wouldn't mind staying here for a whole month. It would give Naruto the chance to smile and get along with other children. He needed the positive atmosphere, which was inside the village. Kushina sat down next to the small kitchen table where Naruto was sitting next to her. With Temari, they had both just finished their lunch. Well, Naruto was already done. Temari was still eating. You've adapted quite well, Kushina told Naruto, smiling slightly. He nodded. We've been coming here, so this isn't anything new. Besides, the atmosphere isn't oppressive like it is in Konoha, the blonde boy told his mother. You look happy too. She smiled at that. Everything. It was fine if this were at home. Naruto wouldn't have any problems. Perhaps his enormous growth for his age wouldn't have been forced. Whether he liked to admit it or not, the circumstances in Konoha really did. They have forced him to become what he is. In this town, He received hope for a better tomorrow, his faith in humanity. He was repeatedly struck in Konoha, here he was revived, but this led to the conclusion that the people of Konoha were simply complete garbage. As humans, they were despicable. How the hell they played their parts so perfectly, Kushina smiled. I'm excited to travel around the elemental nations. There are so many places I want to see and so much to do. He didn't have to say it out loud in front of Temari, but Naruto would understand. I really hope we can find out something, Naruto said. The Senju compound is a little too big for just 2 people. Well, now that I think about it, we've left. Perhaps it will be different when we return. The thought of the Uzumaki clan's resurgence is truly. It gave Naruto a sense of purpose. He would no longer focus solely on his mother, but also on the clan. She savored the responsibility. It would make her mother happy and fill some voids in her heart. Temari looked. The mother and son seemed to get along well. It was a bit strange to think that these two were related to Yanda Okaji. Incredible, they didn't act like that. Even so, Temari felt a pang in her. My heart ached watching the two of them interact. They were open with each other and seemed to talk about everything. She missed them. To her mother, she wondered what things would be like if her mother were still alive. She would smile and chat about different ideas, like Naruto does with his mother. When we return to Konoha, we should stop by here and take Temari-chan with us. She still has to visit us at our house, Kushina offered, but Naruto shrank back. He shrugged. Naruto threatened Kushina. Naruto smiled. That's an idea. Lovely, mother, she hasn't seen our new home yet. I think time will tell when she will. Maybe he even enjoyed his time calling you Oka-san, the blonde said. Did you just make a joke? She asked. Kushina raised an eyebrow. She had never heard Naruto say anything about sharing his mother. She hadn't. No problem with that, as long as his time with his mother wasn't disturbed, but he never actually said something like that out loud. I think she did. Temari finally said, speaking from. What new home are you talking about? We're living in the Senju compound because, beyond the technical aspects, it's become our new home. Naruto said. Does that mean you? Did you relate to the Senju? Yes, he does, Naruto said, not giving it much thought. Importance? I thought you already knew. Temari shook her head. They didn't tell me, Naruto said. He looked at the girl. For a moment, his eyes met hers with such intensity and curiosity that Temari looked away. To hide some embarrassment, Kushina smiled. Naru-chan, are you making me? Temari-chan blushed. Don't look at her like that, Naruto said. He looked at his mother for a. Just before nodding, I have a lot of information stored in my head. After you finish eat, I can fill you with what you need to know. Temari nodded. He was going to take that deal. No one could say anything more because at that moment he appeared. The case gauge, it's wonderful to see that everyone is getting tall, she said, smiling before looking at Kushina. It's him. Can you take a look and see if you can fix it or just replace it? All eyes turned towards the small red-haired boy next to the cadet holding a stuffed animal, Temari's younger brother. He told Naruto he was a Jinchuriki like him, but apparently unstable. He didn't seem too bothered about it. Unstable. Naruto looked at the boy with intense curiosity. He was so curious that he got up from his chair and he approached his fellow Jinchuriki. This was the first time he'd gotten so close to the redhead, another Jinchuriki. He didn't know it then, but now he did, and it was fascinating. Looking at another human who harbors a biju, parts of his heart felt a strange sensation. The feeling was so strange that Naruto couldn't understand it. He realized it wasn't a bad feeling. He was simply excited to see another Jinchuriki. It was because he believed he had found someone who had something special common with him, as it was with Itachi, so many questions and the object in relation. He stood before him with the questions. However, Naruto said nothing. Inside she smiled while Naruto didn't notice. Others noticed her intense. Her gaze was making Gaara uncomfortable. Kushina quickly intervened. Naruto called out, walking toward the two of them. Don't look at it like it's some kind of puzzle. Naruto blinked when his mother knelt beside him. Kushina smiled warmly at Gaara. Hello, Gaara-chan. We haven't been introduced, but I'm Kushina, Naruto's mother, she said, extending her hand. Gaara stared at the hand for a minute. Hesitantly, he took his own hand out and took Kushina's. Surprisingly, it was soft and warm. She didn't mean to hurt anyone, she realized. She wanted to smile. But he couldn't, he simply nodded. Kushina still stood up. Holding Gaara's hand, she took it. Gaara was too surprised to act or say anything. She held him up high, just as she had held her son. She looked at Naruto and smiled. I knew it, you were making a cold joke, she said, looking at his expression. Naruto? He simply shrugged. I'll check the stamp later, first thing. That's the first thing, I want to meet him, Kushina said. Raza nodded. She had no objection to that. I'll prepare a place suitable for that. Kushina shook her head. I can create a barrier too, said Temari-chan. Have you finished? Temari nodded. Let's go outside, you're going to come too far along. Naruto, if we look around, maybe we'll find some ramen. Ano, smiling before putting Gaara down, isn't this Naruto? Naruto looked at his mother with an inquisitive look. After fixing Gaara, you can have a friend, and Timar can. To get her brother back, Kushina said. She was aware of how things worked at the Kekuji residence in the relationships with Gaara. What's wrong with him? Naruto asked that without caring that Gaara could hear it. His seal isn't like yours. Suijiru is a little crazy, Phil. His head is spinning with madness, so much so that he can't even sleep. If he sleeps, there's a chance the Bijilu might be able to wake up, Kushina explained. What predicament? Naruto said expressionlessly. No emotion. You're going to sever the connection between Bijilu and the host? That will depend on the seal. I have to look at it first, but yes, the connection must be severed and the seal made in such a way that Gaara can sleep. Calmly, you really can do better, I mean, he asked. Temari, hope evident in her tone. Kushina smiled. Yes, she said with steadfastness. Here, Gaara, I will make the voices disappear and you will be loved once more. Fuinjutsu was truly an interesting and perplexing art. It never ceased to amaze Naruto, who was the only one. Art that could fit a mountain-sized beast into something so small and still leave room inside. From that person's subconscious so that the beast would appear complete and still communicate as if it were truly I was alive. Being sealed away was truly the worst kind of prison. There was no hope of light and you were never free to move. All you had to do was simply lie in your cell and he continued plotting ways to escape, even though he knew it was impossible to simply break free. Naruto placed his hand right in his stomach. The Kyuubi was there, and his life depended on it. To survive, he relied on it to keep going. Living, if he dies too, though temporarily, it was death, Despite everything, their destinies were intertwined until her body could no longer carry the Bijiru. Until then, the beast would pass to someone. Naruto didn't think much about it, his thoughts just stopped there. He had told Temari that they had to accept the reality that had pressed upon their lives. I said it that way because I believed it was the only way to make the best of the situation. Ignoring it wasn't going to work, no. He could continue ignoring that the Kyuubi was inside him. It was there, and whether he liked it or not, they had to learn to live with the situation and get along for your own survival. Don't distance yourself like that. Naruto! Kushina said, hitting Naruto on his right shoulder. Naruto looked at her. His mother was grateful that he hadn't been called any inappropriate names in front of his two siblings, Sangara and Temari. 4 of them were walking through the streets of Sunagakure, heading towards a nice secluded spot to talk and to get to know each other. At least that's what his mother said. You don't have to hit so hard, Mom, Naruto said with a slight. He grunted. I was thinking about important things anyway. He added, No. It matters, Kushina said firmly. You have plenty of time to think about other things. For now, it's just the 4 of us. And we need to use our time wisely. We don't have much time here, remember? Naruto sighed and nodded. Yes, Mother, she said, they certainly didn't have much time here in this town. They had to embark on their training journey soon enough. They only passed through Nagakure, and then, once his mother repaired Gaara's seal, they would only have a few days before leaving. The 3rd Kage would probably. He anticipated that the 4th Grand Master would ask his mother something like that. Probably why she had summoned them. They could have left Konoha for as long as they wanted without stopping. It wasn't like Konoha would change. During the night, Naruto knew that the cunning old man wasn't naive enough to believe that something like that It would happen in her dream. The friendship had to be forged and the bond strengthened, at least that was the idea. A side story of things, it was for a better future, a happy tomorrow, that's it. That was what his mother wanted, and Naruto was going to do everything he could to make her happy, and himself happy, a part of him. She had hoped for a better tomorrow, after all, so she wasn't just doing this for her mother, but also for her. Their own sanity. Everyone had some hope for the future, people. They hoped for the best, no matter how desperate their situations were. Theirs wasn't desperate, there was ways to make the best of the situation. Uzumaki Naruto simply didn't try hard, but he understood that if he didn't, nothing would change. If he grows up to be a bitter child who wears the Amba mask in his sleep, that's what would happen. Happy to her mother, she might even worry about those nights again. Wretches, Naruto would never forgive himself if he made his mother experience so much pain. He would curse his existence until the day his body decides it can no longer contain his soul. With that in mind, Naruto looked at her beautiful mother, smiled. "What were you thinking about?" Kushina asked. Having seen the blonde man clutch his stomach, where the seal containing the kubi was located, he was different from his. My son thought deeply about his prisoner. He didn't talk much about the Biju. "Biju, it's amazing how the Futsu is," Naruto said softly. "He's like this because of his Bijulu and the things it does to him." "They happened, right?" Naruto asked, looking at the redhead walking to his mother's right, being held by his hand. That sight made him tremble, but he tried not to show it. Even so, the recurring theme was there. He didn't like to share his mother. Kushina nodded. "Shikaku has always been known for his madness," he said. "Given the type of seal that was used, it's assumed he'll go mad. He hasn't lost it yet. But if nothing can be done about the seal, it will go bad. Can you help it?" Temari asked. A hopeful look on her face. Once again, Kushina nodded, but with a "Of course I can," she said firmly. "Uzumaki see. This is a problem. Executing the Great Fireball Jutsu is natural for Ilukia. It's also natural for. We'll seal the Bigilis and learn more about the seals." The pride of Uzumaki. Naruto loved his mother when he spoke with pride of his clan. Why hadn't he gone so far as to praise himself a little more? It was incredible with the things he could do with Fuinjutsu, and people praised his damned father as a Fuinjutsu genius. All the glory to the precious fourth Hokage and nothing for his mother. Naruto didn't understand what all the fuss was about when he. It was about that man. Yes, she was certainly intelligent. The fact that she understood Uzumaki's work was a proof of that. But there was something original that Irene did, the work of the second-year Okaji. Therefore, Naruto was able to. In other words, the man was only capable of inventing the Rasengan. Naruto shook his head, realizing that he would get too far away with his thoughts and miss the conversation at hand. Temari smiled before speaking. "Our father hasn't been very kind to him since he didn't meet his expectations," she said with a sad smile. "I feel bad for not being able to do anything, Kushina." She smiled warmly. Brothers and sisters." She thought happily. She didn't say a word, but looked at Naruto, telling her to say something because it wasn't her place, it was his. Temari was his fiancé, after all. Naruto was. He wondered if his mother had a manipulative streak behind that warm smile of hers. If it were him who saying something comforting would only improve his relationship with the blonde girl. Inside, he was amused. People thought she was stupid. They were the ones who were stupid. Kushina wasn't stupid, but her attitude was. He could fool anyone. Naruto watched Temari turning the pages inside. His mind raced, wondering how he was going to do this. "There's nothing you can really do," Naruto said softly. There are times when we really want to change something with all our hearts, but we can't do anything. That's the reality of life. Perhaps one could say that life's cruelty suits him better, so why not? Are you powerful enough? Just watch and let things go wrong. Naruto shook his head. Slightly. When you can't do anything for yourself, you have to admire those who can, he said. I learned. There are things I can't change, and it's not just power that changes everything. When you can't do anything, you need to trust someone and depend on them to change things for you. What happens when there's no one you can trust? Can't you trust someone? Someone you can trust, then call it the end of life. Naruto said, but while it's not the end, there will always be someone, you might find it difficult to find them. That person, but eventually they'll find someone to lean on. My mother is here now, so am I. I'm here, will always be there for you now and in the future, she will help. Your brother, you can trust her, and maybe someday in the future you can depend on me too, yes. He fought for his mind and power to protect what he cherished. At this moment, there was little he could do without dying. But in the near future, he would grow strong enough to handle his mother's things for people whom he cared for. He wouldn't fail at that, seeing the smile on Temari's face. Kushina smiled at Naruto, striking him with invisible blows. She smiled. A little, would you like? To maximize the effects of your words, the moment has passed, Naruto said, shrugging. What did I say, Naruto? Do you want me to repeat that? No, mother, Naruto said before smiling. Gaara looked at the couple. He found them curious and envied them. To have a mother, to walk like that, to talk like that. He certainly had wished to walk with a mother detained like this. He had also seen other children detained and he had longed for it. They were holding him now and he felt warm. He was happy even though his expression didn't show it. This is what it felt like to have a mother. Before, he had felt strange when he picked it up, but it was a good rare one. It had brought a blurry feeling to his heart, and he liked it. However, his mouth couldn't open to say anything. He was happy. Just walking like that, listening to the three of them talking, was a new experience. Baccanoara liked this experience, so when Kushina let him go, he felt disappointed. He stood there staring into the empty space in front of him, wondering if she had. I've been playing with him, giving him that good feeling and then taking it away before he could enjoy it. Now that would be cruel. Come on, Gaara, Kushina said to the redhead. Dazed, they had arrived at their destination, a quiet playing field, hugging her. Holding a teddy bear in his other hand, Gaara slowly walked towards Lizumaki. What's wrong? He asked as he sat next to Naruto and Temari. Gaara slowly shook his head, but offered no words in response. Perhaps he wasn't used to this kind of attention. Normally, people avoided him, and others stared at him with killer eyes, but it was a warm feeling, something that a part of him told her he really needed to have in his life. She doesn't talk much, huh? Naruto asked, looking directly at the redhead. If it had been Sasuke, he would have already punched the kid, but Gaara was a different kind of person. There was no harm done. Temari shook her head in response. It can't be helped, she said. No one talks to him. Our father doesn't even look at him on a good day, and although we care about him, he barely responds to our messages. Attempts to start a conversation. After breakfast, he gets up and leaves the house. It's not that you have a good conversation starter, Naruto said, earning a look from his mother. It's obvious things are awkward between them. They are siblings, separated until now. They live in the same house, but in different worlds. Do you have anything to tell her when it's just the two of you? Temari nodded. I find it difficult and, in the end, I say nothing, she said quietly. But I do care and want to change the things. Well, he's right here and can hear you perfectly. Speak with him, Naruto offered, pulling out his Fuinjutsu book to read for a bit. He certainly had plenty of room to maneuver. To cover it up, there were many things she didn't know about art, and how Uzumaki had to be an expert in it. Temari. She blinked twice. All this time she had been talking so comfortably and hadn't actually. They had registered the fact that Gaara was with them. They had felt as free to speak as if he weren't there. Here, but now that she was back in reality, she didn't know what to say. She just smiled nervously and looked at Gaara. He gave her a blank stare, as if daring her to say something. The first step is always the hardest. It's difficult, but once you give it your all, everything becomes easy. You must gather the courage to speak up, and things will fall into place. Line, Naruto said as Kushina watched. He knows you're his older sister, so given everything, you can understand the expression. Do they both know that Gaien can hear you? Kushina asked, waving the. Gaara overheard her as he sat closer. Naruto-chan is a bad person, not him, Gaien. For the first time since the four of them left Kasukeji's residence, Gaara uttered his first words. Gaien, he said, looking at Kushina with a strange expression on his face. Kushina. She smiled warmly. Is this your new nickname from me? Don't you like it? She asked. She watched attentively. There was a kind of air about her that said it didn't matter whether she liked it or not. He would continue to call it whatever he wanted. Gaara shook his head and looked down. He hugged his stuffed animal again. Before speaking in a whisper, "No one has ever called me that," she said, the smile of. Kushina's face broke into a smile. "If you want, I can call you many more sweet names. I have plenty for Naru. Sean, I can tell you about some of them later," she added in a whisper. "Only he's okay," Gaara said softly. It was one of those difficult moments. For Naruto, honestly, he didn't like it when someone was getting cozy with his mother, certainly not. He would have been looking at Gaara if it had been a year ago. Still, Gaara was a Jinchuriki. Just like him, he could. To let this go, but Kushina was his mother, and his only mother. He was only going to let him have his moment. Besides, if he did something stupid, his mother wouldn't be happy with him. Gaara was a person. Sad, she wanted to save him from the path he was falling down. Surely if nothing was being done, in fact, things were getting much darker, bringing more pain and loneliness. But this time there was an opportunity to begin his childhood. He could still live a normal life when he leaves this village. It was with that. Naruto felt this reasoning was something he shouldn't envy, however. The feeling in his heart didn't disappear. "Don't tell me you're jealous," he told her. Kushina looked at Naruto when she saw his silence. "No, not at all," Naruto said softly. "I was just thinking how sweet it is that you're doing something like this. You didn't post it here because you felt that they needed this, didn't they?" "You're getting off topic," Kushina accused her son, but he nodded. "What made you feel that? Did we do something to have some fun?" "It's okay if you spend time with them," he said. Naruto stared intently at his book. "I need to work some things out." "I'll meet you shortly," Kushina sighed, but didn't question her beloved son. "Come on, you two, let's go and do something fun to do, and let's leave Mr. Brody completely alone." That said, the woman. He led Temari and Gaara away. Naruto frowned slightly as he shook his head. Thank goodness his mother didn't. She was worried about his choice. Perhaps she understood his reasoning. With that in mind, Naruto dove into her mental landscape. The place was dirty. It wasn't that it smelled, no, the condition was simply ridiculous. This was a sewer for Kami's sake, and you put a Baijul in here? Naruto didn't. She had no personal hatred for the Kyuubi. They were both trapped in an unfortunate situation together, and the beast had been manipulated by a vile Uchiha to attack Konoha, so the situation couldn't have been better. It was another one of those situations that make the leaks happen, so damn annoying. Naruto would have gone insane if he had been forced to endure the torture of that sound. 247. This only confirmed my initial suspicion. This was truly the worst type of prison in the world. That one could be launched. A thought crept into the back of his mind. What if humans? Could they be thrown into a seal like this? How would they live? Definitely not. They would object if all of Konoha were sealed off under these conditions. It would suit them. They were one, after all. What better place to find trash than a sewer? Naruto felt that those damn hypocrites were much more suitable to be in such a place as the Kyuubi. In their eyes, the Bijulu was not the evil, but those damned humans were the evil ones. As he walked through the water, Naruto finally reached the large bars that formed a door, a darkness that creeps out behind them. If it weren't for the fact that Naruto trusted Fuinjutsu's work, he would have been afraid. The feeling behind those bars was simply ominous. If I were to spend good days suffocated by that feeling, for when I got out of here, I'd be angry. Those blood-red eyes. They opened slowly as the darkness behind the bars seemed to dissipate. The Kyuubi appeared lying down in the water with its head resting on its legs. It was pathetic to see such a feared Bijihulu trapped like that. Naruto almost. He felt sorry for the Bijihu. Almost. The Bijihu didn't say a word, it just stared at him. Without blinking, Naruto returned his gaze. I can understand why hypocrites fear you, but I feel that I could never fear you. Perhaps it's because I've been in contact with you since I was still forming in the womb. From my mother. Naruto paused for a moment. This makes me a sort of perfect Jinchuriki for you, don't you think? The Kyuubi said nothing. Naruto continued speaking. I don't like humans either. He smiled with bitter amusement. However, I am human, My mother is human too, still, humans are truly despicable creatures. My mother isn't one of them, perhaps she is. That's why I have this hope that not all humans are bad. The beast closed its eyes for a moment, before continuing to stare at Naruto for a full moment. What do you want? Human? My mother says that to conquer your hatred, one must love, but I don't think I can do that. I think I can try to get along with your hatred. Why do you hate humans even for this hatred? Why? Reasons make me understand how few things either of us likes humans, and I'm sure you hate them. Uchiha, who also manipulated you. Naruto paused for a moment. We are both victims of an unfortunate incident. But we've been together since I was in my mother's womb. I have the marks to prove it. We'll get along fine one day because we have no choice but to make the best of the situation. The QB snorted. No. I plan to get along with you, brat. After all, you're human, and all humans will turn to the other side with time. Naruto raised his index finger. I just told you, humans are despicable and I don't like them. I don't like them. Other things matter in this world. You can burn to a crisp, be dragged into madness and chaos. I don't. It would matter as long as I could keep my mother safe and happy. The Vaya seemed funny. Your mother wouldn't approve of such words, nor would your father say, but for. This is certainly an interesting first appearance. Now get out of my space. I want to rest. No, he said. Naruto floated in empty space. He crossed his legs and sat in midair. Tell me about that one-tailed Bijaloo. You must have felt it. The QB seemed surprised for a moment that Naruto had said not so much. Clearly, then he laughed for a few moments. I don't like that crazy Tanuki anyway. What do you want to know? A few minutes later, Naruto was pulled from the mindscape when he felt a pull in his right shoulder. He opened his eyes and looked at the fountain. Gaara. Your mother said to call you, the redhead said. Naruto blinked before shaking his head. He extended his right hand. Gaara looked at him and then at his own. After a moment of deliberation, he finally took Naruto's hand and helped the blonde boy to his feet. So, Gaara, how are you? How does it feel to meet someone who has a stuffed animal inside them? Someone like you? Someone like me, Gaara. He looked at Naruto curiously, as if he didn't know that the blonde was a Jinchuriki. Then he shook his head. I don't know, he replied. It sounded like an honest answer. You're like me, so I don't. You don't like me. I think I'm going to like all the Jinchuriki. We're more than human, after all, Naruto said. With a small smile, later that day, what are you doing somewhere? How about this on your own, Naruto? Kushina asked as she walked towards her son, who was sitting in the back. Keisukeji's superior at the residence on his own. He was worried when suddenly. You disappeared. I'm sorry for worrying you, Mom, Naruto said softly. I just had a lot on my plate. Head, he added, and stared at the empty space in front of him. Things had changed in a way that he could not have imagined or even expected it. For all the time he had known how to live, he had been dealt with so many painful memories, but of course, there were also those good times that he cherished. Certainly, the moments with the Yukiyas and their loved ones were memories worth preserving. Those were the days. These things couldn't be discussed with his mother. It was natural that they were memories he cherished most. As frequently as the life continued to change, new things emerged. It depended on the situation you were in to determine if the changes would be good or bad. For Naruto, the circle of life wasn't a sweet journey, it was a painful one. The more he told himself that nothing mattered to him except his mother, the more problems seemed to pile up in his life. Young life, the children played in the parks, played ball, gave smiles, were exchanged with others while the parents watched contentedly. This was the same outward appearance in Konoha, but Naruto had never given it much thought. He had always looked the other way or simply remained indifferent. Perhaps it was because I knew those people were damned hypocrites. Children may be, but they were no different from their parents. Parents, they did everything their hateful little brats told them to, anyway. Naruto stopped his train of thought as his mother sat comfortably on his right side. She offered him a smile before you speak. The atmosphere here is truly lovely, isn't it? Naruto nodded. It is, he said. It's very different from Konoha. The people here, they are truly happy and have no hidden darkness like those in Konoha. Perhaps we simply don't see it. Because we have hope for something different. It's nice to hear you say you have hope for something. he said. Kushina with a warm smile, hope keeps you running toward the light at the end of the tunnel, and without it, you just give up on everything. That's what I've realized, Naruto said quietly. This village has It has a different impact on me. It reaffirms my hope for a better tomorrow. You always say that we have to. I hope for a happy future. I've always wondered why I want to say that I want to tell you. She had it. What more could she want? There are so many times when we feel we only need one. People are important in our lives, but the truth is, we can't function in society without other people you need. Friends, colleagues, companions, everything else you need to live life to the fullest. Without them, you'll always feel like something's missing. It's unusual for you to speak so calmly, Mom, Naruto noticed with a smile. Anything for you, Naruto said. Kushina placed her left hand on Naruto's head before ruffling his hair slightly. Anything for you. She repeated it, and she doesn't call me her friend, her gentleman. I'm not sure I understand it all, maybe I just don't want to. I'm doing it because I want my world to revolve solely around you. I told Temari to wait or try to take actions that lead to an even better tomorrow. I have a life full of joy, a life she wishes for her siblings. I say things like that to other people, you say things like that to me, you know something that I. Did it attract attention, Mom? Saying things like that makes me a hypocrite. I don't follow that rule. I don't like humans, yet I like you. I have little hope in them, and I don't really give it my all to try to improve my life. Isn't that what? Do you want me to smile like other children? While watching others today, I saw it. The parents felt so happy. I want to make you happy like that, Mother, and not. I want to be a hypocrite. I want to try harder to change the way you want me to. I know that will make you happier, and no matter how much I try to deny it, it will make me happy too. Smiling warmly, Kushina thought about everything Naruto said before asking then. What's the problem, dear? I don't know how Gaara is. Like me, we're the same, he's special like me, that's why he's someone to. Eventually I can call him a friend, but I don't know how to make friends, how to handle them. Kushina placed her right hand. She placed her hand on Naruto's left shoulder and pulled him closer. Just do what you did with Shikamaru. I know you're not exactly friends, but that's how friendship with Naruto begins. Be yourself and don't pretend to be something you're not. I know we won't have those moments like other families do, but we can make the most of our bond or trying to improve. Naruto nodded slightly. It's warm when you hug me. Kushina laughed a little. Well, I'm your mother, she said. I'm supposed to be hot. We've missed moments like this. Yeah, there's been too much of it recently, but when we get out of this village, we should have more time. Naruto said. Neither of them seemed particularly interested in what was happening around the elemental nations, so there will only be freedom and ignorance. We will enjoy it, perhaps. Let's truly enjoy our lives without the weight and eyes of Konoha looking over our shoulders, Kushina said. Thinking, you'll really be okay if Jiraiya is with us, Naruto. He nodded. I don't have any ill feelings toward him, Naruto said. It makes me wonder why. Naruto seemed think about it for a few moments before answering. My reasoning has been that I can't blame him because he isn't. He's really my family. If he were someone related to me by blood, then I would have been angry, but Jiraiya's closest attachment was to his father. Perhaps another reason is my view of humans. We are bad people. Our nature makes me sick, and when a human does something outrageous, I don't think it's a surprise. That's what you expect from humans, Naruto said. Maybe it's not humans I dislike, but his actions added to his thoughts. That's a very unhealthy way to see things, Kushina said in a firm tone. You have a more positive perspective on things. Do you want to be cynical? It won't make you happy, it will only make you miserable, maybe, said Naruto. Pausing to gather her words, talk to Kyubi today, Kushina didn't tense up. He just held Naruto somewhat firmly, smiling sadly. How did it go? As you can imagine, but I think we get along really well, said Naruto. Kushina. I wasn't surprised. Well, they both have a somewhat similar view of humans. Kyubio hates humans more. Nothing. Well, Yukiya comes first, despite being one of them, and your mother, neither are you. You're a fan of humans. They've done nothing but torment you, most of them. It's the same with the Biju. Humans have done nothing but hunt their kind and see them as nothing more than weapons. For a being that is hundreds of years old and truly intelligent, it would harbor the same feelings if it were in its own world. Position, Naruto said. How was your relationship? We didn't have one, I felt that. It needed to be sealed because it was too dangerous. Kushina said. Ultimately, that wasn't my decision. Or the idea. It was Shota and Okuji who said those words before Mito sealed them within herself and gave them to them. They transmitted it to me, too dangerous to be left alone. Naruto said. Astonishment, because we are human, we believe we have the right to decide about everything that crawls. On this earth, the Bijilu are beings of intellect. And because of their power, we simply see them as nothing more than mass chakra beings that we have to control. That's the general thinking, but not to people like us. Kushina said, smiling. Kubi has been denied his freedom, and although I don't see it as a weapon, I can't release it unless something I value perishes. I am selfish too, My first thought is my own well-being. Naruto said, smiling sadly. Why aren't you surprised? My conversation with the Kyuubi? The situation is like with Temari, they're both tied up and they said that since they were stuck, they had to solve the problem and learn to live with it. There was time to grow within it. Fighting it won't help, but accepting it would make you better. Kushina paused for a moment. I thought you'd say the same thing to the Kyuubi, since you hate being a hypocrite. I'm trying to be a better person, Mom, Naruto said. Do you really think we can live normal lives, Mother? Kushina nodded firmly. If we can, we just have to give it a try. You can never be sure of anything unless you try. Do you have any hope? I haven't always told you that. You did, said Naruto. The Sand family reminds me of the Uchiha. We really had a good relationship with them. They were humans who got along well with us, and they were people we liked. Kushina nodded. At least Mikoto-chan is still there, yes, but things will never be the same. I thought that. I didn't care when they disappeared, and now this friendship we're building with Keisukeji's family is making me realize I was wrong. I miss them, and a part of me was worried. Me too. Strange, Kushina said. But that's a part of our lives that's been taken away. We enjoyed it while it lasted. We did it. Naruto smiled as he thought, my priorities haven't. Things have changed, but I can create space for hope. You will always be the first mother I thought of, no matter what, I promise. I want to try to make you proud, that's what I want to hear. Kushina said, smiling brightly. Your father put Konoha first, but I won't. You are my priority. It wouldn't be fair if both your parents put you second in everything. Naruto rested his head on the. He leaned on his mother's shoulder and closed his eyes, smiling warmly. Let's stay like this, Mother, he whispered. Something for you, Naruto. The next day, Kushina had worked wonders. Gaara's Fujitsu and now the Jinchuriki were a deep sleep. It had been quite a risky part of the restructuring of the seal that kept the Bijilu inside him. His mother had to add a few things on the seal to make it stronger and work differently from the original. It was the seal that was the failure, not yet. This was the reason why the seal that held Shikako had to be renewed, with the possibility of that the Bijil would be freed from its bonds. Kushina had made all the preparations, establishing more than 2 barriers in case something happened. She certainly didn't want to repeat what had happened when she was giving to light to Naruto. You never knew within this elemental nations who was planning to take your life to prevent it. Despite the disaster, Elzamaki took all necessary measures and the sealing was carried out smoothly and without incident. Complications. Gaara would be free from Shikaku's torments. He would hear the Biju's voice was less than he wanted, and that was what he needed. That was what Raza believed would make his Biju valuable again. Son, it was interesting that the man viewed things based on value such. Maybe it has something to do with his ninjutsu. If Naruto wasn't mistaken, the man used gold dust. Well, only it was appropriate for someone who used that type of jutsu. However, it was disappointing that the man put the same price for his family. Family was family, and nothing could change that. No. It didn't matter how pathetic and useless that person was. What mattered was the blood that flowed inside that person and the shared bond. Perhaps Naruto hated the kind of thinking that made a man sacrifice his life for his another love, because it was the same sacrifice that made him who he was. However, what Raza did was simply wrong. Naruto could never sink that low. Well, his His real family was his mother, and she overcame everything. Naruto was a. He was somewhat disappointed that although his mother wanted him to see the ceiling, she didn't allow him to witness the ritual. I had to wait until she returned, exhausted from the ceiling, and now she was taking a nap. If it had been Naruto, certainly wouldn't like someone who made his mother work so hard, of course. Given how much money Raza had, he owed them. Naruto might not say anything now, but he could come one day and just as easily. This can be said of Gaara. If it still ends badly, he would face her anger because his mother did what she did to improve him. The fact that he was a Jinchuriki could be overlooked. You really care? By your mother, said Temari, entering the room Kushina was tending to with Naruto sitting beside her bed, waiting for her to wake up from her nap. Was there any doubt? Naruto asked without turning to the girl. Blonde hair, her eyes were firmly fixed on her mother. Temari shook her head. Her attachment to her mother is only slightly surprising. You are different from those other kids with mother complexes, she said before stopping right next to her fiancé, Naruto. She looked at the blonde with a slight frown. Mother what? She asked as if I'd never heard of that before. Before Temari could reply, Naruto shook his head slightly. There's nothing unnatural about my attachment to my mother. Perhaps I'm closer to her because she's the only one I have. I am hurt by that, Temari said playfully. In his response, Naruto didn't seem to recognize the joy in her tone. Why? Temari decided to go ahead with it anyway. Well, I'm your fiancé. When you say your mother is the only one you have, how does that make me feel? Naruto looked at her for a few moments before realizing he wasn't serious. Nevertheless, she smiled, slightly shaking his head in the process. I usually forget we have an agreement, so you really should become part of my life. I remember saying that we have to learn to live with this or it will never become something. That's right, Temari smiled slightly. You really do think much more deeply than someone your age. That's what life has brought me and forced me to be, Naruto said softly. I live with it and make the best of it, without. However, I have been guilty of not trying to enjoy it, at least with other people. He enjoyed his life with his mother. I can never imagine you laughing like a child. I don't think it suits you. I see what you're like, so I can't imagine you in the frame, Temari said. It wouldn't suit me, would it? Well, I guess so. I have always maintained a fresh and dignified image of myself. I would truly be suitable as a clan heir. Naruto added in his thoughts. What do you think about the future? I don't know, he said. Temari shook her head. I don't think I'm far ahead, my mind is. I'm too caught up in what's happening around me right now to think that far ahead. Besides, I'm still a kid. Future plans are for the parents. There's one issue that makes me think, however, about our commitment, he said. Naruto, Temari nodded. I wonder if it will ever happen, from what I can see. I recall, I was informed that since I was Keisukeji's daughter, I would be married for political reasons. I believe that. I've come in shifts with that as my responsibility. This is more than just politics, Naruto said, but he didn't elaborate. Details about it, Temari nodded. There are many things involved, but I'm glad to at least be able to share my destiny with someone like you. I hope that even in the years to come you will continue being so kind to my family and me. Man, this is maybe the first. Every time they accuse me of being nice. Temari let out a small, quiet laugh. Accused, she repeated, smiling. You say some strange things. To say you are being kind isn't an accusation. Why are you acting like it's a bad thing? It's not. I know, Naruto said, shrugging. But you can rest assured I didn't. I'll turn it into something that will sadden my mother. Temari smiled. I don't have any. I have no doubt about it, she said confidently. Naruto looked at her for a moment, wondering where she got the idea. So much confidence to say something like that. Naruto, can I talk to you? Raza, she called out suddenly, leaning against the doorframe. Naruto looked at his mother, thinking he didn't want to. Leaving her at a time like this, I needed to be by her side. She might wake up needing it. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. She's my mother-in-law, after all, Timar said, smiling. Although it was barely noticeable, Naruto's face twitched when he said that. He really didn't like sharing his mother. It seemed it took a minute and Raza's patience for Naruto to finally make a reluctant decision to leave his mother. Without saying a word, He got up from the chair he was sitting in and walked towards the fourth Hokage. Keisuke, what do you want to talk to me about, Kazukage? Master, said Naruto. Politely, it sounded like a question, but it was more of a statement from Naruto. I'm happy that your relationship with my daughter is steadily improving. I don't have to worry if you don't get along. We get along well as the years go by, Raza said neutrally. Naruto? He said nothing. Raza assumed the blonde man was waiting for his question to be answered before responding. Both Sandame Okaji and I entered into the contract because we had our own reasons. If I said so without detours, I would say it wasn't the first thought, but we did it for the good of our villages, Raza said. Although I had the idea that Naruto already knew, your mother only agreed because she thought of you. Do you know why that is? My mother loves me and wants me to be happy even when I grow up, Naruto said. She explained it in some detail. Your mother saw that children of your generation were taught not to like you. Because of that, she feared you wouldn't have someone to love you when you grew up, so she chose Temari, who had a brother to a Jinchuriki, and I could certainly understand you. I'm already aware of this, Naruto said. What do you want? I don't mean to sound rude, but it bothers me when someone tries to. Don't beat around the bush with me. Raza simply smiled and dismissed the blonde man. The decision was made before you met the Yamanaka girl. Naruto frowned slightly. He didn't. It was surprising that a man like Raza knew about her relationship with Ino. The man was a hunter after all, and he was hired to marry the man's daughter. It was given to him that he would watch over him, but that wasn't what he was doing. He frowned. You're threatened that I'll like Ino and end up leaving you. Daughter, there is that choice after all, Naruto said. Adults, even though. He asked the question, and Naruto had little doubt that he was indeed correct in his assumption. He was even brazen. That the man would bring up such a topic with such a serious face, I won't deny it, but I can't say I'm exactly threatened. I'm just worried, although you seem to be getting along well with my daughter. That gives me hope, Raza said. To be right, even though the man isn't. He wanted to admit it completely, which made Naruto frown. What had that poor girl done? And it wasn't just someone he got along with quite well, even if she was a girl from Konoha. Damn, his relationship with her. He proved that all was not lost, although he wouldn't admit it to anyone. If he had to crush things with Temari, it would be a loss for Raza, and the man was just trying to make sure it didn't come to that. He wanted things to happen in a way that would benefit him. Well, news to you, Keisuke. Nothing happened on the path he wants them to take. Cages, Naruto said softly. You're all the same. Your villages always come before your families. You don't use cheap words like care and things like that. You value things. Right now, I am valuable, and that makes me important to you. So, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask me. Perhaps I can connect with you the way my children have connected with your mother, Raza said. The conclusion is that you can always come to me if you ever need anything. I see. I suppose I can enjoy the benefits of being valued by you, Naruto said softly. The wind is a natural element. I'll need some exercises to help me improve in that area. Raza raised an eyebrow. The blonde man certainly didn't waste any time asking something. Well, that's what he did. It made the boy interesting. Still, you know I can't give you treasured jutsus that belong to the village. That it's new to me, Naruto said, as if it really was something new to him. From what I remember, I'm engaged to her daughter, which makes me her family and technically also part of her Nagakure. My mother only placed value on Gaara, and if my memory serves me right, she's a Fuinjutsu master who can teach your people a few things, because, of course, helping me means I'll always be grateful, and maybe I can work things out in your favor. Future, he paused for a moment before adding. Or maybe you're just going to backtrack on what you just did. Raza stared at him. Perhaps he had underestimated the blonde, the Sandami. She had said the boy wasn't stupid, but she hadn't expected this. She had never spoken to Naruto before this level, so maybe I could be forgiven for the mistake. What if I say I still can't do that? Raza. She asked out of curiosity more than anything. She was going to give the blonde guy what he wanted, but she still wanted to hear how he would respond. The blonde boy, Naruto, simply shrugged indifferently and walked away from him, heading back to his mother. Somehow, that translated to, "So I'm not that valuable to you." As I believe I am, he also reminded the fourth demon lord that even if he refused, Naruto wouldn't mind too much. He'd simply go back to his mother, just to be sure. "Raza," he shouted, "you really wouldn't mind if I didn't give you the scrolls?" Naruto nodded, "But I wouldn't mind either. Whatever you want, if I work with Ino, my mother will still be happy." Raza watched as the blonde man disappeared. What had that old man brought to his house? It was dangerous that someone so young could play this kind of game with him. The blonde man understood his position quite well and wasn't afraid to use it to his own advantage. On the other hand, she really should complain. He was using the child too. A day later, "I'm surprised you're still in the country," Naruto said to Itachi. The two were sitting in one of the fields of Suna's training, chatting as if the Uchiha wasn't a wanted criminal. Itachi had cast a powerful genjutsu around them that no one without a dojutsu would notice. Fortunately, their Nagakure didn't have jutsu users, so the two were safe and could talk as much as they wanted, all outside. It would seem that Naruto was simply reading his beloved Fuinjutsu book, as he usually did at this time of day. It wouldn't be nothing unusual for the Ambu officers who were always watching him, because this wasn't outside of their schedule, but something that had been. He's been doing this ever since he arrived in this village. An eng would have worked, but the shinobi can read lips, and Naruto. He didn't want anyone asking him who he was talking to. This presented the best opportunity, and it always was. It was incredible to see Itachi's genjutsu in action. As far as he was concerned, the Uchiha was unrivaled when it came to it. Of genjutsu, Naruto envied those blessed with this type of eyes, but it didn't mean that he didn't believe he could reach new heights just because he didn't have a dojutsu. He still could. He had Uzumaki blood, after all. "Konoha shinobi cannot look for me everywhere," Itachi said softly, "and they stopped after a day or two. The job will be left to chance. For the Nin hunters, that won't do any good, being a member of Akatsuki." This meant he wouldn't be running around the elemental nations fearing for the Unterans. He would be except within Katsuki, and above all, Uchiha Itachi wasn't someone who could be easily taken in. He wasn't just an S-rank shinobi for the show. "I guess so," Naruto replied in the same tone as Itachi. "You're not the one that turned caught, the third Hokage. He's probably keeping up the charade just for appearances. He knows he can't be brought down by them." On the other hand, partly, "I'm not particularly sure how strong the Unins are. They're more or less like an Ambu. But they have a much better understanding of the human body. They don't specialize in flashy jutsu like we do it. They mostly use summons to immobilize their target, so a jutsu battle, it will only be forced if they cannot eliminate the target. They may appear out of nowhere. They are masters of silent murder by his appearance." Naruto frowned slightly. He certainly wouldn't want to end up being hunted by them, but that pretty much sums up your situation, huh? Itachi shook his head. "I certainly have to flee from the shinobi Konoha, but I don't have to worry too much. I'll keep the most part of my time away from sight," Elukia said calmly. "Your situation is very unfortunate. I didn't know my actions would have such consequences. No one saw it coming. Perhaps some god who only finds amusement in human suffering saw it, but we didn't. I would wish nothing more than that. Your brutal death if my mother had been the Jinchuriki," Naruto said. He said it with a serious face and with so calm, Itachi wasn't surprised. That was just how Naruto was. Even if the blonde changes, his mother would always have the first thought. She would come first. Furthermore, he had placed Konoha above Uchiha, and had been willing to get rid of the whole clan, but Naruto had stopped that so that he could understand. They could understand each other. She knew better than anyone that Naruto loved his mother, and the blonde boy understood his love better. "From Konoha, that's how unpredictable the shinobi world is," Itachi said. I'm here to tell you that I actually joined an organization made up of S-rank criminals. Even Orochimaru is a member. There are members who are even stronger than me. I see." That was all Naruto said. Despite the news, Itachi considered telling Naruto about Madara, but he decided not to. He would only do it when he was sure it was safe. Surely the blonde man would be more than happy to spend all his energy training to become strong enough to kill this Madara. But Itachi didn't want to influence Naruto in that way. Besides, he wasn't sure if that man would know he was going to tell him Naruto about it. For now, it was safe to talk to him about the Akatsuki. I'm afraid he'll become a major threat in the near future. I don't know what their objective is, but I do know that you'll end up facing S-rank enemies in the near future, I see. Once again, Naruto gave Itachi the same answer, and that annoyed Naruto's lack of care. Given the world around him, it was a real problem, but surprising nonetheless. In this way, he couldn't care less. If there was a war outside his comfort zone, as long as he could be safe with his mother, the blonde boy was more. He was willing to act oblivious to his surroundings. It had to do with his dislike for humans, but Itachi. He knew he had to change at some point, even if it continued to annoy humans. He had to start acting. Be more careful around the world that surrounds you. Like it or not, Naruto, the situation outside your comfort zone will. It affects you. Where do you think you can hide if this world is forced into another war? You're a Jinchuriki. In times of war, you'll be hunted if you choose to be a fugitive. And do you think your mother will survive this? They'll use her against you. You don't deny to anyone that your mother is your world. People notice. Once again, Naruto frowned. It would be despicable if humans were to unleash this, the blonde man said simply. I know, Itachi replied, with a slight nod, but shinobi affairs affect even civilians, especially when the things are happening in their own backyard. You'll understand what I'm talking about when you enter a village that is being attacked? Or when Konoha is attacked, it will be even more worrying because when Konoha is being attacked, you don't. They'll allow you to protect your mother, they'll force you to fight for Konoha, and if I refuse, you know what will happen, Itachi said. Absolutely, you will be branded a traitor and accused of insubordination at the highest level. Refusing to fight when the village being attacked is no different from betrayal. You won't just have civilians in your case, shinobi will be. He'll turn against you, whether the third Hokage likes it or not, he'll be forced to act. What do you think will happen to your mother afterward? Of that? Will he walk everywhere safely? Itachi stopped for a. Wait a minute, you have to stop acting oblivious to the things around you, Itachi. Do you know what will happen if someone like me becomes all-powerful and tries to change the world? You hate humans, so changing it would reduce the population or simply get rid of the entire shinobi population, Itachi said calmly. But I'm not asking you to try to change him, I'm telling him to stop acting like he's not there. When Naruto didn't say anything in response, Itachi sighed wearily. You'll understand one day, he told Naruto. How's my little brother? A sad little broken thing, it's pretty ridiculous. That someone so naive and weak is your brother, Naruto said. But he didn't seem amused. I guess the tragedy still weighs heavily on him. With his mother and the rest of the Uchiha clan, he should be fine. What's wrong with you? Naruto was. I'm sure Itachi wasn't asking about his health, but why didn't he include himself in his last a statement? I'll be away from Konoha for at least 3 years. We'll talk when I get back, but yes, I'll take care of him. Itachi smiled slightly. Don't be too hard on him, he said. I'll keep an eye out so I can visit you from time to time. I'll be with Jiraiya, so that won't be easy. Itachi nodded. We'll use the crows as a means of communication. And so the Uchiha disappeared into thin air along with his genjutsu, and Naruto became. He stood up. It was time to return to the Kekuji residence. Naruto just walked for a couple of minutes before encountering his Bakunaga era. As usual, the redhead clung on. Gaara clung tightly to his plushie. Naruto didn't question Gaara's attachment to his toy. He had his own attachments, and he preferred that people leave him alone, and therefore, Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't question anyone about it when he wasn't. He would like someone to question him. He didn't like hypocrisy, after all. It seems you're coming straight towards me, Naruto said as he stopped in front of his fellow Jinchuriki. Gaara nodded in response, causing Naruto to sigh. I just got back home. Did something happen, or did someone send you? He asked. Blonde in a low voice. It was really a nuisance. Sometimes he didn't like it. People couldn't stand talking to him directly. You needed to have the courage to say what you wanted to say, or you just keep clinging to things. Even so, I wasn't going to tell Gaara. The redhead was a kind and special being, a Jinchuriki, in his eyes a Jinchuriki had more rights than a normal human. Hell, he could even go so far as to screw over despicable humans and love good people. Your mother sent me, Gaara said softly, his gaze lowered for a moment, then he looked at Naruto carefully. Her expression remained blank, but the look in her eyes told Naruto she was struggling to say something. He waited patiently for Jinchuriki to say what he wanted to say, even though he was quite gentle after his conversation with Itachi. I could still take this, D's, come play with me. It was almost amusing how Gaara had quickly looked away after saying those words. From his tone, he expected that. Naruto said yes and was looking away because he was afraid of being rejected. That would surely put a sting in his already closed heart. Naruto frowned. Other children didn't have trouble asking such questions. I had observed this so many times when I was in the park with Ino. Of course, he was never there to play, but to sleep, read, and keep an eye on Ino in case she did anything to anger someone. No one had ever asked him such a question, not that he wanted to be asked, because humans, Jinchuriki had to be this way. Contact with other people was terrifying, making friends was. It's simply strange, all the Jinchuriki went through all of this with humans. Despicable. I'm not much for that kind of kid, Naruto said neutrally before managing a slight smile. I don't play around. Maybe I don't even know how to play, she added, shaking her head. Gaara seemed more curious than anything. She tilted her head. He tilted his head to the side and asked, "Why haven't I played with other kids?" Naruto said calmly, "Come on, let's go in. The moment, I'm sure there's something we can talk about. I'm much more curious about your current state of mind. With all the changes happening around you." That said, the Jinchuriki turned in another direction. A week later, all the goodbyes had been said and everything went well. Naruto had been quite surprised. When Temari hugged him, Ino didn't do that, and the only people who hugged him were his mother and Mikoto. No one else did. He had hugged her before. The feeling of being hugged by his girlfriend felt strange. Naruto had stayed there. He froze for a few moments before returning the hug. Kushina had shed tears in her eyes. Naruto. She was sure the tears had been fake, but she was absolutely happy that things were over. They had gone that far. Things with Gaara had been formal, nothing more than a handshake. Their hands had been exchanged, and Naruto turned towards him and headed towards the gates where Jiraiya was waiting. It was time to begin his adventure and everything that happened during his time in the village. This made much more excited. I might even go so far as to say the idea gave me a rush of blood. Have you done some friends? Jiraiya commented as the two prepared to make their way across the desert. So. It seems so, Naruto said indifferently. Jiraiya frowned. That attitude. It was reserved only for him. Or so he thought. Naruto didn't talk to other people like that, he could tell that. He doesn't hate him, but he certainly doesn't seem to care. Well, the blonde guy said he didn't care, so no. He should be surprised by the indifference, but they were going to be together for a while. The blonde one could. Let yourself show a few teeth for once. Don't be like that, Naruto, he said. Kushina, with a warning, you will ruin all our memories we had in Suna. Don't be hostile. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya for a moment before looking down at the endless road ahead. Yes. I made some friends. It was a good change. It changed the blonde. There wasn't a change in his tone, but this was a start. Besides, they were going to be together for some time. He was going to be persistent and Naruto would speak to him in a more friendly manner at the end of their journey together. Jiraiya had no doubts when. That's a good and welcome change of things, Jiraiya said, smiling slightly. I'm glad I've been able to connect with other people. I hope it can be the same in Konoha. But you can't force things. Kakashi chose to appear at that moment, causing Jiraiya to frown. He frowned, but the Jonin didn't seem to notice. What are you doing here, Kakashi? Naruto asked, his tone bright. What? Can I come see my little one? Friend? Naruto just stared, making Kakashi sigh. I brought you a letter. From the third Hokage. He said that if he were as fast as your father, he would have come himself. But since he is old, he couldn't, without. However, he gave me this, said Kakashi, handing Naruto a small scroll. Naruto took the scroll and she put it away without saying a word to anyone. Aren't you going to open it? Kushina asked with. An eyebrow was raised. I'll open it when the time is right, Naruto said. I suppose you're going to join us. Where should we go first? Asked Naruto Jiraiya. We'll discuss that once we return to the Land of Fire. The Sannin said. I thought. So much, Naruto said. How long? A week at most, but I'll visit you from time to time, Jonin said with a smile. I can't allow you to spend too much time away from me, he added in a tone of amazement. I'm sure Naruto would miss you too, Kushina said with a smile. He just wouldn't. He'll admit it, you two have grown closer. Kakashi gave Kushina his iconic. A smile played in her eye before she looked at Temari. How did it go with Temari-chan? Kushina glanced at Kakashi. I don't like your Kakashi, and I hope you're asking if he was able to form a bond with her. Kakashi nodded. A nervous smile. That's what I meant, she said. Okay, he replied. Naruto, as expected, as a reward I'll take you to the Fire Frontier, Kakashi said. Naruto walked away. Kakashi took a step. Can I walk alone? Kakashi asked. He shrugged. No. I was giving you a choice. While Kakashi fought Naruto, Jiraiya frowned. This could have been he thought. Well, I can still change things. He nodded firmly. Birds sang as they flew against the surrounding trees, while Naruto ran through the shadows of the trees. He was traveling at great speed on terrain that was for training purposes. At the end of the line, his mother was waiting for him. As he ran, Naruto came across a tree marked with an X. In a few seconds, a small Rasengan formed in the palm of his right hand. He struck the jutsu at the X mark. When the jutsu collided with the tree trunk, it exploded through the tree, splitting it in two. Naruto didn't. He stayed to witness his practical work, simply danced around the falling tree and kept running. As soon as he was behind the fallen tree, Naruto was met with a hail of kunai. The blonde boy kept running. He mustn't stop, or he'd be overtaken by the train behind him. He clasped his hands and kept going. Running while needing his chakra, keeping it under control, Futanda and Toppa. Naruto shouted as he unleashed gusts of wind and accelerated toward the kunai. The gusts gathered a large amount of dust in front of him before they collided with the kunai, sending them in another direction away from his path. Naruto burst through the dust and was greeted by another tree in front of him. On the tree trunk was a target. Bullseye! A kunai slipped into Naruto's right hand from the sleeve of his cloak, but before he could throw it, two kunai were thrown at him from the shadows of the leaves. This forced Naruto to his left. To avoid the kunai, Naruto twisted counterclockwise while still. He ran to gain some momentum, then he threw the kunai, hitting the bullseye target. As soon as he hit the target, there was an explosion on the ground where his feet touched. This forced the blonde man to jump and leap a tree branch. As soon as he landed on the tree branch, two clones appeared flanking both of them. Sides, each of the clones sent a kick towards his forehead, reacting. Simply by instinct, Naruto ducked under the kicks and used his foot to leap into the air in a burst of force. Beyond the two clones, as soon as he did, Naruto turned to face them. He threw an embedded kunai with an explosive tag between the two and quickly set it in motion. The tag exploded in a barrage of fire. Since Naruto was also nearby, the explosion caught him too. Its shockwaves, to be exact, sent him flying. He fell slightly backward, forcing him to land on one knee, but as soon as he landed on the ground, three kunai were thrown to its sides, embedded in the ground. As soon as they touched on the ground, Naruto was certain they had explosive markings on them. There was only one option, and indeed it was. As he thought, the labels explode in a cloud of intense red flames, but as soon as the cloud formed, it was torn apart by a furious tornado. The tornado created powerful gusts of wind swept through the area as it spun at immense speed. The flames were quickly extinguished, and the tornado was brought under control. The light went out, revealing Naruto. The blonde boy was on his knees, panting slightly. No. They gave him time to catch his breath, then he was struck by a flying kick. The kick collided with his head and sent him flying into a tree. Naruto cursed as his back slammed brutally into the tree. He wasn't given anything to ease his pain when he heard a scream. Rasengan! Yelled a clone charging at him with the jutsu. A rank, the clone was already very close to him and was aiming for his insides with the jutsu. Naruto burst into a The crows were killed, they moved out of Raisingan's path, and the jutsu crashed into the tree trunk. The tree split in two. Naruto appeared behind the clone, with little. Seizing the moment, he threw a kunai at the clone's head as he took a swift step forward. The clone. He avoided the kunai by moving to the sides a little. But Naruto had reduced the distance between the two and he delivered a powerful blow to the clone's head, making it vanish in a puff of smoke. Naruto looked behind him and saw. He encountered two clones who were charging at each other. He left without warning, ran along the ground, and the clones followed him. As he ran, Naruto saw a sturdy branch right in front of him. He slowed down for a second just so that the clones moved a little closer, then he leaned forward slightly, channeling chakra into his legs, then he took off. He leaped into the air with a quick jump, the clones followed, but not as fast. Naruto reached the branch first and she grabbed it with both hands. She used her momentum to spin around the tree branch while still holding it, but not firm enough to allow it to rotate freely as it writhed. The clones had caught up to him, and Naruto turned. His feet were wide apart, and he landed on both clones, sending them crashing to the ground. They never hit the ground, however. As they vanished in a puff of smoke, Naruto let go of the tree branch and landed on the ground. A few more tasks ahead, he let out a sigh and it whistled past like the remaining trees. It flew past the remaining trees and landed in a field. Clear, 1 minute 24 seconds, said Kushina, holding a stopwatch in her right hand. You did well, he added with a smile on his face. Naruto. He smiled. Better than my last few lap times, he said, sitting on his butt, trying to catch his breath. Once he was breathing normally, he looked up and spoke of new. I guess I can thank those three for all the training I received. Kushina said lightly. She was. I'm sure even Itachi was included, despite everything. Yes, even the fact that Alukia was seen as a traitor to Konoha. His son didn't seem to despise him. Perhaps it was because they had been friends. Kushina had never. It really bothered Naruto about it because he was handling it well. You've been working hard, Kushina said. A proud smile. You've been working hard these last 4 years. A lot had happened during these last few years. Naruto had grown up, he had. Kushina was proud. Yes, she was a proud mother. Especially knowing that she had not only watched him grow up, but had also helped him grow. That it would make any mother proud, and she was sure Minato would be ecstatic too. It was a shame there had been dead. Kushina had realized that she couldn't stop Naruto from training. That was what he wanted, so that instead of trying to get in his way, she was by his side helping him when he needed help. Taking him back to his place of residence when he had fainted, bringing him lunch when he was out in the fields. That was what a mother could do for her son. Of course, since she had been a kunoichi herself, she had also helped with his training. Kushina approached Naruto, and he wearily shook his hand. I can take you back to the village, Uzumaki said with a broad smile. I can walk, he said. Naruto, oh, come on, Narahan, I never give you a ride again unless you're unconscious. You don't want to be with your mother anymore. Kushina pouted. I'm not a child, Naruto said quietly. Kushina crossed her hands over her chest and looked away. I think. Don't you love your mother anymore? Naruto's reply was quick. No, mother always. I'll love you. If you really want to, you can take me. Kushina laughed. Ha ha. He laughed for a good minute. He never ceases to be funny, no matter how much. No matter how old he grew, Naruto would always be Naruto. He would suffer the shame of seeing the village children he lived in call him Naruto. They were staying there, and they were teasing her just to make her happy. I'm just teasing you, silly, Kushina said. No. No matter how many times he did it, Naruto always fell for it. No matter how obvious it was, well, it wasn't a problem. While his mother laughed happily with him, Naruto let out a long sigh. Apparently, despite similar experiences, he had taken her seriously. The blonde man shook his head. The pervert should be back by now. If we don't hurry, he might be going through our belongings looking for our money to get something powerful to control his hangover. This had been the morning race and Jiraiya hadn't returned to her place of residence the night before. She had been out, possibly working as a prostitute, getting drunk at the celebrations of his time's success, far from his miserable village. More than anything, Naruto. He would have preferred they hadn't had to return to Konoha. If he were honest with himself, he had been happy. Truly happy here, even with Jiraiya present, but there were dangers lurking in the open air. A return to Konoha was the safe choice. If he's drunk and suffering the consequences of his revelry, I'll cure his hangover, she said. Kushina with a firm fist. Undoubtedly, she intended to do exactly that. What he said, it used to scare Naruto, but it didn't anymore. He loved it. He would be. He was more than willing to join his mother. The blonde boy smiled at his mother, delighted, and spoke. Let's go see him, mother, he said. Kushina nodded with the same smile as Naruto. Like a mother, like a son, she appeared. Minutes later, when mother and son returned to their small house, they were both disappointed to see Jiraiya. Completely sober and doing something that wasn't perverted, he didn't seem to be drunk or suffering from a hangover. In fact, he was sitting behind a small table with a scroll in front of him, writing something with an expression. It was serious. Both Uzumakis didn't hide their disappointment at the scene. They had expected a beating from the Sannin. It wasn't often that you saw Jiraiya with a serious expression on his face. Whatever he was writing, he must be serious, Naruto understood. The man was Konoha's best source of intelligence and apparently very effective. That, at least, was what was believed. That his mother was saying, the third Hokage hadn't offered much praise for the Sannin during his time together at the Sarutobi compound, perhaps because the man was never really an issue for him. In any case, what worried the man was probably something that had to do with Konoha, and Naruto didn't have it. No interest in that. His concerns would be what Itachi had to say. The Uchiha often had news concerning his safety and, by extension, his mother's. Jiraiya worked for Konoha. That was his love. Naruto's love was his mother. Thinking about this brought back memories of that unpleasant conversation he had with Itachi and Nagakure. He didn't like it because he tested it and tried to take it out of his comfort zone. Later, Naruto. She just tried to forget it, however, the conversation, and more importantly, the implications tried to pull some strings inside his head from time to time. The Tozage looked at the gaze. Kushina looked disappointed, then Naruto, who had a look that clearly said he was thinking deeply. The Sannin looked at Kushina. Why do you look so disappointed? I expected to see you drunk. So I can hit you along with my son. You've been a good punching bag these past few years, Kushina said, pushing. Naruto put his arm around her shoulders, since he had been standing in front of her like a guard. I am all that to you, Kushina. Chan, Jiraiya said with a grimace of pain on his face. As he spoke, his hands folded the scroll over the table. Once he folded it, he put it in his pocket and looked at Kushina and her son. Kushina sat by the window. With Naruto to his right, he looked out onto the quiet street for a moment before looking at the other adult in the room. What else would you be besides a pervert? You've been a bad influence on my son. If it weren't for without you, I wouldn't have learned that indescribable jutsu. As she spoke, Kushina looked at Naruto sternly. You should never use that jutsu again. Okay, yes, Mom, said Naruto like a good boy. It's not fair, Kushina. I've been a good influence on the boy, Jiraiya argued. He's learned a lot from me. Me, maybe not directly, but he's grown because of me. He would have learned from me if he'd listened more. What was I saying? Naruto shrugged. The reason I agreed to move in with you was so I wouldn't be. As you embrace your ideals, you are our protector and my teacher. Anything else was optional and not. I was forced to listen, the blonde man said indifferently. Jiraiya adopted a wounded look. Minato, are you seeing this? He said, looking up as if. I was praying. After everything we've been through together, your son still treats me like one, while you're in. That's it, tell him I said hello and waited patiently for the day we met, Naruto couldn't help but say. That's it, he found out that Jiraiya said it while still in prayer mode. Joking aside, things had improved between him and Naruto. The blonde might not consider him family, but at least he was getting closer. Naruto wasn't always indifferent towards him. There were times when Rubio was willing to have a conversation with him as a friend. That was an improvement. One would have expected more in 4 years, but Jiraiya wasn't pushing his luck. He wasn't forcing things. If he had forced things, the blonde boy would have told him he should return to Konoha, and Kakashi would have done so. Naruto wouldn't. He had trouble training on his own. Most of the training routines he did were designed by the blonde man himself. Jiraiya hadn't objected, as they were very effective and he wanted to be on the side. Well, the blonde guy had to be accommodating. Although he didn't have much to do, Naruto had already received a lot. Training in Konoha, the third Hokage had truly instilled his wisdom in the boy, and the boy used it to his advantage. Effectively, when I trained, you came back much faster today, just. Did he have a session? Asked the wise toad, returning to other serious matters. Naruto shook his head. I had a few, I just got used to that routine. I'll have to change it once I'll return to Konoha, the blonde boy said. However, I doubt I'll be able to draw one that's healthy for my body. Maybe he'll continue until he finishes it in a few seconds. Jiraiya just shook his head. With over 4 years through training, the blonde boy had improved a lot. He didn't have much in his ninjutsu arsenal, but that was because he persisted in knowing that things would be usable. He said it was pointless to know 100 jutsu and only be able to use them 5 during the battle. It was better to perfect the few you had. But when it came to taijutsu, fujitsu, genjutsu, and kenjutsu, the blonde man excelled. What made him effective was the fact that he learned to perfect his control over his jutsu. Damn. The blonde could create a Rasengan in the blink of an eye. That was something Jiraiya couldn't do, even with all his power. His experience and years of using the jutsu, your speed has improved a lot, Naruto. It was quick. What made Jiraiya frown was the fact that although the blonde had learned the Rasen, never used it during a fight or training. I'll only use it for my mother's safety, she had said the blonde man. To reinforce this, he wasn't carrying a kunai with him. There was only a mark she could teleport to, and that was her mother's mark. Konoha will be surprised when. Look how well you've grown. Jiraiya stopped and adopted a serious expression. Speaking of Konoha, there's something you should know by now that we're coming back. What is it? Kushina asked, feeling something. Jiraiya's tone was serious. Things might be different when you return to Konoha. I don't know how it turned out, but the truth is out there. The people know that the fourth Hokage didn't just choose a random child to have the Kyuubi chose his newborn son to save the village, sacrificing his own life in the process. So how did he do it? What did the villagers take? Kushina asked as Naruto remained silent, but unconsciously held Kushina's hand. She was already surrounding him, pulling him closer as if she were trying to protect him from something. They demanded the truth from the third Hokage. And they admitted it. Jiraiya shuddered at a thought that crossed his mind. The reason we stopped here was because I didn't want us to leave any trace of our movements anywhere. The village is hidden away from the affairs. Shinobi allowed himself to hide without anyone knowing anything. The people here. He doesn't even know who I am, no matter how much you try to tell them in your state of drunkenness that you are the great legendary sage of the toads. Kushina added a little sarcastically. All seriousness evaporated when Jiraiya smiled shyly. I tend to say a lot when I'm drunk, the Sannin said shyly. Then he looked at Naruto. What do you think about this? I don't really care, that was Naruto's answer, and as predictable as it was. That made Jiraiya and Kushina frown. You'll have to worry about time, Jiraiya said firmly. Kushina frowned, watching where she was going, as much as she didn't. I want to side with Jiraiya in this matter, but I don't think you have a choice, Naruto told his son. Naruto just stared at her. Questionable, Jiraiya explained. Some villagers will still look down on you, some will just try ignore you, and you'll appeal to the few who are rational. That's how things will be for a while. But Naruto, you're not invisible. You'll become a good shinobi, and the villagers will notice even if they don't want to. You might not. Konoha matters, but when you continue to do great things as a Konoha shinobi, they will be forced to recognize you. Naruto frowned. It will be unfortunate. I don't care about neither fame nor affection. Their opinions have been quite clear to me. People eventually change, Naruto said. Kushina, I've always told you this. Unless you're a god, no one stays the same forever. When circumstances change, opinions will change, people will change. You don't have to worry about anything, Jiraiya said. On the positive side, if the villagers change, they will have no problem protecting their mother. Predictably, Naruto accepted it with a smile. Jiraiya shook his head. As intelligent as the blonde man was, he could sometimes be simple-minded, but that didn't make him stupid. Jiraiya was certain of it. That Naruto knew when his mother was being used to manipulate him. The blonde boy wasn't present. She disagreed with it, nor did she show any displeasure. In fact, she acted as if she wasn't paying attention, as long as her mother was. If she smiled and said okay, the blonde would do anything. What time are we leaving? Midnight. There will be a full moon tonight. By morning we should be crossing the Fire Country border and arriving at Konoha around night. Naruto nodded and looked at his mother for a moment. I'm going to take a nap, Jiraiya. He watched the blonde man disappear. Once he was out of the clearing, the sage looked at Kushina. I didn't want to say this in front of Naruto, but the revelation of his heritage was made 2 years ago. He's gained some enemies for both him and you. Kushina frowned. If I knew, I wouldn't let it pass by without considering leaving myself in Sandame's hands and going out to eliminate all of them. Enemies? Jiraiya nodded. We have to be careful. One will eventually become enemies. It will happen, and if it does, it's predictable. How will Naruto react? I know, but Naruto is clever. Before we reach Konoha, he'll have worked out the consequences of this revelation, he said. Kushina with a sad smile. Sometimes I worry about her happiness, Jiraiya. We all do it, Kushina, we all do. Jiraiya replied softly. He's still young, he'll change eventually. Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Naruto found himself asking as if the village had a voice of its own, despite. Upon hearing the question, Naruto felt no emotion upon encountering this village once again. There was nothing more to it. Indifference. This was her home, however. That house she had shared with the perverted Sannin had felt like just another house in this village abandoned by God. That village he had abandoned had grown to mean something to him, so much so that if he ever heard that someone had disturbed his peace, he would hunt them down and he would kill with his own hands. Naruto shook his head. His mind was racing, turning it more into a slaughterhouse, when thoughts of the things he disliked ran rampant through. His mind was racing. He thought about killing whatever was causing the disturbance. Perhaps it was the chakra of Kyuubi remained within his chakra system, causing him to have such bloody thoughts. It was certain that whoever got inside her head would surely have good nightmares. You're blaming me for my own madness, said a voice inside Naruto's head. Are you talking to me? Now? Naruto asked the Baijul, who only spoke to him when it was convenient, so he kept the link active. In case I had something to say. Shouldn't I comment when she's blaming me for something I'm not responsible for? Baijul questioned. If you were blaming me for your sad story, then I wouldn't say anything, could you? Try to feel a little sorry for what you know. Naruto said to Kyuubi, knowing that Bijula felt no pity for him, nor. He thought twice about what had happened. He was simply indifferent, and Naruto wouldn't be wrong in saying that. Bijula wouldn't mind going berserk again, this time of her own volition. The thing about willpower was a painful subject, the fact that Naruto had a Sharingan hidden somewhere specializing in mind control. It didn't make Bijuno happy at all. He wasn't afraid to show his displeasure, even when Itachi. As he approached, Naruto had the image of the monstrous beast twitching and raging at the sight of the Sharingan, the Dijutsu. It was a painful point. The pride of the most powerful Biju had been wounded because it had been manipulated by those damned Uchiha. Kurama snorted. What for? He questioned. Rhetorically, just don't blame others for your twisted thoughts. Your thoughts don't make you a good person. I wonder how your mother would feel if she saw what's really going on inside your head, my old. The host thought of love, and there's no love in your thoughts. I wonder what would happen if I looked at you with pity and the promise to take care of your wounded pride. Kurama ignored the comment. You should become evil. With your way of thinking, it wouldn't be difficult for you. I'd be more than willing to help. What are you? What are you trying to do now? Are you trying to prove you're as evil as people say you are? As far as I know. Until now, you've been a victim of Jinchurikis like a ball. The blonde paused for a moment. Perhaps you're trying to get angry to weaken the seals so I can be free. Is it worth trying? It wouldn't be worth it. You will simply be sealed again, and this time by an 11-year-old boy Shwaku. I would certainly enjoy your expenses. Naruto said and cut the connection. Meanwhile, focusing his gaze outside, he spotted his mother looking at him curiously. More trouble with my ex-prisoner? Naruto. She nodded. She let out a long sigh as she focused on the village hidden in the leaves, although she certainly had to. She had to be careful with her thoughts, or else it would become something that would make her mother sad. Laughter roared in the part back of his head. Yeah, like something like that would happen. I really don't want to confront the villagers, the blonde boy told his mother. Well, there's nothing we can do. Do something about it. At least the animosity will lessen, and it will be pleasant for us to walk without you having to. Defending myself against a monkey, Naruto language, Kushina said sternly. I'm sorry. Naruto said quickly, but yes, Kushina said, nodding, it will be a good change for. We hope things will eventually calm down and improve in the coming years. Naruto looked up at the sky. It was just afternoon. They had done it earlier than planned, and Naruto was inwardly grumbling. Of course, once again she sighed. Well, it seems your word of hope will eventually bear fruit. Mother, what did I tell you? When reality stares you down, it's hard to see beyond it. Beyond her, for my age, it's even more difficult. The concept of hope is not something I can grasp, especially considering how narrow-minded I can be, Naruto told his mother. Well, I suppose that's why I have you as a mother. Things would certainly be different if my mother weren't around. With me, yes, I'm glad I came to raise you, Kushina said with a smile. His tone was calm. He was thinking about Minato once again. Come on, son, no. We want to make the third Hokage wait. At his age, he could die waiting, Naruto. He smiled. He didn't laugh, but it was something nonetheless. He's not that old, mother. Kushina shook her head. That old man has been alive since World War I, Shinobi. Do you know when that was? I mean, even the first age taught him a few things. A man who lived in the time of Uchi Madara, whose existence has now become a myth. Naruto remained thoughtful for a moment. When You put it like that, he didn't say anything else. We should hurry then. Office of Okuji, the third Hokage, was inside his office along with Jiraiya, who came in first while Naruto took a little break. In the air at the Okuji monument along with his mother, the third waited patiently for the blonde young man, whom he had come to see, his grandson. He was truly excited to see young Naruto-kun again. Not even. He managed to suppress his smile and didn't feel like smoking today. If he hadn't been held back by something, he might even have gone to greet the blonde boy and his mother at the door. Yes, that was what the blonde boy meant to him and how much he cared. He had missed it. Jiraiya's presence was something he had to remind himself of as he immersed himself in his thoughts. I wonder when was the last time I saw you like this? Sanina's sensei told him. Iruen smiled. It's been long, he said, shaking off his thoughts. Perhaps it was time to act at his age. Were you able to find any of them? The Uzumakis are on the way. Jiraiya shook his head. That's a shame, said the third Hokage. Clearly disappointed. If there had been something, it would have meant something to both Kushina and Naruto, I'm sure of it. That young Naruto would have had something more to appreciate. Jiraiya nodded. Although I did find something, a trace. There was a family of redheads who gave birth to a girl, but she died suddenly. The village was attacked by Orochimaru, who took the girl. Nothing else has happened. I haven't told her. Kushina still. I don't want to give them false hope. A wise choice, she said. Third Hokage bowed his head. Furthermore, if Naruto saw that the news made his mother happy, he would try find Orochimaru for more details. It's been 4 years, hasn't it? What could have changed? Jiraiya asked his former sensei. The third shook his head. Change is possible. On some level, but when it comes to his mother, Naruto will always be Naruto, he said softly. I like that there is. Grown, the third stopped, adopting a serious expression. What was it you said you had to tell me in person? How deep was Naruto's relationship with Itachi? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes. Slightly, deeply, they had an understanding. Itachi was more positive toward the young Naruto. If that hadn't happened, Itachi would have succeeded in making the boy normal. Why? Why do you ask? Naruto has a contract with Itachi's summoning. It would make sense to me if he had annulled the contract when Itachi fled the village, but he didn't, and he doesn't hide it. The fact that he doesn't care much about what Itachi did, the Sannin paused for a moment. He also has a Sharingan. That was a shock to the third Hokage. What? How could it not be? Jiraiya said, trying to understand. To calm his sensei, it is implanted in one of his crows, he uses it to genjutsu. It undoubtedly came from Itachi, but why would Itachi give the eye to Naruto? And where did he get it? How did he get it? Did you find out? I saw it while I was training and somehow he used it on me while I was teasing him about something. He said it in a silly way. What did he say when you asked him? Brad told me that I didn't care about the things that worried me, and my job was to train and protect him and his mother. The third Hokage chuckled, imagining Naruto saying that to Jiraiya with a straight face. Naruto isn't stupid, so he doesn't care if we know. It's something Itachi gave him, knowing how close they were, even. Torture wouldn't make him answer anything if he didn't want to talk. In any case, there's a reason why. Itachi paid attention to the young Naruto, and if you want the answer, you'll have to ask Itachi because Naruto won't tell you. That's what I thought, Jiraiya said before the third Hokage could say something, but Naruto appeared in the office along with his mother, carried by gusts of wind. The third blinked at the elemental Chunin, shook his head smiling, and he stood up. Naruto approached the old man and the two embraced. Not a word, he said. They took their time before Naruto returned to his mother's side. I missed you, lad, the third one said cheerfully. You've grown quite well for your age. I suppose your absence was good for his health and growth. Yes, it was, Naruto said with a small smile. Thank you. We are very grateful for your consideration. Anything for you, the third woman said, addressing Kushina with a warm smile. Kushina-chan, you haven't aged a day. Uzumaki genes, I guess. The Uzumaki nodded. Naturally, you said on the other side, the third Hokage. He simply chuckled. Age hasn't been kind to me, and this office doesn't make things any easier. But I'm still holding on. Kushina nodded. Good, she said. Naruto? I'd cry for the first time in years if you suddenly kicked me. I've still got a few years left in me, he said, looking at Naruto. I'm touched that you cried for me. Before Naruto could say anything to deny it, the doors burst open as Koara entered the office. I heard you were back, she said, looking between mother and son. Good, you're in one piece and you look healthy. No, I didn't want anything to happen to the fourth Hokage's legacy. Are you saying that now? He asked. Kushina, with her eyes half closed. Nobody knew it back then. It has to be said now, because everyone knows there are political and economic consequences to this situation. Do you know? What would happen if outsiders actually knew that Minato's family was being treated like demons? This is the family of the man who died protecting this village. If it hadn't been for his sacrifice, this village would have suffered massive losses. The consequences would be enormous for Konoha, the third Hokage. I knew it very well. Minato had many admirers abroad. If people knew, Konohan felt no love for his family, even after dying for this village. Those people certainly. He would abandon Konoha, just as he had abandoned the family of their greatest hero. However, this was not the. There was a time and place to say it, and that woman wasn't the one who said it after all these years. What do you want, Koha? I told you not to come to my office when you weren't called. The Sandai spoke to me in a very stern tone. I only came to let me know their position before anything happens. I know you care too much to clarify a few things for them, Kohar. She shook her head. Thank him for bringing pain and ruin to anyone who proposes marriage to us. To restore the Uzumaki clan, Jiraiya, the third Hokage, and Kushina froze when the old woman said those words. Well, too. We can do even less. What did you just say? What did you just say? Kohar noticed the atmosphere in the office had become stifling. She looked at Naruto with. Be careful, he was looking at her with those cold, death-threatening eyes. What do you think of my mother that you hate, monkey? The Sanda gestured for Nambu to come and take Kohar away, and that happened in a few seconds and everything. It went back to normal. Well, sort of. Well, Sandai-masama, thank you for everything. Naruto and I had a great time, Kushina said, smiling as if nothing had happened. Come on, Naruto, let's go home. Our house must be filthy and dusty. Besides, I have to see Mikoto-chan. That said, mother and son. They disappeared in a swirl of leaves. That child will become a monster if anything happens to his mother, Jiraiya said. The third Hokage nodded. Someone you wouldn't want to give overwhelming power to, but who still possesses all of it. Situation. Difficult, huh? Yes, Jiraiya said. Aren't you really surprised that? Did he call Koha, monkey, and speak in a very cold tone that sent chills down my spine? Always. That's how it was, said the third, shrugging. He calls the villagers monkeys. Who hate him. Back then it was Kushina who became violent when anything was said about her son that she didn't like. I liked it. Now that Naruto is powerful enough to act, we'll take on that role from his mother. Isn't that a problem? No, not when it's manageable, said the third Hokage calmly. Kushina is Naruto's limit, while if she's there, he won't do anything. That was a good example. He didn't attack Ko. He just looked at her. With death and could have threatened her. I know how to handle it. I'm going to remove that urgency. Right now, Kushina is his only life, everything else. What we need to do is put some pieces together and control our impulses. Take someone to your heart and make things happen. They work. He's predictable as he is. But once he gets through this stage, he'll grow more. Sometimes I wonder how he. Danzo arranges them to get under your skin, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. Senju compound. It was like. As expected, there was dust everywhere. Nobody has lived there for 4 years. That's what you'd expect to see. Kushina hadn't expected the third Hokage to send someone here to clean up. There would be some violation of the privacy, so to respect that, he'll probably leave the place undisturbed while he's keeping an eye on it. Cleaning should be the first priority, or you should talk to Naruto. The place was a disaster, they couldn't sleep, and they also had. I had to go out and buy food. What was in the fridge was spoiled by now, but I also needed to talk. She spoke with Naruto about what had just happened in the Okage's office. Naruto scared her sometimes. It would be okay if they'll clean up my clones, Naruto told his mother. They can do everything quickly and save you from some work. We can only add the final touches. And what he believes is that it hasn't been placed in the right place. Kushina nodded. Do that, she said. She had forgotten about that. Jutsu, on the other hand, she wouldn't have asked her son to clean the house. She would only have asked him to help her. To clean, not to watch him clean up the mess alone. But since he was using his clones to do it, I could live with that. Tahu kai byun sinin no jutsu, Naruto said with a single. A hand seal appeared, and about 20 Kagebyuzen appeared in a puff of smoke. The orders were clear: clean the house. The clones divided the tasks among themselves, and Naruto approved. Come on, let's sit outside the garden while they clean up, Kushina said, walking toward the back door. Naruto followed silently. When they got outside, she was relieved that he had been taken care of. It would have been a disaster if he had been left alone without anyone watching over him. She would take care of it. Both the mother and son walked towards the breathing tree at the back of the. They went home and sat leaning against its trunk. Kushina looked at Naruto with a look on her face. When Naruto. He merely looked at her curiously. She sighed. Normally I would have been the one who reacted to that statement, he began. Who does that old witch think she is, saying she should be grateful for not marrying me? It's like I'm his property. Marrying, I'm not a tool they can use for breeding purposes. Naruto nodded, agreed with his mother. That makes me sick, to think that someone would think of you in such a matter. We're not living in Konoha, because we belong to Konoha, and anyone who thinks otherwise needs reminding. Well, we appreciate that. Sandaime may have prevented anything from happening, but of course he wouldn't have accepted anything, Kushina said firmly. In any case, you have to stop Naruto. What? By acting like that, Kushina? He emphasized his words. You have to stay calm at all times. You can't act like this when no one is threatening my life. That would be understandable, but when someone says insensitive things, I'll deal with it. Naruto frowned, almost. He felt as if his mother were begging him. He hated it. He wouldn't have attacked her mother, but I would have shown her my displeasure at her saying those unacceptable things. I understand and I know, but please, Naruto, for your own sanity, don't overreact to everything and let some things go. I need you to think happy thoughts. At least you can do that for your mother, something for you, mother, Naruto said, his tone tense. Kushina smiled sadly. It wasn't fair to do that, knowing he wouldn't refuse anything she asked of him, she had resisted saying. That's been going on for a long time, so I had to say it even if it wasn't fair, it was for his own good. Let's go to the Uchihas. Ha! It's been a long time, we'll buy food when we get back, Kushina said, standing up once. She stood there, and Naruto slowly followed her, walking side by side as they left the Senju compound. Don't you? Would you like to visit our house first? It has some memories. Naruto said to his mother. The woman smiled. Yes, she said. The good and the bad, Yukiya added. Well, that was interesting, he told her. Naruto said to his mother as they entered the Uchiha residence. They had walked through the streets of the Leaf Village. Hidden from her house, along the way, the villagers' reaction had been very interesting. There was a definite change in the atmosphere around the streets. When Naruto left the Leaf Village, he was fed up. Because of the villagers' attitude toward his existence, they had been blaming him for what Itachi had done. He was sick, but they had done it. He was the scapegoat for all the problems that occurred around the town. The timeout had been for that reason. What the Kyuubi had done had become a memory, but now, those feelings should have returned. They should have come to understand that I couldn't have controlled it. The Uchiha, the damned Sharingan, he was supposed to be the puppet master, but at that moment he had been the one manipulated. Stupid, ignorant monkeys, if they had changed about that, Naruto would have understood. Perfectly, she wouldn't have found it interesting, she wouldn't have even bothered to mention it, but now things were different, even when I had thought that he wouldn't care and couldn't. I could say it, there were some stares, and many people turned away to avoid them, some had looks. Out of shame, perhaps the third Hokage had told them they should be ashamed of themselves for having scorned his hatred against Minato's son, the man who died protecting them, and if Naruto hadn't made that sacrifice, their lives would have been ruined. Without courage, they wouldn't have been saved. Definitely interesting. But a pleasant change, Kushina said with a nod. She looked at Naruto carefully. How does it make you feel? Feel that? The blond man placed his right hand on his chest, trying to feel his heartbeat. No. I shouldn't be able to feel anything, but it feels like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. If you can just ignore me. That way, I can move freely, returning the favor. Kushina limited herself. Smile, you have a heart. I told you no, humans will change because of the circumstances, even if you don't want to admit it. Change has a positive mental influence. About you, Kushina was happy. She wouldn't go so far as to preach the same message Jiraiya conveys. He goes to great lengths to change the villagers' attitudes towards him, the Sannin. I wanted Naruto to prove he was a hero and a good person. He wasn't the demon they thought he was, but Kushina was certain that Naruto wouldn't go that far. He wasn't training for the sake of the village, but for the sake of both, maybe, but this feeling is strange. I feel light and it's as if I could run around the village carried by the wind. Naruto said with a slightly curious expression. Face, I should feel this way. I never thought the feeling would arise in me. However, that doesn't mean I see them as human. Well, we can't change everything in a day, my dear, Kushina said. I'm happy you feel free. Freedom is a step toward peace of mind. Tranquility of spirit, being at peace within your heart and mind, not having worries. You're always worried about how people look. The fact that you call those people monkeys means that you see them as less human. Being free means you can relax, enjoy some peace and quiet. From now on, you're always thinking about something problematic. That's why you're always a nuisance. Emotionally, Naruto tilted his head to one side and shook it. I could mull that over later. Do you think the third Hokage was the one who leaked the information? Naruto asked, looking towards the front when the main house appeared within the Ukiya complex. Why do you think that? It hadn't been. It crossed his mind because he was the one who had insisted on keeping it a secret to protect her and Naruto from the Minato's enemies. I wouldn't put him ahead of me to do it, Naruto said. He's always thinking about what's best for us and for Konoha. This revelation not only benefits us, but Konoha too. That balances things out. I suppose he thought I'd eventually learn to like the villagers. As they learn to love us, everyone is happy in the end. That doesn't sound so not bad at all, wouldn't you say? Naruto shrugged. My happy day will be when I act in accordance with what I believe. What I've been facing now has been nothing. when that situation arises. I have to make a choice. The situation is similar to when Itachi had to choose between his family and Kono. Naruto wanted to find himself in a similar situation. He wanted to make that choice, to save his mother instead of Konoha. When he would make that decision, Naruto was sure that when it happened he would truly feel, I'm alive. The consequences could come after that, he'd take care of them. He understood that there was always a reaction to every action. Naruto understood that very well. The two reached their destination. Before Kushina could say anything more to Naruto, Mikoto stood in the doorway with a smile spread across her face, as if she had been waiting for them to arrive. Kushina-chan, Mikoto was happy to see. To her friend, it's been too long, she said as the two women hugged. Too long, yes, she said. Kushina, have you been alright? Yes, Mikoto said, aside from being the 80 clan, she hasn't. There's nothing else to do. The first year was tough with Sasuke and all, but things are good now. What about you? I've been fine, Kushina said. The 4 years were good for us. We had a lot of fun, although Jiraiya might have rubbed a bit of superhumanism in my son. Oh well, that's a good thing, isn't it? The last part, Mikoto said before kneeling for Naruto. Hello, hero, she said happily. She tried to hug him, but Naruto shook his head. The blonde boy smiled at the older woman. He raised his right hand. Mikoto. She did the same, and the blonde man took her hand before kissing her. It's been a while, Mikoto-san. I've missed your beautiful. Oh, you're a gentleman now, Mikoto said with a broad smile. Jiraiya already taught them to you, I just observed, and it seems that's who you're dealing with, woman. Her mother approves, although not. I understand, she said I should always smile, but sometimes when I do, it hits me. Naruto said. The confusion was evident on her face. Mikoto simply smiled at the child and looked at Kushina. If he had the heart, he'd be a ladies' man, but since he's Naruto, you shouldn't worry too much, I know. But I can't help it, Kushina said. Where are you, Yuke? Training grounds, he said. Mikoto, she told Naruto from the back of the house. Naruto frowned. A frown crept into his face. This wasn't ideal for him. He didn't like the responsibility that had fallen upon him, especially with the fact that this child existed. Yes, the young man. Yukiya may be a little older than him by a month or less, but he had been the adult during their time shooting together. And Alukia had been frustratingly childish. Well, he'd hit the kid really well. I doubted Alukia. He made stupid moves in her presence. Well, he had a lot to worry about. Grateful to Itachi, the Uchiha had truly given him a lot, all the warnings and the slight change that had caused in his life. Although he wouldn't tell anyone, Naruto had realized that he was very happy when he showed signs of becoming the ideal son. Promises were promises, and so Naruto. He stopped frowning when he saw young Yukiya hitting a mannequin. He stood there and held out his hand. Right, a crow flew towards him and stared at Lukia with its blood-red eyes. A few more moments passed before Sasuke frowned when he saw Naruto. As Lukia turned toward him, he wouldn't be wrong in saying that the blonde guy had been a bully to him. Sure, it had been a nuisance, but he hadn't asked the blonde guy to do it. She took care of him and hadn't asked her mother to do the same. She had things to deal with back then. But the blonde girl didn't seem to matter to him. He just wanted to smile at his beloved mother. Sasuke. He remembered very well the day the blonde boy hit him with a frying pan and threatened to break his fingers. The memory. It was very fresh in his mind, and he was sure it wouldn't leave any time soon. The blonde guy had done a lot of damage that day. Although he wondered, after all the training he'd done, would the blonde boy ever do it again? What do you want? Naruto. He acted as if he hadn't heard Sasuke. He looked at the crow in his right hand and nodded. The crow flew away. Silence fell, and Naruto watched his back until he disappeared. Once he was gone, the blonde looked at Sasuke. Hostile, little Sasuke, Naruto said with a blank stare. You've stopped being a jealous kid and you've turned into something that makes me not want to smash my fist into your face. Yeah, Sasuke said sarcastically, but then he smiled. I'd like to see you try that. However, I can't guarantee anything. I won't answer. He's trained hard and has been working tirelessly. Damn, they told him next year would be his last. He had no classmates. The academy, everyone bowed down to Uchiha Sasuke. Well, not literally, but everyone knew he was the best and no one tried to be funny. He'd been told that no one his age could top him, and he believed he could. Naruto. He tilted his head to one side, then shook it with a frown. Arrogance. Don't worry, I'll erase that smile from your face, the blond man said. I even know that despite my wishes, I can't defeat everyone and knowing my limits, even though I can be a little narrow-minded. Sasuke didn't lose his smile, despite. He saw those eyes looking at him, and heard that condescending tone. If you think you're better off, why don't you come over and tell me? You prove? I haven't been alone all these years, I have no desire to. Nonsense fight, Naruto said, shrugging. When you get back from the academy tomorrow, come to the compound. Senju, I'll be waiting for you, you need some wiring. He turned around to go away. No, Sasuke said. I don't need your help, I wasn't asking you. I'm telling you, show up or I'll find you and drag you all the way here by your hair, Naruto said before adding. Your hands and feet will be tied so you can't lie down or try to scratch me like a cat, but I'll leave your mouth as it is. So you can scream all you want. Sasuke made a comeback for that purpose. He hadn't just been by training alone, he has also been learning, and his mother had taken care of most things. I doubt the villagers will let you do that. You may be the fourth Hokage's son, but as things stand, they won't appreciate it if you do. They come as the Prince of Ukiah, so you learn how to respond. That's interesting, but I have a question. When I began to fear the villagers and when I began to worry about what they thought, ask questions. Having said that, that's it. Naruto disappeared from the training field. He returned home. Mother was still busy with Mikoto. Looking at her, Naruto couldn't help but smile at how happy she seemed. With her friend once again, it was the happiness she saw in her that made her say what she was about to say. It would be much easier. Mother called Naruto his mother. Are you done with Sasuke-kun? Kushina asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto nodded. Let's go. Let's get involved starting tomorrow. The blond man said. The way he said it, Ban didn't make it. Kushina was very happy, but she didn't comment on it. I'm going to move on. I need to see Ino before go back home. I'm sure you'll do the shopping with Mikoto. Okay, he said, smiling. So you really miss that girl? Naruto nodded. As much as I never. I wanted to admit it. Yes, I do, she said. Go ahead, Kushina said, but then she looked curious. When did you start calling her Mikoto? It sounds too informal, like you're just friends. Flower shop. Yamanakaka. Life was truly a mysterious thing. To be alive meant being able to experience so many pleasant and unpleasant things. There were many emotions that ran along the lines of living. Naruto. He never thought he would ever feel some of the things he was feeling now. That was all he had ever told himself. What she felt was love for her mother. And that was it, nothing more and nothing less. Yet here she was, the emotions. They sometimes confused him, so much so that sometimes he chose not to think about them, because at the end of the day only one thing mattered, and that was his mother's health. Other things came second best. However, it didn't mean he wasn't felt any of those other things. Perhaps that was the reason why I was really looking forward to the day when he would be forced to make a decision like Itachi was forced to make. Looking around the shop, seeing the flowers, Naruto couldn't help but form a small smile. He had missed the fresh air that filled the beautiful shop. Perhaps it was because this breath was full of nature, apart from the intoxication of the monkeys outside. Naruto, Ino said, looking at the blonde boy with a questioning look on her face. Perhaps she wasn't really sure it was him. They hadn't told her he was coming back to the village. If she had she known, she would have waited at the gates and even skipped classes to see him. She had missed her beloved Black Knight after all, though she wouldn't admit it to anyone but the blonde. Looking at him, he had grown. Her hair had also grown long, framing both sides of her face, and she wore a white cloak that only it spelled nobility. Hello, Ino, Naruto said calmly, his lips. They twisted into smiles. Naruto and Ino dropped what they were holding and she ran towards the blonde boy. She gave him a tight hug. The thought of Naruto staying there crossed her mind, because she was too happy to see her knight. I miss you. Do you know how many times I wished I could write to you, or even seeing that blank expression of yours? The blonde girl said, now looking into Naruto's eyes. So, apparently, When you really miss someone, you even miss the things that annoy you. It couldn't be helped. It was too far away, Naruto said, shrugging. You've grown up well, I'm glad you realize. It tells me, Ino said with a smile. Can't you show some emotion? Don't tell me. You say your mother forced you to come here. She frowned. Weren't you surprised too, perhaps? Naruto said. Just to get a reaction from Hino, then he smiled a little. It's a joke. Although I think your loud voice bothers me sometimes, and your attempts to blackmail me, I thought of you. Ino smiled. I would have been beaten if it had been otherwise, he said firmly, extending his right fist, just to demonstrate that she was really prepared to punch him if things didn't go her way. I just came here just to let you know I'm back, Naruto said, and I'll see you around. Ino took his hand to stop him from leaving. If you arrive, you can't just leave like that, he said. You have to tell me how it was. Your time away from the village, for long years of experiences. I want to know. Naruto sighed. That can be done. To do on other occasions, Ino ignored Naruto and turned away before calling out, Mom, I'm going out. She didn't. She waited for an answer before taking Naruto out of the flower shop. You're going to tell me everything over lunch, are you? Buying? Naruto said yes. He was very serious about it, not because he didn't want to. Not to pay, but because he didn't have any money with him. Well, it was good to see that the girl was still the same going on as always. That was good. Naruto didn't like people who came after him. After all, anyone who came directly to him was welcome. He would offer the same courtesy. Naruto allowed himself to drift away, thinking about other things, like what he was going to do from now on. He refused to go back to the academy. It would be a waste of your valuable time and effort. Well, the training would be good and a nice, quiet time with his beloved mother, but that could be jeopardized. Jiraiya had said he would become a great shinobi of Konoha. That meant he couldn't just. They would stroll through the village, they would make a shinobi. Well, that couldn't be avoided. Naruto. He reasoned that if they said he could become one of Konoha, he would accept, not because he loved Konoha, but because serving it. Konoha would make her mother's life much better. Then the third Kage ruin. Sarutobi was still in his office working on some things. There was always something that needed to be done with Sarukuji, but in general things have gone well in recent years. Well, as gently as they could, since this was the shinobi world, nothing ever stayed settled for long. He was always thinking about doing something. You could never be sure of anything. He didn't have too many headaches that day. The third Hokage was pleased that Naruto had returned to this village, that his father had given his life to protect. Looking at the report, he couldn't help but feel pleased that the day. It would have gone as expected, just a little longer, and the villagers would have been more than happy. He smiled at young Naruto. Reading something good, Jiraiya said as he appeared in. The office was filled with a cloud of smoke. The third Hokage nodded. Can you say that? He said, leaning back in his chair. Things have started well, but nothing will change. If Naruto remains the same, he will refuse to return to the academy, and Kushina won't force things because of their relationship. Flourishing with Inoichi's daughter, and there's Sasuke-kun, that really gave the third Hokage too many questions and he didn't. The answers weren't well received at all. Obviously, Naruto didn't like Sasuke. That was obvious even to the blind, but the blonde man still went out to help young Yukiya. The third Hokage believed it had something to do with Itachi. The Uchiha had helped Naruto a lot. The possibility was that Naruto was simply doing it as a favor, or Itachi had asked him to, the latter possibility. It opened a door that led to the understanding that Naruto could learn Itachi's mission. It has also done some friends in Suna, Jiraiya said, so in terms of friends, he's not lacking in emotional attachment. Questionable, however, he doesn't invest much emotion in other people besides his mother. Naturally, he said. Sandaime, but that will eventually change. I told you no, I just have to move the pieces accordingly and Naruto will eventually bond with someone. He's still very young and still. He needs to understand all his emotions. As he grows up with these people, he'll like them. Jiraiya nodded. He had seen outside of Konoha, the blonde boy had no problems with anyone. Perhaps it was Konoha that problem. This town has been nothing but a pain to him. What about how the locals see him? You said it yourself. If things stay the way they are, nothing will change. The third Hokage smiled. I have a. That's the solution, she said, pulling a headband from one of her drawers. This is from Naruto. He will become a Konoha shinobi when others graduate. For now, he will have to do something, serve the village, even if he doesn't come to love this village. Working for it will make him feel a duty towards it. Do you want? So you want Abu to join? Jiraiya asked, frowning. He's not good enough for that, but he can manage, although I don't want to. Admittedly, he's much better suited for that. The third Hokage nodded. We have to keep it out of the light for now. Anu will help it grow stronger. Given what's coming, there's no other option. You'll have to do it through Kushina. The third Hokage nodded. I'll explain the things she needs to know about the threat behind her son. Minato had many enemies. You can't always be there. 247. He has to protect himself and his mother. She's not going to like it. That's right, but for their survival this has to be done. Third, turning to another matter, I've had some nations throwing his daughters to Naruto. Lucky brat, Jiraiya thought. At that moment, Danzo entered the office. As usual, the man didn't bother to knock. The third Hokage sighed. No, that's what he thought. I was wondering when he would come. The third man told Danzo. Let's hear it. I'd like to know how the child has improved in the last 4 years. With the revelation of her heritage, she is no longer just a weapon, but if used correctly, she can become a powerful political tool. You can go home if that's what you came to ask, Sandaime said in a tone flat. If you get near Naruto, they'll hang your head on the Okuji Danzo monument. Ah, Naruto stretched. He stood in the back of his house, enjoying the morning sunlight. It had been a long time since that he had woken up like that in the morning. In the past, he had been waking up at a certain time to training purposes. There was even a cup of tea in his right hand. Someone's enjoying the morning, said Kakashi, sitting on a branch in the tree behind the house. Your mother is still sleeping, possibly, Naruto said, shrugging as if he didn't care. But Kakashi couldn't be deceived. What brings you here at a time like this? If I remember correctly, you're not a morning person when you're not on duty. Kakashi gave a look. What? I can't miss my friend, enough to visit him this morning to show him how much I miss him. Naruto gave him. The Sharingan user had his own unique appearance. He wasn't going to be fooled by the man. He knew Kakashi good enough. The man may worry about him, but it wasn't enough that he woke up so. I came early just to see him. I might have only just returned yesterday and not seen the man, but there had to be something. Make the man come here right now. Kakashi sighed. Sometimes you're not funny, she said quietly. I just got back to town from a mission when I found out you had. I came back. I came here and waited for you. That's something I'm willing to believe, he said. Naruto paused to take a sip of his tea before looking at the Sharingan user. Once again, some time had passed. Months. How has your return to Ambu been? It's killing you, given that the third. He made the man return to Ambu. The man buried himself with Ambu's work, and it was amazing how he was able to continue after so long. Naruto had heard stories about the man who gave up all the things in life, just focusing on his work, like friends and the like, had ceased to matter. Well, that was the past. Kakashi had changed, but he was still working the sweat out of his body into his role. Like an ambush operative, not many were suited for the job. Itachi fit the bill. This was due to his usual mask and stoic personality. The man wasn't shy about doing the dirty work with. The purpose was to do the job for Konoha. The man in front of him was also fine, an Anbu, but he was still a person. Different from the Uchiha, not yet, but soon, especially because of the third Hokage. He refused to let me retire one more time, Kakashi said wearily. But by the end of this year, I will have retired my mask for good. I will return to being a honing and doing normal missions. In the light, huh? Naruto said. Personally, he had no desire. None of that. The only light she wished to live in was her mother's light. Nothing else mattered besides her. Even so, with the way things were going, things, and how he saw them, would force him to embark on the journey of a Konoha shinobi. To think that he would end up serving those monkeys, despicable. Naruto was looking for a better reason. He wouldn't feel dirty for doing anything, since Konoha had its own shinobi. well, it was his license to live here. If he didn't pay that price, he would never be free here, and his mother would pay for that choice. Well, there you have it. Perfect excuse, yes, Kakashi said, nodding. Maybe I'll become your sensei, and when you become a genin, the man said with a smile in his eye. Naruto tilted his head towards A. He stood to one side, seemingly thinking for a moment. That could happen, knowing the third, I wouldn't bet against it. He nodded to himself. Yes, that will happen. Well, I hope you become a good sensei, Kakashi. I would be disappointed if your lateness interfered with what is important. Kakashi ignored that for a moment and looked at Naruto curiously. How are you so sure the third Hokage will push me to become your sensei? Naruto gave Kakashi a look that clearly questioned whether the man he was being rhetorical. The answer was as clear as day. There was nothing to it. Hidden there, even a fool could figure this out. When Kakashi just stared, Naruto sighed. The third Hokage is kind of predictable, I can say. I know who my companions will be when they force me to wear the headset. Of course, it would be the obvious choice to lead that team, to have that familiar face, and to strengthen existing bonds. Kakashi shook his head. This is the first time I've heard someone say that Sandai is predictable. He's nothing more than that. For me, his name is Professor. It's really simple. Jiraiya is like him. But I wouldn't do anything extreme. The old man doesn't have that many fears. People can to think he's just an old man, but the things he cooks up in his mind would surprise many. It doesn't surprise me, because I expect him to present his plans, Naruto explained casually. Once again, Kakashi shook his head. The relationship between Naruto and the third Hokage was truly complex. I really couldn't understand how the two of them got along. They obviously looked out for each other, but what they did to each other. There was something more between them. Could you end up joining ANBU? Kakashi asked the blonde. I just heard it on the ANBU headquarters. It seems the third Hokage has been planning this for some time. Naruto sat watching, thoughtful. It wasn't because he was surprised or shocked. He'd seen this coming a mile away. Itachi had once thrown this in his face some time ago, and he had rejected it, but now it seemed he was going to be forced to join. Well, that's what I'd been thinking anyway. Boo, huh? Naruto said, looking up for a moment. I'm about to. I will become a secret. Everything I do from now on will remain an S-rank secret, as will my real skills. Oh well, if this is the price I must pay for the mother to be treated well in this town, and so that we may enjoy the security of this town, I will offer my strength. There was nothing to prove that. He didn't like the idea, just the usual blank expression on his face. It was the same expression he wore when someone was using his mother against him. We could work together before I retire, Kakashi said with a smile in his eyes. Tell me, Naruto, why do you think this is a price you must pay? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't join Lamban and would serve Konoha, but the third Hokage won't live forever, and I fear that if I don't, I bow now, things will be difficult if someone else takes over. Jiraiya has also used emotional blackmail, so that she can see that if I become an excellent shinobi of Konoha, my mother will finally be treated well in the village. Naruto explained. Kakashi tilted his head to the side. Naruto didn't seem bothered that Jiraiya had blackmailed. Doesn't it bother you that they're using your mother against you to make you do certain things? Naruto looked at Kakashi. For a moment, maybe I will, maybe I won't, the blonde man said, shrugging. Mother always comes first. I'll accept anything if it makes her happy and doesn't endanger her life. It would be unforgivable if it did. So he was only tolerating it because it ultimately worked out better for his mother, Kakashi thought. I'll talk to you again. Just a moment, I need to rest. Lu said. Something seemed to click in his mind. Oh? The third Hokage wishes to speak with you right now, Naruto asked. He had a lot to say. Time? It wasn't like he suddenly disappeared from town. Well, that wasn't it. It might be a bad idea. If he disappeared from the elemental nations, they could start all over again. There were others. Nations outside the elemental nations that did not know the things that happened in the shinobi world of blood. They could be safe from all things concerning shinobi and those who would desire to possess the beast. Sealed inside him, they wouldn't know where to find him. It was a thought Naruto put on the back of his head before focusing on Kakashi. Once again, Kakashi shrank from Shoulders, he didn't say, he said. Say hello to your mother for me. Having said that, the ANBU disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto looked up at the sky and frowned. He didn't know what this day would bring. Things didn't always turn out the way he wanted for them while he was inside this hidden village. In Monkeys, the blonde shook his head. He really needed to stop looking at things. That's how it was, the villagers were pests. But if I kept it up, they'd certainly stop. To value all forms of life, it would be fine if it were only Konoha. The bugs meant nothing to him. Although he had to prepare for a meeting with the third Hokage, he would clarify a few things for him and see how things would go. I'll go with him from now on. With that in mind, Naruto turned toward the house. When he returned home, he found his mother fast asleep, yawning wearily. Good morning, Naruto, she said. Kushina, now she rubs her eyes to look clearly at her son, mother smiled. Naruto, mornings still aren't your favorite, huh? Yes, said Kushina, but I was worried too. I didn't sleep much last night. Should we sit down? Naruto asked, wanting to help his mother. If he could, I feel quite energetic and I have to meet up with the old man. It would be best if we cleared up all our worries before committing to the day, Naruto. She led her mother to the kitchen and helped her sit down. She continued preparing the tea and once it was ready, she served it to her. He brought it back and then sat down next to her at the kitchen table. We're back in Konoha, this village. It has been a painful experience for both of us. Your father sacrificed everything for this town. He is not part of our lives because he chose to sacrifice himself. Some say it's noble to die for something you cherish. Kushina stopped for a moment of looking at Naruto with sadness. Would you follow the same path? No, die. For your mother's sake, Naruto gave a firm nod. If that means protecting you, then yes, Naruto said. Firmly as her nod, that saddens me, son, Kushina said softly. It was supposed to. Parents were the ones who were supposed to die for their children. They were the ones who were supposed to put their children's lives on the line. Above all else, not the other way around. How could she fix this? Naruto. He was her precious son, her precious love. She wanted him to live his life like any other child she gave. He realized some things he wouldn't do, but there had been changes and he could be guided down the right path. Happy, Naruto tilted his head to one side. He didn't say anything, he just looked at his mother. In a questionable way, if you die, who will I stay with? Who will protect me? I've lost. To my family, Minato, you're the only one I have now. If you die, what will become of me? The answer was a beast. The unpleasant person stared at Naruto with a cold breath. Naruto almost felt disgusted with himself for having. He chose to die for his mother. It was the same for him. His mother was his only family. He couldn't lose her. He'd been looking at this from a certain angle, the truth. The truth was, they couldn't afford to get lost, especially their beloved mother. What would become of her if she? Did he lose it too? A broken woman, Naruto felt tormented that his actions that could lead to such a reality. He remembered the days he used to comfort her when she cried. Who would comfort her if died? Who would be there for her? Stupid of him. It was unacceptable that his dear mother was forced to endure the pain of losing him. It was even worse when the good whispered to her in the back of her head that she would be as tormented as if she blamed herself for her death. She was his mother. Her job was to love and protect him. She had told him that before. He remembered those words that she had said firmly. It was us against the world in those days. Kushina continued, still in a low voice. I am your mother, Naruto. I carried you in my womb for months. You cannot die before me. I want us both to grow old in this town. I want us to relive these moments in the future. I don't want you to sacrifice your life. I want them to value it as much as they value mine. Your life is precious to me, and I want protect her with all my strength. Will you help me do that, Naruto? Could I? Him? Yes, it was possible. He could do it. He could protect both his life and the of his mother. He wasn't alone in protecting her life. After all, he had the Kyuubi inside him. If he died, the Bijula would die too. It was possible, yes. Mother, my life will have meaning from now on. It will be precious. Because you are beautiful too. He didn't get around to saying that his life would be even more beautiful than hers. Kushina smiled. Slightly, it was a small smile, but a smile nonetheless, however. Do you know what? What relationship is Naruto? Naruto put a thoughtful look on his face. Never. I had gone so far as to think that relationships were something I didn't think about, the only relationship What mattered was his and his mother's. There was no need to understand it, he just had to do what was right for them. Mother, it's not a relationship when only one person makes love, it's their enslavement. A relationship consists of two or more people, all parties must contribute something, make an effort, and make sacrifices if necessary. It's not a relationship if only one person sacrifices. I am your mother and you are my son, we have that relationship. I must love you and you must love me too, so that all of that. It works, we must understand each other so we can live long and happy lives, we all must do our part. In the relationship, do you understand where I'm going with this, Naruto? I understand, he said. Naruto, before falling silent, Mother, yes, I can't stand the thought of seeing you miserable? I can't, but it truly makes me happy when you smile. I like it when I see you laughing with me. I want my mother to be happy. If you stopped smiling, I would investigate the cause and I would fix it. This is the same for you. Kushina nodded. I know that You want me to be happy, that's why I have a friend, that's why I still believe things will change. I have hope, and that's I hope that you will finally enjoy your life. But what is the point of my hope? If you have lost hope and you haven't tried hard enough, it was just as she was saying, they both had their share to play. If they both waited, things would change. It was conflictive, but Naruto wanted to do something that would bring joy not only to his mother, but to him as well. Naruto gave his mother a smile. Sad? I haven't been honest, mother, he said softly. Hope is something you've taught me to never lose, but I don't know if I've been sincere in trying. The reasons are that I have to try for your sake, but that's not what you want from me, is it? Kushina was happy. Truly happy that Naruto was actually willing to admit that to her. Maybe she should. It's surprising that he was able to maintain that for so long. However, this exchange was just a pleasant change. I want you to feel happy for yourself. Kushina emphasized those words. If you are truly happy, then I will be too. All parents want to see their children grow up happy. This kind of conversation It might be a bit much for you, but I want you to enjoy a relationship like the one I once enjoyed with Minato. You'll know the meaning of love then. Forgive me, mother, despite telling Temari otherwise, my happiness has not. It's been an agenda. I don't think I've tried to be happy by any means. I did what? Enough just for you to see that I was trying. Naruto clenched his fists. His sad smile deepened slightly. Forgive me, mother, I've been a hypocrite despite saying I hate him. It's all right, Naruto, you're still young. No, I hope you do everything right, Kushina said softly. It's us against the world, but we mustn't let these people and the situation we find ourselves in speak for themselves. We are strong. We're Uzumaki, and we have each other. We can be happy even if the world hates us. Naruto smiled at his mother. He could feel the passion in her voice and in her eyes. How could he betray that? He had to give it his all. We can do it, mother, we can and we will. Kushina nodded with a big smile. You're not doing badly. However, you have Ino, Temari, and Gaara. However, the last two are a bit far away. She paused for a moment to think. You weren't friends with the son of Shikaku. Ino isn't enough, and she's just a child. One friend wasn't enough. To truly enjoy her life, she would need to have more than one friend. Kushina was still certain that Naruto could make friends. It wasn't too late for things to take a new turn. Kushina received. He was encouraged by the changes in his son's life. He was familiar with him. It was fine, Naruto said, then looked at his mother confused. Mom, you pushed me into Ino and now she can't even leave my back. What do you mean she's a child? I'm aware. Kushina shook her head. Although Naruto's treatment of women could work well with them, he still failed in that type of environment. Mikoto was right. She really had nothing to worry about because her son was turning out to be like Jiraiya. On another matter, his son's statement clearly told him that Naruto saw boys and girls as equals. He didn't see this. Lastly, as the opposite sex, that was something to worry about. It's nothing, Kushina said with a movement of her right hand. Naruto didn't seem satisfied, but he didn't question his mother. What I'm trying to What I mean is that you're not lost, you have friends and you've changed a bit, although I just wish your treatment with Sasuke would be better. Get better? Naruto's sigh wasn't the kind of response Kushina had hoped for, but his words made up for it. No. Now, but eventually it will. The last 4 years have taught me that nothing can stay the same. I'm changing. A way I never thought possible, but I won't back down if he continues acting like a spoiled brat. I can live with. That's it, Kushina, with a clap, but Mikoto and I would be happy if you too. They got along well, you're her hero, you don't want to disappoint her, do you? Naruto's raised forehead said it all. Kushina just laughed and put on an innocent look. Hey, you let other people do it, so why not your own beloved mother? I simply tolerate it because it works best for me. Naruto shrugged. With the third age, it's a game, I like it. I'm playing with him because I know he cares, and if I do, he won't complain. The third Hokage was on his mind. Kushina, the other person Naruto truly cared for, if there was room for anyone in his heart, it wasn't her. Not for Ino or Temari, but for that old man. Kushina really hoped nothing bad would happen to him because she was. I'm sure, and although Naruto would never admit it, he would break down if that happened. What are you going to do from now on? Now? It depends on the old man, Naruto said quietly. I don't have much control. Here, the bitter tone was a clear indication that he didn't like that thought, but I'm sure that with the third Hokage would be acceptable. However, I refuse to return to the academy. I wouldn't expect you to come back. Kushina nodded. Why don't you go take a bath while I prepare breakfast? I have things to do with Mikoto before noon. While you play your bonding game with the old man, I'll be with her. Naruto nodded. Lunch at Ichiroku. Kushina smiled naturally. Okaji's office. The third Hokage smiled as Naruto entered his office impassively. He had been expecting the boy. He appeared. He had probably missed seeing the boy regularly for the past 4 years. He was truly happy to be able to see the boy regularly once again. Naruto was the hero of Konoha, even though the villagers may try denying it. He was also Minato's son, the child she had come to love like family. The feeling. Surely it wasn't lost on some random kid who knew nothing. I've been waiting for you, said the third one, making. He set his papers aside. It could wait. His meeting with Naruto was much more. This is important right now. Would you like to play a game of shogi? I think you know the rules and have played it with Nara Shikamaru. Naruto looked at the third Hokage with curiosity only. It was reflected in her eyes. She seemed to ponder it for a moment before nodding. Why didn't she? Did he like to lose? But it wasn't shameful to lose to a genius in Nara's form. The third age wasn't someone whoever could hit directly, so defeat was guaranteed. When I played with Shikamaru, I could win a game depending on how I played, but the third Hokage was a different story. Different. The man wasn't called to the professor for nothing. The third Hokage. He stood up from his chair and spoke. Follow me, he said softly. Naruto obeyed without hesitation. He said nothing, he simply followed the third man into the next room. It was an empty room with a small podium. Naruto realized that it must be the room where the third Hokage has some meetings with some people or the one he used when assigning missions. The old man wasn't always in the office. In the room, there were 2 cushions placed in front of a shoi table. When the third Hokage sat down, he gestured to Naruto spoke so that he would do the same. He had prepared it beforehand. Naruto. He simply nodded and looked at the pieces in this arrangement. It's quite good for keeping the mind sharp and developing a strategy, the blonde man said as the game began. Irusen nodded. The mind needs to stay sharp at all times. It's not always power that saves us from trouble sometimes, but it is our capacity to think. A sharp mind gives an advantage even to a weak man. You possess both, he said. Naruto moving a piece. And that's what made me go beyond the limits of men and ascend to my title of God of Shinobi. Despite not having special bloodlines, my power came from my mind. Without this, he said, the third king peeking out at my head, I wouldn't have become what I became. The mind is the warrior, huh? Naruto stopped. His eyes never left the board. My mind has always been used effectively. I am not. I'm a genius, but I know how to think and move things around in my head. Maybe my fault is that I have a certain mindset. Narrow. It's not possible, that's the reality. Your attitude is wrong. The third Hokage emphasized this while looking at Naruto for a moment. The blonde wasn't attacking him, he was simply moving the pieces, trying to challenge him to make a move. Listen carefully, Naruto, the sharpness. The clarity of your mind can be overshadowed by your emotions. When emotions are high, the mind loses its drive and you no longer have logic or rationality. I'm mostly under control, above all. Sandaime said, but when it comes to your mother, things change. You can't afford to get to a point where you can't use your mind, Naruto. I'm not saying emotions are bad, they're actually a good thing. They strengthen our resolve and will, but when you let them run wild, they ruin us, Naruto. He stared at the board while the third-ranked player took his share. He thought it was too much to bait, if you want to bait. Someone successful shouldn't know they're being baited, and if they do know, you should have eliminated all the possibilities for them, and to make sure you're playing in your environment, said the third judge. The lesson is over then, Naruto said, moving a piece in preparation for a change of tactics. Jiraiya tells me you had fun outside from Konoha, and that you've improved a lot. He stopped to look at Naruto, who was staring at him, the third Hokage. He simply smiled. It was refreshing. Naruto nodded. More than that, I thought it would be. She shook her head to correct herself. It didn't look like anything. I hadn't thought I'd have fun. I was just looking forward to some peace and quiet, so I continued my training without further ado. To be bothered, so you earn more than you thought, huh? Irisan said. That's the beauty of life. Nothing is what it seems. Aren't you a good example of that? The third Hokage laughed. Perhaps, he said. I'm sure Jiraiya has. Things have been explained. Given the changes, we must find a path forward that is profitable for both parties. With the way things are right now, we can't just continue as we have been, as it was expected. But I have a question, Irisan said. She looked at Naruto, who didn't. He looked back. You don't care about him, but you're going to teach him. It's as if you were watching over me. Why are you doing this, Naruto? The third Hokage didn't get a chance to ask. Itachi had asked him to look after his younger brother. Naruto looked at the third Hokage for a moment. The defense is. It's at its best when you hold your position, but when you go out to attack, you open yourself up to attack. It's like giving your heart to another person opens a door to pain. Having said that, Naruto took one of the fragments of the third Hokage, while waiting for the third Hokage to make his move. He spoke once more about a different matter. I've often wondered why people do certain things, and that leads me to the concept of justice. However, I continue to question what justice truly is. What constitutes justice? Who does it have the power to do justice? What Konoha has been doing is injustice. However, I am not too preoccupied to turn it into justice. There are so many questions. Why do people do what they do? Why? Why are they killing? Killing is wrong. Killing while following your ideals is wrong, although Naruto hadn't said it directly, but the third Hokage was certain he had to deal with Itachi's actions and how should he react to the injustice in Konoha? At the same time, to Sandaime. He was led to believe that although Naruto saw injustice, he wasn't an idealist who believed in justice and would try to correct things. However, the fact remained evident. Naruto didn't. He had answered her question. Justice is a very complex concept, Sandaime said. He was willing to go so far as far, not farther, as that would take you away from your question. People kill for different reasons, good and bad. Before we can even answer whether it is wrong to kill for our ideals, we must first understand if those ideals they are good or bad. One thing is certain, however, death has become a part of shinobi life. My own hands have killed to protect what I love. I regret having to end a life, but I still believe I've made the right decision to protect what I love. A pawn is a pawn until it's promoted, Naruto said. A low voice. A king will always take a step, regardless of the circumstances. The death is death. For good or bad reasons, death is death. It doesn't matter if one was good or bad, but when someone dies, that death saddens someone. There is always pain, sorrow, and hatred after death. No. It doesn't matter which side. The third god laughed. Naruto had said a few things serious, and he was absolutely right in what he was saying. The boy was truly a rare breed. The funny thing about the third one was that even though the blonde guy said it, he didn't follow through with that thought. He was simply saying things his eyes were thinking. The third one shook his head. That was what he believed. A part of Naruto, but his love for his mother could not be compared to beliefs, rationality, and logic. It overcame all of that. If the mother factor weren't there, you would become a great leader and someone who could teach. To this immoral world, what is right? The third man said honestly. But in your current state, when it comes to your mother, nothing else matters. Morality is nothing more than a luxury item, he said. Naruto, I wonder what Kushina would say if her son became a moral shinobi, the third Hokage said with a thought. Intentional, his eyes are fixed on Naruto. If he was expecting a physical reaction from the blonde, he didn't get it. It's that part. From the game, huh? Naruto said he was looking at his bleeding pawns. Mother is so kind-hearted, she has her moments, but she's pure of heart. No. I wouldn't want to tarnish his purity in any way. However, I will do what I must. Itachi and I share a beginning. That was just confirmed, even without the blonde man saying so, and the third Hokage was certain, even if he would ask. But Naruto would either ignore him or deny everything. The blonde hated people who didn't come directly to him, but when they were together, he certainly didn't care about the masquerade. Well, he wasn't going to complain. He was always interesting, and I learned a few things. That's what made you two get along so well, Sandaime said with a smile. Well, this was simply perfect. Itachi would become a puzzle piece. Yes, the Uchiha would be useful in this little game he was playing with Naruto, the third Hokage allowed. That the silence stopped for a few moments while she continued thinking about how she was going to take care of the affairs of Day. Sarutobi hardened. You will join Ambu as an Ambu apprentice. I have done all the arrangements. You won't be joining Kakashi, but you'll be joining a different team. I will refuse to be transferred. If there's no way in you guarding my mother while she's away from home, Naruto said. The third Hokage raised his hand. One eyebrow. Why only outside the house? It's a fortress, this whole town. It may catch fire, but that house will remain standing. No intruder can get in when the security is activated. Naruto explained casually. The third Hokage simply nodded. Do you understand what you asked me, Naruto? Uzumaki Kushina was the wife of the fourth Hokage and is the mother of. This child could become a great asset to this town. My efforts will depend on the safety of my mother and of my cooperation. Sarutobi remained silent for a few moments before. Finally, she sighed and nodded. I'll make the arrangements. They should be finished by the end of the day, Naruto said as if he were giving the old man an order. Can we continue with our training? The third nodded. Yes, Naruto said. He smiled. Excellent, I hope so. Eagerly, she said lightly. Irusen nodded. Spending time with Naruto in the training grounds were always a good opportunity. The feudal lord was a great admirer of your father. Now he wishes seeing the son of man, who was not only a hero for Konoha, but for the entire land of fire. Naruto looked at the third Hokage, stared blankly. His smile had almost vanished. I must be used as a tool. Politics, I suppose you wish to do so, said Sandaime, seeing no reason to. Hiding nothing, Naruto smiled. This might work for me, he said, more to himself. The same as for the third Hokage, but the old man heard and smiled too. I haven't played diplomat in a long time, but I'm sure your lessons will be useful. Be careful, he's not the lord. Feudal for being stupid, naturally, said Naruto. Then, he expected. He took the opportunity to secure a larger budget for Konoha and some favorable terms, he said. An old man with a smile. As long as I impress him, my end should be gentle. It seems I'm going to become an important person, Naruto thought to himself. I never thought about things like this. This way, I can simplify my life and my mother's. When are we going? I'll let you know, Irusen said. His engagement to Temari will be made public. This will scare off the suitors. The potential opportunities that have been bestowed upon you will strengthen your status as an important person. You have the support from Konoha Swagakure. Since the third Hokage spoke the good things about his side, Naruto decided to speak the good things about the other side. Third, this will only strengthen Konoha Suna's relationship. If the agreement had been kept secret, it could have been easily discarded and forgotten, but making it public will mean it will be difficult for both sides to betray the other, as the elemental nations will follow. You propose this so you can get more witnesses to you support and threaten Suna in case the Keisuke gets a second thought. Sarutobi smiled innocently. You think too much in me, Naruto-kun said. Naruto shook his head. You just limited yourself. Indeed, the movements of the Keisuke, and you gave him the inopportune hand that says your future is in my hands, the blonde boy said quietly. The game is over, you win on the board. Yes, Sandaime said, but we both gained something. I'd say it's a win-win. For both of us. He paused for a moment. Lunch at Ichiraku. You are welcome to join us. I'll be there with my mother, said Naruto, standing up. Much better. The third Hokage said, getting up as well. He had to return to his office and do some work. He had consumed something. I've been here a while, but it wasn't wasted. I'll see you later, maybe. Mom might chew you up for pushing me towards the Ambu, the blonde said, moving away from the third Hokage. Iruin suppressed the. He felt a need to tremble when those words came out of Naruto's mouth. He consoled himself with the fact that Kushina would understand. Otherwise, that woman would definitely tear him to pieces, like Naruto said. When he returned to the office, he found his former student sitting on the windowsill with a somewhat sad expression. His face, the third god sighed and went behind his desk. Once he sat comfortably in his chair and spoke with the Sannin. Is something bothering you, Jiraiya? Jiraiya remained silent for a few moments. As if he hadn't heard the third's voice, the man then. He looked at his former sensei with his usual gaze, a distant gaze, now just a memory. I'm only thinking about Tsunade. And Orochimaru. The professor leaned back in his chair. How long has it been since? Who last spoke to those two? Orochimaru was the worst. His beloved foolish student had certainly loved and favored the wayward Sannin during his time. And yet he turned to that dark path too. He had become the enemy of Konoha, and he had been too weak to do anything when faced with the truth. Well, he certainly wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. Tsunade had just left, and he'd already tried once. He tried to win her back, but she was stubborn, and he let her do as she pleased. Konoha still faced challenges, though. It was in plain sight. It was disappointing. Asadorama would certainly be disappointed to see what had become of his grandson. I see, said the third one quietly. What brought that? He was remembering the good old days, when I was the idiot and Orochimaru was the genius, said the Sannin. Well, he still is a genius. The ship of redemption has just set sail. Tsunade continues to wander aimlessly. If it weren't for her strength, she'd be dead by now. She paused, looking at her sensei curiously. Why have you stopped? Try to win her back? She chose to leave. Tsunade isn't a child. I taught her. I told her everything she needed and what I thought about her attitude. I'm not at that age where I have time to beg her. I'm looking to the future instead of the past, said Sandaime. I really don't have the energy to deal with a woman who's grown old enough to be a grandmother. But she still acts like a spoiled little princess. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed for a moment before. Look out the window. I won't give it up, sensei. I won't, Sarutobi. She smiled. I know you won't, she said. You've always looked out for her, even though she didn't. It's really sad. No, you don't always get what you want, he said. Jiraiya shrugged, but his eyes said otherwise. He still held out hope that things would work out. They could work, all done with Naruto. Yes, said the third god. A smile. He will join as an apprentice, although I'm surprised he didn't do that much. It was too much of an effort to say no. He had previously rejected the opportunity when Itachi offered it to him. He realizes this is a good opportunity. For someone who wants to grow, this will be beneficial. Jiraiya said. Irusen nodded. Maybe, he said. I've moved things around and set things up. Other pieces to move in time. Right now, let's see how this will lead us in this direction. Do you realize that? Are you manipulating other people? That's one way to look at it, he said then. He recalled the conversation he had with Naruto. That boy contradicts himself. If the darkness within him doesn't, he consumes it, he'll become a good person when he grows up. Did you notice? Said Jiraiya, the darkness inside Naruto. It wasn't something that brought Jiraiya happy thoughts, especially knowing that the blonde was A Jinchuriki for the Baijil that hated humans, and Naruto doesn't like humans very much. I learned that from. It's been a long time, but that's why I do what I have to do. Being in that situation will expose me to the harsh reality, and instead of repressing your dark thoughts will set them free. I believe you will not be tainted. But he will learn to value human life, let's hope so. Jiraiya said. Orochimaru has fled Akatsuki and created his own village. I don't know the details, but I'll look into it, that said. I'll be gone for a while to gather more intel. Don't forget to tell Kushina about Naruto, said the third Hokage. Oh, join us. We'll have lunch at Ikaraku. He added with a smile. Jiraiya shook his head. You'll never stop bringing it up. Take advantage of every opportunity you have. No, this was going to send a message to all of Konoha, the third Hokage and a Sannin. Everyone supports the fourth Hokage's son. The third Kage smiled innocently. I don't know. What are you talking about, Jiraiya-kun? Jiraiya asked. I'll see you at lunch. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. Once the Sannin was gone, the third Hokage looked at the work in front of him. Now only. It's me and your old friend. But before I could go in, Anbia appeared out of nowhere and knelt before him. Sandaime, I was informed that you wished to speak with me, Sandaime-sama. The third nodded. Yes, the old man said seriously. Take off your mask, Yugao. Chan, get up. Igeo did as he was told and removed his mask. He looked at the. Sandaime looked down curiously, wondering what the old man wanted from her. It wasn't often one could see her. The expression would be that of a third Hokage. He might be old, but the look still did the trick. I'm about to give you one important task. The third one took a file from one of his drawers and handed it to Yugao. Uzumaki Naruto will join. He'll join your team as an apprentice, but will still do all the missions with you. His codename will be Fox, his mask and the equipment has already been prepared. You can give it to her whenever you want. Yugao looked at. Through the archive, it was written by Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the son of Yondaime, and Kushina, no doubt about it. The purple-haired Anbu was very surprised that the third Hokage had given the task to her team. He was a Jinchuriki and someone valuable to Konoha, the heads. They would roll if anything happened to him. If I can, Okujizuma, the third nodded with a smile. Why me? Kakashi is going to retire again. He would if he wanted to. I would ask, but I want someone new in Naruto's life. There's no one I trust more for this than you. He's worked with Kakashi and Itachi. If you get along with those two, you'll get along well with Naruto, the third Hokage explained. The old man may have been smiling, but Yugao had the feeling that she wasn't being asked, but she was. He had instructed. He put his mask back on. I won't fail, Okujizuma, that's what I expect, he said. Third Hokage. Later that day, Sasuke had a deep frown on his face. His face was etched as he walked toward the Senju compound, heading for Naruto's house. He really didn't want to be there. Here, but the blonde man had surely forced his hand, and then his mother had told him to do it, despite that the blonde man had threatened him wouldn't have made it simple. He trusted his abilities, but his mother had. He told her not to make things difficult for him. When he told her about Naruto's offer, maybe he shouldn't have told her about that. If she hadn't known, she wouldn't have intervened to force him to make this move. Anyway, there was no going back. I just had to go through this. I didn't have a rail. The problem was with the blonde guy who hated him. No, Sasuke hated that condescending tone and those eyes that looked at him. He hated the fact that the blonde boy took it to extremes to humiliate him was something Uchiha Sasuke didn't accept so easily. He had his pride after all, although he would never admit it to the blonde. He had learned something during those days that they spent time training together. When Sasuke arrived at the back of Naruto's house, he found the blonde boy sitting in. He was in a meditative position with his eyes closed, surrounded by gentle breezes. The dark-haired man simply gazed at the blonde for a few moments. He grew impatient when the blonde man said or did nothing to acknowledge his presence. I'm here, Sasuke said through a tight air. Can I feel you? That was the answer. Simple from Naruto. I'm disappointed. I was thinking you'd try to be a foolish, and I'd have to beat you up and drag you back here. Oh well, there's another way to make up for that, Sasuke. She narrowed her eyes at Naruto. I won't become your punching bag, not even. I don't even have to be here if I don't want to. If this doesn't benefit me in any way, I won't come back even if my mother urges me to do it, Yukiya said firmly, but of course. I'm just playing with you to test that you can control yourself too, Naruto said, acting as if he hadn't heard him. Sasuke said, You have no self-control, you fool Sasuke, but don't worry. We're going to hit that on you, no matter what, I'm here for that. Naruto opened his eyes and stared at Sasuke for a few moments. Moments of silence. Why do you want power, Sasuke? It's not obvious, I have to. To kill Itachi, Naruto just stared. Why? Sasuke returned his gaze. He was puzzled by that indifferent question. Why? The answer was obvious. He didn't have to reply. Anyone would know why he'd want his traitorous brother dead. He had betrayed his clan and killed many of them. He needed to be punished for that. No. I couldn't let him get away with what he did, because he murdered our father and many of our children. Cold-blooded clan men. Oh, so you want to make him pay? Do you desire revenge for his cursed ways? Don't you want to kill him with your own hands? He was the beloved brother who I admired you if you wanted to surpass me. Naruto tilted his head to one side. Humans, revenge is easy to seek. You were listening to your brother, why not? You have your reasons, I suppose you're seeking power. For this, Naruto said with a sigh. Have you ever wondered what your dear mother would think if she found out there's bloody images of your son inside your head? Have you wondered why Itachi didn't kill your mother? It doesn't matter. Does that make you stupid? Naruto cut him off sharply. You must answer this question. Why did Itachi leave your mother and the children alone? Why did she just kill the warriors? When you see things clearly, you can say, which has given your clan the opportunity to be reformed and start anew. Naruto was amused by himself. He was preaching. Who was he to preach to other people about his lifestyles? Would he care if Sasuke did things that would hurt Mikoto? But was there really a need to lecture the boy? He was being a hypocrite. Oh well, it hardly mattered anyway. He had a job to do and was willing to throw everything away. Ropes to do it successfully. Sasuke wouldn't get hurt in the end and things would. They'd see it as fine for him, no harm done, and everyone would be happy. Who could complain? Sasuke responded with a withering glare to Naruto's statement. Naruto wasn't upset. Sasuke. It could be useful to him. With his time with the third Hokage, he had learned how to mold someone to turn into his little puppet. Itachi had asked him to take care of his little brother and he would do it, but at the same time he would make Sasuke obey him. He wasn't going to let his time spent babysitting a spoiled brat without getting anything in return. You'll train. From now on, you're with me, Naruto said, standing up. We're going to train until you defeat Itachi. However, if you do something stupid that will hurt your mother, I will punish you. If you make her cry, I will tear out those eyes and burn them, and you'll be left with only one purpose, to create a line of Uchiha clan. Sasuke was having enough of it. Don't talk like you could do something to me and I would hurt my mother. It's the only family I have left. Whether the Uchiha yelled or not made no difference to Naruto. He simply stood in. He struck a pose and gestured for Sasuke to approach him. Let's see how much he's improved before we design the right training program for you. Sasuke was glad he had come prepared for anything. He had his weapons with him. He pulled out 2 shurikens and sped toward Naruto. As he ran, he threw both shurikens. The shurikens hit both of them. Naruto sighed in response. The blonde boy pulled out a kunai and successfully deflected them. His senses had tracked Sasuke as he did so. The Uchiha made a swift appearance beneath him and attempted. He swept his feet off the ground. Naruto jumped back slightly to avoid Sasuke. When he landed, Tsunade disappeared and looked at Sasuke, who was getting up. You didn't just attack straight ahead. This shows you use your head during the battle. I'll give you credit for that. I don't need to hear. That's you, Sasuke said mockingly, passing through hand seals. Katengekian? No jutsu. Ilukia exhaled a large ball of intense flames. The jutsu accelerated towards Naruto's intense form, as if with the full intention of consuming him. Naruto did not move from his position. She held her hands together somewhat lazily as she did. Futanda and Naruto unleashed powerful gusts of wind that ripped through the ground as they were heading towards Sasuke's fireball. The 2 jutsus collided on the ground, resulting in an An explosion filled with flames and gusts of wind, all of which just created an intense atmosphere around the training stalled. Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Naruto, just above the ground. He had two kunai at hand. He quickly threw the first one at Naruto, who was turning to face Uchiha, the kunai. He apparently walked past Naruto before turning around. Naruto noticed a thin thread attached to the kunai. Sasuke smiled, looking at the bound Naruto. I could unleash a fire jutsu and burn you now. Would you like that, or would you? Does that mean he's losing? There was only arrogance and a highly confident tone. All of that disappeared as Naruto suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. Then there was a clap behind him. Sasuke, Naruto jumped down from the tree and looked at Sasuke, although the sound of arrogance in your tone, you didn't miss. This is acceptable and I can live with it. Sasuke frowned. Naruto wasn't saying he was good, he was just. He told her that her skills were acceptable. Just out of place was a bitter pill to swallow. After all the training he did and all the hours he put in to improve, he was still only acceptable. It was infuriating. Sasuke wanted nothing more than to lunge at Naruto and tear him to pieces while hurling curses at him. That face, expressive, looking at him, that's a lot of words from someone who didn't even attack, he decided. Say Sasuke, you can. The Uchiha opened his eyes as Naruto closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. That had been unexpected. She hadn't expected the blonde to be so. Quickly, I didn't attack because I chose not to, Naruto said softly, but if you want, let him attack, I'll do it. Instinctively, Sasuke jumped back as he sensed Naruto was about to attack. At that moment, he didn't. He was saved the moment he landed on the ground. Naruto had charged at him once more. The blonde boy left head and launched a high kick with his right foot towards Sasuke's head. The Uchiha tried to block the kick with his hands, but the power behind the kick was more than he could handle, and it sent him flying the other way, although he recovered quickly, and while he was recovering, Naruto appeared in front of him with his eyes staring at him as if he were a fly. Sasuke flew into a rage. He hated those eyes. In his anger, he threw a punch. A direct punch aimed at Naruto's face. The blonde ducked under the blow and threw his own punch straight into Sasuke's guts. He had put enough power into making Sasuke kneel while he clutched his insides after the punch had connected. I will refrain from any harm. It's unnecessary for you. I don't want to send you home broken. Your mother will be very worried, Naruto said, walking away. Sasuke, once he turned around, Sasuke tried to take advantage and lunged at the blonde. Naruto responded, turning around with one knee in his stomach. Then he grabbed Sasuke by the neck. Sasuke, there are many things I don't. I like them, but I don't care about them. I don't have many interests, maybe 2 or 3. Nothing in this world really interests me. I'm interested, neither am I, but if you become a good guy, I'll be interested and maybe I'll even like you, Naruto said firmly. One more thing, as someone who will train with you, you will obey my every word. I don't care if you like it or not. When I tell you to do something, you'll do it, okay? Do you understand? Sasuke replied with a cold stare. Naruto didn't flinch. He simply pushed the Uchiha back. Calm down and we'll begin with taijutsu. Having said that, Naruto walked a short distance and sat down in a meditative position with his eyes closed. Sasuke. He really wasn't anything like his older brother. It was really disappointing. Yeah, the kid. He was intelligent, and his genius may well have been undeniable, but his arrogance left much to be desired. He would be difficult to work with. Someone like him, but Naruto was going to do it without complaining. In the long run, the things would benefit him greatly. I'm done, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Naruto opened one eye flickers for a moment before closing it again. No, it's not you. There's tension in his jaw and barely contained anger in his tone. Once you've eliminated that, we'll begin. If it doesn't happen today, tomorrow is another day. I don't have to sit around for this, Sasuke shouted with. He grew impatient and stood up, ready to leave, but before he could take a step forward, a kunai whizzed past him. Cutting a little of his right ear, he had aimed to strike that spot. You will leave when I give permission, Naruto said sternly. Learn to be patient. Patience is a virtue for a shinobi. You must always know when to reveal your cards, when to attack, when to make your move. Without that, you act at the wrong time and get caught. But of course, nothing of the sort. That applied when it came to his mother. Are you enjoying this as much as I am? Kubi said to Naruto. The tone really suggested that Bijula was enjoying the show, although this Uchiha hasn't awakened that damn thing yet. Sharingan, it's still worth seeing someone with Uchiha blood in this kind of position. I'm not a sadist, he replied. Naruto, calm down. Your hatred for the Uchiha is really something more. Perhaps the job of annihilating them should have been yours. I would have massacred the entire clan, said the Kubi. I can't forget that. You were in the way. If it hadn't been for you, the clan would be extinct by now. Thinking about it gives me a certain drive. So the next day, Naruto was doing his morning exercises when an ANBU appeared out of nowhere. This forced the blonde man to stop and look at the obviously female ANBU. When the ANBU remained silent, Naruto looked up at the sky and a Kajbunin seal appeared on a cloud of smoke. He went to get his mother to tell her that they had taken him away. Obviously, the woman was there for him. And since he expected this to happen, he wasn't surprised. I wonder what he would say. Itachi now, Naruto said to himself, but the ANBU with the cat mask heard him, before the Uchiha. He had become a traitor. He was the one who had tried to get him to join ANBU, but Naruto had denied. It wasn't just once he'd refused, he hadn't wanted to leave his mother's side during that time, but now he understood that she was safe, even when he wasn't around, as long as she remained in that cursed village. Uzumaki Kushina would be safe, as long as there isn't an invasion. He could afford to do other things. Oh well, it can't be helped. Naruto said in a resigned tone. Uzumaki Naruto, come with me, Nico said in the automatic tone that Ambi used while wearing their masks. Naruto didn't. He resisted. It was about time. He simply thought as the Ambu bag took him away, they disappeared from the air and reappeared in somewhere. Naruto could only assume it was the ANBU headquarters. He didn't even know where it was located. Damned building inside the town. Oh well, he'd find out soon enough. Inside. From there, Nico handed him his equipment and told him to put it on. He was shown the men's rooms and he went to change. Black pants, vest, upper armor, and kodachi. Looking at himself, Naruto couldn't avoiding frowning. Where he was going to hide his weapons using equipment like this struck him that Umbud used layers black to conceal his appearance and blend into the darkness. With that in mind, Naruto returned to Nico, who I was waiting patiently. All Ambu members are supposed to have a tattoo. Identify them. You may only be an apprentice, but you'll be doing all the Ambu missions with my team. Dangerous or not, you'll be doing them, Nico said. That makes you an ANBU, and that's how you'll receive your mark. The Sanda had told me that the blonde shouldn't. He would spare no effort and assign them missions that could be dangerous once Naruto had settled in. Normally, they had to test if the blonde man was worthy of being an ANBU. But things were different here. You could say that the blonde was receiving special treatment, but she was a walking ambulance. She didn't ask questions. He simply did as his superior told him. Naruto simply nodded and allowed the woman to take him to be marked. Once this was done, she took him and they appeared in a place surrounded by trees. Nico disappeared in. The air was filled with the sound of a masked man appearing in front of Naruto. The man swiftly brought his right foot toward his face. From Naruto, when the kick connected, the blonde boy erupted in a crow-killing spree. The crows cried as they began to close the distance. Naruto appeared. Through his mask, he looked up. Always be aware of your surroundings because enemies are like ambush. Ambu are always thrown into dangerous missions and into foreign territory. This is essential for the survival and the success of a mission. Naruto looked at his forehead. The AMB that had attacked had disappeared. I am not. That's a good sensor. But there should be 3 of you around the trees. I guess I should continue, that said. The blonde boy disappeared completely. A few minutes later, Naruto was watching. Nico, Tiger, and Panther, these were his teammates and part of the group that Nico's squad joined. They called themselves and it was the Rookie Fox. Introduce yourself, Nico said after having done all the other things and with the others introducing themselves. Fox, Naruto said simply in a blank tone. The third Hokage surely gave them his file, so there was no need to add that detail. Furthermore, using this mask, I wasn't Uzumaki Naruto, but just Fox. Welcome to Team Fox. Nico said. See you at the top of the hospital at 7 p.m. sharp. We'll begin the tax training. Special while on patrol duty, in any team, trust among team members is essential. It's essential, we already know each other, but we don't know you, for this team. To succeed, you must know and trust us, and we must know and trust you. Naruto simply nodded. That was unexpected, but he could understand. I'll say goodbye then, said the blond man before disappearing into small circles. Gusts of wind, we've had a handful of them here, Tiger said. It was impossible to tell if he was disappointed or upset that they had welcomed a child as a new teammate. Possibly, Panther agreed. But at least he's quiet and seems to know his way around a field. From battle, we won't have much to do with the children. We'll see more when we go out tonight. Nico said. She stared at Pantera. Don't plan anything scandalous. Be landed on the ground in a crouching position with hands touching the ground and head tilted upwards to look over it. The opponent was standing on a tree branch, looking down at him with a smile. The expression on his face couldn't be seen because of the attacker's mask. Konoha must be desperate, making babies, said the man with calm, still standing on the tree branch. B said nothing. She simply took a standing position as he prepared for another attack. He didn't have to win this battle, just hold on. Enough for the others to reach their location. They wouldn't need to attack if that were the case. Stalemate. It meant he just had to avoid getting hit and run a little, but not stray too far from this place. He had a lot of speed to be able to run, but the man in front of him was a strong shinobi, and eventually he would catch them if he just ran. He had to think, the black-haired man from. Suddenly he jumped out of the tree and landed on his feet. You're not going to talk to me, are you? He said, taking a few steps toward. Beato to death, talking would kill some time, BK decided, with that in. He thought to himself, put his right hand in his right pocket, and replied. It's a little difficult trying to talk to a man. He's trying to kill you, he replied calmly, although he faced the situation before him, the man. His smile only seemed to widen because of BK's response. Ambu dogs are really well trained, he said. A calm man, to be able to speak so calmly without any fear in his tone, truly impressive, given that only. You're a brat, why are you doing this? BK asked calmly, the man. He didn't answer the question, he simply vanished from sight. BK went on guard, stretching his senses to be able to follow the man's movements. Seeing that the man was a little too fast, Bika threw a bomb. He drew smoke to the ground and started it. The bomb exploded quickly, engulfing his body in a cloud of smoke. The man, sensing the enemy land in front of him, channeled his chakra into his knees and leaped to avoid the man. Gotcha, that's what Bika heard when she grabbed him by his right foot as he tried to jump away. From the smoke, I didn't have time to react when the man knocked him down and slammed him to the ground on his back. A grimace as his body crashed brutally to the ground, leaving its mark there. It won't be fun if you keep running away, the man said, smiling, leaping towards B with his right fist charging towards BK's chest. BK backed away when the man approached, looking puzzled. The powerful punch landed. It crashed to the ground, creating a small boom as it lifted a small amount of debris. Bika quickly jumped up onto her hands while the man was still on the ground with his fist still embedded in the ground. He spun around, using his hands for balance, and launched a spinning kick at the man. His opponent saw him coming and ducked to the ground. Staring down at the redhead, he smiled as he slid his right foot across the room. On the ground, trying to kick Umbud's hands from the ground to unbalance him, Bika bent his hands. He pushed chakra into his elbow muscles and leaped quickly as his sweep of chakra swept across his body. The opponent slithered underneath, peeking twice. Bika landed on the. He dropped to his knees and looked at his opponent once more. The man straightened up and stared at the masked Ambu with a smile. You're pretty good. I think Konoha isn't that desperate, he said. Once again he vanished from BK's sight. The masked reflections. The AMB activated when the black-haired enemy appeared behind him with his right foot traveling through the air to a tremendous speed charging towards her, held her hands in front of her. Head in a cross position, the kick landed on his guard. Although it didn't break, it was sending him flying. Due to the man's power, as the momentum of the kick dragged him along, BK flipped over several times to recover He lost his balance because he knew he was going to hit a tree behind him. That would be a painful experience, one that I would prefer to avoid it. As the tree drew closer, Bika channeled chakra into her feet and positioned them to strike the tree instead of his body. The chakra helped him stick to the tree trunk. Before he could break free, once he landed, the black-haired shinobi appeared in front of him on the ground. The man turned before throwing a right kick aimed at Beck's chest. The ambush stormed in. Assassins, avoiding the blow that would have pinned him to the tree branch, Bika landed on the ground right behind the man and extended his korachi while the man recovered quickly without even feeling pain after his foot crashed against the tree trunk. The man ran toward Bika once more, holding a kunai. His two BA's feet landed in front of her as she cut horizontally. B held her sword, good for blocking the bar. When the man attempted a side blow, BK channeled the wind into his sword and he also threw his sword at the kunai. The kachi cut cleanly through the kunai without any problem, surprising everyone. Bika greatly increased the enemy shinobi's strength. He used the element of surprise to his advantage by channeling chakra into his right foot. As he spun around and slammed his foot around the man's waist, the chakra-enhanced kick. He sent the man away from BK, but he recovered quickly. BK did not give the man an opportunity to make the first move. He turned to face the man. He threw 2 smoke bombs in front of him. When they exploded, the ambu made a couple of hand seals, wind release, great wind breakthrough. The red-haired ambush unleashed gusts of wind that accelerated toward the man. The powerful gusts carried the smoke that Bika had done that when she lit the smoke bombs, while the jutsu traveled at tremendous speed, lifting the ground. As it caused debris to rise, Bika followed up the attack by launching 2 marks of explosives hidden in the smoke. Art Steel, Mood Wall, the black-haired man. He shouted as he raised a wall of earth from the ground to protect himself from the gusts of wind, the jutsus. They faced off and the defensive jutsu held firm until Bika ignited the explosive tags, causing a powerful explosion ripped through the trees, blasting mud everywhere. The man was thrown backward. Slightly, B suddenly appeared in front of the man, holding her korachi in a reverse grip. She waved the blade on his right side, drawing it up towards the man's chest in a small upward cut. The man lay back. He stepped back slightly before ducking under the blow. He took 2 steps toward a second man and punched hard toward the ambu chest, gasping for breath as he was pulled to the ground by the force of the punch. Before the ambu bag could be thrown backward, the man grabbed him by the face and brutally slammed him to the ground. A man pulled out a kunai and tried to stab B in the chest, but the ambu knife stopped the blow next to his kodachi, Bika. He took a deep breath and launched a bullet of wind that crashed into the man's body and sent him flying backwards. The red-haired ambu quickly recovered, wiped the blood from her mouth, and walked away of the man. When he landed some distance away, he frowned behind his mask. He was trying to prove he was starting to get tired. This was a bit tiring even though he had been trying to avoid using it. From any jutsu that would consume a lot of his chakra and deplete his stamina, he was very grateful to. He would have to be a Jinchuriki, otherwise he'd already be exhausted. He'd have to deceive the man and use his trump card to disable the man. At least the conditions had already been set. Established. I really didn't want to end up revealing it now. The dark-haired man took a step toward Bika, but he stopped when kunai suddenly flashed past his face at blinding speed, making him jump slightly backwards. The moment it touched the ground, 3 more landed silently around it. Appeared out of nowhere. BK allowed his body to fall onto his rear and grimaced as he did so. She stared at the screen, counting the seconds. The moment she opened her eyes, the man was kneeling, bound. He let out a long sigh and dispelled the clone that was hiding. Nico approached him and offered his hand. "I'm sorry," he said. "We arrived late. Things turned out to be much more difficult than we expected," she said as Bika. He took her hand, rising with his korachi in his left hand. "I can imagine, but you arrived just in time," he said calmly. "However, you were able to do well on your own. We came here quickly when we realized the man was stronger than we originally thought," Nico said. I'm glad you made it. I was a little worried about taking you out on your first mission," Tiger said, patting a small ambu on his back in a friendly gesture. "But being able to resist a Haningen-level shinobi is impressive." BK downplayed his efforts. "The man had underestimated me a bit and wasn't that great. Intelligent, I just had to think a little, and after training with a Sannin, you learn a few things, B became. She approached the man and asked, "What are we going to do with him?" "First, we have to move from here to a new place. Location before continuing our mission. There's been a fight around here. We're not sure if anyone else is here. In this place, we need some rest after fighting." It was understandable, Ek thought. Even he couldn't go on the mission the way his body felt. He needed to nurse her body a little and relax her muscles before continuing with her true mission. This had only been a nuisance that stood in their way. It wasn't the only obstacle that had stood in their way, their group. He had been ambushed by several shinobi and they were forced to split up. Being the weakest, he was forced to. Some faced a single opponent, while others faced multiple opponents. Things wouldn't always go that way. According to the plan, that's what he'd been taught during the training regimens. He may have. Anu had perfected his appearance and learned to control his emotions, but there were still too many things he didn't know, and that's why his teammates had to teach him. Well, the others were the captain. He wasn't as enthusiastic as the other two. "You can run for about an hour. Yes, we have to do the most possible distance from this place. Some people might be behind us again, and we can't allow us to avoid reaching the meeting point with the other team." BK looked again at the captain who had spoken. "Can I continue?" he said calmly. Nico nodded. He had tiger right. A letter and summon a messenger bird. The bird was sent back to Konoha with the location of where they would camp. Once this was done, the squad disappeared from the trees along with the man they had subdued. An hour and a half later, the long road to the borders of Land of Fire, just far from the Valley of the End, had been swift and silent. The four of them had simply focused on running towards the borders instead of talking, chatting about this, and that would come after they had reached their location. "This will be good enough," Neek said, causing the others to stop as they landed on the ground, leaving the elevated terrain of the trees. Her prisoner was chained to a tree, and Nico focused on her team once more. "Let's review the parameters. We don't want any surprises. Please come back in 5 minutes at most so we can rest." Bye. The three waved goodbye before disappearing into the air. Once they were gone, Nico looked at the man who had frowned. He was a lost ninja from Kumogakure. He could recognize faces at any time of day. B hadn't noticed because he was new and probably hadn't read the bingo books from other towns. If the boy had been that overconfident idiot could have been murdered, and his mother would have killed him. At least, that's what he feared. They hadn't recognized the man as a missing ninja when he sped off, but there was no other option. Bio could. Managing a group of shinobi, maybe he could contain them with his clones, but they were ANBU. He had to conserve energy. Because their world was dangerous and they had not yet completed their mission, running out of energy would be a failure for them. Before they could reach their destination, 5 minutes passed and the three returned. Both sides were recorded. Clear and Eco accepted their reports before they gathered around. "You must be wondering how those people. They must have known we were coming." Panther was the first to speak. "The ambush. It was well planned. We didn't notice anything until we were forced to separate. They must have known that we were coming. But how did it get leaked? Our mission is highly classified and I doubt that there's a spy in our ranks." Tiger added confidently. "The leak may not have come from our side, and it may not be a leak at all." B gave her own spin after analyzing some of her thoughts. "Just because they knew we were coming doesn't mean someone on our side told them." Nico. He nodded. "According to BK, we're dealing with another group on the other side, and our mission is to recover the intel that has been reunited. It is possible that the person was forced to send a mission to Konoha or was allowed send it and then they captured it. We're dealing with a spy here. If he was caught with his message, they will likely assume he sent it. Not to mention we're dealing with Orochimaru here," Tiger added. "This could be a trap," Nico said, pulling out a headband from one of the men I had dealt with. "This is the headband I received from one of those men. He's from Son. Knowing Orochimaru, he may have captured our spy and sent those men to his death. Either way, we don't know anything, but we have no choice but to continue with this." Panther said firmly. It was amble. This was a necessary step to complete his mission. They could be valuable intelligence that would lead them to stop Orochimaru and understand more about the Akatsuki. However, we need to make a plan. Once we've rested enough, we'll have to hit the road, Nico said behind his mask. BK frowned at the idea of walking. He was in a trap. He didn't really like the idea, but this was a mission and he was a rookie. He had to follow the captain's instructions, but what if they were walking into a dangerous trap? How would they escape that trap? I was prepared to risk everything with just plans A and B. There had to be a plan C, and even a plan D, for that matter, the worst-case scenario. It was not knowing what they would encounter. It only reminded him that he had assured himself he would only use the jutsu for his mother's safety. He wasn't even carrying the damn kunai with him because he'd only ever made one of those. But yes, he knew the seal, so he could apply it with his chakra. Bio wanted to finish using the jutsu, but if everything, he was forced to do it. He had no other choice. The mission wasn't that difficult. They really just had to go to the land of sound and retrieve intel from one of their own. There was a squad that had gone to gather intel, but all the other members had been lost on the mission, and the last one had said that he was hiding in the sound, but he couldn't travel back because he was injured. The third commander had. They were warned that they might encounter problems, as this was Orochimaru's territory, but Bika hadn't. I thought things would get to this point. If things had gone well, they might have worked out well for them. And the mission would have been less dangerous than it had become. Perhaps there was more to the mission than the Sandane was telling me. As for Beat being informed, Amba didn't question the orders they received, he simply. They did what they were told to do. It was possible that the mission could not be carried out as they had been told, and there was more to it than the Sanda was revealing to me. I would let the old man pass for doing something like that. After all, he was always scheming, and people thought he was too peaceful and weak. B snorted at the thought. After an hour, while resting and ready to cross the border, the group was stopped by another squadron of AMB La. Hidden blade, friendly, no need to be on guard. It was too much. Quickly, I can say that the message had reached Konoha and they had been deployed. The distance between here and Konoha is not. He was able to cover the ground in just 3 hours without a break. The squadron captain approached Nico while the others. They lingered behind, unwilling to start a conversation with their colleagues. It almost felt as if there was a certain hostility between the two groups. Judging by your appearance, it seems you've encountered shinobi and fought against them, the Ambu said monotonously to the purple-haired Ambu. He nodded. We fought them a few kilometers back, but we managed to evade them. The missing ninja was among them, he said calmly. So it's true that Orochimaru is using the missing ninja to build their military power. Most of them have nowhere to go and are hunted by Atrians. It's not a joy for no one unless you're an S-rank criminal. In any case, we'll handle things, but as this is your capture, you will be given the price on his head, said the masked ANBU. Neo nodded. He was happy. So I wouldn't have to start a fight over payment. How did you find out about the shinobi sound? After you left, we received new intelligence from Jiraiya-sama and that the mission had been upgraded to S rank, the third Hokage. He sent us to back you up. You should have attacked enemies before our arrival or taken on the mission, if you have no. He crossed the borders, Ambu said, handing Nikum the scroll. This is your new mission, we'll handle this. Behind her mask, Nico frowned, but she took the scroll. She didn't open it, therefore, it's possible. Whether our message hasn't reached the third Hokage yet, or whether it has reached him, well, it doesn't matter anyway, he said. Calmly, she wasn't about to be accused of insubordination for refusing the orders of the third Hokage. She was going to handle the new mission they had been given. She thought the mission was just the way Sandame managed to get them to take this mission after giving it to them. They had done It would be cruel to send them back home like that. Nico shook his head when the man who, standing in front of her, she simply gestured to her team to untie the man they had tied up tree and disappeared without a trace. How did they manage to track us so quickly? Asked the panther. If not, they received that message. It must mean they didn't know our location and that they had tracked us so fast. BK? He asked, raising an eyebrow behind his mask. If it had been easy, they would have found us even before that we hired sound shinobi. They received the message after we left. Not much could have happened. Some time after we left, an hour at most, Nico nodded. They must. They had been traveling faster than us because their mission was to catch us before we crossed the borders. No. We were traveling at our fastest speeds and spent time fighting and resting here, he said before. They have an Inuzuka in their group, anyway. Their noses are quite sharp, especially for someone who's been in an ambu for too long. What's the new mission? Without. However, Panther asked, his eyes fixed on the scroll in Nico's right hand. The woman opened the scroll and he read it before speaking. There's a group of bandits who kidnapped women from the fire capital. It's suspected that they are linked to a group of mercenaries and someone from the Fire Country Council. Their latest movements. They were spotted heading towards the city of Tanzaku. Our mission is not to take them, but to find out if they really have a connection with the councilman. Good place, Tanzaku. That's it, Panther said. In a dreamy tone, it would make sense why they would go to that city. It would be easy to pick up. To the stray cats, the masked Anbu looked at Nico, waving his hands. I'm not talking about you, he said. Quickly, Nico just shook his head. We should leave now too. I'll be able to stay there overnight. I'll relay more details once we reach the village, the captain said. Let's go out. Oh, the four of them disappeared after that greeting. Tanzaku village. Only one room had been reserved for his stay. It was a room for one person. It would accommodate the four of them. They didn't plan to stay for long, and this room was to be used as their small living room. Meetings. BK had a complaint about this. However, why do I have to pay for this room? Money wasn't unlimited for him, Senju's riches. There weren't many of them, and they were disappearing. Though their mother didn't mention it, very soon they would have to depend on his earnings as a shinobi weren't enough to afford to spend money. We hadn't planned anything like this, he said. Nico, and none of us came here with enough money. She managed to maintain her tone of voice while he said those words. So if I didn't have money, we'd be camping in the woods, Bika said, shaking her head. Well, this wasn't planned. Now what? What? We'll all go to different places around the city and meet here at 11 p.m. sharp, Nico said. Looking at Bika, he's been taught the basics of intel gathering. Can he handle this? He might have. Some shinobi are involved, and since this involves a member of the government, we must be careful and our information must be concrete, or it could be a political scandal if our information turns out to be false. Our information confirms that they are indeed in the city, so we need to find out who is leading the group. The charges, if they're here, they'll scout every location this time and strike at midnight. If we find out who and where, we can send a report to Konoha, Tiger said, sounding very serious. I suspect we were sent here because someone from the council will also be in this city. Yes, Nico said. You two are going on your own. Bika and I will find this officer and follow him, she said, taking out a photo. If you see him before we do, follow his trail. Avoid using chakra and revealing anything. We don't want to let them know. Oh, Panther and Tiger waved before they both disappeared. Nico sighed audibly as she sat on the edge of the bed. While I know they won't do anything to risk the mission, I know those two will undoubtedly try to have fun while they do it. Well, as long as they do the work. Is it wrong to have fun? BK asked, looking directly at the woman. Nico shook her head. She didn't say she was in a woman. A mission is a mission. They can go back to having fun in Konoha. There are no missions. A lack of fun places, she said, shaking her head as if trying to get rid of it. BK seemed to pause for a few moments before speaking. I heard that Black Ops work can be stressful, and that people have many ways of dealing with the experiences of things they have to do and see. He paused, tilting his head to one side. He's doing everything for fun, his way of doing things. Faced with Amba's difficulties, Nico looked at BK for a few moments, thinking about. During the time he spent with the young Anambu, he knew that his file wasn't exaggerating when it said that he was. He was really intelligent, he was even very perceptive, and did a great job of hiding his emotions. He adjusted perfectly in the style of an Ambu bag, and didn't seem to object to what came with the life of an Ambu bag. Don't you want rest? We can continue this conversation once darkness has fallen. I prefer to work with a clear head, Nico said. There will hardly be any activities anymore, Bika said, looking through the window. I can force myself to sleep until night falls. However, it won't be long. The sun. It's already happening, he said, looking towards the room. The young Amba got into bed with Nico looking at him intently. Strange, she chose her side and lay face up, still wearing her mask, her hands on her chest. What? What are you doing? Nico asked. She was going to take the bed. He was still a child. But she was aware of the fact that he was a shinobi, a man, and above all, an ANBU member. He had been through some ANBU lessons. Age hardly mattered at this stage. Bika lifted one eyebrow raised behind his mask. Preparing me for a nap, he said calmly. I paid for this room. It makes sense that she take the bed. She turned her head toward Nico. You've been in ANBU for a long time. You should have a problem with taking a nap with me. Nico blinked. He would suggest that she sleep in the same bed with him. He didn't know. Nothing. What was she thinking? Anyway, Naruto was just a kid. She shook her head. If it makes you comfortable, you can put a wall between us and chain me up. I won't mind, BK said calmly. I'm taking my nap. He stayed in. Silence followed those words. Nico looked at him for a few moments. She shook her head. At least those two weren't watching. It would be problematic if they were watching and she never. He would hear the ending. Then, Nico looked at B with a raised eyebrow. He transformed. A slim young man with black hair dressed in civilian clothes. Perhaps that's what she could call a perfect disguise. It wasn't genjutsu that could be seen through him, but a transformation that the young ANBU had undergone. Shown to be able to keep it for a long time, she wouldn't have to worry about him letting it. He escaped while they were on their mission. The ANBU captain shook her head as her eyes shifted away from the man. He was quite handsome and was looking at the road ahead of them. Why am I acting like your girlfriend again? Because it makes a lot more sense than a careless father walking into a bar with his son, BK said calmly. I have 10 clones. Looking for our suspect and some inconveniences that might be suspicious, we can sit in a bar and enjoy ourselves. Nico remained silent for a few moments. Naruto either didn't notice or didn't care about his discomfort with the idea. He may have grown into an adult, but he was still a child underneath. The woman sighed. This was a mission, this was it. At least it's better than being hooked up to some old drug-induced fart while looking for information. No movement. Funny, she said to BK. The young man looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I'll make moves. When I'm drunk, you should know better than anyone that when you tried to say no today, I'm energetic. Some people, they'll come to save the day. We got intelligence from Tiger. One of the kidnappers will be at the bar. He'll probably be the first to make a move to save you from this drunken fool and act kindly towards you. Take you back to your room. Nico stared at the young ANBU for a minute or so. Did you think of that yourself? I feel like I'm no longer the captain, Barrio. You might be afraid to take the measures you normally take with others, because I'm still a child. But I'm showing that this child has the adult mind. The body lacks growth, but the mind is mature. I understand everything, but this is a mission, Nico sighed. I considered the idea, but since you have no problem with it, we can proceed with that, he said calmly. Should we? He asked with a. She smiled, extending her right hand. B smiled beautifully and took her hand. Call me Shiro, he told the woman. I'll stick with Nico. It suits me when I'm playful, like my little Nico. The fact that she actually agreed to it made Nico thank the gods that Tiger and Panta wasn't with them. The two of them entered the crowded bar. Ruidoso was the first person who came to mind. Naruto, but he would have to endure it for the mission's success. The two headed to the counter and paid a few drinks before settling into a corner. Nico made a silent seal once the two were settled. I found it, she said, to the left of the entrance, past the 4 tables. No? He's alone. B looked at him, simply nodded. Panther is here too, he said. I suppose those others are their partners. How could those two have found them so quickly in any place? Their camp. When they left us, they went on to sweep the outskirts of the city and found the camp. With Pantera here, we'll have to sit here and wait for his clones to find our target and we'll go. We don't act anymore, said Nico. Disappointing, said BK. I expected it. With enthusiasm, the experience would have been worthwhile, he said, picking up a beer bottle and then opening it. I was wondering why Sandai told me not to protect you from anything, Nico said. You seem ready to do anything. Thing, she said. BK put the bottle back on the table after putting it in his mouth. He wasn't drinking, he was just pretending to. His mother hadn't He said nothing until he was 18, he had to endure it until then. 6 blocks from here, a small ball of dough, let's not wait any longer here, Panter. He'll handle things here, Nico said as he stood up holding a bottle. Your camera is ready. Necessary to take the photos that will be our evidence, B nodded, it's ready. He said calmly as he stood up. The two of them also left the bar and disappeared. They reappeared a block away. From the stand of the target they were looking for, Nico decided it was best to stay there, as long as they could get some photos to prove his case, then that was fine. His mission was to get the evidence and report to Oakage, nothing more. Nothing less. Is it common for high-ranking officials to do something like this? BK asked as he sat atop a building with an echo beside him. They already have money and power, what more do they want? Even a millionaire. They'll tell you it's not enough, these people are always looking for more, and with their positions, it's really easy to make that happen. Do it and cover it up, Nico said. We've had missions where we had to get rid of corrupt officials and to make it look like he was a hitman. However, these guys are the worst. They simply steal money, but these are the worst. BK looked at Anek for a moment. At least we can confirm that he's connected to the bandits. He remained thoughtful for a moment. Why doesn't we capture and interrogate him? That man he's with is in the photos Tiger gave us. Those aren't our orders, Nico said. We just need to gather information, I suppose. Sandame Oakage. He's been observing this for some time, and you have to be careful with high-ranking officials. Sometimes even exposing them doesn't do that. In most cases, this is where we come in. B remained silent for a few moments before answering calmly. I suppose the Sandame. He wants to give the evidence as a gift, or to Dainoyo when we go to see him. I'm sure that when we return, I'll only have time to rest, and then we'll leave to see the man. Thinking old man, Naruto thought. You're very intelligent for someone your age, ridiculously so, Nico said quietly. However, from what I hear, it seems you have no goals. When I was your age, I had dreams. Everyone has dreams, we all do, that's true, BK said calmly. Everyone. We had dreams. I suppose Sandame has also given you another mission, to watch over me during missions, in Ambu. There must be an S-rank file on Uzumaki and Naruto. Nico didn't say anything. There's nothing to worry about. When I joined Bu, I knew he'd do something like that. Not only am I the son of his successor, but I'm also a Jinchuriki. It's logical that he'd like to keep an eye on me, especially since I have little respect for human life, the young man declared. Ambu, can you do anything for me? What? We never had this conversation and we continued. He fell when his camera lens showed him that the man was now moving. Let's go. Follow him, yes, said Nico. We'll keep following him for at least 2 days. We'll need to know more about his connection to the bandits and other illegal activities he's involved in. However, we will send the location of the bandit camp to Konoha before midnight. In the morning, the Sandame should be sending a team to handle it. 2 days later, Konoha. The mission was completed and dusted off, and the team had returned to Konoha. Nico had only gone to report to Lokaji, while the others went to Amba headquarters to change and log off for some free time. Naruto looked at his mask for a few moments before putting everything in his locker, having changed his clothes again. Favorite. If you were old enough, we'd invite you for a drink, Tiger said, walking alongside. Naruto. Well, see you on the next mission. Black Knight. Where did that name come from? He preferred it to the fox. The code name was literal with him. He had a 9-tailed fox inside his body. He hadn't called it his Black Knight, and that's why he decided that B would be his preferred code name, and the boys were more than happy about it. To please him, perhaps they understood the situation surrounding him. Well, they were Ambu, and what he maintained was known to them and most of the population. Naruto nodded to his 2 companions. Yes, he said, when the blonde boy was ready to leave when Nico appeared before him. The third Hokage wishes to speak with you, she said. Naruto frowned. He frowned. He was eager to see his mother. It hadn't been the longest he'd been separated from her. Jiraiya had once. She had done something cruel by taking him away from his mother, saying they would only be gone for 2 days, but it turned out to be a month. Naruto had. He was tempted to use Shirsui's eye to force the Sannin to take him to his mother when all attempts Their attempts to get the man to take him back had been unsuccessful. Well, it was best to end it. With that, dwelling on it would only waste more time, and he wanted to go home. The blond man looked back at Nico and he nodded before answering, "I'm going to see him now." With that, the blonde. He disappeared from Nico's sight and reappeared in the third Hokage's office. The third Hokage smiled at Naruto, happy to see him. To the blonde man once again, however, inside she had many questions, the most. What was worrying was what Naruto was playing at. The AMBA that protected his mother had been subjected to extensive questioning. Even so, Naruto had never entrusted his mother's safety to anyone. What was different this time? It was simply because he trusted his word enough to believe that the Hamburton assigned for the protection of his mother would give her life for him if necessary. The third Hokage didn't think that was enough, but Naruto was willing to allow it. He was willing to leave the village and be with a woman he had once seen. Anyone who tried to separate them would be met with contempt. He had issued the orders, but the blond man hadn't fought with him. That's why there had to be something the old man was missing. It's every child's dream to protect to his parents, and although Naruto took it to the extreme, it couldn't be that all his dreams ended there. There had to be something the blond man desired. It gave the third woman a headache. As she couldn't understand it, it even worried her. Knowing that there was some darkness inside Naruto, Iruin shook his head and strengthened his smile as he. I was focused on Naruto. What was your first mission like outside the village? The Sandman? He asked politely. Okay, Naruto said. The ambush we encountered. It made it interesting, although the part in Tanzakan was also somewhat interesting. It wasn't anything special. Exciting missions weren't meant to be for fun. Naruto understood that the third Hokage was asking him about the difficulty of the mission. The answer he gave would also cover that. It wasn't that difficult, and if not because I was curious about what Anamba was really doing when he tried to gather intel, probably he would have found it boring. Naruto was sure that both Tiger and Panther would agree with him. Gathering intelligence can be challenging depending on the time and place. Let's assume you're doing it in another hidden village. There's a risk of getting caught while doing this. Yes, once you're caught, they'll take you through interrogation or they'll even kill you. Naruto simply nodded. That's it. What did the captain say? He asked, tilting his head to one side. What did you want to talk to me about? He tried to be polite. Ask about your second mission, the third Hokage said. I'm sure you've already. I thought I wanted to give this intelligence to the feudal lord as a gift. I've just realized that's the case. Knowing that we're going to visit him, the blond man said calmly. The third man nodded with a smile. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. He'd expected the blond guy to sort things out. We'll visit the Dano in 3 days. I hope my gift is enough to work some magic with him, and as long as you do your part, we'll both return happy. There really was no need to remind him, not even Naruto. He didn't even bother to reply to the third Hokage after he had spoken. It was something else. Third Hokage, Sarutobi. He shook his head. You can go. I'm sure your mother is waiting for you, he said, smiling. Naruto? He nodded and left. A few minutes after Naruto left, Danzo entered the office for the first time. He didn't have to. He shook his head because he'd called the Warhawk. I was starting to think you weren't coming, he said. Distractedly, I had other matters to attend to, Danzo replied calmly. What is the Sandai Mokage? Opened one of. He opened his drawers and pulled out a file. An ambush squad was assigned to a mission to search for one of ours agents who were stranded on the Sao. He was carrying intel with valuable information about Yugakure and Akatsuki, as well as regarding Orochimaru's activities. It's been a few days and I haven't heard anything from them. Gather your men for a mission. Recovery. Danzo accepted the file that Sandaime was giving him with a blank stare crossed his face. I will, the man said. I hope you will. Is there anything else I should know? Danzo asked as he prepared to say goodbye. It was a surprise that his former teammate was giving him the mission. On the other hand, no one has argued that his men were not effective in doing their job. Also, it could be that the third Hokage didn't want to lose any more of his men. If they were dealing with Orochimaru, they might already be able to either to be dead or to be held captive for use in his experiments. Danzo had worked with the Sannin, knew how Orochimaru operated. even though most of the intelligence community had nothing to do with him. He still kept things closed, just to mess with his senses and to hold all the cards, really. He should have been eliminated when he fled the village. Danzo had declared that Orochimaru was too dangerous for. He was left alone, but who was listening? And now they were making moves because the former shinobi of Konoha had formed a village. All you need to know is the file, Sandame Okage said softly. The house of Naruto. When Naruto returned home after stopping at a karaku to get some ramen for. When she arrived, she found her mother talking to Mikoto. It was something that had become an everyday occurrence. Understandable, the woman was the only one who was a truly good friend to her. She was beginning to understand and see the value of friendship. Without anyone to spend time with, her mother would spend every day alone. Naruto had realized that, although his mother had no problem spending time with him and enjoyed it much more than anything, he also needed to be with people his own age to talk about things he couldn't talk to himself about. He understood that she had arrived with conflicting feelings, but it gave him a better understanding of how things worked in this world. It all explained why she had been insisting back then that he made friends. She knew she couldn't be by his side all the time. There would be times when she would have to go out and be with other women. Without friends, he would be alone at home. Boring, and if that were the case, she really wouldn't be able to enjoy her life, if she knew he was alone in home. Boring. Naruto didn't want that for his mother, that's why he had come to. She understood that friends were necessary. She didn't know how to make them, but she would try to make friends for their sake. For his mother's happiness, he felt a little cold about worrying about her happiness, even though his mother was constantly. He tells her to make her life more pleasant and fun. Naruto, she said happily. Kushina, as Naruto entered the living room, holding his hot ramen. When did you get back? She sounded happy and seemed happy to see him, but she didn't go up to him to give him a hug or anything like that. She just stayed in the sofa with the smiling Mikoto beside him. Naruto wondered if something was wrong. Perhaps she resisted because Mikoto was present. She shook her head. No. That's how it was. It was probably one of those difficult love treatments she had been working to teach him to be able to distance himself from her and to detach himself somewhat from the attachment. It didn't make her happy. Naruto, but a rational sense in him reasoned that it had to be done because now that he was growing up and not always he would be in his mother's presence. When he grew up, affection wouldn't be shown in the same way as when he was just a child. Naruto looked at his mother, pushing his thoughts to the back of his head. Not long ago, he said, smiling before greeting Mikoto. How was the mission? It was fine, Naruto said as he sat down. Nothing was annoying, and we didn't fight much, he told him. Rubio to Mikoto, who had asked the question, they both seem nice. We are. They both said at the same time. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That was the first time. She ate her ramen on the small coffee table and looked at her mother and Mikoto. I'm glad, she said, smiling. Mikoto looked at Kushina for. Just before getting up, it was Kushina who spoke. Naruto, go with her. She wants to talk to you, the red-haired Uzumaki said calmly. Naruto looked at his mother. He had just returned from He was on a mission and wanted to spend some time with her, and that's how things were going. He thought she'd be more than happy to make up for lost time. Lost, but this was normal for other people, but abnormal for this family. Things didn't work out. Yes, it's important that you do it, Mikoto said softly, before Naruto. If I could say something, Kushina also stood up and spoke. I'll say goodbye. I have Ino's mother had a date at the hot springs. I could go home a little later, the woman said, smiling. He waved his hand and walked away, staring at his mother's back with an expressionless mask on his face. Naruto said. This is wrong, Mikoto said. It looked funny. Your mother has a life that. You know, she's your beloved mother and nothing will change that, but she does have to do things that make her happy without you. Spending time with friends and enjoying your free time can also be relaxing. Naruto frowned at that still. It was wrong to think that his mother would do something like this. Naruto had never considered the possibility, but he was. It was happening, and he had to deal with it in a way that wouldn't ruin his happiness. He wanted to see his mother. After all, He should be happy that she was enjoying her life and would come back to him at the end of the day. Because he was his family. What do you want to talk to me about? Naruto asked. She suspected it had something to do with her 2 children. The woman knew about Itachi's mission, and he knew it too. It had never been a secret to them, and they had talked about it. It was the reason the woman called him her hero. That thought still made Naruto happy to this day. To be called a hero, even though he hadn't done much. He had simply convinced Itachi to make a rational decision. Walk with me. Naruto looked at his ramen for a moment before looking at Mikoto. He nodded at her request and followed her as they left the house. I asked your mother why you keep changing locations. Sometimes you're here, sometimes you're at the Senju compound. Naruto didn't need to think about the answer. The complex was too big for just 2 people, and although this is our home, it can never be replaced. This has been our home for years. It's been a long time and has many memories. Also, in terms of security, it has the best. Mikoto nodded in understanding. That makes sense, she said, but still. It will be useful when you begin working to revive the Uzumaki clan. He stopped and looked at the blonde man walking beside him. Right, wouldn't it be better to make the movement permanent when you tried to do that? Naruto seemed to think for a moments before answering. I've never thought this much, she said softly. The idea of reviving the clan was still there, he couldn't escape it. Think about it, Mikoto said. When was the last time you spoke to Itachi? Naruto looked up at the sky as he walked. For a few moments before looking at the road ahead. At least I know that no one is watching us while we're on the village. It would be dangerous to discuss this matter, as Anambu can read lips, the blonde man said softly. It was. Anambu knew how those people operated, and since they didn't know about Itachi's mission, it was better that they didn't. From him, Anbu could keep secrets, but letting them know this means risking the truth coming out. Light, I forgot you're also Light, Mikoto said. If it's not safe, we can talk. At my house, Sasuke is still at the academy. Naruto shook his head. That's fine, although the 3rd Hokage has a tendency to spy with his crystal ball, he doesn't listen to words. From this angle, he can't read our lips. I don't think he's watching us. Not even. Mikoto looked at Naruto once more. It was obvious from that statement that she hadn't spoken to the 3rd Hokage about the matter yet, but she was sure that even though they didn't talk about it, they knew the truth. She still had to talk to the old man in detail. It wasn't like that either. It's better to keep things this way. There was an agreement, and it was better that they didn't break it, talking about it. I wouldn't change a thing. The last time I spoke with Itachi was a couple of months ago, but I sent him pictures of Sasuke, images. Naruto shook his head. Itachi gave me the Sharingan of Shursui to keep it safe and use it when necessary. But that's not the only Sharingan he gave me. Keep me safe. Recently, Orochimaru attacked him and tried to take over his body with the Sharingan, and he has been reluctant to keep it. He gave it to me since no enemy knows of our connection. Mikoto seemed to think about it. What Naruto had just said before answering, Fugaku's eyes, Naruto. He nodded. Danzo took one of Shursui's eyes, knowing that his father also possessed the Sharingan. He took them with the fear that Danzo would take them for his own purposes. I have both of them, 2 ravens implanted, in case anything happens. What do you plan to do with them? Itachi plans to die at Sasuke's hand to redeem Lukia and also help to awaken Sasuke's inner demon. If something happens to Itachi's eyes before and after his fight with Sasuke, and in both cases, if Sasuke manages to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he will go blind. The eyes I have are to prevent that. Let it happen, and Naruto sighed. Use them against Sasuke if he lets his. I hate him and he ends up going down the wrong path. There's a possibility that someone could manipulate him afterward. To learn the truth, if that happens, he might hate Konoha and seek its destruction. Well, if Sasuke was going to playing in someone's palm, it would be theirs. He wasn't going to allow anyone to manipulate Lukia, however, he has. It proved to be a little difficult, but Naruto would do it. He had learned so much from the 3rd Hokage that someone like him, Sasuke, was beyond him. I see, Mikoto said softly. So? You're using the Sharingan to send images to Itachi. Next time you write to him, tell him you want to talk to him. You're doing it. He's doing well by helping Sasuke. But I don't want him to grow up hating his brother the way he does. Naruto. She simply nodded. I'll make it, she said. I guess I can wait for that too. Sasuke until he gets back from the academy. My mom's out, so I have nothing to do. Naruto was standing on a tree branch. He had a view of about 10 shinobi gathered around him. It was nothing more than a bunch of monkeys going through the motions of their latest planned conquest. Humans really are. They disgusted us, pathetic, short-lived creatures that preyed on the weak and sought only pain and destruction of those they held in their hands. Humans had many masks they could wear if they weren't the ones they were trying to control. The monkeys of Konoha were demons who paraded through the elemental nations, enjoying their lives as to rape others, whether they were from Konoha or not. Humans were despicable monkeys. Naruto wasn't going to say that there were no good people. It would be a lie to say that everyone was bad and needed to be killed. There had been good people he'd seen and spoken to, but these people before him were trash. No. I was going to waste my time with them. Talking to them wasn't even an option, no. He needed to speak with the humble insects. They couldn't understand each other. They spoke a language different, and all that was there was for him to squash the insects before rejoining the Sandaime Okuji. Sighing weakly, Naruto drew his sword and jumped to the ground, landing on both feet. He hadn't done anything. There was a noise when he landed, but they quickly became aware of his presence. What the hell do you want, brat? Such disgusting language. Well, that was to be expected. I was dealing with pieces of rotten garbage that needed to be disposed of. He had his death warrants in his hands and would deliver them without fear. No favor, that's why he was here anyway, and nothing else would stop his itching hands. The blonde man closed his eyes. Wait a minute, he was alone and no one was watching him. He could go wild. He didn't like to lose his temper when people were watching him. There would be many questions that would upset him if he were asked them. He would go crazy with the people who were watching him. Any annoying talk about his morals had to be avoided at all costs. Naruto gripped his sword tightly before taking 3 steps toward the group. His movements were slow at first, but after a few more steps, he began to run toward a particular man. The shinobi lifted his right foot, trying to hit him with his face. Naruto leaned forward slightly, looking up as he slid underneath. From the high foot, as he slid, Naruto sharpened his sword with chakra from wind before cutting it with a quick, fluid movement toward the man's balanced leg. The sword sliced through flesh and bone as if it were paper, and as soon as Naruto was behind the man, he straightened up and held his sword in a reserve grip. The man whose leg he had severed just above the joint of her knee twitched as blood began to gush from her leg. She couldn't feel any pain, and she hadn't felt anything. Nothing. She doubted anyone had seen anything. Pain shot through her leg and she cried as she began to lose consciousness. He lost his balance, with the severed part of his body separating from the rest. This forced him to fall towards Naruto. Naruto had anticipating this, and as the man fell towards him, he stabbed him in the back without even looking. His sword pierced through the back around the lower regions and crossed the front, appearing around the stomach of the man. The blonde man twisted the sword slightly, causing the man to cry out in pain. He grabbed the small piece of the steel was visible through his clenched teeth, silently cursing, and the roughness of his lips was etched into his skin. What? You're still standing there worthless, you piece of shit. Come here and attack this little bastard. He was holding the sword, and he knew he was going to die. He'd lost his damned right foot, and blood was pouring from his mouth. That sword. He had pierced some essential elements inside. He was sure he was going to die. At least he wanted to see. The blonde boy had been cut to pieces before that. Naruto reacted faster than he saw people as monkeys. He leaned forward as if he were falling forward before lifting his foot left. Then he kicked backward, landing a blow on the man behind him. The kick forced the man. He stumbled forward. Since either of them had let go of their sword, the man was cut through his hands by the blade of the sword. When Naruto drew it, the blonde straightened up, and before, instead of thinking of making a move, he was forced to dodge a blow aimed at his face. The blonde man took a step to the left. As he turned clockwise, he stopped to the side of the man, standing side. He channeled the chakra into his left foot and released it, well, more like as if stomping on the man's right leg right around the knee. There was so much force behind the attack that there was a sickening crack when the man's leg bent in ways it shouldn't have. what followed was another. A cry of pain, as the man fell to the ground clutching his broken leg. Naruto spun around before slamming his right foot into the man's temple. The kick connected brutally with the. He charged and sent the man crashing into a tree branch. "Why, you little bastard!" Another shouted, charging toward him. This time another followed suit. They were attacking him from the front and the back. Naruto remained still for. Wait a minute, he leaped up when they were just a second away from the impact of the landing on him. His jump. It had been enhanced with chakra and had happened quickly. The blond man extended both feet once he reached a good height. Both feet landed on the two attackers, sending them flying backward. Naruto suddenly vanished between the two. He reappeared behind one of them. With his sword still in his hand, he wasted no time, guiding it towards the back of his neck. The blade. It pierced through, emerging from the man's throat. Naruto withdrew the sword, pushing away his latest victim. Toward the next one, the man was trying to regain his balance, but he could still catch his ally. It was bleeding. It sickened him to see the blood gushing from his ally's throat. He tried to put his hand to the wound to stop the bleeding. Her body froze when she felt something cold on her chest. She pushed her ally away and looked toward down, and as he did so, blood began to flow from his mouth. He saw a sword sticking out of his chest. It pierced his heart unmistakably. How was he still alive? Naruto. He drew his sword and stepped back a couple of feet from the falling man before throwing his sword to get rid of the blood. There were only about 6 left. Since they were weak, I wouldn't have to spend much more time with them. Without further thought, the blond man disappeared. 5 of the 6 were lying on the ground, dead, with only the remaining one held by Naruto's right hand. The blonde was able to lift the tall man because he didn't have both feet. Naruto. She had brutally cut them at the knees. She didn't care that blood gushed from the man. She channeled chakra into the muscles in his fingers before snapping the man's neck. Without even flinching, he moved his body away from him and lifted his sword from the ground before wrapping it up. A clone swelled to his right. The blond man didn't. I had to tell him what to do. The orders were clear. The clone used fire release jutsu to burn the bodies and eliminate evidence. While Naruto left the scene, the brutality of their actions it wasn't even on his mind. They were just monkeys. He didn't care. I wonder, what kind of plan does the third Hokage have if he can smell your thoughts? Kurama said calmly, but with a smile. A sinister look spread across his large lips. Well, he already knows you have no value for human life, Naruto. She hadn't intended to speak to the Biju, but since it had spoken, she could speak. She slowed her movements and landed on the ground, choosing to walk instead of seeing that he was going to reach the third Hokage in a few minutes. Even just a step away. Tell me, do you think humans deserve to be left alone with their own kind? Devices? The more I thought about humans and their behavior, the more I thought that some humans didn't deserve to live in their own devices. They needed to be controlled so they would stop causing problems and live the way. That's correct. When they were alone, they only did despicable things to others. It was simply better to control them. Naruto had been thinking that humans needed to be managed in order that this world was a better place, to be left alone and simply be doing the same thing over and over again, without. It mattered how much the truth hit them hard and how much they were guided toward the right path. That repetition of the same mistakes worried Naruto a lot. Kurama was amused. Naruto was intelligent. He knew how to act in front of other people. If the third was thinking there was only a little darkness inside Naruto, he was then in a state of shock. He had much more than the blonde boy even revealed to his mother, so much more that he was sure the cunning old man was. He'd freeze before he could even think about what to do. What's the point of putting the whole world under your spell, Naruto? She shrugged indifferently. I'm just considering things. I don't dislike the population of Konoha as much as I used to, but they could turn themselves in at any time and I still don't. I like them. In case something happens, I need to have options. What about taking everything? Without a question? Have you been like that lately? You even left your mother surrounded by those snakes. There's a time to listen and a time to act. Right now, I'm simply acting within my limits. The blond man said, things in Konoha can change at any moment. For now, without the third age of evil, I won't be able to get what I want, that's it. Troublesome, Kurama laughed. That's why you're messing with the old man. If he dies, someone you can't manipulate will take over, and you'll no longer have the freedom to do whatever you want. V'ger paused for a moment. It almost makes me think you'd be willing to manipulate Konoha's leadership to get what you want. Naruto didn't respond to the statement. The conversation was no longer going in that direction, which she had anticipated, and since Bijula hadn't answered her question, there was no need to continue, and so the blond man stopped talking and increased his pace slightly. The blond man reached the Sandame's company arrived minutes later with the old man flanked by an Ambu. He hadn't asked why the old man. He had sent him instead of having the experienced Ambu walk beside him, even though he had been given an order. He had simply followed her without questioning her. He could discern the third Hokage's reasons later. The third god smiled at Naruto upon seeing him return in one piece. He was relieved that the blond boy was alright. Even though he had sent him knowing he would return safely, Naruto was not a weak shinobi who could be easily eliminated by anyone. Is everything settled? Sarutobi asked, his eyes dancing around Naruto's shape. Yes, the blonde replied softly with a smile. The third Hokage was curious about how Naruto did his job, but the thought that came to mind was that Naruto had killed them all. Even though the blonde was so young, the third Hokage didn't have to worry about that it would be resolved by killing someone. Naruto wouldn't care and wouldn't have a sleepless night. That's why the blonde boy didn't. He cared about other people. After all, I seriously doubted the Sandai even saw that kind of thing. People as human beings, it was likely that he would see them as a waste of breath or simply trash. It contaminated the elemental nations. Getting rid of them was the only thing that did it, so there would be no regrets. The third Kuji wasn't really comfortable with that kind of thinking. His mind said really. It was annoying, and he was having a lot of trouble figuring out how to do things. He got Naruto to join the NBU because he believed more of the blonde side would be exposed, and he was starting to see what he needed to resolve. He couldn't try to. He wanted to solve what he didn't know, but of course what he was discovering didn't make him happy. Naruto was someone who he could become the perfect emotionless robot that Danzo would be happy to have in his possession. The only thing that made him moving away from Danzo's principle meant that Naruto was willing to let Konoha burn if that meant protecting his mother. That was Naruto's greatest weakness, his mother. How is life treating you in Anambu? The Sanai told me to strike up a conversation with the blonde man. It was unusual. These days Naruto spoke to him less when they were together. The conversations they usually had they were dying little by little unless he participated in a conversation. Naruto entered mode silent. The third Hokage thought it was dangerous to allow someone with Naruto's mind to spend time in his thoughts. The third Hokage was prepared to go so far as to say the boy was a genius. Raza had not. He had been more than full of praise for the blonde, but of course he noted that if things weren't handled carefully, the blonde would be dangerous. The third Hokage knew this firsthand before anyone else, perhaps the other person who knew this was Itachi. The Uchiha had understood Naruto and had worked well together. Even so, that didn't hide the dangers that Naruto posed. Okay, said Naruto. He simply answered by, I respect the third age of God. It was a waste of time for the old man to ask the question when he knew there was people watching his every move. If he was fighting, then the old man I would know. Well, that's if he lets anything slip. The chances of that something like that happened was as rare as the rain that fell in the village hidden in the sand. Okay, huh? The third Hokage paused for a moment before speaking again. Well, I'm glad you are doing well. I wanted to ask, Jiraiya says your skills are low in best case scenario. Why? Naruto raised an eyebrow at the question. Don't you? I'm still going, he said. It wasn't really true. He got to where the old man was going with things, but they had a policy of they should be clear about everything they say. While it's impressive that you've reached this level in this at that stage, I think someone of your genius should have been much stronger, especially when it came to protecting your mother. That's the reason you live, the third Hokage explained casually. Naruto had also received training from he and Kakashi. Given how much the blonde liked to get his hands dirty when fighting for his mother, the third Hokage, I expected something much bigger than what the blonde was showing. Itachi had also trained him, and Kairaya. He had done that too. During his years away, he focused on his training. It hadn't been a regimen of training that a normal person could survive. Naruto had been pushing himself to the limit with his training, so why hadn't he reached his limits for someone his age? Naruto's eyes. They headed towards Lambu, who was walking beside the third Hokage, and looked down at the road ahead. What? Want to know? Is this all you can do? That's a good question that will have an answer someday. Naruto replied calmly. I wasn't going to add anything, even if the third Hokage tries to pressure me into giving him more details. Fortunately, the old man caught the hint and moved on to another topic. I've been thinking, the old man began in a slightly serious tone. Lately you've been very tolerant of my requests, and it seems you simply accept everything you're ordered to do. The god's aged eyes. The shinobi turned to the young man on their right. Their eyes met. Naruto was looking at him with calculating eyes. There was only a fleeting glimpse of it before they went expressionless. She blinked and looked toward the. He walked ahead, but said nothing. The third king spoke once more. I think you're preparing for the future. Naruto looked amused for a moment before looking away. Acid, the future, hey? How do you prepare for something you can't control? We certainly make plans for our future, but time doesn't always work in our favor and life often throws us curveballs. Surprises in a package. Some things can't be planned, we just have. Then to wait until tomorrow when he arrives and addresses it. The professor was silent for a few moments. It is true that there are things that they are beyond our control, but there are things that are not. When you observe people keenly, you will be able to predict what they will do tomorrow and how they will react when something happens. With that information, you can make your own plans taking into account the possibilities that may or may not occur. Well, that's essentially about it. Manipulation of people, and Naruto wasn't afraid to point it out. You're talking about manipulating people, the blonde boy said. If he can't get what he wants, he'll try to make things work in his favor. The old man simply smiled. Not everyone tries to make things work the way they like. If we allowed things to. If things don't work out the way life wants, nothing in life would truly please us. Each of us has the desire to throw things away and push to make that wish come true. He paused for a moment, looking up. I'm saying that even you have your desires, and you'll do what you can to make sure they come true. Naruto said nothing. He wasn't because he agreed or disagreed with Sandame's statement. He simply had nothing that could add. No, he could add something. The old man hadn't asked him anything. She had simply made a statement, and Naruto was free to choose whether or not to respond to it. It's a secret that your mother comes first, before Konoha, and those elders, as well as the clan chiefs, know very well that you'd abandon the village in a heartbeat if it meant protecting your mother. Naruto didn't show no emotion, but he did respond. A silly mistake on my part, he said. The smart thing to do was not to keep it for everyone to see. I really hoped she wouldn't come back. Torment him in the coming days. Well, he was young, so it couldn't be done. Avoid. The third Hokage was well aware that the silly part Naruto was referring to wasn't that he didn't. The fact that Konoha didn't matter was that he hadn't bothered to hide it from the eyes of those people he didn't care about. Village, granted his position, it had been a risky move, but one that had allowed the old man to do his movements. You can say that, the old man said calmly. He really wished that there was bound to be a day when the blonde boy would say he cared about Konoha, but the reality was that Naruto didn't care at all. His attachment to Konoha would prove to be a problem in the future. No one would want a Jinchuriki who would rather destroy their village before saving it. There have been no attempts to educate you to love Konoha, because I have been firm in my stance with you, the old man continued. If it were really up to some people, they would have taken you too. Danzo raised you, you showed the first signs of indifference towards Konoha. They would have done it if would have been weak, but since you returned from your time away, you haven't been showing quite openly that you don't. You care about Konoha. You really haven't been doing anything but working for the village. Of course, that doesn't. It will convince some people, but it might convince some. Loyalty is a very important thing in a person's life. Shinobi towards Konoha, you don't have that, and that makes some people nervous. You've figured this out, haven't you, Naruto? I've got it, said Naruto without going into details about it, and you've realized that you've been safe thanks to my efforts. but if I were to disappear, everything would change. I wouldn't be able to stop anyone from hurting you anymore. Jiraiya will definitely be on your side. But that doesn't mean anything. I don't guarantee anything. That's why it's taking place now. Corrective measures. The third Hokage stopped while placing a serious mask on his face. What would you do? What if they attacked you, Naruto? Naruto's answer didn't need searching. It was right on the tip of his tongue. What? If necessary, was his reply. The third king frowned. There was. He feared something like that. Naruto would do anything to protect himself and his mother. That old man had no doubt. Regarding that, he needed to play his cards right to make sure Naruto learned a few things and that no one. Sarutobi had no doubt that he had plans to do something for Naruto in case something happened to him. If anyone tried anything, there would be hell to pay. Naruto was willing to let some things slide. They might slip in, but he was sure that betrayal wasn't one of them, especially if it would affect his mother. I had little doubt that Konoha would see a vengeful Naruto at that moment, and given the number of players. He was blonde, nothing good would come of him. His job was really problematic. When were things ever going to be easy for him? When faced with situations like this, he had to make problematic decisions that would end up making him seem like a cold monster. But that came with the job. Sometimes the only option he had was one that would make it look like he'd stolen an idea from the playbook of Denanzo. Let's hope things don't get out of hand, Sandaime said wearily. If it's a matter of doing the Okaji would make a choice. That's why he accepted the job. Naruto didn't offer an answer, but he really hoped things wouldn't force him to make any decisions his own. He wasn't prepared to go into that kind of mourning without making plans to counteract things he needed. He felt comfortable with his life, and his mother needed to remain happy on the Hidden Leaf. His life couldn't be happy there. Nowhere, but of course, he had learned that she could adapt to other places too. The town and the life they had shared during their time with Jiraiya had proven that, but she was much happier when he was in Konoha. Naruto was prepared to respect that, and furthermore, he would prefer that the entire Hidden Leaf village not be involved. Pursued, he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and those people didn't want him taking their weapon, the Bijihol could, to use it against them, so they would prefer he didn't leave. They would be more than willing to strip him of Vigiloo if they had to. Naruto was sure Danzo would be willing to offer him a way out if could. Naturally, Naruto wasn't going to allow that to happen. The Bijil, it was sealed within him, and only death would separate them. He wasn't going to allow anyone to separate them. The third Hokage glanced at the silent blonde man for a moment before looking back at the road ahead. They must reach the capital in approximately an hour or less, so they could afford to maintain this leisurely pace. Once they arrive at the daimyo, they hold the conversations and sleep all night, and tomorrow morning, they would be disappearing from the capital. He really couldn't allow his presence to be lost for too long in the Hidden Blade with Danzo was still breathing down the daimyo's palace, although Naruto didn't show any external reaction. I was genuinely surprised to see such a large building. Well, it really shouldn't be a surprise. Dainoyo controlled the entire land of fire and was the leader of the government. He had to be loaded, especially given that this country was the strongest of the 5 largest nations. What would I do with all this power that the man had at his command? The answer was quite obvious. He would use it for his own purposes. Desires. Humans could remain in their chains for all that mattered to them. However, really, I had hoped the Daino would be more than just a monkey. It would be a disappointment if the man turns out to be a deceitful snake. Naruto shook his head at the hypocrisy. It was wrong when someone else was doing it, and not him, the third Hokage. Okaji smiled at the guards as they were led to the palace. Naruto was as calm as ever. The air around him seemed untouchable. He was sure the blonde man had a reason for coming here and that the old man wasn't going to make things easy for him. He didn't have to worry about Naruto showing proper manners in front of him. Feudal Lord, the blonde's attire was formal. She really gave the old man a hard time. I thought about it. Naruto could follow the formalities, but his choice to wear formal attire really stood out. He pointed out why. The reason was that it bothered him. Because she wasn't giving him any answers, or perhaps he simply frowned at the responses he received. Irison, the feudal lord called with a smile as His elderly companion was being escorted to his office inside the palace. Daino-sama. Sandaime Okage replied politely. You'll have to forgive me for requesting that we speak upon my arrival. I really don't. I can't afford to be away from Konoha for too long. With shinobi, there's always something lurking, and you must be there to stop him. The feudal lord waved his hand disdainfully. It's quite nice, but I hope you'll stay the night, of course, said the third Okage. He pointed to his right. This is young Naruto, Naruto said, bowing slightly as he was speaking. Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde boy said. I felt very honored when they informed me that you wanted to see me, Daimyo-sama. The Daino smiled as he sat down. The blonde didn't seem stiff as if he were being forced to bow. It seemed to come naturally, as if he had been doing it for some time. I'm glad you were able to do it, young Naruto, said the old man. Please take a seat. The two did as instructed before the third Hokage pulled a file from his robes. I came with gifts, he said as he handed the file to the daimyo. The feudal lord took the file and looked at it for a few moments. His eyes showed nothing. He was surprised by what he was reading. He glanced again at the Sandaime Okage before placing the file inside a drawer. His desk. You can never really trust anyone these days, he said. The feudal lord. Just when you think you can trust people, they do this to you. Can I trust you, Urasan? No. I've always been supportive. The third Hokage replied calmly, the feudal lord. He nodded. Yes, you've always supported me. We've been working together for too long. You've been Hokage for too long. Let's suppose I've thought about leaving the job to someone else. Iruin smiled. I'll retire when you do, Daimyo-sama, the feudal lord. He chuckled a little. Well, you'll have to wait a little longer, he said before turning to Naruto. I guess so. You've been training. I have to ask this question. Can I trust you, Naruto-kun? We've had a good relationship. I worked with the third Hokage, and I think I would get along well with anyone who has been trained by the third Hokage. Naruto smiled. Trust is the chain that holds a relationship together. Without trust, a relationship cannot be fruitful. There will always be doubts and suspicious assumptions. Having said that, yes, I know trust isn't something you can earn that way. He paused for a moment, leaning forward. He slightly nodded his head. But to answer your question, can you trust me, Daimyo-sama? And I hope let these actions be sufficient to demonstrate that I am trustworthy. The third edition. He was officially worried. It was clear that Naruto had learned to play with people. The blonde guy from before wasn't. He would have bothered to smile at Daino and certainly wouldn't be acting like this. This was a real problem. What was Naruto really about? Afterwards, I wanted to delve into the good books of Daino-yo just so I could get a ticket. Safety in case something happened in Konoha. That was the only thing the third Hokage could think about, and it was the only scenario that seemed likely, especially considering the kind of person Naruto was. The feudal lord didn't share the same thoughts as the third age. He simply smiled at Naruto. You're a shinobi. Correct? Naruto nodded. Yes, he said. Have you killed anyone before? Yes, Naruto said. Killing worthless monkeys wasn't that difficult. I'd done it before and wouldn't mind doing it again. Well, he was a shinobi, and death came with the job. Excellent, the daimyo said cheerfully. I'm sure the third in command knows everything about the matter you just presented to me. I want you to handle it tonight. He will inform you. My council members are at my palace because we'll be discussing your budget proposal tomorrow. If Naruto, this minor issue will be resolved without any problems. I'll make sure the new one is signed by tomorrow night. Budget, consider what's been done. Daimyo-sama, Naruto replied calmly. The third Hokage wasn't very happy with this development, but he wasn't worried about Naruto on his way to this place. Naruto had been killing some people, but he didn't like the idea that killing was becoming something common in Naruto's life. He didn't even think twice when he was given the task. On the other hand, there was glad that Konoha would get some budget improvements. That would truly be a lesson in burdening a little Konoha. Danzo looked at Lukia before him. He could call it luck that the third Hokage was far from the village. This meant he could set his sights on the Uchiha. If things had he followed his path, the boy would have become the last remaining Uchiha. Well, he wasn't complaining. The remaining Uchiha were somewhat harmless, and the clan needed to be rebuilt. He believed the process would never be complete until Sasuke stepped into his mother's shoes. Danzo cursed that woman. Because she was stubborn, she refused to let him train her son, but she was willing to forget that he had approached her. Because she didn't want any trouble, it was obvious she didn't care about him. The War Hawks didn't care about that. He just wanted to have young Yukia under his control. If he could do that, in the future would have the Uchiha clan under control. Due to her stubbornness, Danzo had considered removing her. Without. It was undoubtedly her presence that caused the child to develop certain attachments. He needed something bigger to motivate him. Losing his mother would be a great motivator. Now, the thought was outside the window. However, he wanted to play it safe. Uchiha Sasuke, said the Hawk of War, his eyes fixed on the young Uchiha. Who are you? Sasuke, more or less. He demanded, his eyes fixed on the crippled Warhawk. He had been kidnapped from his training by some thugs simply because he had refused to go with them. He wasn't about to be ordered around by just anyone. It was enough that Naruto ordered him around, but having anyone else trying to boss him around, someone he didn't know, was unacceptable. He hated it, and wouldn't allow it. Shimura Danzo, an old woman in this town. Danzo replied calmly. I could allow the disrespectful tone to slip for now. What? What do you want? I want to offer you the power you need. I'm in charge of an elite organization that's better than Konoha Anbu. I can train you to be strong enough to kill Itachi. After all, he was one of my agents at some point. Danzo said calmly. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. The eyes? What kind of power are you talking about? You can only see it if you're. I agree with my offer, but I assure you that if you accept, I can help you obtain the same eyes as Itachi. Not a moment, Danzo snapped his fingers. Let me show you what my trained children can do. Then, the security inside the palace was very lax. Well, right in the neighborhoods of his target, the feudal lord had. He did his part to ensure things went smoothly. He really didn't need his palace in scream mode. If someone were to discover him during the night, the old man wanted to sleep well and would take care of everything tomorrow. If things they're discovered in the morning, I'd have the time and energy to hide things, well, since I was already there. By planning, I would be able to handle things without too much trouble. Of course, there would be a demand for one certain investigation, and since the old man didn't want it to seem like he had ordered the murder, he would have the people were investigating. This only meant that Naruto had to be careful while fulfilling his duty. He didn't have to do a mess of things, like leaving a trace of his presence or anything that would lead back to him. He needed to do this cleanly and return to the third Hokage without anyone noticing. He had to be calm about it, especially since there were guards outside the quarters. Naruto had used the roof to sneak into his target's location. As it was, he was safe and could come and go without anyone noticing. The blonde boy silently jumped to the ground and followed the. He observed the arrangement of the space within his mind as he headed toward the man's room. He calmed his. I stood breathing by the door. How was I going to do this? Should I use a kunai, a kitchen knife, or just a. So what? He decided the latter would do. He just had to make his moves correct, and everything would be fine. Naruto put his hand on the doorknob and turned it. Silently, after a few seconds, he slowly opened the door. The door made a noise, causing him to. He stopped. He peeked out the door and saw no movement, and the lights were still off. He sighed with relief. To continue, opening the door, once there was enough space for him to slip in, Naruto entered the room. The bed was clearly visible. It was a large bed that could accommodate two people. One was the other was a fat old man who had his hands on the young woman. Naruto looked at him with disgust. How could Did the young man get contaminated by sharing a bed with so much garbage? It was truly disgusting, but he wasn't there for that. That's it, he just had to kill the fat guy and get out of there. But of course, I'd have to do something about the young woman. It would be a disaster if she woke up in the middle of the night and found her dead couple. The loud scream that would cause trouble would certainly fill the palace. The blond man wound his way toward the left side of the bed. There was a foul smell and the blankets were kicked all over the bed. Pigs. Dirty. Naruto's index finger glowed with chakra before he placed it on the lady's head. It was a technique that he learned by becoming an Anbu. He would make sure the woman stayed asleep all night. Regardless of what was happening around her, of course, she would wake up with a major migraine, but Naruto wasn't worried about that. With his partner silent, Naruto moved to the other side of the bed and slowly. He climbed up with a gun in his right hand. As he did so, the fat man didn't move a muscle. Naruto was forced to. He turned it over because he wanted the forehead. The target's eyes suddenly widened. Naruto didn't do anything. He simply froze his body and whispered a few words, his eyes fixed on the target. He used genjutsu before. He added wind chakra to the senbon in his hand. In one fluid motion, he threw the senbon directly into the projectile pierced the man's head, snapping him out of his genjutsu. Naruto quickly put her hand covered his mouth, then she moved her left hand toward the man's throat. The silent struggle. It only lasted for a few seconds before the man stopped struggling, just to make sure he was dead. Naruto pulled the senbon from the man's head and pierced his heart. He didn't leave the senbon behind while he disappeared silently. When he returned to the resting place, he found the third Hokage waiting for him, but the ambu bag he had brought was nowhere to be seen. The old man had his pipe smoking. "I trust that everything will be alright." "It went well," Naruto said. He removed the blank mask he had been wearing and nodded. "I'm going to bed." He said this before walking past the old man. Once he was out of the way, an ambu appeared beside the old man. "Don't go, Sandaime-sama," said the ambu. The old man nodded. "You should also. I want to rest a little. I'd like to stay a bit longer to think about some things." With Naruto. When Naruto entered his room, he was greeted by a repulsive presence that was responsible. Because of the way his life had turned out, the mask and that hateful Sharingan. There could only be one person who wore that mask, and that was the person who extracted the kubi from his mother, and then he forced his father to sacrifice himself. This was the man who called himself Uchimadara, and a person which Naruto didn't like very much. Perhaps that was an understatement, but he was still the man responsible for the pain that her mother experienced. Even so, when she confronted the masked man, Naruto's expression was blank. There wasn't even a raised eyebrow or the slightest twitch in his face. He simply stared at the man in front of him as the door closed behind him. He didn't even have a clue. Charging the man would be a foolish move, and Naruto had graduated from the Academy of Fools to make such amateurish decisions. The man wore that cloak, the Akatsuki cloak. It was the same one the person Itachi feared, but Naruto didn't. He wasn't like Itachi Uzumaki. Naruto began, Obito looking at the young man before him. "Itachi speaks very highly of you to his partner. I can see that he hasn't." "I've been exaggerating." The blonde man didn't seem like he was going to attack, and his presence hadn't provoked the slightest reaction from him. The blonde man seemed calm, as if he hadn't been the one responsible for the Kyuubi's rampage. "How curious, child. What do you want?" Obito looked around for a few moments before answering. "I don't really know what you and Itachi are talking about, but I know that many more things happen, and I know the truth about the Uchiha incident, which named Itachi as a criminal. S-rank. If you were looking for a Naruto reaction, you didn't get it. In fact, Naruto's answer was simple, and Obito had to blink at it. That's puzzling. I didn't expect that. I really came to see if Itachi has been talking to you about our organization. I know he still has a connection with you." Naruto stared at the man for a long minute. "I'm not in. I have no freedom to discuss anything with you, and I don't really like that I'm talking to you in this kind of way." Position. Obito took slow, determined steps toward the blonde man. Even so, no. There was that reaction from Naruto that would make him happy. The blonde boy simply stared at him with that expressionless face. He really couldn't tell if the blonde guy truly hated him or not. He couldn't begin to realize what was happening. Passing inside that small head, the blonde was completely unreadable. "There will be a time when I will ask for what is inside you, and if you truly love your mother you will give it." Naruto blinked at a cold generator for a fraction of a second. "I see," he said. "If you become obedient, perhaps you can be of some use. You hate the people of this world, and I want to create a world that don't let those kinds of people you hate have their place. The world I want to create is one that is kind and one where you can be happy. And you won't have to worry about your mother for even a second," Obito said. "Not even for a second if you want. You can get your father back, you can even get him back, it will be a world where even your deepest desires can exist. Why are you telling me this? Itachi won't stop telling you things, but he also won't refuse to do what we order him to do. Let me do it. I need your power for my dream. That means I must accommodate you. Also, you're a beautiful Jinchuriki. Having said that, Obito disappeared. Naruto's expression was replaced by a really deep frown as the man disappeared. He had 3 Magyo Sharingan in his possession. Could he solve anything? Itachi had given him Shurisui's eye. He could reprogram it to do whatever he wanted. It didn't matter who the person was or how powerful they were. That Sharingan could enslave. It could affect anyone, not even Itachi, who was a genjutsu, could escape its power. It possessed the ultimate genjutsu. After all, Naruto had found his first target. I really like you. When you think like that, Kurama said, for the first time, I'll feel happy using the cursed dojutsu, the Uchiha use it. To manipulate others, it will be a joy to see them manipulated by their own jutsu. I'll be more than willing to give you my power to make it happen. How about that? Implant the Sharingan in your eye socket. You don't have to be good at it. I'll heal any damage incurred. When that human returns to you, you will use it, and to make it effective, I will give you my chakra. You can even drag it to my domain and use that other Sharingan as a backup. Kurama offered. I can make it happen, but only with one condition. What? Once the deed is done, you will remove that eye. Damn it, Naruto snorted. We're paranoid. Are you afraid I am too? Did I use it on you? Naruto didn't wait for an answer. Well, he was sure that Bijula wouldn't respond to that. Fine, you have a deal. The next day, the Sandai Mokage had to close his eyes as he enjoyed the comfort of his chair in his office. Only a day had passed, but how long had he been waking up to stare at these walls? It had been too long, very long, and yet I still expected many more years in this chair, for now, there was nothing. There was no one who could take the position, and therefore he had to remain in the game. He didn't really need anyone. That he would replace him only to comply with the demands of his former teammates, and Danzo's plans, at least the Hawk of Warhawk stayed away from Naruto for now. He had been very serious about hanging the Warhawk's head on the Okage monument, if he made a move on Naruto. Speaking of the blonde, the third looked at Naruto before. Talk, you have the next 2 days off. You can spend time with your mother and reunite with Hino-chan. The old man paused for a moment. When was the last time you spoke to her? A few days ago, Naruto said. A little indifferent. You shouldn't forget your friends, Naruto, the old man said firmly. Well, it's not like that. If the girl lets you forget about her, she has quite a strong personality, the old man said with a smile. She'll let you forget about her. It does, Naruto said, nodding. I'll say goodbye now, Naruto said before disappearing from the office. The third Hokage Okaji merely blinked before shaking his head. He glanced at the stacks of paper on his desk and frowned. She frowned. Suddenly she wished she had stayed a little longer in the feudal lord's palace. But then she thought, if only she had. Had it been a little longer, the paperwork would have been hitting the ceiling of the Uchiha compound, when Naruto didn't. He found his mother at her house. He was almost certain he would find her at the Yukiya compound. Of course, she went out a little more often these days, but this place had been like her second home. She could really forget that. I used to have dinners with the Uchiha clan back in the days when Fugaku was still alive and Itachi was still visible. Throughout the town, things had changed now. Well, not completely. They were still close to the Uchiha clan. What had changed was how people viewed Itachi, Naruto thought. It was funny that he now cursed his name and said he was a crazy bastard who became corrupted by power and turned against his own clan. They had praised him as a race unlike any other Uchiha, and now they cursed him. His own existence, of course. The rumors didn't really bother Naruto enough to worry or. He didn't get angry, even though he knew the truth. Itachi knew what he was getting into when he made the choice, and given that he was to become truly human quickly, Naruto said, not surprised. Kushina happily greeted Naruto as he entered the kitchen inside Mikoto's house. You're back in one piece. I was thinking that maybe the feudal lord would try to keep a part of you in his palace, Naruto. He smiled at his mother as she walked beside him. He stood beside her before answering. even if he is the one who hurts. She would have said no right then and there. It would have been an unparalleled undertaking, Kushina laughed. I can really imagine you saying that, she said with a nod. The third Hokage would try to portray himself as a peacemaker after that kind of response. Mikoto added with a. He smiled. How was the trip? Were you treated well? Naruto nodded. The food there was quite nice and the atmosphere wasn't too bad, Naruto replied calmly. The trip was so. I'm sure it could be. I trust that nothing bad happened in my absence. Everything is fine, Kushina said. Naruto nodded. He was conflicted about this. For a moment, because she didn't know what choice to make, she could choose to stay here and join the ladies in their conversation. But he really didn't want to interfere. With Sasuke inside the compound, he could train Uchiha for approximately an hour and then return home with her mother. That might work. He still had the rest of tomorrow free. He could do something with his mother tomorrow, Naruto nodded to himself. Aside from dinner and a few conversations, he hasn't been doing anything with his mother like he used to. He had missed those days. He could do his best. Sasuke is in the training grounds, Mikoto told Naruto. The blonde nodded and looked at his mother. Don't leave without me. I won't be spending much time with Sasuke, so we can. Let's go together later, Kushina smiled. Just go. I wasn't planning on leaving you back anyway, she said calmly. Don't forget to get along with Sasuke-chan, said the red-haired Uzumaki. Oh, Naruto said with a wave of his right hand as he disappeared from the two women's sight. It's growing, Mikoto said, looking at the space Naruto had been occupying moments before. I mean, the things have really changed. Well, I've been forcing him to learn to live without seeing me every time he blinks. He has to get used to it because things won't always be like this as he grows up. If I had allowed things to go as they were, I would have a problem when I grew up, Kushina said. Mikoto nodded. Well, do you want him to grow old enough to learn to live on his own and maybe even get? Does anyone love? She said with a small smile. Kushina nodded. Well, there are. Not Temari. Although I have come to love Temari, the woman said. I must find myself with her these days, Mikoto said. I wish to approve of anyone who wants to take my Naruto away from me, she added. With a smile, however, we both have problems. I have mine, which is. It's Sasuke and his obsession with his brother, she added, frowning. He's improving, Kushina offered. Yes, she said. Mikoto nodded. It is, but I still worry. Well, at least it won't break. When someone mentions Itachi, I smile a little more these days. Having a mother really helps. I can't imagine what would have happened if I weren't here. Well, let's be happy about it. That you're alive to raise him, Kushina said. Raising both Naruto and Sasuke would have been the death of me. I can't avoid agreeing with that, Mikoto said, nodding. Training grounds. Sasuke stopped his taxes while looking at the blonde incoming man. What to do? Naruto had really started out as a thug before. He and his mother insisted that he get along with the blonde boy. They wanted them to become friends, but the blonde boy wasn't. None of that. Sasuke really didn't see the need to go that far, but his mother. She insisted. Now that she thought about it, Naruto's mother had been pressuring the blonde boy to make friends too. He made that disappear too. Young Yukiya shook his head and stared into those expressionless eyes for a long moment. With Naruto's help, he was improving, and if the blonde was in ANBU, that meant he was really strong. Sasuke didn't doubt that Naruto was strong, but just how strong was he? That was the question that demanded a answer. Naruto stopped right in front of Sasuke and settled in. I'm a little exhausted today, the blonde man began. I won't do anything too overwhelming, he said. Calmly, Sasuke only grunted in response. It was always like this. How to? Did he suppose he must be friends with someone who spoke to him like that? Obviously, the blonde saw him as just the Uchiha he needed to harass under the guise of training. Say what you think, Naruto told Sasuke when he saw that Uchiha was having an internal struggle. Sasuke raised an eyebrow curiously. There wasn't a severe. It was Naruto's usual tone, just an invitation. Why are you acting like this, Naruto? She looked around for a moment. I've grown fond of your mother, and if I'm mean to you, she doesn't really like it, the blonde said. Besides, it's quite annoying having to be tough all the time. I get tired of all the yelling and hitting. Sometimes I wish the words could come out without threats. The blonde explained lightly. Sasuke glanced at Naruto before shaking his head. He nodded as he sat down too. Why don't you hate Itachi? Who said I don't hate him? Naruto asked. Curious, like Lukia's question, you've never said anything bad about him. Either my mother nor I have noticed that he seems to. You get along well with her. In any case, I can say that you don't really hate her, Sasuke said in a calm tone. It's wrong that I don't hate him. Would you prefer that I hated him? Naruto asked calmly. I don't know if it would be right or wrong, but I would have understood if you hated him. He was your friend, and you really got along with him. He was more than he was willing to allow. Honestly, he was jealous of your relationship with him. He trained with you more than he trained with me, his own brother. Sasuke ended up shouting bitterly. Naruto tilted his head to one side as his eyes looked Lukia in a calculated way. I see you're using that head of yours now, Sasuke said. He looked at Naruto. This was it. Which I hated. Naruto waved his right hand. I was complimenting you, the blonde said calmly. Insulting me? Sasuke demanded. He calmed down and returned to the main topic. My mother doesn't hate him either. She only says good things about him, and she even smiles when she talks about him. It frustrates me. How can she not hate him? After what he did? How can you not hate him after what he did? His mother doesn't hate him because he's her son, and no matter what happens, Itachi will always be her son, whether you hate him or not, always. He will be your brother. You can deny it, and shout to the heavens and say that the man is not my brother, but whatever happens, he will always be your brother, and to your mother you will always be her second son. Nothing can change. That's what you call a mother's love, Naruto explained. Slightly. As for me, I don't hate him because he's my friend and he hasn't hurt me. Besides, I understand why. Because. What? Why did he do what he did? He did it because he wanted to test his powers, that's it. What he told me, really? Naruto asked, tilting his head towards a side. What? You don't know your brother either? Did you really know your brother Sasuke? Had you thought of that? Could he have been lying about that? If you think about how much your brother loved you and compare it to what you have in your mind right now, can you really say that they are the same people? Sasuke frowned deeply. It was true that the images were a contrast, and that his brother was a loving person, while that Itachi, he was a murderer. She still couldn't forget what she saw. She couldn't forget what that man told her. Uchiha shook his head and changed the subject. Danzo appeared. Well, he dragged me along, Naruto said, trying to tell her if Danzo was approaching me. What did he want? He was offering me the power to kill that man. Traitorous brother, Sasuke said. You won't accept his offer, Naruto said firmly. Allowing Danzo to train Sasuke would be a failure on his part. Itachi had entrusted him with protecting and caring for his younger brother. Danzo was a corrupt and deceitful demon who could not be allowed near Sasuke. The Warhawk would certainly fill Yukia's head with nonsense, and that would undo all his work. That meant he had to talk to that man, a serious talk. Naruto got. Stand up, let's see how you've come, he said, inviting Sasuke to attack him. 1 hour later, when Naruto returned home, he was greeted by Mikoto, who smiled warmly at him. Have you managed to do something we talked about? Naruto nodded. I've done it, he said. I'll try. I'll convince him if he needs convincing the next time I see him. It won't be long, the blonde man said. Has Danzo brought you closer to Sasuke? Mikoto stared for a moment before answering. Yes, she said. I see, said Naruto. Well, Mikoto, I'll see you tomorrow hopefully, and you shouldn't worry. By Danzo, I won't allow him near Sasuke. That corrupt monkey won't do anything to your son, for everything that he had done something. He was a little nervous, stealthily watching Sasuke, although he was still just a child and Danzo was a veteran of. Mikoto believed him when Naruto said he wouldn't let Danzo near his son. How could she not believe him? The words of her beloved hero. He wasn't the one joking. I'll reward you one of these days, well, when you're old enough, Mikoto said, a little slyly. Naruto seemed confused for a moment. He simply nodded and walked away from the woman. He found his mother waiting for him in the entrance. The Uzumaki extended his right hand and Naruto felt no shame in taking it as the two left the house. Mikoto, did everything go well with Sasuke? Surprisingly, yes, said Naruto. Me? It surprised me today, the blonde man added. I'm not on duty tomorrow, we can do something together at lunch or later, Kushina said. I took a part-time job. Time at the flower shop, you know, it's not fun being at home all day. I need to do something when I'm not helping Mikoto-chan. Besides, what kind of mother would I be if I didn't? Would I be content to let my 12-year-old son be the one to bring food to the table? A mother who enjoys being attended by her son, Naruto offered, if the blonde was so intelligent, even without him, what else could have been with him? The possibilities were simply delightful and only reinforced the Danzo's desire to seize the Jinchuriki and enslave them. I ask you again, will you keep him away from Sasuke? No, Danzo said, it was a silly question. The Uchiha was necessary for him, but as things stood now, the blonde. It seemed to be his most attractive quality. He was glad Naruto had come here. His eyes widened, and he would some decisive plans to get what she wants. She couldn't allow something so precious to have its own willpower. He needed to be controlled by him. Naruto showed no reaction once. More, how unfortunate, Naruto said tonelessly. I wonder between you and him. Sandaime, who has the fangs to bite? I've seen many masks of the Sandaime, but none of you, that's why. I wonder, Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. Iruzen is naive and you're a fool, Kage, and you're the intelligent and realistic leader who deserves to be Hokage. Naruto said calmly. Tell me, do you still want to become an Hokage? Not yet. When did I say I wanted to become an Hokage? Danzo was. I was genuinely surprised by the blonde guy's direct question. This was simply dangerous, not for him, but the problem. It was the fact that the blonde was so intelligent, he could solve the problem, but as long as Yuen was alive the problem couldn't be solved. Someone who was so intelligent and was the Jinchuriki couldn't to do as he pleased. It was an even bigger problem, since the blonde had no loyalty to Konoha and the truth. It was because he knew about Itachi's mission. If Itachi had given him the mission to look after his brother, that meant the two remained in contact. At least that was something good. As for Danzo, Itachi loved Konoha. Nevertheless, he was willing to accept his mission because of his love for Konoha. After all, he believed that the Uchiha. It might be useful to try and get the blonde guy to behave, or I could use that. It would be the most effective method of control. Oh, Mal was speaking under the impression that you wanted to become Hokage, Naruto said dryly. In any case, don't think you're using that weapon you stole. No. He would have come here without making any preparations. Danzo stared at Naruto for a long minute before deciding it wasn't worth holding back. Listen, Jinchuriki, when I become Hokage, you will learn to respect me and you will serve Konoha with all that you have, whether by force or by your own free will. You will end up serving Konoha as their weapon, the power of the Kurubi. Save yourself the trouble and take the Uchiha to my cave, like he did. Flames, and we will begin the process now without the need to use force, if we end up needing to use force. Those who are close by cannot be guaranteed safety. Well, that settles everything, Naruto said. The man. He had threatened his mother. There was no need to talk anymore. He had an enemy. He knew that coming here would be a good decision. The blonde man said calmly. He turned to leave the space. With his hand on the doorknob, Danzo spoke once more. If I were you, I'd make the smart choice. You seem smart. Do what's best. I'm sure you know there's nowhere you can hide inside the elemental nations. If you try to run, I will find you. Naruto looked over his right shoulder as he spoke. Funny, he said before opening the door as he left. Maybe do enemies with Danzo weren't the best option, but at this stage Naruto was sure it was inevitable. There was no a way for him to work with that man. The chances of a good working relationship between him and the Hawk of the chances of war were as slim as the chances of him waking up one day with a deep love for Konoha. For now, he was certain that Danzo would remain on the ground because of the third age. This protection gave him the freedom to. He couldn't move, he didn't have the muscles to fight all the enemies. That's why he trusted the third Hokage, at least. For now, she had the means to make things happen, and she would lead them down the path that would be more pleasant for him. Noon, Naruto was having lunch at a Hiraka's stand. Ramen with her mother. There was no other place she usually had in mind when she talked about lunch. There was. He'd been coming here for as long as he could remember. Well, he liked the food, and his mother seemed to too. Enjoy it. There couldn't be any complaints. There could have been. He wasn't that kind of a person who would be thinking about trying something new. The rest of the things didn't really matter much. He was more focused on important things, and other worldly things were of little importance, so he didn't bother himself. In them, Naruto began, his eyes fixed on the small bowl in front of him. What do you want to do in the next 50 years? Kushina looked at her son, and he masked his face with a curious look. It was simply strange that Naruto would ask him such a question, nor I didn't even think he'd actually given the future that thought. Well, it was good that he was there. Thinking about tomorrow, it even made her happy. At least she could look forward to a future that was as bleak as her nightmares. The redhead peeked out as she sank into her thoughts. Wondering what he could possibly be doing next, Kushina found it ironic that she expected her son. She thought about the future, but she herself didn't have many plans. Well, she could. She blamed the fact that she was always thinking about Naruto. Her son's future was more important to her than she was to herself. I really don't know, Kushina gave an honest answer. By then you'll be working towards your second year, which it means you'll have grown up by now. I hope we'll be much happier than we are now, the woman added, smiling. Many things could happen in time. Naruto wasn't going to be confined to just one reality, this world. It could be unpredictable. Sometimes one could never guess how a human might arrive and what masks they might wear. They would use it, of course. That meant events would change, and no matter how much people tried to plan things, it's the events that happen around us that force us to change our plans. What about you, Naruto? I hope we stay together, Naruto said simply. Kushina smiled, shaking his head slightly. I should have expected Naruto to say something like that. He was about to say something, but he stopped when he realized that Naruto's tone was a little different, and that his words they had a deeper meaning. The woman frowned slightly. What had she been up to? What was she thinking? Naruto wasn't stupid. He could work things out for himself. It wasn't that she hadn't been thinking about the difficulties they might face if something happened to him. Sandaime, the old man, even reminded him of it because, as he said, he couldn't hold out forever and would soon have to. That he leave his office. If he does, he may be unable to do anything for them. That's why he'd been trying to teach Naruto to live without him. He really thought a time would come when he could. The moment they would separate, she shook her head. She would never allow it. That something like that should happen. Although she acknowledged that there were forces beyond her control, she would not lie down and allow. No one would take her son away from her. She would fight with everything she had. Don't worry, we'll stay together, Kushina said firmly. Naruto smiled, nodding to her mother. I know, I'm not really worried about it, she said, but anything can happen. She paused for a moment before adding a positive note to the conversation. Also, I hope that by then we'll have found someone to add to our clan, even if it's just one member. I would really be happy. Kushina smiled. Why didn't I say that? He asked. Perhaps we can enjoy the life I once enjoyed in the company of other Uzumakis. I'm sure that your time in Yuzu was wonderful, my mother, Naruto said with a smile. But I was thinking instead of dwelling on the past, why not create new memories that suit us better? I like the idea of creating our own history, not living in past glories. Kushina smiled, thinking of new memories. She said to herself before nodding. I like that idea, she said. Yes. They could create new family memories instead of trying to recreate past glories. The past is the past. And she had to accept that. Besides, she couldn't truly recreate the past no matter how hard she tried. The people of yesterday were dead, but she was alive to create new memories and experience new things. Wouldn't it be wonderful if she were thinking about her own clan, with Mikoto doing her own work as well? Perhaps that would integrate them into the workings of the village. There was so much more they could offer Konoha, and that would transform it into a valuable person whom no one would mess with. Later that day, I was starting to think you didn't care about the poor old man anymore, Kakashi said to Naruto as the two walked along the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto had been walking alone when Kakashi suddenly appeared before him. No, he hadn't been actively searching for the Jonin, but rather minding his own business. What caused such? The silver-haired boss's claim was that he had bothered to offer her a smile. It had been small, but she smiled, however, and Kakashi seemed quite happy to see her. The blonde looked the road in front of him, seemingly uninterested in what was happening in the streets with the villagers. Well, he never really cared unless they did the same to him, and even then, he ignored the villagers. For starters, it seems like I care, Naruto said. Responding to Kakashi's statement, Kakashi winced. You're freezing, he said. Honing, after everything we've been through, I thought you'd care about me, even if just a little, she added. Junin, almost looking like he was about to cry. Perhaps the old Naruto would have responded to that, but now he was surrounded by serious matters that had much to do with his future, and how he was going to make his decision, as well as he was going to live his life only to fall into something he saw as trivial. Naruto had that thought. If he didn't make plans for his future, who would? Why have you never thought about it? How do you become an Okage? Naruto asked the Jonin, the right eye of. Kakashi glanced at the blonde man for a moment before retreating into his thoughts. This was the kind of conversation that he was never going to have anything with the third Hokage. He cared about Naruto and didn't say things that would attract the elders. To make some ridiculous movements, Kakashi was well aware that the third Hokage was capable of many things and not. I wouldn't risk anything. Why hadn't I thought about becoming an Okage? Why was Naruto asking a question? So? He was worried about what would happen if the third Hokage retired. Being a former Hokage, Kakashi was very aware of what happened to the shinobi, who were considered a flight risk. Naruto fulfilled all those requirements. Boxes, and without Sandame's drastic measures, the blonde man would have been taken to empty the boxes. It's complicated, and I really don't like working, Kakashi said somewhat carelessly, thinking about becoming you. In Okage, well, if the blonde guy put in the effort, he'd probably achieve that dream. For someone who was related to a former Kage and having special ties to the current Kage, it was very possible. Naruto too. He had the potential to become a truly powerful shinobi in his prime, and that's without even considering the vigil of that. It was in the equation. Naruto snorted in response. I have no such ambitions, the blonde man said with a hint of distaste, as if the idea of running such a corrupt village had been distasteful. There has never been a day that I've thought about becoming an Okage, he said, but of course that's not. It meant that if things were difficult for him and a corrupt cockroach like Danzo was running the village, he wouldn't make a move. With Danzo as Okage, Naruto wouldn't be free to roam the nations. Elemental, the Warhawk had just confirmed it. With how connected the man was, the best option for him. The only way he could be sure would be if he killed the man and took over the village, not because he actually wanted to become. Not because he was Okage, but because it would be a safe route for him and his mother. It wasn't just his mother now, even though there hadn't been. He thought it was possible, but Naruto was starting to care. Mikoto had told Sasuke that she had grown fond of him. With her, not because she was her mother's friend, but because she considered her a charming person, much more so than the monkeys running wild through these streets. It was truly a curious sight. Naruto carefully generalized his relationships, and as the only person he would readily admit to liking what mattered most was his mother, he was willing to admit that he cared about Sandame and Mikoto. The rest of the people who he only liked some of them, and tolerated a few. Kakashi shook his head with a smile in his eyes. He really should. I had expected that response from Naruto. That was just how the blonde was, becoming Okage. For the good of Konoha, he would truly go against everything the blonde man represented, and he definitely wouldn't be the same anymore. Naruto knows. I thought you were falling for Jiraiya's plan, Kakashi said calmly. I've never been. Stupid, Kakashi, Naruto said firmly. Jiraiya, it's a bit late trying to manipulate me. Sometimes I think that it's better to give people what they want so they'll take their backs on you. Naruto wasn't going to do anything for Konoha unless he benefited greatly. That was the rule. or a law, if you want. You're starting to act like you do in serious situations, Kakashi said. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Knowing you, everything will be fine, Jonin sighed. It would only mean more work for him. Since the third Hokage would undoubtedly summon him to investigate Naruto's activities, Naruto seemed to shrink from shoulders in response. Despite how famous you are, it's unlikely that at this age you have the necessary support to. Becoming an Hokage, the blonde man suddenly returned to the topic they had discussed earlier, the Yuga. They have more political power, and I don't see those people who support the late arrival of Sharingan. No, Kakashi. Kakashi blinked as he glanced at Naruto once more. He was surprised that the blonde boy was reading so much about the political situation around the village. Naruto had never shown much interest in such matters, he didn't. It was surprising that the blonde boy's assessment was accurate. Naruto was a genius when he wanted to be, after all. Why the sudden interest in this? Naruto's eyes turned toward the masked Jonin for a moment before. I don't like rhetorical questions, Kakashi said. I couldn't really say I was surprised by the blonde man's somewhat cold response. I had a pretty good idea why. Naruto was talking about politics and the Hokage seat. The blonde boy always liked being given things. He didn't answer directly and didn't really respond when asked obvious questions. The Jonin shook his head. Where to? Was that where you were headed? I'd be surprised if you said you were just taking a walk around town, the man said. I think I'd even stop reading Ika for a day, he said seriously. Naruto looked at the man stood beside her as she answered, Yamanka flower shop. My mother should be ready by now. Oh, I heard that. She's working there now, Kakashi said. Planning to take her somewhere? Naruto shook his head. Let's go to the Uchiha compound. I have my meeting with Sasuke, and she has hers with Mikoto, the blonde said calmly. How? Are you getting along with Sasuke? Anyway, fine, all things considered, said the blonde, with graduation approaching, things will take a new turn. I'll be wearing the Konoha headband and will be forced to transform in a genin. That doesn't exactly fill me with joy, but it must be done. Life. Genin is fun, he tried to say. Kakashi, there are some moments when you only have the experience of being a genin. Trust me, I know, if I had lived a little differently I could have. I've opened my eyes more to the world in general, the Jonin said firmly. Moments later, Yamanaka flower shop. When Naruto entered the flower shop, he was attacked by Ino, who seemed to have sensed his presence upon entering shop. The blonde man looked at his blonde companion, but said nothing to the girl. She was looking at him. What was he going to say? She wasn't supposed to be at the academy right now. I see you've abandoned, Ino said with a look. Since you came back, you hardly spend any time with me, and you're not always around. Available. Sometimes your mother doesn't even tell me what you're doing, she just tells me you're far from town. Well, his Anbu life was a top secret S rank. His mother wouldn't dare tell anyone without authorization, perhaps even. He thought that if the girl knew, she'd probably let it go. Naruto doubted that was likely. The girl. It could be good information, but it might hold secrets, and she wasn't a smart girl. She knew the importance of secrets. The smart girl is the one with whom Naruto wouldn't feel pressured to spend time. Moments, but the gossips who just wanted to play were a serious matter. It was no wonder he had just walked in. He would go to the park with her and walk around while she read a book. Ino didn't have the challenges he has. She was a child. Carefree, she enjoyed everything she received from her father. Well, that was the joy of growing up like that. Naruto couldn't to say it was wrong. She was allowed to live her life the way she saw fit. You look fine, Ino, Naruto said, ignoring her rant. Ino puffed herself up a little and kept walking. With her hand crossed over her chest, it seemed she wanted some answers from the blonde guy and wasn't going to back down her way until he gave them to her. What have you been up to lately? Visiting Temari in the Suna, she got out easily from Naruto's lips. You know? She's my fiancée after all, the blonde added. That was believable, and it wasn't as if Ino could force him to tell her what she wanted to hear. It wasn't one of those situations where she could. She used blackmail to make him do what she wanted. Ino looked at Naruto skeptically before speaking. I would have thought so if your mother forced you to go, but she really didn't seem pleased that you were constantly leaving. If you were going to visit Temari, your mother would have gone with you, ho? he stated firmly. Naruto wasn't surprised. That Ino's mind could calculate all of that. Perhaps her ability to think was the reason she had felt. I miss seeing her. She wasn't a stupid girl, she was intelligent, and that he appreciated in a human. I see your mind is still sharp when it comes to juicy information, Naruto said without hesitation. Naruto responded to Hino's statement, which was correct. By the way, aren't you going to answer me? Naruto raised a finger. Index finger while answering. He hasn't asked me. Previously I had only. He's been stating his facts, not asking me a question. I'm not obligated to answer them, and I'll choose when to do so. Answer her question. Ino gave the blonde a blank stare before a moment later she smiled. I know what you've been doing. You forget that my father works in the intelligence and torture department. He knows things and he says some things to his mother, and I overhear some of them. I could have also heard your mother telling me mine. If she hadn't expected Naruto to be surprised or shocked, she was disappointed. The blonde's expression didn't. She changed. A second later she smiled slightly. It's nice to see you again. I honestly thought about your annoying big ears while you were away from the village, said the blonde man. Take it easy, my mom's finished. Okay, you owe me a meal, and not ramen. That will happen when I have time, Naruto said. I have something planned with my mom, okay, Ino said with a smile. He snorted. As long as you don't disappear again, she said. I'm still here. Here, Naruto said. He paused and looked beyond the Yamanaka. His mother was walking toward them, smiling, already. I'm finished, Kushina told Naruto. Tell your mother I'll see her tomorrow morning. I have some shopping to do. With Naruto. Ino nodded and gave Naruto a stern look. If you forget me, I'll haunt you for the rest of your life, he said seriously before turning and walking away from the two Uzumakis. Naruto. She simply shook her head as her mother watched curiously. What was that? She wants me to tell her. I'm sorry for being absent from your life for a while, the blonde man said as he led his mother out of the store. A couple days later, Naruto sat on a tree branch waiting for Itachi to appear before him. He used tricks to distance himself from his team so he could meet the Uchiha. Well, it wasn't really a deception. He had simply sent a clone with them while the real him walked away from the three of them. Once the mission was over, he had made his move. Arrangements had already been made to meet with the Uchiha. Naruto didn't wait long before Uchiha walked across the ground with his partner right beside him. Naruto didn't. He expected a third person to join the party, but he made no comment about it. He wasn't going to say nothing, since Itachi hadn't said anything yet about the blue-haired man beside him. Itachi stopped just below. From the tree where Naruto was sitting, he spoke. This is my partner in the Akatsuki Kisame, Ilukia said. I wanted to. I met you and I was forced to drag him along. Naruto looked down for a moment before speaking. Therefore, no introductions should be made, the blonde man declared. This makes him the third member of Akatsuki that I've met. Your group is truly full of some powerful shinobi? Itachi was another powerful one. He was a shinobi, and he was sensing some of the blue man's power. That man had faced his father, and still he lived, and if Itachi was wary of him, the man was truly a dangerous person, not that Naruto was. He was worried about that now. He knew how to disable the man and would eventually do so. For now, the man who he called himself Uchimadara. But he wasn't a threat to him. It was a little unfair that a criminal group could be made up of such powerful shinobi. Naruto didn't really care what they were up to doing so, but he didn't like the fact that a group that was so strong existed and could actually be a problem for his continued existence. Hearing Naruto speak, Itachi turned to Naruto. What? What do you want? What do you mean by that? Third member, Naruto asked as he jumped across the ground before taking a few slow steps towards the tree trunk. He leaned against her, his hands crossed on his chest, and spoke once more. He who calls himself Uchiha Madara himself appeared before me, although I wasn't surprised that Madara had appeared before the blonde man. Kisame raised an eyebrow at the blonde's body language. He was calm about it, not seeming like he had just. He knew someone who could kill him, someone who was after the Bijilu inside him. The expression on his face. He was simply impassive. If the blonde had the Sharingan and an Akatsuki cloak, Kizami would have said he was. Looking at another Itachi, you don't seem very sure that he's really Madara, Kisame said, looking at the blonde. Of course not, I'm not stupid enough to believe anything they tell me, the blonde man said. He must be immortal if he's Uchiha Madara. But if that's the case, there's no need to hide his face, a mask always conceals something. Upon hearing the name, some people are likely to bow before the wonders of fear, if indeed it is. Uchiha Madara wouldn't need to hide his face, showing it would certainly make him much more fearsome. Besides, I know what he looks like. Madara's Sharingan magic, the blonde man added. How? The man fought against Shoda-in and Daimokuge many times, and the latter was obsessive with studying everything about the Sharingan. He even developed techniques to counter the Sharingan. He even took over Madara's body to study it. After the battle in the Valley of the End, I know because I stumbled upon Senju's treasure in the Senju compound, such. I was lucky once because my mother is a seal teacher, and we are somehow related to the Senju. Kisame, Itachi said firmly. Have you seen Naruto? I wish to speak with him. Only. Kisame relented for a moment before sighing and nodding. Fine, he grumbled. The next time we meet, we might be on the battlefield, the man said as he walked away. Itachi's magic came to life when he trapped Naruto in the world of Tsukuyumi. Have you told anyone about it? What? Naruto shook his head. My mother and I agreed that if we told the third Hokage, he would probably order the information to be taken for his own safety, and Danzo would probably know about it, without. However, it's not much. Most of the investigation is in the hands of the third Hokage, but some pieces were available. Regarding Madara, I believe Tobirama concealed his research even from his brother. Itachi shook his head. Just be careful, he said. What did that man want? He was making threats and saying something about coming to me to get something, the only interesting thing anyone would do. Inside me is the Bijilu within me. Naruto seemed indifferent to the whole matter. Do you understand what this means? What does it mean? Yes, said Naruto. Don't worry, Itachi, I've never had before. I've been imprudent, and I won't start now. In any case, your mother wants to talk to you, and I suggest you do. Why? What? Itachi had the feeling that Naruto wasn't asking him, but rather telling him. There must be something more to it. She didn't like this. She didn't expect to see her mother again any time soon. She felt it was somehow too soon. Why do you have to see her? Naruto said firmly. She's fighting with Sasuke. It hurts her to see that. The son is determined to kill his brother. Sasuke has a mother, surviving members of his clan, and yet he doesn't. He can live happily because he's somewhat obsessed with killing you. That will make him stronger, more detestable in my eyes. Naruto declared. I hate corrupt and evil humans who only have hatred in them, and if he continues down that path, he'll hurt his mother. I care more about Mikoto than Sasuke. I'll kill him if he gets lost in his hatred and ends up hurting his mother in the process. My mother said she wants to talk to me. Itachi asked. He ignored the comment about Naruto killing his brother. He was sure she'd go that way, as long as she hadn't changed too much with the blonde guy. Itachi was certain that Naruto didn't just say he would kill someone without really meaning to. Right now, the blonde was telling him that. To change things, so that she wouldn't continue down that path. What had she been thinking? She shouldn't have told her younger brother who resented him. He hadn't really thought about how it would affect his mother. It was a problem. But he was happy that Naruto was still around. If the blonde boy took care of his mother, then he would undoubtedly. He would protect her if that were the case. Naruto nodded. Yes, he said, come on. Konoha in 4 nights. I'll have my mother spend the night at the Uchiha compound. Itachi seemed to think for a moment. He needed to think things through and figure out how to approach them. But if his mother wanted to talk to him, he had to go. Entering Konoha was easy for him, since he's a former ANBU captain, and the genjutsu was quite effective. To achieve it, the Akatsuki are after the Bijou. They still have to do one movement. They are still busy trying to find the location of other Jinchuriki and collecting money. For the operations, they'll make their move soon, Itachi told Naruto. If it takes years, my body won't. It will allow me to be of help to you. Well, at least you have those eyes I gave you. You may have to use them sometime. Go against S-rank criminals, Naruto said in a calm tone. Certainly, if they attack now, I would have no choice but to unleash the Kyuubi, but given that the chakra will be expelled from me, this seal will be very dangerous for my body. I thought your seal was made to allow you to use the chakra of Kyuubi, yes, but during my years away from Konoha I came to learn that there is a key needed to unlock the gate that contains the Kyuubi. Its use is now made forcefully by weakening the seal. And since it is raw chakra from Biju has negative effects on my body, Naruto said. I'll have to train more, and maybe I'll have to quit. Konoha once again with S-rank criminals on my tail. How are you now? You can't do anything, but you have. There are people who can protect you. As long as you stay in Konoha, you'll have that protection. I don't recommend leaving. Village. Naruto was unable to offer an answer to Itachi's recommendation. Come to Konoha and we'll face other challenges we've faced. My short time in ANBU taught me that you can't do that all on its own. It's surprising that something like this comes from me, but that's the reality I've come to understand. No. You can do everything on your own, but I can't either. That was something Naruto learned while working as an ANBU. Eyes couldn't see all fronts. With that reality, you needed more pairs of eyes that could see where you couldn't. That's how things worked in this world, and Naruto was learning. He hated it, but it was a reality he had to face. Of course, when it came to his mother personally, things would be different. Itachi gave her. Naruto gave a small smile. You're really growing up, he said lightly. A good sign that made him happy. I've been carrying the burdens on my own for some time now, ever since he died. Sure sway, I always thought I could handle everything, but the reality is that I can't. If I had that power, I wouldn't have asked you to take care of Sasuke. I never thought he'd actually receive any lessons from him. Naruto of all people, the blonde has often admitted to being narrow-minded. Perhaps things were. He was changing because he was in Ambu. That kind of world had its ways when it came to changing people. In any case, if he could work things out with Sasuke, things might look different, but he feared that if Sasuke found out, he would do something stupid, like trying to attack the village elders. Itachi shook his head. He had made his choices. Shouldn't he allow Sasuke to make his own choices as well? He couldn't decide how Sasuke could live his life. Composed. Uchiha. Nights later, Mikoto. She felt a little nervous about meeting her eldest son again. It was midnight, and she was pacing around the kitchen. He waited for his son to appear. With Naruto sitting comfortably in a chair by the table, he didn't seem that nervous. Like Yukiya, only calm. Well, he rarely showed his nerves. Mikoto wished she could be as calm as the blonde, but she was a little afraid. What if he doesn't show up? What if he says no? What if things get out of control? Anu could emerge in this place at any time and would be in trouble for harboring an S-rank criminal. They would be labeled as traitors. He'll come, Naruto said to Mikoto in a calm, slightly firm tone. Relax, okay? If you keep going that way, you'll be tired when he arrives. Naruto had no doubt that Itachi would come. Itachi had no need. He said he would come. If he heard the message, he had to come, even Naruto. He had placed a silencing seal around his mother's room so that nothing would disturb her. Her beautiful dream. This was also a burden her mother didn't have to bear, nor was it a secret for her to share. If Mikoto wants to tell her mother, she knows she would, but the nerves just won't go away. Mikoto in. She spoke softly, pausing for a couple of minutes, then she sat down on the table across from Naruto before. Let's talk one more time. It would be good for Sasuke to be here. Talk to Itachi first, Naruto said. Do you want me to help you? Mikoto nodded with a smile. Of course they need you. If you're not there to defend my points, who will? I need my charming hero by my side. Difficult situations. The Uchiha wished that Naruto would grow up to be a man. Now, in her mind, he was already a man, but he was still just a boy. She knew that he would really become a husband. I support whoever gets married, even if they didn't seem interested. Mikoto would teach them everything. Kushina couldn't. It was the least she could do for him, after all. I'll do it. That I can, Naruto said with a small smile. At that moment, Itachi entered a room with a historical significance. We should go to the studio. There are many activities outside, he declared. He's already left. Mikoto simply shook her head as she walked beside Naruto. Just like her father, she whispered to the blonde boy. He has difficulty expressing his feelings. He paused and smiled at Naruto. I can't say the same for you. Because you don't have much in that department. Naruto looked at the woman for a moment before looking at the part of. Behind Itachi, he couldn't find anything wrong with his statement despite not having said anything in response. He had no much to express, hence his usual indifferent and impassive mask. When the three of them arrived at the studio, Mikoto smiled warmly at her eldest son before closing the distance between them. He pulled the stiff Yukiya into a warm embrace, and Itachi remained as still as a stick, showing some surprise in his face. Mother, she said questioningly. It's not like that. You hug your mother, Itachi, said Naruto, sitting on the small desk in the study, watching the two impassively. It's been years since your mother saw you and miss you. As my mother would say, show some love. Itachi wrestled with his thoughts for a few moments before returning the hug. That was so difficult, Mikoto said as the two separated. Itachi. He just shook his head and watched his mother walk away from him. She sat down next to Naruto and faced him just as he did. Blonde, it felt like an interrogation room, but even with those eyes staring at him, waiting for him to. Itachi wouldn't break. I thought you might have some resentment towards me for what I did, and I was trying to push Sasuke toward me, Itachi said softly. You are my son, and nothing will change that. That's it, Mikoto gave an evasive answer, but one that let Itachi know that no matter what, she would always love him. Like a mother loves her child, what did you try to do to Sasuke? Hate me for? To make me stronger. I thought that would be the motivation I would need, Itachi said calmly. Hatred, really. It fueled some cruel intentions in people, and some people worked like demons to gain the power that they needed to be strong. He thought that because his mother was present, Sasuke wouldn't completely fall into the dark side. Naruto was also there, so he had things figured out. Really? Mikoto said. Slowly, Naruto is quite strong, but it's not hatred that makes him strong, our Sharingan evolution. It depends on our emotions. Without them, the Sharingan cannot evolve. The pleasant way in which Sasuke becoming stronger would have been to leave things as they were, and they allowed him to strengthen his resolve. Protect what's left of Lukia, all of these things. Itachi shook his head. I hadn't thought about things like that. Maybe it was because my original thought had been the Uchiha clan massacre, not to be left out. He left some behind, that changed some things, but it was clear it didn't change his way of thinking. He didn't want his brother grew up to become corrupt. Sasuke was a good boy. He had been a loving and sweet child when he was younger. But after what he had done, things had changed. He didn't even want to face his brother. He was simply running away from a problem only he could solve. Which her mother said made sense. Why hadn't she done that in the first place? It was because he didn't want Sasuke to know what he did. What would happen if Danzo went to Sasuke and told him that the third age? Did he order you to kill your clan? That cripple is clever enough to devise a strategy that would deceive Sasuke, Naruto said. You've done things the way you think is best. Why don't you let Sasuke do the same? You're suggesting I tell him the truth. Naruto nodded. That Uchiha knows the true. He said you were useful. But what if he decides you're no longer useful and decides Sasuke should replace you? That Uchi man? Madara, that was a big problem, but Naruto seemed to have thought things through. Well, he couldn't be surprised. When it came to security and plans to ensure that security, the blonde man worked like a prodigy. Isukia? Mikoto asked. Are you talking about the one who caused the Kyuubi incident? Naruto. He nodded. Yes, I think that's something that should never come out either. Konohan no. They may know about that Yukiya. If the village knows, they'll just say they suspected the Yukiya clan. The involvement in the Kyuubi incident was true, given how those people act. I don't think they'll hesitate for a second before praising Itachi for what he did. Itachi. He blinked when he heard that from Naruto. The blonde was really surprising him. Who would have thought that Naruto would actually have something like that on his mind? But he knew what Rubio had said. It was very possible. The villagers could really praise him for getting rid of the clan, so it was responsible for the losses they incurred during the Kyuubi rampage. What would become of the clan? Then, Itachi couldn't truly see what would happen if such a reality came to pass. If he didn't know, he would say you were just thinking something so, because you care about the future of the Uchiha clan, Itachi said with a small smile. Even though Naruto wasn't doing anything because he cared about his clan, it still made him happy. I'm curious, though, why? What? Mikoto smiled and answered for Naruto. Because he's my beloved hero. Things are going well in my family, I'm happy, and Kushina is happy, Naruto nodded. According to Mikoto's words, but before she could reply, Sasuke burst into the studio with a dark look crossed his face. Itachi, the young Uchiha growled, his eyes gleaming. Dangerously, he looked around the room and saw his mother and Naruto. He shot a dark glare at him. Last before turning his attention to his traitorous older brother. Just in time, Naruto said calmly as he would rise from the desk and fall gracefully to the floor. I'll leave Yukia's to take care of your personal affairs. Anyway, it's late, I need to sleep. The blonde man was already walking away when he said that. He was stopped from leaving when Sasuke stood in front of him. What are you doing with this traitor? Can the same question be asked about your mother? Naruto said gently before moving Uchiha out of his way. Itachi, make sure to keep him sedated overnight. Don't get angry. Mikoto shook her head as she watched the blonde man walk away from the studio. It was a gesture on his part, but she still wouldn't have minded if the blonde man had stayed behind. In her eyes, Naruto was part of this family. Itachi was certain that the only reason Sasuke wasn't attacking him was because his mother was present in the room. If she hadn't been there, the boy would have accused him. My older brother activated the Sharingan, Sasuke. It seems you and I have something in common. Speak, Naruto said, holding a headband in his right hand. He pushed him toward the blonde, who? He just stared at it. I know you lost the one I gave you earlier, in that case, treasure this, because now you're officially a genin of Konoha. That. It meant that Amba's life was over. It had been a short but fruitful journey in Black Ops, which helped him understand things from a new perspective, allowing him to make some plans and plant his seeds, to be of. The agreement with the third Hokage to join Amba hadn't been the wrong choice, but rather the right one that would prove useful. I had gained a lot, including invaluable battle experience, and he had become more familiar with how Konoha's structures functioned. Even so, being a genin wasn't everything. Fun and games, Naruto would prefer to be given a rank other than genin. The rank was the lowest and not. It would be more than annoying. He would be forced to return to the grace of the brats he left behind at the academy. Naruto wasn't. He was really eager to engage that group. Their heads were full of fun and games. Life for him was not. That's how it was. He had serious matters to attend to, not to play in the park or play hide and seek. He hoped it wouldn't be. He was forced to keep company with useless brats who would be nothing but a nuisance. The blonde man stared at the headband that stood in front of him for a long minute before he grabbed it with his right hand. Then he tied it around his forehead and looked at the third Hokage, who was smiling broadly. You look good, he said. The old man said cheerfully. This proves you are a Konoha shinobi and that your loyalty lies with the leaf. The elderly man said in a serious tone. Seriously, that was just pushing him. The third Hokage. He clearly knew I wasn't loyal to Konoha and that I would abandon this village without a second thought. The old man knew it. He knew, and yet he kept saying that. Maybe he only trusted him to stay behind. Well, while the old man. Had he remained in Okuji, Naruto would have fought for Konoha, but the moment things changed, he was on the run. Appearances did matter in this life, shinobi. While she couldn't use the metal plate with a smile, she could use it. As if he were proud, he couldn't afford to be seen looking at the band with resentment. That it would definitely look bad on him and give onlookers a reason to act. For now, I would play the part. Naruto spoke. I'll make sure I never lose this one, he said calmly. It's what's expected of a shinobi. Konoha, genin are put into teams. Who will I be on a team with? You can make a conjecture, the third Hokage said with a smile. I had some reluctance to put this team together. There are some people who think you will be a bad influence on their children and think you shouldn't even be put in a genin cell, but continue to function as an Amba cell. Interestingly, most of the clan chiefs seemed to agree with the idea put forward by Danzo. It was the first time who agreed with the Warhawk. Perhaps they were also concerned about Naruto's loyalties. toward the hidden blade. There were arguments that sending him to a genin cell would be wasting his abilities. It's better to serve the people as an ANBU than as a regular shinobi, and that's especially true. He had been vocal in his disapproval of his election, despite the man's political backing, the Sandaime. He stood firm in his choice and reminded everyone that he was the Okage, and that his decisions were final. Of course, that hadn't stopped Yasuie from arguing with him, but the third Hokage had reminded the man of his place. Although Iluga had dismissed his eldest daughter, he didn't really want her on a team with Naruto, the third Hokage, really. She didn't understand why, because being blonde wasn't really a disease, and if anything, it was Hinata who would learn something from it. Naruto, that is, if the blonde doesn't ignore her, Airuzen surely expected Naruto to. Would influence the girl Yuga. If I could change the girl into a kunoichi, she would look good in Yuga and he would be forced to acknowledge his daughter. Of course, by then, the man would be obliged to thank Naruto. If things went according to plan, Naruto would have Uchiha and Yuga behind him. That would ensure that even if he leaves this office, those two clans would have enough power to force good to take the path of blonde. If he were crazy, the third Hokage would surely have been laughing at his brilliant plan. This was just genius. Naruto didn't have to be loyal to Konoha to fight for it, he just had to be treated the way he wanted, and everyone. They had to mind their own business, and the blonde man would fight for this town. It was as simple as that. Only Danzo could ruin even his best laid plans. Naruto didn't even need to think about it. Who would be his sensei in the genin cell? It was going to be Kakashi. Nobody was suitable for the job than the Honin. If there had been someone who could do a better job trying to create attachments and be strong enough to handle it, I would have chosen someone else, Naruto. He imagined the old man was responsible for choosing the team. The third Hokage wouldn't put someone in charge who didn't like him. He knew it would be dangerous if he put someone in charge who might be more cunning than him. Kakashi might not seem like it. But the man was intelligent and very observant, and the additional fact was that Jonin cared about him and that the third Hokage trusted him with his own life. Sasuke would form a partner of team. Naruto suspected that this was just part of some agenda of the third Hokage, but he wouldn't complain about that. Team. It would give him a better chance to take care of Sasuke and ensure that the Uchiha grew to levels he could. To be useful, Ino was out of the picture. Naruto shook his head. The third Hokage. He would want someone he wasn't familiar with. Ino could still try to force her way into his life even without being on the same team as him. There was no need to pair her with him. I couldn't imagine who the fourth would be. A member of the team, but he was sure it wouldn't be just anyone. Kakashi and Sasuke. Who will be the last member? The third Hokage just smiled. Go to the academy after 1 p.m. and you'll meet with your teammates and sensei. The third Hokage said calmly. You'll be surprised when you find out who it will be. The final member of Team Kakashi. Naruto looked at the old man for a moment before shaking his head. I'll head there. There, he said, turning away from the old man. The third Hokage looked at the blonde man with a careful gaze. This world was. It was really strange. It amused the old man bitterly. Sometimes Naruto was someone who. She liked him, but the thoughts in her head about the blonde boy weren't exactly going to make everyone happy, always. There was a plot, a deeper meaning to the words he was saying. Well, it was a game he was playing with the blonde. It didn't matter if people would get it or not, also, so people would know what kind of game they played. They would have to get it into their heads, although there was an unwritten rule that they should always be frank with each other. Both had their own secrets. Interestingly, the third Hokage often. He wondered who would emerge victorious in this little game of theirs. Perhaps having such thoughts showed that he was slowly turning toward the boundaries of right and wrong. He couldn't be criticized. Dealing with Naruto, it would push one to the limit, especially if one knew the true nature of the blonde man. The famous shinobi opened the drawer in his left hand and took out a file containing only Okage eyes. It was his small folder. He created the file in Naruto and wasn't really filled with his thoughts about the blonde observers. They submitted their reports, and the third Hokage would add his response to the reports before compiling them for the file. It was more like a diary entry than anything else. The old man gestured to an ambush to appear before him. The ambush. He appeared in front of the third Hokage's table a second later, and the old man didn't speak. He continued staring intently at the file. I knew that if such a file were discovered, it would suffer some damage. The file contained the concerns he had always denied having in front of the council. If anything were to happen to him and if the file fell into the wrong hands, it would have massive and serious consequences. There were things about Naruto that only he knew within the file, things that would even make Shikaku, who always he sided with him in the Naruto matter, think twice. The third Hokage handed over the Alambu file. Before explaining your instructions, keep this file locked, he said. If something's wrong with me, it should burn, not a day later, but a second later. Nobody should see that file, I understand. He bowed to the Ambu before disappearing into the air. The third Hokage leaned back in his chair and breathed deeply. Everything. He was ready. Now it was time to see how things would unfold. He had played his part, and now it was time of moving the pieces. Academy. Iruka wasn't very happy when the third Hokage Okaji made Naruto take the graduation exams so he could join the teams. The blonde boy had left I'd been to the academy for years and couldn't say I was ready for such a genin. Everyone had to go through the first level academy, but the third-ranking official had insisted, and when the idea of special treatment had been floated, the third Hokage was forced to tell him a secret. Naruto had been an ANBU apprentice, the Chunin hadn't. He discussed it with the Sandaime Okage after that reassessment, but he simply nodded and accepted every decision he made. Who was he to judge? He was just an academy teacher and a failed shinobi. Of course he loved it. He wanted to teach, but as a shinobi he had failed miserably. When Naruto entered the class and headed towards the seat he had usually occupied during his days at the academy, the brats. They began. "Irua-sensei!" shouted one of the newly graduated geniuses. What's he doing here? And why does he have a headband with him? Iruka cleared his throat. Naruto is a genin like you, he said firmly. He took the graduation exam and passed, even better than Sasuke. Of course, he wouldn't say. The blonde boy was the top graduate because he wasn't in class. Official records will say that Yukiya was the top student in his class, and with good reason. There were murmurs around the classroom. He didn't even attend classes with us. This smells like special treatment. It's because he's the son of the fourth Hokage, that was it. Something Naruto would never get used to, being called the son of the fourth Hokage. He'd always been called. He was considered a demon by the villagers and they had looked down on him with contempt. Of course, with the revelation, their attitudes changed a little, but nothing had really changed much. It was almost as if they were waiting for him to do something. A certain movement before I could decide whether to love or hate him, regardless of his origin. I find it impossible to believe that person could have done better than Sasuke-kun, said one fan. Iruka had to wait for his students. They would find it hard to believe that Naruto had actually improved on Sasuke, and according to the third Hokage, the blonde was better than Yukiya in every sense. Well, during her short time at the academy she'd been better. Iruka couldn't to find a reason to deny anything. The academy teacher looked at Naruto to see if he was willing to defend himself, but Iruka merely saw someone who showed a lack of interest in everything within the class. The blonde boy's eyes were glazed over, and his body language was off-key. Iruka could tell he had a bored look on his face. Iruka shook his head and decided it wasn't really his decision to defend the third Hokage's decisions. If Naruto wanted to defend himself, he would defend himself. That's enough about Naruto, Iruka said in a tone hardened. I just want to congratulate you on achieving your extra days. I hope you'll make me proud when you start to run. In any case, let's get to the team's tasks. Shikamaru was occupying the seat opposite Naruto. The Nara was sitting in a row with Chuji and Kiba. She looked at the blonde boy, who, despite having his face turned away from her, was looking at her. He looked out the window for a moment. I'm not really surprised at you. I'm back, Shikamaru told Naruto. I figured you'd join us, he added. There was no reaction on his face. From Naruto, I'd always known Nara was intelligent. People might think she wasn't because actually he never made an effort for anything, but Naruto knew it. The Nara were a blessed clan, with high IQs. After all, I wouldn't expect anything less from you, was Naruto's reply. There was Silence fell as Iruka continued reading the teams: Team Y, Yuga Nada, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. Johnance and Kakashi will attack. Team 8, Aburame Shino, Aruno Sakura, and Inuzuka. Kiba. Once again, Naruto looked away. He was truly surprised by having been put on the same team as a Yuga. There was only one Yuga in this class, and he had a childhood memory of him. A rather useless girl. I really hoped she had changed, but that wasn't the worrying factor. He asked why the third Hokage had put him on the same team as Yuga. She wouldn't be of any use to him. His development or Sasuke's, so why? It certainly wasn't to balance the team. Both he and Sasuke was above ordinary geniuses, and Naruto was thinking that maybe Iluga had some too. Skills, not to mention that she was also a Dijutsu user. Even if the Yuga proves to be a annoyance, it wouldn't change the fact that this team was seriously outplayed. There couldn't be a team genin that opposes this. To begin with, it wasn't even a genin. Naruto wasn't going to complain. If Suga proved useful, he would take advantage of the situation too, satisfying their needs. Even so, without finding the reason why Sandemi, he brought her onto the team, which would make him wary. The girl was too shy to be a spy for the third Hokage and Naruto. I was sure it wasn't just a mask. The role of playing a spy was a good fit for someone like him. Hino, the blonde Yamanaka, was loud after all, and she had sharp eyes. It would be the thoughts of Naruto's words were cut off by a small shout from Shikamaru. The blonde looked at the Nara girl, who now seemed as if his energy would have been drained. I really should have expected this, but this has only confirmed it. My worst nightmare, Shikamaru said wearily. Ino's a little too energetic for my taste. She's just going to. Things aren't too complicated. At least you have me, Chuji offered some words to comfort his friend. Yes, Shikamaru said, that girl, although she said, looking at the ranks toward Yamanaka, to say a little energy is a massive understatement. Naruto said, Ino. He was really full of energy. She was very energetic. If she had the with her red hair, Naruto would have mistaken her for an Uzumaki. Another fact was that she never really stopped talking, and like him, he was just starting to figure it out. Most of it was just gossip. It was just a nuisance to Naruto. He didn't have time for the gossip. Well, at least he wasn't going to end up on a team with her. He would never do anything serious with her, and if she kept pursuing Sasuke, it would have become an even bigger problem. To deal with her, let's trade, Shikamaru said, and nodded to Ino. If I remember correctly, you used to take you. I'm fine with her, no, Naruto simply said. Inada, are you okay? I can't. To think you have Inada, Grunnick said, giving Naruto a sharp look. I wish you were here with me. Instead, I found a fan of Yukiya. She doesn't have anything like that either. She's smarter than you, Chuji joked, turning a look. Kiba's, how could I possibly respond to that? No one would agree with him if she said she was actually smarter than the girl. Sakura was, after all, a top student. She was only smart when it came to books, and for someone who wasn't from a clan, he really worked hard. Yeah, well, at least I can hit her. Yay, Chuji said. Be proud of yourself for being able to hit a girl. How manly of you. Akamichi's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Even Kiba noticed. The boy looked red-faced for a moment before crossing his hands over his chest, and he put on a defensive look, his cheeks slightly puffed out. Gender doesn't matter when you're a shinobi. That might be true, Shikamaru said, but we just graduated and Sakura is still a child. You've seen her fight. It was an argument that Kiba wasn't going to win, and he turned his attention back to Naruto, who had remained silent since. Who began to speak. Seeing that bored look on the blonde's face, Kiba frowned, but decided that starting a conversation wasn't going to get him anywhere. He was probably going to be ignored. Even so, I needed to have the last word. If you dare make a move on Hinata, you'll regret it, Kiba warned. I don't have to worry about Sasuke, the brooding bastard. He might be gay, since Hinata doesn't like him. It seems someone likes Hinata, Ino said suddenly, appearing before them. Group, he wore a smile on his face that clearly indicated he had found some material to use. So what if I do? Kiba responded, glaring fiercely at Ino. It's not funny when you act like that, she said. The Yamanaka girl looked disappointed and walked away from Inuzuka. she stopped right next to Naruto and glanced at the blonde boy. Why didn't you tell me? Naruto considered whether or not to answer the question. It would simply be annoying. If he didn't, the girl wouldn't stop bothering him. He sighed and replied calmly. The last time I saw you, I didn't notice. Tell me, he simply said. Ino stared at him for a few moments, trying to capture any movement that might tell him whether the blonde man was lying or not. Unfortunately for she, Naruto remained as stiff as a board, causing her to sigh. I would have liked it if I were in a. I'm on your team, the girl grunted under her breath. At least with Naruto, she wouldn't have to do hard work. The blonde was her Black Knight. He would always protect her from all dangers. On missions, she wouldn't have to worry. For nothing, Naruto would protect her, but lazy Shikamaru would probably call her if there was danger. Why are you? Do you like him? Kiba asked with a grin after hearing Yamanaka's grunt. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Ino shrugged. Who cares? And it's not like Naruto is a bad person, he's superior to. I am better than you in every way, even better than Sasuke. It wouldn't be a problem if I. Kiba didn't say anything, but he was truly insulted. The girl had. She narrowed her gaze from head to toe, sizing him up, and after all that, she said that Naruto was superior to. He was superior in every way, he wasn't better, but he was superior. That was a slap in the face to his pride, a blow. Truly massive, and Akiba really didn't like anyone who did that. Before it could explode, Team Asuma said, a little lazily, as he walked toward the classroom. Please follow me, she said. We're not finished, Ino told Naruto in a tone. He stiffened before walking away. Naruto said nothing. Shikamaru simply shook the head before looking at Lizumaki Rubio. Shoi, sometime at my house. He offered it casually. They had some unresolved issues in their relationship, and Shikamaru was going to follow up on them. Naruto nodded. Why not? He said. Shikamaru smiled slightly and waved his left hand while following Ino and Shui. Shiikaba was thinking that he was going to. He didn't get the chance to talk to Naruto because Karina came in to take Team 8 away. What remained? There were only 3 genin from Team 7, and Nada didn't know how to look at Sasuke and Naruto being in the class with her. She was so nervous that she was seriously considering skipping class and waiting outside for her last teacher, but she stood firm. Her father had warned her not to bring further shame upon the clan. More disappointments were likely to follow. Be sent to the branch family and marked with a B-shaped seal. It wasn't enough that the man she called father would have taken away her rights as heir to the clan, but he too. She had labeled it a failure. It wasn't that she was weaker than Aabi. It was just that she didn't want to do anything to hurt her sister. She was so kind in that way, but her father didn't approve. A failure, huh? The head of the Yuga's clan knew she would be placed on this team and informed her that she would be paired with geniuses before dismissing her harshly. She already knew Sasuke was a genius, but she didn't know about Naruto. He seemed intelligent in that. Then Naruto, the Uzumaki, who had been hated by the villagers on every corner, and when he was still considered the heir to the clan, she had been warned to stay away from him. Her father had been. She was worried about the clan's reputation, but he had still been a human being to her. She couldn't understand the. I hate him, but in her eyes he was strong. He was Natada. She froze a little when the Sasuke's furious voice broke the silence that had fallen in the classroom. She shot him a glare. Ilukia was watching. Naruto, his face narrowed. Where's the damn sensei? Sasuke demanded, looking at Naruto. Naruto ignored Sasuke. He had taught the Uchiha clan better self-control than that. Perhaps the restriction had loosened because of what he had recently learned. Naruto didn't expect that. It was easy for the Uchiha to accept that the village elders had ordered their brother to kill in his massacre. Clan, Sasuke didn't seem to care about the planned coup. What bothered him was what his clan had been taught. Brother, but even Kakashi was too late. Naruto really didn't have the patience for this kind of delay. I could have spent some time doing something useful instead of waiting in this class. I'd have to solve the problem. Speaking of Jonin, Kakashi entered the classroom. Team, yes. Meet me on the roof. Jonin didn't apologize for his lateness. The man then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto. He simply shook his head as he stood up. If Kakashi was going to waste time, he wouldn't operate the way he did. The man would do it, he would move in his own time as well. With that in mind, Naruto. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly left the classroom, the blonde boy. He was the last person to reach the roof. The blonde boy sat next to Hinata, with Sasuke sitting on the other side of the young Yuga. She seemed truly ready to die at any moment. That's fine. Kakashi began to close his book. This is Team 7. First of all, let's introduce ourselves. Name, dislikes, goals, and dreams. Jonin paused for a moment as he opened his book once more and began to read. I am attack. Kakashi, I don't have many dislikes, dreams, I like it. Me. The man looked up from his book and stared at Sasuke. Your turn, Uchiha. Sasuke. Sasuke began. I don't like many things, and I don't hate many things. As soon as my dream is to restore my clan to its former glory and kill some people. Naruto didn't actually have disagreements with that. He was actually proud of Yukia's response. He had been planning to do it in a near future, because the elderly would really prove to be a problem when the third Hokage leaves office. Okaji, I wouldn't even hesitate to help Lukia with that plan. Kill some people. I wonder who, Kakashi thought, his eyes still glued to his book. Hinata slipped her fingers through. A few moments, her face red, her lips moving up and down. Kakashi could almost say it was cute and a little funny. He wasn't angry, but he was amused, yet worried. When I was young, at least it hadn't been like that. I was young, Hugahata, that was all. All she could manage to stammer. She didn't have the strength to say anything more, and Nada bit her lip in frustration at her lack of courage. It really bothered her. Why couldn't she? Did she find the courage to say what she thought? Other people spoke so freely. Why couldn't she? The look. Naruto turned to Ryoga for a moment before answering. Uzumaki, Naruto likes a handful of things. No. I like them. Some people dream. Maybe I'll see my clan restored, almost. It seemed the blonde man didn't even care about what he was saying. Kakashi shook his head. At least the Rubio hadn't lied. It was a shame that Kyuga couldn't say anything concrete. All right, Kakashi began. We'll conduct a final test tomorrow morning to determine if you really can. Becoming a genin, I was actually going through the formalities here. Sasuke already. He was a genius in terms of skill. Naruto was an expu and was sure Hinata would still be online. There was the need to test both. What is that supposed to mean? Even if you have your ribbons, if you fail tomorrow's test, you'll be sent back to the academy, Kakashi said. Calm down. Meet me at training ground 7 at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning to begin the trial. Then, after saying those words, the Jonin disappeared in a puff of smoke. I thought graduating from the academy meant we've become geniuses, Sasuke said, looking at Naruto, who was now standing. The blonde boy walked past. He didn't even recognize Hinata before she could answer Sasuke. Don't worry about it, Naruto replied. Calm? How can I be calm when there's a chance they'll send me back to the academy? Sasuke asked. He had. She was happy to have finally graduated from the academy. This meant she could begin her journey to become a true shinobi and grow strong enough to eliminate the enemies of his clan. You won't be sent back, Naruto said calmly. Now stop worrying about it and let's go. And Nada watched the two of them to stay away from her, so Naruto and Sasuke were friends, and Nada really didn't. She saw what was so great about Sasuke, that the girls had done it. Naruto was different. He had been to. I charged him a second ago. Even so, Hinata felt dejected for not having said anything to him, not even looking him in the eyes. Perhaps it was because she had disappointed him. Naruto was strong. He would obviously be attracted to her. People who could express their thoughts the way Ino couldn't, not when there were eyes everywhere. But on her own, she could speak, she could say Naruto, she could even. I'll yell it when I'm alone. Naruto, are you calling me? Naruto's voice cut off. Hinata snapped out of her thoughts and brought her back to earth. The Yuga slapped her across the mouth and shook her head vigorously. He hadn't realized he'd been speaking so loudly, but that was the proof. It wasn't a proof that she could do it, she just had to push a little harder to do it, composing Yukiya the path. As they approached the compound, Uchiha had been silent. Sasuke hadn't really minded the silence. It gave him time to think things through in his head. While Naruto wasn't hurling insults, the blonde had Sasuke appreciated his skill with words, and when he wasn't talking, he appreciated it, well, sometimes when they entered his. At home, Sasuke confronted Naruto. Are we going to train today? He asked. No, Naruto said with a slight nod. I want to see some things, can you? Train on your own, but keep tomorrow in mind. Sasuke looked at him for a few moments. If the blonde wasn't there, here for him, then he was here for his mother. It made the Uchiha frown slightly. Naruto. She was getting a little closer to her mother. It wasn't a pleasant thought, She remembered how close Naruto had been to his brother. She had realized how brilliant her mother was. He smiled at Naruto. The smile he gave him was different from the one he gave the blonde boy. Sasuke didn't really know what it meant, but he understood that they had different meanings. He didn't like that. His mother gave Naruto special treatment. The blonde boy got that from his own mother. He didn't need her. His mother, Sasuke, also followed Naruto from behind. The blonde stopped, and he turned back to look at him. Is there anything you want? This is my house, Sasuke said. Also, you always want to talk to my mother in private. I want to know what you want to talk to her about. I don't like that. They're hiding things from me. I wasn't about to talk about you, Naruto said, walking away. Our world? It doesn't really revolve around you, Sasuke. I have other things I talk to your mother about besides you, Sasuke. She suppressed the urge to look and simply followed the blonde man. They found her mother in the studio working through clan business. Elder Yukiya smiled at the two children before speaking. The team assignments were finished. Sasuke nodded. We have this honing, and he made us wait a few hours, you know that. Even after graduating, could we still be sent back to the academy? Young Yukiya complained to his mother. Can you play this game after I leave, Sasuke? Naruto asked as he settled into the chair across from the little boy. The study desk. The blonde man faced Mikoto before speaking to her. I have some questions you can. I highly doubt my mother knows anything about it. Mikoto blinked for a moment. She paused for a moment, then turned to look at Sasuke. She was tempted to say that the adults wanted to talk, but she simply smiled at her son. She apologized slightly because she was going to concentrate on Naruto instead of answer their complaints. Anything for you, Naruto, Mikoto said with a smile. The Yugas. Naruto began calmly. What's the story with Yasi and her eldest daughter? Why do you think there's something there? Because the third Hokage wouldn't have put her on a team with me without. There's no reason. There has to be a reason. If I can find out the story, then I might be able to find the reason. Mikoto seemed to think for a few moments. Whether she was more or less repudiated, she was already. Because, according to him, she's weak. You must have seen it. He's deemed her incapable. She was the heir to the clan, and he stripped her of that title, giving it to her younger sister. She doesn't seem to have it. Honey, but I suppose that even in this situation, he still cares about his daughter, even if he's the only one. Hinata's father, and considering how much he loved her when she was younger, makes me seriously doubt everything that love has to offer. Disappeared. Naruto's mind raced for a few moments. Then he treats her like trash, the blonde boy said. Well, I can see that happening. He paused before asking. Have you taken a seat on the village council? As head of the clan? Mikoto nodded. The blonde man tilted his head to one side and he smiled. If you were the Alikage and wanted the support of the two most powerful clans in the village, what would you do? Why would that be in the first place? Because of an uncertain tomorrow. If a major clan doesn't like a certain shinobi, will you do anything to make that clan like that shinobi? Hinata has been positioned as the bridge between the Uzumaki, Naruto and the clan. Yuga, said Naruto, standing up. I'll play the third Hokage's little game. Enjoy the rest of your day, Mikoto. The blonde turned to Sasuke, but said nothing, simply. He walked away. What was all that about? Sasuke asked his mother. Was it really? Are you interested in what you're asking, Sasuke? Mikoto asked calmly. Sasuke stared at his mother for a long minute before changing the subject. Naruto's house, dinner with the Uzumaki, always a nice meal inside the house. Naruto could never replace the time he spent enjoying his mother's cooking. With anything else, she was a lovely cook and her food was the best. Perhaps I said that because it favored to his mother better than anyone. Ino was very upset because they didn't put you in the same team as her. Kushina told Naruto. the blonde simply. She shrugged. I bet all she wanted was a muscle to do all her dirty work while she opens her mouth about this and that. He said disdainfully. It wasn't that he hated the girl. These days, she could be considered a friend, but the thing was, he was much more focused on. He was more interested in planning for his future than playing with his friends. Things were fine with Sasuke because he had plans for Alukia and was Mikoto's son. He didn't even have to spend time talking about mundane things, He would have his time, but for now his mind couldn't accommodate her. He was glad to know she was more nearby, and if she ever needed some noise to play in her head, she would visit her. It was a little different back then, it was because the girl was focused on blackmailing him. But now things are different. Maybe she had. That has to do with her growth. I don't think she'd be happy to hear that, she said. Kushina, and what's wrong with being muscle for her? Naruto looked at his mother when he really couldn't offer an answer that would please her. Instead, she changed the subject. She must have also said that I have a Yuga in my team. Kushina said, nodding. She did, and then said she felt sorry for the girl. Because we're on the same team. What's the Yuga all about? Kushina asked curiously. Really? He seemed worried and even wondered if the girl would outlive you, Sasuke. Inada, he said. Naruto, she's a shy girl who can't speak without stuttering. Sasuke's gaze will probably increase her pressure to strip her of her ability to speak. She even struggled to say her name today. Of course, Naruto. I would drop the expression and just tell her about Sasuke. If he told her about his gaze, she would question him. Eluga had done something that interested her. When she was trapped inside her little world, He called her name. There had been no stuttering, but a clear, strong voice. A gentle Yuga. Perhaps it was appropriate, but that small action made one think. Naruto, the girl was probably telling herself that she could do it if she tried, although Naruto didn't tell her. I wouldn't tell anyone, but when someone was really trying to overcome their problems, it piqued their curiosity, and with the Yuga was the same. He was somewhat interested in her standing up. After all, he was going to play the Sandame's game, but on her own terms and agenda. Kushina seemed. Think for a moment before speaking. Kumogakure once tried to kidnap her, and her father killed the man who tried. Doing so caused a big incident. He wasn't a bad person to her, was he? Kushina questioned with a look. He looked at her face. Naruto smiled. He was tempted to say, "Of course." "No, mother," and she probably would have believed it. He shook his head. He could. Simply lying to her mother like that, it felt like it was easy, the lie. It was simple wine. After all, I'll be good to her, the blonde man told his mother with a smile. That's what I expect from her. You, Kushina said with a smile. She understood that there were some parts of Naruto that really scared her. The fact that he was able to adapt well to Anu's life, without suffering any stress, is an indication that his son was not. The boy she saw in front of her had really grown up. Kushina really had. She's been fighting hard to give her son a normal life. She'd never say that, considering everything she's done right. She had failed in so many areas. Mikoto disagreed with what she had been saying. Alukia said that if it weren't for her, Naruto might have been somewhere. Maybe he even followed Itachi. It depended a lot on her. Naruto, and no matter how much Kushina tried to force things back to normal, she simply wouldn't succeed. And Naruto would only try because she was asking him. Mikoto had said it was best to let Naruto go. Naruto, but that he would always maintain his active voice as the moral conscience that would keep him grounded. Something is wrong, isn't it? Mother? Naruto asked, tilting his head to one side, seeing a contemplative look on Kushina's face. Kushina forced a slightly awkward smile, but quickly dropped it when Naruto. He saw right through her. She sighed and spoke. I'm glad you're going to do something normal now. You're doing something that the children want to do, and I have a job. That's about as normal as it gets. Naruto nodded. At least these days we don't have to worry about someone trying anything else. The villagers are exercising some moderation. I can do missions, you can do work, and we can come back here at the end of the day. Don't forget to be good to your teammates. Teams are all about teamwork, and you don't really like that concept. You've generally focused on doing things yourself. This is an important rule with Genin cells. Teamwork is truly an important principle for the functioning of any team. For a team to be successful, it must be willing to work with others, utilizing each other's strengths. To strengthen the team, you must also cover the weaknesses of your teammates. Teamwork means working together towards the same goal. It's not Naruto, it's a team. I almost forgot that. You're a retired Honin, Naruto told his mother. Well, that's the same principle that Anbu go through. At least the good Anbu does. Understanding your teammates is key to the team's survival and success. Kushina smiled. Well, you had good company. Naruto nodded. They were people. Good and kind, we got along very well. However, it's very simple. What I've noticed is that acceptance from one's peers is essential for the team to click. If you can't accepting them, obviously you're not, it'll be fine. However, I don't see you fighting. Kakashi and Sasuke have been in your life for some time. You've trained with both of them. In my experience, some shinobi understand each other through the exchange of blows. You must integrate Hinata. Naruto nodded. He hoped not. It was difficult, but he still had to do it. He needed friends. After all, he had come to understand that in this world, you really need people who owe you something and people who are willing to do certain things for you. Without that, it was just a massive struggle. The next morning, the field of training was around step 10. Hinata was still waiting for Naruto and his sensei to appear. He had arrived at the training field before 8 o'clock, and Sasuke had arrived 5 minutes early. Indicated, as she had been forced to get up early, she hadn't even had time to eat anything, therefore. In general, he had already gotten up, but he had slept in a little late last time, trying to train for. To improve, she hadn't expected her sensei to be late again. It was even. What was more surprising was that Naruto was even late. The blonde boy didn't seem like the type to be late. In fact, he was dressed respectfully, and took his disciple with him. It was almost like someone who had been forced to grow up like heir to a clan. The Ukiyo woman, who was sitting some distance away, hadn't even greeted her. She tried to say something, but the words simply died in her throat, and she looked away from him. A moment passed. She spent an hour and remained patient. But after 2 hours she began to lose it. Yada couldn't say anything to her. He simply watched, but after 3 hours, when it seemed he was about to explode, Sasuke settled down in a meditative posture. She could have sworn she heard him cursing Naruto's name before he began to close his eyes, whispering words to himself. Hinata was surprised to see that Lukia. I could act. Hinata almost jumped when Kakashi appeared right in front of. Although she hadn't jumped, she had squealed when her heart almost fled her ribcage. Kakashi simply. She smiled at the little girl when she greeted her before turning back to Sasuke. She received a not-so-subtle look from Lukia that. Now he was walking towards him. You're very late, Sasuke murmured in a barely audible tone. Audible. This is going to be a regular thing. Kakashi acted as if he hadn't heard the Uchiha, he only had. I'm curious to see how he'd react to being ignored. Where's Naruto? Sasuke. He answered in favor, ignored Kakashi's question, and looked away. He was wondering the same thing. Naruto. He wasn't the type of person to be late. If something was holding him up, he would have sent a clone to say he would be late. Kakashi blinked. Sasuke had blatantly ignored him. 15 minutes later, Naruto gracefully entered the training field. Kakashi was certain the blonde boy had arrived late too. Purpose after having imagined that I would be late again. This wasn't going to happen. It was going to be fun. Who was going to listen to his excuses? Where were you? He asked. Sasuke, I was helping my mother at the flower shop in Yamanaka and had time to store some weapons, he replied. The blonde man calmly looked at the blonde man. But we were supposed to be here at 8. Naruto gave Uchiha a look that said he wasn't really interested in an argument. He was here at 8 o'clock. Sasuke shook his head. Then you shouldn't have any complaints, if I know. Since he's going to be late, I'd rather not waste time waiting for him. Instead, I chose to do something useful, he said. The blonde man turned to look at Kakashi. Then, Kakashi shook his head. If he was always late, and Naruto would do the same unless something motivated him to come early, otherwise it was going to be a daily occurrence. He couldn't have that, and he was positive about it. If Naruto got tired of waiting, he would definitely play the manipulation game. Sanda had told me that Naruto was adept at playing the game. I played because he had learned from him, and they usually played together. You never guessed the blonde guy was like that when you first saw him. He looked. Naruto simply seemed to be an indifferent person who lacked interest in the things he was looking at. They were happening around him, but he was actually doing some math in his head, when Kakashi realized. Realizing that Naruto was watching him, waiting for him, he felt slightly exposed and felt the need to take care. If the blonde noticed, he didn't say so. Good, Kakashi dragged his words. Organizing your thoughts. I already told you that you have to pass today's test to become a genin. The Jonin then pulled out 2 bells. There are only 2 of these bells. You must get them before 1 p.m. Anyone who doesn't have a bell will fail the exam and be sent back to the academy. You can start trying to get the bells now. The Jonin moved away. It seems Eluga won't make it. Sasuke said to Naruto. We're receiving those 2 bells and becoming gens. How are we going to do it? This? Naruto looked up for a moment before glancing at Hinata, who seemed to shrink under his gaze. The blonde man didn't say anything to the girl, turned to Sasuke, and spoke. Did you try to understand things about shinobi cells? No, Sasuke. Sasuke said. Something needs to be understood. From them, we just need to get those bells from Kakashi-sensei and get through. What? What do we need to understand? Naruto looked disappointed for a second. For someone who calls himself a genius, that rarely happens. You use your mind. Sometimes I wonder if you're a genius, the blonde man said flatly, his expression now indifferent. If Sasuke wasn't used to this, he would have retorted or come up with something. But he was used to it. Naruto was frank in his assessments. What was stupid, he called stupid. There's something I missed, genius. Sasuke couldn't help but let the sarcasm drip into his tone, which was soft and mixed with a touch of bitterness. I told you this before, Sasuke. When you're about to face a challenge, not only don't carry it, use your head, don't act like you don't have it. The blonde man approached. Sasuke leaned in close to Uchiha's left ear. When my right foot is on Kakashi's head, use your kunai throwing skills to get the bells. You know what I mean by that, right? They need to be visible enough to target. I'll take care of the rest. Naruto suddenly disappeared. You've really become a good sensei, Kakashi said. When Naruto stood beside him, he was sitting in a tree branch. He didn't even have his book with him. He couldn't risk it. Naruto, the blonde was strong after all, and it wouldn't be good when he gave his all. Report it, and find out that he had been embarrassed by the blonde guy. Someone of your caliber should have. I received a team earlier, so I wondered why. Early this morning I asked the 3rd Hokage about it, and he told me you've let your former students down. The old man didn't say that. Why me? This test itself is peculiar. Our cells are always composed of 3 genins and 1 jonin. If one of us fails, we can't be a team. There's a reason this team was formed, and that's because we either pass or we all fail. The mother said that teamwork is essential in team cells. I've been in Embu, just like you. I understand the value of teamwork. There will be times when you'll face a giant. You'll have to work together to win the battle. If you had this same test given to your last assigned teams, they wouldn't have the opportunity to get the bells because you are a Hanin, and your newly graduated students would they. Too much. The blonde man paused for a moment. I've spoken enough. Naruto's right foot suddenly lifted into the air and headed straight for Kakashi's face, the Jonin. He raised both hands to block the sudden kick. The Honin crossed both hands in front of his face and blocked the kick, and he was still able to maintain his position. 2 kunai slid from Naruto's cloak, sliding into the palms of both hands. He firmly gripped the kunai in his left hand and brought it toward Kakashi's head. Jonin lay back, bending his legs and using the tree branch to make sure he wouldn't fall out of the tree. As he lay back, Naruto dropped the kunai, which flew past the Jonin's face and embedded itself in the tree, once again. Naruto made the first move, leaping forward while spinning in the air to face the Jonin, another kunai. It slid into the palm of his left hand before Naruto crossed his hands before channeling chakra from. The wind swept toward the kunai. The kunai vanished from Naruto's hands and hurtled toward Kakashi's chest. They struck, piercing it through. The Honin suddenly became a log covered by a thick cloud of smoke. Naruto landed on the ground and moved away from the trees. Heading towards the clearing, he found Kakashi waiting for him. With smiling eyes as Jonin spoke. Your speed has increased, he said, as he naturally should. Naruto responded as he began to launch himself toward the Jonin. As he approached, his speed increased. He jumped considerably and leaped into the air, throwing a right punch at Kakashi's face. The Jonin reacted. He quickly moved to the side of a punch before grabbing Naruto's hand, then he lifted the blonde boy and threw him onto his shoulder. The blonde man landed gracefully on the ground and quickly put both hands in front of his face, creating a wall. Defensive, both palms were in front of him, and the kunai slid from the cloak to the palm of his hand. A second. Then, Kakashi was throwing a high kick. While he was doing that, Naruto. He switched his hands so that his palms faced the incoming kick. The kick connected with her defense, and the power behind it sent the blonde man flying backward. He recovered quickly, launching several times before landing gracefully. Kakashi blinked, looking at his foot, which still he was lying on the ground. There was a kunai right between his fingers. It had cut through his shinobi boot. Hey, Kakashi. He was lost once again when drops of blood began to fall to the floor. The base of the foot is not the most sensitive part of the body, Naruto said as Kakashi got down to the ground to inspect his foot. I'll need stitches after this, Kakashi said, wincing at the sight of his blood. It wasn't much that bothered him. It was worrying, but Naruto had cut it off. Kakashi's instincts kicked in when he felt something enter. And fast, he tilted his head to one side and a kunai flashed across his right cheek, before he could even sigh. With a wave of relief, he felt something. His mask began to slip, revealing a cut on his cheek. Wind chat, Kakashi. He couldn't finish because Naruto's left foot suddenly crashed into him. His right foot slammed into his head. Kakashi wasn't ahoning at all, despite being surprised, and the mask slid over him, but he managed to protect his face from being exposed by holding his mask with his left hand while his right blocked Naruto's kick. It was surprisingly light. The eyes of Kakashi's eyes widened slightly as his danger senses activated. The Jonin looked down and he saw both of Naruto's hands fall onto his own. His right hand held a Rasengan, while on his left he had a kunai. Both attacks were aimed at his chest. The bells hung from Kakashi's waist as Onyunai walked past him. The bells fell to the ground when Sasuke appeared in the clearing behind Naruto, charging towards them both. The bells prevent your face from being revealed, but if you try to get the bells, the Rasengan will hit you and the kunai will pierce your left shoulder. I'm fast enough to strike before you can get the bells and perform a replacement jutsu, Naruto said calmly. But of course, if you want to test that speed, you can try. Okay, you win, Kakashi said quickly and in a he rushed, just to remove the danger from his face. Naruto didn't move. First, he let Sasuke grab the bells before lifting his right foot from Kakashi, and then his Rasengan dissipated. Naruto. Then he created distance between himself and the honing point. Kakashi was still holding his mask and he was still bleeding. I'll be right back, Jonin said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. I'm disappointed, Sasuke said. I thought that I would have had the chance to fight a Jonin, but you did all the work. Well, at least we got the bells. That was something to smile about. This meant they had passed the test and wouldn't be sent to the academy. She could go home and celebrate with her mother. That brother of hers was right. Watching Naruto fight would definitely help him. He was a little jealous of the blonde. Sasuke was willing to, admittedly, but she was happy that Naruto could take the time to teach her, and she knew very well that the blonde boy didn't. He held back when it came to training. Sal and Hinata, Naruto called to the Hyuga before turning to Sasuke. Hinata. Slowly and timidly, she emerged from the bush where she had been hiding. She had been right to think that Naruto was. He was strong, and in any case, it seemed as if he were Sasuke's master. His previous tone had sounded like a teacher giving lectures to her student. However, that meant she was going back to the academy. If so, she was like dead. Her father had told her that, and he would probably never acknowledge her as his daughter, probably not even They would send the Branch family, who, by the way, didn't love her. It speaks of a existence. The time it took for Inatkanzu to catch up with his teammates was enough for Kakashi. Returned from where he had gone, the Jonin appeared and looked at Naruto. You didn't have to cut me off, you know? Naruto shrugged. He could have slipped I felt it through your hand when you threw me over your shoulder, the blonde said indifferently. Kakashi shuddered at Think about that. How many weapons do you carry in the hidden storage seals under your cloak? Some of them, he said. Blonde, so you planned for Sasuke to make a move when you whispered something to him. He really should. I had expected you to do something like this, Kakashi said. You did your homework, that's good. Naruto turned to Sasuke. No. I won because I'm strong. I won because I believed that before I moved, I had analyzed most of the things about. It's not always the strong who win, but those who think strategically and take a few steps forward. In front of his opponent, Kakashi-sensei is a bit careless. He knew that if he cut, he would probably sit down, and that meant lowering his guard to inspect himself. He knew that the mask is a precious thing, and I wouldn't risk letting it pass me by. Cutting it the way I did meant that even if there was a mask underneath, it would still be cut. Naruto decided not to add the book to the equation. That could happen another day. His sensei would have been really proud. Naruto was strong enough to make him work hard, but the blonde hadn't hired him to win the fight, but every move had been calculated, even anticipating what he would do, the kick. It had been light, which meant the blonde knew she would block him, so he concentrated hard on his hands and balanced. It was almost like fighting a Sharingan user. On the other hand, the blonde trained with Itachi had to know how the jutsu worked. Kakashi felt a little dizzy, only thinking about how the blonde man had executed the plan for today. So, what are you going to do with the bells? Kakashi asked, looking at Sasuke, who was holding both bells. The Uchiha threw one to Naruto and kept one, but Naruto threw the bell which was given to Yuga. Yada, however, couldn't catch the bell. It was almost as if she were trying to run away. She tried to lift him from the ground with her soft, trembling hands. I don't care if I fail. I'll go back to my old job if that's the case, the blonde man said indifferently. Besides, this team can't be a team without another team member. I suppose there's a lesson behind this. As you said before, I work in team, Kakashi told Naruto. Naruto seemed to think for a moment. Sasuke and we can work together well. We'll have to work harder for her, the blonde said, looking at Hinata. It works. At this point, she's more of a transient, but I think we can make it work. I'll tell you this, in the world Shinobi, those who abandon the rules are called trash, but for me, those who abandon their teammates are worse than garbage, Kakashi said seriously. I guess I can let you through. Meet me here again tomorrow. The man seemed to think for a moment before speaking. Ties on so we can. We'll start with team drills and then our first mission. Don't forget to go and fill out your forms. Shinobi registration. At the end of the day, Jane Kakashi disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto wouldn't have guessed that Kakashi was going to say something like that, although not. He focused his mind on that. He turned to Hinata, looking at the shy girl, Miyuga. Hinata was firmly holding onto the bell that Naruto had given her. He looked down, afraid to meet Naruto's gaze. That's it, Sasuke snorted. Given the weak response, I'm going home, he said. Are you coming? Asked the Uchiha. Naruto shook his head. I have to deal with this matter, he said, walking towards Hinata. Do what you want, Sasuke said indifferently, but he didn't leave the field of training. He wasn't going to do anything at home, and he was sure his mother was busy with clan business. Ilukia walked toward the tree and stood there watching Naruto. Naruto was just inches away from Hinata. I could feel his heartbeat. He was even trembling and almost looked as if he were about to hit the ground. But for some reason, she kept holding onto the bell he gave her. Naruto extended his right hand and she placed her hand under his chin before lifting her head so he could look into her eyes. Her face turned red. While she struggled to keep her gaze, a second later, she fell to the ground. The blonde man blinked in surprise. What had just happened? For a second he was stunned. He knelt down and took her hand. The right hand. She was fine, just out of commission. What could have done that? From the trees. Sasuke had been amused. He didn't burst out laughing, but he had chuckled. What? It was funny, the puzzled look on Naruto's face. It wasn't always like you had to see that look, the blonde. He rarely showed surprise. It took Naruto a few moments to wake Hinata up. Attack me, Hinata! Naruto ordered in a hardened tone. Hinata hesitated, then turned the bell in his pocket and asked, Why? Because I want to see how good you are. For now, I can only see one. Thornless kunoichi, the words seemed to deflate the girl. Her shoulders slumped, and she looked ready to cry. She spoke again when Naruto said, "Prove me wrong, Yada." That seemed to put her in. The girl moved and took a stance before turning towards Naruto. The blonde dodged and blocked all of his blows. Before grabbing her by her right hand, he pulled her closer before slamming his right knee into her stomach. Yada. She let out a painful sound before falling to her knees. Naruto didn't attack her. He just looked at her, and Hinata. She glanced for a second before her eyes returned to the ground. Humans were despicable creatures, full of malice and hatred. Naruto looked at them with contempt hidden behind a mask of indifference. Humans. Vile people were always plotting something, and most humans were truly inhuman things that Naruto despised. But this shy girl was nothing like that. It was the first time Naruto had ever met someone like her. She was kind. Her hands were too soft. She was a fragile little thing. She had thought she would hear the glass shatter when he knelt her down. He could tell her to jump and she probably would. Her strikes were weak, but he believed she could do better. It was almost as if she was afraid of causing pain, a unique trait in a human. She didn't want to hurt anyone, which made her. She seemed weak. Her stutter and fragility made her seem like a pet who needed to be united and was taught to walk. She wasn't the resentful Sasuke. She wasn't his beloved mother who he could destroy a worthless human in the blink of an eye. Naruto extended his right hand and placed it on her head. The touch made her tense. When she looked at him, she relaxed, although he wasn't smiling. "You have a weak mindset. You can't even make your own decisions. You can't even express your thoughts. You're a child. Timid. She's one hit away from being useless." Naruto stopped. He was right. "You have no spines, Naruto." She felt it. She tensed up, and her fragile face looked as if it were about to break. Her eyes were downcast, unable to face his gaze. "This is the honest truth. That's it. If you want to survive in a world full of vultures, you mustn't hesitate to attack. If you do, you'll die in a second. You must be strong, or you will be devoured. Trust in your abilities and you will have the courage to stand on your own 2 feet. If you cannot, raise your voice, and you'll be a spineless coward until you needlessly give up your life," said Naruto. Yada nodded in a hardened tone. "Now, get up, activate your Tokugan, and attack me. Approach me with the same force you used when you called my name yesterday." Hearing that firm tone, I thought there was more to it than what you let on. Hinata, right? Do you want to prove me right or what was wrong? Hinata lunged at Naruto. Her right palm glowed with chakra as he aimed a punch at his right shoulder. The blonde moved to the left, leaving aside the blow. Hinata's palm missed him by only a few centimeters as Naruto snaked around the girl, before striking the outstretched right hand, caused it to fall slightly forward. Hinata. She moved gracefully and fluidly and managed to balance her feet before turning around, pointing an index finger towards her forehead. From his opponent, Naruto dodged the blow by leaning slightly backward. Hinata took advantage of Naruto's position, knowing he didn't have much balance, and passed his right foot through the. He moved the ball to the ground, shifting it towards Naruto's feet. The blonde boy let both hands fall to his sides as he allowed his body to fall to the ground. Hinata's leg movement struck Naruto, lifting them both feet in the air as her hands pounded the ground. Nada used her Suyokugan with precision as she moved towards Naruto's right side and tried to strike him in the chest with an open palm, at a speed that no longer. Hinata was surprised when Naruto extended his right hand, using his left to balance his body. A kunai flew out. The sleeve of this cloak caused Hinata's strike to hit with the wind-covered kunai. Hinata did not retreat. He crouched on the ground before attempting to sweep Naruto's left hand off the ground, knowing that if he did, he would fall backward. Subokugan saw Naruto's fingers glow